We await July PPI data just coming through here. 0.9% it looks like to the upside on the month-over-month number. Higher than expected. Again, 0.9% versus 0.2 was the forecast. Core PPI exactly the same, 0.9% versus a 0.1% print expected. Initial jobless claims, 224,000 on the week versus 228,000. Ongoing claims basically unchanged, which is notable. 1.95 million versus 1.97 million forecast that was expected there. So we'll touch on that, I'm sure, coming up here. But jobless claims 4-week average 221.7 versus 223. So downside ever so slightly. That's basically it. We are going to get some long-term debt auctions coming up a little bit later on in the day. But as far as the overall market here, not liking that at all. To the downside we go here a little bit anyways for futures to start things off after what happened yesterday. A lot to discuss on the individual side of things, a lot to discuss on the market side of things today. A week away right now, Sharif, this time in a week, Thursday, we'll get Jackson Hole.
I was just about to mention it.
For 2025, which is going to be, I think, a very important couple of days, Thursday, Friday. It usually kicks off with the Fed chair.
Yep.
And then we'll get a whole bunch of Fed members to follow with comments. We've had a couple over the past couple of days, still more on the dovish side of things. Yep. But is there still room now that it was 93, 94% at the end of the day yesterday. For a cut coming in September.
Yeah, we're close to 100% probability for a rate cut in September, Brendo. I'll never forget Jackson Hole in 2022 when he used the words higher for longer. It was late August. Go have a look at the daily charts on any of the moving averages back in August of 2022. You'll know exactly what I'm talking about. And we sold off aggressively into October. We didn't make new highs, Brendo, until the following January. So I remember that day very well. Yeah, that's a big miss there, Brendo, because we were expecting a 0.2% rise in July after having a flat June for PPI. It stands to reason that if we see the tariff-related inflation, it would come in the products, the input costs, right? Because you're going to see that in commodities, you're going to see it with some of the producers and manufacturing side, not directly into the retail side. That could come later. So this makes sense, and it does actually kind of make sense why we're selling off so aggressively.
I was reading an interesting report this morning talking about the Port of Los Angeles in July processing their highest ever shipping container volume.
Interesting.
In their 100-year plus history, as more and more producers are stockpiling inventory ahead of potential negative effects for tariffs to come yet. So we haven't necessarily seen the end of this or even close to it. But yeah, just to recap there, 3.3%. The overall headline number there versus 2.3% on US PPI year over year. So higher than expected. There's the reaction, guys, for the market. Good morning.
Well, you can't fire him again.
I mean, Trump looking to fire somebody right now real bad.
Oh, my goodness.
You know, who exactly is responsible for this move here?
Oh, man.
Time to get fired up. Yeah, no, I don't know. But right now, the NASDAQ, starting to head down. NVIDIA's down a point and a bit right here. We're starting to get hit pretty good right now as, there it comes, man. The warning is now in. 3.7 versus 2.9 on PPI. We thought yesterday we were cruising as we came in pretty much as expected there with the CPI, but the PPI is Tank City right now. There goes Tesla to the downside as well. Tesla 341 to 338 now. So maybe that interest rate cut that we were all thinking about, it was at 100%.
It was a hundo. I didn't refresh yet, so you still have the old one if it's already updated.
No,
99.8% is what it was, and there was a chance.
Yeah, though it must not be updated yet.
But when this updates, after that hot print, there's no chance.
I think it'll still be high 80s or 90s for sure. I mean,
but if they're looking for an excuse.
Bitcoin is Tank City right now. Bitcoin is really getting hit.
Oh, man.
19.5. I was just looking at this thing and it was like, oh, we're good to go here right now. I came in and told everybody I bought more Solana last night. What am I doing? BIT coin right now. Let's go have a quick little look to see what's happening right here as they don't like this movement either. Let's go to a 1 minute chart. Why not? Wow, there it is. Whoops. That's losing the bid, needless to say. Yesterday we clock it out, and I know there was talk on the Midday show. I don't have my stream deck. Will Bitcoin hit all-time highs? Yesterday or by the time they were done the midday. I don't think it did, but we did get it right there yesterday, 124.5. Congratulations. If you liked it at 124.5, how much do you like it now at 18 right now? Bitcoin starting to go to the downside and not very nice here either. Right back into possible support. I mean, if you're going to look for something to pick up, maybe 117 and change, 116 and change. We're now breaking 118. Bitcoin, what's going on, Joe? Bitcoin is absolutely tanking right now. I mean, that's a big move. This
at least ETH caught a bit at 45, hundo.
I was going to say that was the next thing I was going to look up.
That dropped a few bills. No all-time high for Ethereum, but that just dropped. Look, everything is falling on this. I think maybe we try to calm down a little bit, but that's a hefty move. 2 bills, bounces clean off the 4,500 level. So ETH, no all-time high, but very close. The NASDAQ went from up to down 0.5%. Yeah, not looking good whatsoever, but we'll see. We've seen the reversal play before. I don't want to get too overly bearish. I want to see where those odds come back to. The good news is you don't have a bunch of we didn't have a lot of external catalysts. So like the market should really just be reacting to this. The president speaks oh goodness. The president speaks at 1 o'clock today.
Yeah, but that's
no. It's just it's going to be interesting. Let's just leave it at that. Whatever he was supposed to talk about at 1 o'clock, forget about that. We're going to get some talk about that number. I almost guarantee someone's fired.
Yeah. Someone's fired. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're gonna wait. But yeah, there goes Tesla 336. The market is getting hit right now on the back of this number. So, at the end of the day, the upside move is what we're all looking for. There goes Bitcoin. We just talked about it breaking 117 or whatever it broke. Well, now it's back to 119. So its low was 117.3 right there. 117.7, I guess. So you're right back up again. So there it goes, man. Buy the dips is what's happening over there. But is it happening elsewhere? AMD right now, 180. That just had a $3 move to the downside. Apple might be getting cracked. One of the worst ones. Let's look over at Meta maybe. Apple's actually not doing anything, so that might be good. I'm just trying to think about like the high flying stocks. Maybe they'd be pulling back a little bit. Yeah, so Meta down $7, but again, it's a $700 name. Will anything stop Robinhood? Okay, 107.
Yesterday was rough for Robinhood.
No, I know, but didn't it battle back a little bit there at the end? But here's a straight downside move of $2. Okay, well, on here written already before this number, we had the TQQ short and we had bullish short. So we'll continue that talk. He's taller now, baby. Now you have no choice. Now you're always that tall now because the desks are getting ready to go. Nice,
Don't
Randy.
have to look up that much.
You grew, man. Nice. Congratulations on that.
The blue. It's looking good, man.
People normally shrink with age, but that was a good one, man. Nice. Congrats, bro.
I'm still shrinking.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
We needed that for this market move.
Which one is that? I don't have that one, but I do have.
I have a black one.
I
had a black one.
Remember, man, we've been here for 25 years, my guy. That's funny. Like back in the day, they used to come and give us stuff.
Used to get so much.
Now we don't get
swag
anything now.
Yeah.
I got this from. Oh no, this is the wrong one. Your IEX one.
I got the IEX one
from Yeti.
From Yeti.
But we used to always get all this swag, and they used to come in and drop stuff off here. And
Root used to always.
Then it started to become. I think it's like illegal to do that.
Well, because I think the idea being like you.
I mean, I love that Randy came here, but he did come
empty-handed.
empty-handed. He did come empty-handed.
Well, no, we got because he already.
That was a long time ago.
Already dropped off
the coffee should have been what the reload was. Really.
He's busy building the desks.
Oh, okay.
Which we saw. We didn't see Randy until Mark and Rob. You saw all the work that got done, and then in the afternoon, when it was already pretty much done, you magically saw Randy again.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Right, exactly. This guy's a funny guy.
Oh, love him. Absolutely love him.
All right, let's go back over to the desk here. We can review some of these numbers, but there it is, man. The PPI comes 3.7 versus 2.9, and then what? Month over month, 0.9 versus 0.2. It's not great. It's sending the markets in a little bit of a tizzy here, boys.
Highest print since 2021, guys. Here's the visual of that on the month-over-month basis here. So here's what we just got. You got to go all the way back to December of 2021 to see the last time we were even close to that high. So a massive, massive miss, sending everything back to the downside here, including Apple. I mean, Apple with its own headline yesterday. I think the market was still trying to maybe jump on the bandwagon a little bit here in the pre-market. But I mean, this is going to change a lot of things as far as the overall market is concerned. as far as individual moves are concerned as well. Google with its own AI headline this morning as well. Back to the downside we go for both Apple and Google. Few interesting earnings to discuss here this morning as well. Cisco, one of those. No longer, it was trying to get back higher after the initial move yesterday, but no longer, back to essentially where the lows were yesterday after the close.
It was a fantastic report from Cisco. They didn't destroy expectations, but they beat everywhere and they guided higher. So how can you complain? EPS came in at 99 pennies. The street wanted 98, so a beat on the bottom line. Likewise, on the top line, 14.67 billion was what they generated on the quarter. The street was looking for 14.62. They also grew revenue about 7.5% year over year on the quarter, with net income, their take-home money, that profitability, 2.82 billion. Again, a nice beat from last year when they took 2.16 billion. And if they're guiding higher, Brendo, they're guiding higher for the next quarter as well as full year 2026. They're talking about EPS in the range of 97 to 99 pennies on revenue of 14.65 to 14.85 for the next quarter. That's Q1 of 26. And then full year 2026, Brendo, they're guiding up to $60 billion in revenue. Not a huge number, but when you compare it to their previous numbers, looks good.
Yeah, still on a higher time frame chart, still well intact as well for Cisco. Apple chart still well intact. This is a 15-minute chart. Yeah, pulling back with the overall market here, but still holding on to key support levels. Definitely, you missed it yesterday. Bloomberg, the first to report the AI push well underway at Apple on the device side of things, talking about a smart home center, essentially, that's going to be based off an upgraded version of Siri that will be able to travel with you from device to device, even into your car, things of that nature. But it's all going to center around a ARM.
One of them has, yeah.
That is apparently going to be mobile. With a iPad-like control center, essentially, with a detachable arm that can essentially assist you, I take it, with day-to-day tasks within your home. So get ready for an Apple arm maybe to be following you around your home.
And your iPhone is the joystick, Brendo. So again, playing on that network, playing on that connection. Look, there's a lot of products here. It's probably going to be beyond the scope of this portion of the show to get through it. So join us on the midday when we do the news. We'll start the news around 1 o'clock. We'll go line by line, but there's multiple products. The tabletop robot, as Brendo mentioned, but there's also a smart home push as well. Home security expansion with cameras, all of this using AI. So they're basically using all these different products as kind of gateways to AI. And they also talked about the Siri overhaul. We're expecting that finally a loose date that is, spring of 2026 for an upgraded Siri. The flagship, though, that tabletop robot 2027.
As far as Apple has shown in the past, focusing on the hardware side of things, which they do, everyone knows, so very, very well, and not necessarily on the software side of things, but going to utilize tools, AI tools that are already available to them for this. So if it does come, expect it to be, top tier as far as quality is concerned, guys. But Apple smart arm to come apparently for your home pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds intriguing to me. I want to see it.
Yeah, I want to see the picture.
Like, give us I don't need a working prototype. Give us a concept so we can have an idea of what it might look like. I don't want to imagine it. It sounds all great and it sounds cool. And before that number, I would have told you I want to break out the highs today, but I don't know. Maybe that still happens. I think that's a little bit less likely. No, I do like the fact that, hey, this is the number one hardware company. So if they're going to focus, if that's what the focus is going to be, then move down that line and sort of go all in, right? Like stick to what you're good at. I can buy that. I have no issues buying that, and it makes a lot of sense. That said, if we don't get one of those 830 number shocks us and we bounce the other way, the plan, when you look at the trend, technically it was just sort of set up on Apple to be break, consolidation, half break. Either we're consolidating or breaking the high. And consolidating meant dipping into 230 to 231 or breaking out that 235 high. So that was the plan of action. I don't know that I get away from the dip buy here into that low 30 range. I feel if we get down there, you take one shot at these prior highs, go for it from there. When you're talking about something that's not coming for till 2027, like we're a ways away from that. So it's not like a gigantic catalyst here to overweigh the market. Ultimately, And you have to remember, before this announcement, and with all the disappointment in AI, this was already trending and breaking back out on trend because money's, we got a lot of money out there and it's chasing a few good companies at this moment. And so it just keeps jumping from one to another. And for the moment, at least the last couple of weeks, Apple has been one of those. I mean, you can make the argument with Google, and we'll talk about that, I'm sure, at some point as well. But yeah, I still feel like overall bullish in this move. You're just going to have to be patient with it today. Because before we got that number, Apple had a chance to break out that top before the market even opened. It was like 40 cents away or something like that. Obviously, it's going to take some work for it to get there. So the dip is the only play.
Yeah, no, so for me, for Apple, it's on the sticky note. I'm just putting it out right now. We got it out a little bit. We'll have it out a little bit earlier, right into here. Yeah, sort of same thing that Neil was talking about. Good stock yesterday, was pretty decent early with that move up. And then we kind of just like edged a little bit higher, but we didn't get too much movement on this tabletop news here. I mean, I think that was sort of where the spike came out about their new AI sort of project, and they're trying to fix up Siri and get that going a little bit. We do have the Worldwide Developers Conference. I think those are always, or the release of the new phone in September, so that's coming down. So hopefully there'll be some talk there about this AI robot, and we'll find out some more about that. I'm not super excited about it. I don't really understand anything, like what a thing with an arm, what's it gonna do, pour my coffee? I don't understand like what this thing's gonna do exactly, but we'll figure it all out. But 232 looks pretty good, but the level that I'm going to write down is the same thing as 230. I feel like we just got spooked by that number. It's the market could battle back a little bit, but I definitely for Apple, I don't want to fade it. I just want to go long. So yeah, I like the product. The wife got her phone all hooked up last night, so she's excited for that. And
important question.
Yeah.
Could you get it connected to the internet? I know that could be.
I had to message Joe.
Okay.
So, yeah, no, it was really easy to transfer from one phone to another, and I don't know.
Oh, it's tricky, man.
He thought it was pretty easy.
It's not hard. It's not easy to do.
But she's really advanced at all that. But no, actually, all you have to do is just put the two phones beside each other, and they just transfer over everything, and then it was literally that easy. But I know that's the thing. Poor Joe had a different experience over there. Yeah, anyways, it was all good. So Bitcoin battling back. It's back to 19.6 right now and starting to go. So there was the move there on Bitcoin. This is what it looks like, and you're almost, not all the way back, but if we go over to like a 10-minute chart here, whoa, all these ads. We talked about where it ran right into support, right? But we've been here. This is just only last week. This level is from the 10th, so last Sunday. So 4 days ago, and it looks like we got bought right back up, and now we're trading right into here. So there's the dip down into 118, and here's the battle back up to 120 essentially again. So from 124, and look, I mean, I don't think that was overreaction. That was 124. Like when we're like the stock, this is tanking. Like that went from basically 122 and change to right here to where we were. And this is a 10-minute chart, so this or 15, so it's not exactly that, but that move could have kept going, but did find buyers. So, I think if the market does hit a little bit lower, maybe 16.5, 16, something like that once the market opens up, but there's another big area right into here of some consolidation. So yeah, Bitcoin right now trying to do its best to get back to those, back through 120, I guess is the answer there. But, you said Ethereum was moving. Let's just see what ETHA is, because I know there's some.
It held 45 for a bit.
Okay, so down 3% right here today. Again, if you like the stock, you like the stock. 3%'s not, I mean, it's a coin, but 3%'s not going to affect anything. It's actually smart contracts. We talked about that, Ethereum versus Solana there today as well. So, yeah, man, the market has not been this low since Monday.
Oh, no.
Shout out to someone in the chat there. Yeah, what's up, Big Sky?
For one, I'm scared.
He's like, oh my gosh, we're back down to where Monday's levels were. And yeah, I mean, but that's how the market works, right? I mean, unfortunately, when we talk like that, it's not. It might not even be Monday, my guy.
Hold on a second.
This is yesterday. This is the Wednesday. Yeah, Monday the 12th.
Oh,
was Monday the 12th? But anyways, we're right into here. 11. Yeah, noon on the 12th. Today is 12th was Tuesday.
We're nowhere near Monday.
Tuesday. Yeah.
Maybe the Monday high.
Yeah.
I guess. I don't know.
Anyways,
it could be worse. It could be Gurr.
Yeah, what just happened with Gurr?
I don't know what just happened with Gurr. Like, was this a technical break? My first thought was, what, did these guys just drop an offering after we got that hot? Sorry? Oh, the earnings call is on right now. Oh. Yeah, well, somebody said something that they didn't like. You don't usually, you see moves, but for a stock that was doing pretty well in the pre-market, insert all of your puns right there. It's angry. Yeah, that's nasty. My assumption was offering, not just that it was something that got said on the conference call. So maybe this one isn't going to be the great runner today. Looked like it was poised. It was like gap up, holding VWAP. Maybe this was going to be a breaker. Not so much anymore, unfortunately, for GRR. Yeah, earnings calls. Got to be careful when they report in the morning. One thing gets said, and you can have a stop or whatever. But I'm imagining you had no liquidity to be able to get out of that on GRR. So always be careful trading these things that have conference calls in the pre-market. Very volatile. Yuck. Hopefully no one got hurt there.
All right, let's go see what the desk has to say about all of this.
I would just keep an eye on yields as well, guys. Yields back to the upside in a pretty big way here. Here's a 10-year. This is a 15-minute chart, so a nice spike from 4.20 essentially to 4.2.5. For, again, the 10-year, 30-year essentially looks the same. I was trying to find the 2-year. I couldn't get a chart ready, but the 2-year higher than that, even on this number. Again, hotter than expected if you're just joining. On the PPI side of things, we can do a quick recap here. 0.9% was the month-over-month number. Expected to be 0.2%, so almost a full percentage miss to the upside there. The headline number comes in, or core anyways, 3.7, the expectation, let's just say in the twos. So well off where we were hoping for things to be at this point. I was just hearing, Tesla trying to bounce here. I was just hearing Tesla day lows, but that might have been a little bit delayed on that. So 335 comes into play there for Tesla, trying to bounce. I mean, a lot of these stocks testing couple of days support levels.
They got some good news today, even though they're at lows. Brendo, they got some Norway numbers, and we know Norway, kind of a leader in Europe for adopting Teslas. One of the first countries outside the United States to actually have superchargers installed. And Tesla reported a 24% increase year to date in Norway sales for the first half of 2025. They sold about 13,000, a little bit more than 13,000 cars and that were registered. They sold about 10,500 a year ago, so nice increase there. Norway's population is only 5.5 million, though, but they are early adopters of EV, well known to be. The country was the first outside North America, as I mentioned, to have superchargers, but they're still facing double-digit declines, Brendo. In Europe, UK sales dropped about 60%. 60%, man. For last month, they only sold 987 cars in all of England. And what is the population of the UK? I think like 80 million, maybe a little bit less. So a tough look.
Yeah, I mean, and then you got to consider what we were just talking about with Apple now jumping into the robot game as well. It might
absolutely
pressure Elon a little bit also. If we're ready, guys, let's jump over to Deere, get some upgrades and downgrades.
Some pretty interesting ones here, starting with CVS Health, getting an upgrade from Robert W. Baird this morning. Dow Chemical here with an upgrade from BofA Securities. Query AI with a Mizuho upgrade, and D-Local getting upgraded here by HSBC Securities, up about 24% so far this morning. eBay starting things off here on the downgrade side of things with a negative note from Argus. Fortinet, which we know got hit pretty hard last week on earnings, today getting a downgrade here from the Erste Group. SAP here also with an Erste Group downgrade, and the same analyst once again here, this time downgrading Lam Research, which is actually up right now on the day. Over to you.
Erste Group is busy.
Very, very busy.
Standing on business there, apparently.
They got to get their work done
today.
Good for them. Fortinet come on, kick them while they're down. Wait till we gap down on those earnings. Well, you know what? Fortinet, I think a lot of people, myself included, when they reported, felt it was a little bit too far to the downside. And I don't know how much you care about the timing of the upgrades and downgrades, but it's been on a good rally. I do question whether the market move here is going to matter more than the downgrade. It felt like this was going to make the next step in recovery today, and best laid plans and all that good stuff. Probably the other thing could easily happen. Like Fortinet was absolutely primed to fill in the gap. It seemed like it anywhere to make the run at fill in the gap, like the day 180 top consolidation, a couple of break and consolidation pattern set up. Maybe we're not going to see that happen today, but I still think this was one that got beaten too far up there. And if you gave it a couple of days, it settled into the couple of days, and it settled into a nice little upward trend. That downgrade might just give you a chance to buy that at those earnings lows again. We'll see. Not going to be on the list today because would have been more interesting for a breakout play than what we're seeing here.
All right, $8 for 100 shares, which isn't that much. Obviously, I'm going to do that for blush.
But it's more than yesterday. You know what? I bet you it'll come down like yesterday.
Yeah, I just paid for it, but whatever. We'll buy little shares now. Short, and then so I don't know, when we see Fortinet there, obviously cybersecurity, we had a good day yesterday from PanW, Palo Alto. Well, I mean, didn't end well, but we still end up positive yesterday, up a couple percentage points for Palo Alto. That bottom, I don't know, I hope it's in. I mean, we bought around here, so that would be nice if we kind of try to hold that. There it goes down to 166, and yeah, exactly. Okay, so Sharif likes this play as well. But down here into 167 would have been a great buy, but you're up to 177 now. And I just think down today, obviously catching some of that shrapnel from that Fortinet. But at the end of the day, I think you got to play trends, right? And I think right now, cybersecurity, as my hair's flying everywhere, cybersecurity is something that we want to be involved with, right? So I only own these two names, CrowdStrike and Palo Alto. So I'm going to still try to buy dips in these names. And I think right now you might be getting one as well in CrowdStrike. So these things kind of go with the flow, and at some point they'll be back into positive land. Talk nicely about, we don't have to worry too much about valuation anymore now that they've come down about this 10 or 15% each, right? If not a little bit more. So I would say you're starting to get probably fairly priced now, and maybe an upside play in the rest of the space. You get the hack ETF or things like that, but I like the trend. I like the the secular trend there with cybersecurity, and I think it's going to continue to work out for us for a little while here, especially in the environment that we're in. I mean, even my son yesterday, I was talking to him about the Bullish IPO and things like that, and he said, well, how come nobody has hacked into the stock market yet? And I'm kind of like, yeah, I mean, that's...
Who says they have?
And that's part of it. Someday we could, all of a sudden, quotes go down, and you have no idea what's going on, and blah, blah, blah. I mean, that's kind of,
It was last year, there was an issue with the NYSE.
Oh, sometimes there's issues,
every
for sure.
now and then.
And they could be hacks, they don't want to announce them. But he was more like, what happens if all of a sudden, the stocks kind of, I don't know, freeze for a much longer period of time. And I was like, yeah, that's true. Or people hack into your brokerage accounts. That was part of the problem. And look, this is this is all way out there, but that happened with that Mt. Gox back there when Bitcoin was like $300 or $400. Yep. They hacked in, took a whole bunch of those away. So obviously cybersecurity has made inroads to protect against this kind of stuff. But, at the end of the day, there still is some fear with all of that. So, hey, Randy, how's it going? He's going good, it looks like. There, well, yeah, I don't need a haircut or anything.
Yeah,
but maybe
do your worst.
There's nothing up there. Stay away.
What exactly?
I gotta leave whatever's up there, man. I see you went to my guy Halim. Randy, man, that was close, dude. I'm trying to, whatever's left up there, I got to keep it up there. But anyways, I got to go back.
That would have made for a good programming, though.
Randy. People say Randy's creeping in the background. Yeah, he's like those Minecraft guys. When the lights go down.
Camera, man.
Yeah. What? Really?
Randy does like.
Oh man. All right. So we do have Nimitz coming by soon here. So one of the traders that have. We've all seen him many times, and we had Nimrod last week and Nimit this week, and it should be a fun time here today. So, all right, yeah, that's it. A little bit of talk there. It's 9 o'clock. We don't have a guest today, so we're just going through all these things. Wolf, that's up 37%.
TeraWolf is the one it looks like, I guess.
Yeah, so that might be one of the ones to trade today, up 37%. If there's any other names you guys want for us, we do have this. We could start this up right now, but we are going to go through our rundown. Here, why don't we just do this? Right now it's Gurr. I think Neil was showing this before. It's Robinhood, it's Tesla, it's Amazon. So I'll just refresh this.
That was Wolf.
So now type in what you guys want here. We're going to go through our rundown, and then any stock that you type into your chat will be populated into our scanner here, and as they go, see, NVIDIA now got 2 votes. So as this starts to populate, Neil and myself and the whole bunch of us, Deere and everybody, will be able to see what names you guys are most interested in, and then we'll adjust and be able to cover these names as it goes. Why is Palantir always number 1, man? I mean, but anyways, I'm happy with that. I love the retail play for Palantir. So, all right, well, let's go over to the desk. Make sure you do scan the QR code. We'll scan that one from Trade the Pool, but scan ours when it shows up. Go to the link in description, grab our watches. We're about to run it down. And I have a feeling that Sharif's going to talk about the market right about now.
Probably.
488, Sean. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES September contract. As you saw, we got that higher PPI print, and that pushed the market down, Brendo. We're still holding that 50-point area. I'm talking about 64.50, with the overnight low being exactly 64.53. So until we lose that 50-point area, let's use it as support. I'm talking about 64.50. If for whatever reason the market decides to change its tune and head back up, we're using 6,500 as resistance.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you jump down to the description of this video, grab the watch list. It's absolutely free, comes right to your inbox every single day. All you need is your email address. Sign up at that link, and then you get that note sent right to your inbox, as I mentioned, every single day with everything that's moving around. In the pre-market, we didn't mention it in the first 30 minutes there, but space stocks to the upside today on those comments from Trump, saying he's going to further support the industry. I just saw Lunar Luminar pop up in front of me here. Virgin was moving around as well. I saw it early on this morning. Let's kick things off though, and we'll talk some bullish after. Was it actually bullish? I mean, it was obviously huge at the open, but didn't last too long. Quite the steep sell-off into the close. For bullish. Yes, we were higher here pre-market to the tune of, I think at one point it was about 17%. We've given basically most of that back here.
Yeah, with the sell-off. It was exciting here on the floor though, Brendo. I mean, it's nice to have these IPOs. Everybody's raving, everybody's getting up. So make sure to join us on the midday show for these IPOs because they typically open up during our show. So let's talk about what this one did. So bullish obviously owns CoinDesk. It was set to jump over 14% in the pre-market before the sell-off, up to 77.58. After closing yesterday, up 84% at $68. The IPO gave the company about a $10 billion market cap, which could rise to about 11.5 if the pre-market gains hold. Shares opened up, Brendo, at $90 yesterday and surged to about 118, obviously before parsing some of those gains and pulling back. More than tripling, though, above that $37 IPO price set by bankers and far exceeding that initial range of $32 to $33. It was oversubscribed at the IPO stage to begin with. The IPO is being viewed as a strong test of investor demand for both cryptocurrency and public listing.
Minting not one but two new billionaires on that yesterday as well. Both co-founders joining the B Club, guys, as of yesterday.
That's how they get their money, and it works. And like ultimately, anybody look, if you got the issue price, you're not complaining if you got the issue price, 37, but certainly, you know, you couldn't hold on forever at the open. Because it was a great long off the open, just like CoreWeave, Figma, and Circle as well. But it was a short after that, and there's just no other way to put it. The running joke was that it was bearish, not bullish. Although I saw someone in chat make a good point. That symbol should have been used for a cosmetics company, because blush. I heard you even said blush when calling the stock. I'm surprised the cosmetics company did not steal that ticker. It was a big missed opportunity. That being said, I feel like it was a little bit of a topping moment. If we're just also looking at, look, I just get to bullish first. That prior low at 80, I still think it's going to be a rollover type of day, because continuation on day 2 worked for CoreWeave. It worked for Circle. Continuation on day 2 here is a short, not a long. So 86 and 80 are the two levels I got down to look for the short. But don't discount what happened in some adjacent names. Robinhood found its way to a top on this day, right? So on bullish day, Robinhood was just dump city. Coinbase as well, which is a more direct competitor. It tried to rally and it found itself a top and continued its lower push since earnings. So, and Bitcoin also made a run at the high and a pullback and a fail of the all-time high. Effectively, ETH kind of really close to that all-time high. It just feels like we're in pullback mode in crypto land here. So bullish included in that. But you can look across the board in fintech to extend out, with the exception of maybe SoFi, I think actually held up pretty well. But almost everything else made a bit of a temporary top yesterday, as I think we signaled a temp high in the space.
All right, so yesterday, bullish, what a ride. One of the best days for me trading, but there's the IPO take long. we ran that all the way up to 115 was our best outs. I mean, obviously, I wish I would have held a hell of a lot more. I mean, way too many outs early, but you know, whatever. That's how the trade works. You have no idea this is going to happen, and it didn't happen for very long, man. We halted at 105, then we halted back on the way down at 95. This was all a matter of 10 minutes, and then once we broke down there, we tried it one more time at 92 or whatever. It breaks the IPO price, and we get out with about $1.50 or so of slippage. Then we let this thing happen, and then we go short on 80. All right, that was the huge trade there at the end of the day. It happened at about 3:30, and it was actually just as good, if not better than the first trade. I mean, the IPO trade is the IPO trade, but I was really proud of the second trade that we had made right there, because there's the break of 80 finally happening, and here's the move down. So we wrote it down all $10. You know, we got out for a $10 winner there right near the close, near the end of the day. So that turned out to be absolutely huge. But at the end of the day, there was still a bid somewhere around 70. We came in today around that 78.80 marker. So I do have it out right now. The sticky note's now out. You can go find it at Trader TV, Sean. It'll be on Instagram soon as well. But right there, I have bullish short at 80 again. Was a great break near yesterday's close. Let's use it again as an anchor and play potential shorts there. And then we can get out if it breaks. So that's the whole thing. I love trades that are easy. You know, I'm an easy guy. If there's trades that break, that make sense, we take them. If not, we don't. And right there, 80 was an awesome trade at the end of the day. I think we can do it again. So we'll wait to see if it comes up here. Let's be as patient as we can be with this name. Up another 9%. Kathy Wood bought 2.5 million shares yesterday, so puff pass on that. I don't know where she got in. Maybe right off the open, which created this movement. Remember, these IPO trades, like, I know we've done well on them. I think you have to be so careful, because like I'm using more shares. We're all using more shares now, and this made me real nervous, like just how fast this thing came back in. So there was about 10 minutes or so of euphoria and then downside. So yeah, I like the stock. I don't love it. You know, Charles Schwab and all these other huge accounts that are out there, like Webull and this Bullish and, you know, SoFi and Robinhood to some extent. I mean, they're starting to get a little crowded, and it's SoFi's different because they have their banking license. We've mentioned that before. They acquired that, I think, in 2022 or 2021. So they're a little bit different. But, you know, there's SoFi down 3% today. Robinhood also taking a kick today as well, down 2%. So both Robinhood and SoFi each down 2% or so. I could see something similar happening again with Bullish today. You know, oopsies, that's the warrants. Here's Webull. Let's just have a quick look at Webull so we don't confuse these two. I thought yesterday this name could run on that IPO just to be a little silly, because I was like, oh, that's going to have a good opportunity to be misconstrued for bullish, but that didn't really happen. It actually went to the downside with it as well. So yeah, all these names getting hit a little bit there today. So I would say downside for BLSH. It's the #1 trade idea for me, but I don't know if we get to those levels. So yeah, eToro as well. Yeah, it's another good name here, ETOR. So thank you. Again, see, this is why you guys got to get in the chat. Like, I just look up there for a second, and that's a name that we never talk about. So what's up, Mr. Henry right there? So shout out to Mr. Henry. This one's flat, but look at the move on eToro. So like I said, I think this space is way frothy. I've sold some SoFi. I'm not in Robinhood, and I'm not in Bullish. So I'm not that bullish, I guess, in this space. But oh, I'm in Webull. Yeah. Oh, darn it. Yeah, I'm in Webull. Okay. But we did sell some at 18, yeah, but we need to get back into that name. I do think, yeah, I think it's fine. We're long at 12 or 11, so fine on that one. But yeah, trying to raise some cash. So this is why you raise cash, right? I sold some SoFi. You know, we've been talking about buying some more crypto and things like that, but you got to sit in cash in case this market does go down 1 or 2 percentage points. We saw that last Thursday, Friday on the move down, and then it was bought right back up at the beginning of the week again. So I think that there's, Neil and I sat here and we said, you know, where is the bear case in this market? And maybe, you know, the weaker economic data
just happened.
Is what it is. But is that really bearish? No. I mean, it's bearish, but it's
short-term bearish. How about
like we said, we're back to Wednesday, back to Tuesday. What day is today? Yeah, it was Tuesday. So back to Tuesday's levels right now on a Thursday. So
it's not so bad.
Not doing too bad. It's not like that MNDY stock though. Only
Monday got
smoked. Monday.com.
Yeah, that was bad.
All right, let's go back over to the desk and talk about the next name. I mean, a couple AI plays, it looks like, coming right up.
A couple of AI headlines, definitely. I'm not sure they're going to be positive at this point because of what happened at 8:30 there. That's the move Google had on that number at 8:30. We're back to 250. 201 trying to hold right now on the bid as well. But yeah, $9 billion in going into Oklahoma within the next couple of years in cloud and AI infrastructure. The latest investment here for Google.
Yeah, more money, more capex. I think they guided something like 85 billion for the full year. So there's 9 billion out of the 85, Brendo. So as you mentioned, they're going to invest $9 billion in Oklahoma to develop a new data center campus in Stillwater and expand the existing one at the prior facility over the next 2 years. The move is part of their aggressive push to scale up cloud computing and AI infrastructure. As I mentioned, they got $85 billion to spend. I believe they've spent 60 something since we got their latest earnings report last time. They will fund a fast-track tech development program in partnership with the University of Oklahoma as well as Oklahoma State. These will be part of their Google AI for Education Accelerator, offering career certificates and AI training courses for free for the first time, according to the report. They will also partner with the Electrical Training Alliance to more than double Oklahoma's electrical-focused workforce pipeline. The initiative supports a growing need for trained labor as tech and infrastructure scales nationwide. It makes sense. I mean, we see this with Meta all the time, looking to invest in energy, likewise with Amazon, Google as well. So you got to have the workforce to back that up, Brendo. Otherwise, it's just equipment.
Yeah, we were talking after the, I guess it was the Apple's earnings call, you were mentioning how many times the term AI was mentioned, like he went out of his way every other word to say AI. I mean, Google was right behind them. I was just checking the top AI mentions this earnings season, and it was essentially Apple and Google. So here comes another investment, guys, as we were saying, $9 billion for Google.
Yeah, they better spend that Oklahoma money sooner
Oh,
rather
the
than later.
Oklahoma Sooners.
There it is.
Roll Tide.
Go. You're not even a Bama fan.
Or Eddie Lacy.
Anyway, oh, come on.
Exactly. Green Bay Packers, baby.
That's Kyler. That's CD.
Oh, they have so many. I know.
Marquise.
There's a lot.
Hollywood Brown.
There's a lot of Bama alumni there.
Well, the student. But anyway.
Oh, OSU. Yeah.
Yeah, look, Google, that was a big rejection. That was a big rejection yesterday at 204.5. There's no, like, even without, like, there was, even without this this pullback that we're having today, like, Google was setting up for a little bit of a dip and a jaunt. 202 stands out because 202 is where it settled after we got that spike down. And ultimately ended up being a bit of a nothing burger, and now you've got resistance at the 02. Those are the two levels to look at, 02 and 04.5 on Alphabet. If it can break out over 02, I think you've got room at least until you get to that high. But after it failed that top, it's just maybe we've gone far enough for at least some kind of a pullback here on Alphabet. It feels like that could be the truth, but it has to get over 02 for me to be bullish. If I'm dip buying something today, I think I prefer Apple in the Mag 7, which apparently we're talking about next.
Yeah, so for me, for Google, it's, it wasn't like great yesterday. You know, the trend is definitely down. We make a high, we make a high, we make a high, we make a high. It's just like we keep on going to the downside. I don't think it's ready to go up yet, to be honest with you. I think we're looking for a couple more stories, but just with today's news, like, I think Neil's right about that 202. I'd rather see it fade off of that level. So I think until we really break through the 200 period here, that's 203, I think we got to get above this area before we start to think about a long. So I still want to play, like, that's a big move there, and then we'll wait to see what winds up happening. But I don't love this look for Google. So I'm short today. Like, my bias is short. We got a good CPI number, and the market went back to zeros and then ripped the rest of the day. So what I'm thinking could happen here is something very similar, where the Nasdaq does try to make a move higher, and then gets faded because bears finally have a reason to sell something. So I don't really want to look at Google long, so I'm going to look at it short. And there are better names to short out there, but Google looks pretty good to me. So 202 to 203. In this area is a short. Like, I'd like to, if we can somehow get it. What was the story yesterday? Right there, I'm losing my mind here at 2 o'clock. That started all of this. Remember it wicked down there? What was that Google story, everybody?
It was the crypto wallet thing. It was
right, the crypto wallet thing.
They were going to ban all wallet apps that didn't have
jurisdictions that weren't
didn't have approvals. And
so that story is Yeah, I don't want to lay my short thesis on that. I'll just play it that, you know, we were having a problem here with the 203 or so area. If we can get back to there, then we'll look to short it. That story to me is not that big. I feel like the market agrees and it came back. So, yeah, I don't know. For now, I'm going to turn this guy around, even though yesterday we did have a bullish day. I'm feeling bearish, so I'm putting the brown bear back in. We'll keep that black bull going through there. We'll put a brown bear. Brown bears are brown bears nicer than black bears, or I'm not sure. People in the chat would know this.
You're not messing with any bear.
Which one do you not want to see? I think you don't want to see brown.
Either.
I think it's the brown. I think it's the brown grizzlies. The grizzlies, I think, are the problem. So, anyways, all right. Let's go back over the desk and we'll talk about another name that keeps the doctor away.
Maybe. I don't know. Apple a day? A couple apples a day. Apple AI, meanwhile, the story of yesterday gets this thing all the way to 235 before a choppy end to the session. We tested that early on this morning. We touched on it first 30 minutes of the show if you were with us. Whole bunch of products potentially to come over 26 and then into 27. That looks like it's going to be anchored by this essentially an iPad with an arm, for lack of a better term, that's going to be mobile, apparently be able to follow you around your house and help you out with tasks.
I can't wait to see this, Brendo. It's like the first step to, the robotics that we've been talking about for a long time. Let's talk about it. There's a lot more details that I can't give. So again, join us on the midday. We'll go through it at around 1 o'clock. So the flagship 2027 product is going to be a tabletop robot acting as a virtual AI companion, able to track users, engage in conversations, assist with tasks. It's going to have a lifelike Siri overhaul capable, listen to this, of joining group conversations, recalling information, and offering proactive suggestions. I don't want this thing remembering anything that I said. That's terrifying. So I don't know.
I got news for you. It already is.
So that's what it is. There's more information, guys. Check that out with us, though, at around 1 o'clock. We'll do the news and go through it line by line.
Yeah, a ton of details coming out in this report. So again, focus on 26, and then most of it's probably going to be 2027 before you see it. But finally, I guess, guys, they're in the game.
Yeah, and we have to wait for it, but they are in the game. And I don't think you have to worry. At the end of the day, if you want a fantastic experience that's tailored to your needs with all this technology, then, it's going to remember your stuff and follow you around and know what you go do and know what you like and know what you don't like. And that's what you live with in the information age. So I don't think that's one of those, if you don't like it, well then, fair enough. But this is the way the world is headed. So it kind of behooves us to get a little more comfortable with it to a certain extent, as long as it's reasonable. Like Apple, if things had gone differently at 8:30 with that PPI print, yeah, I think this would have been a clean 235 breakout play today. No questions asked. Like it was set up for that trade. It's given you like multiple maybe this wasn't this week because that's actually last week. In the last 6 or 7 days, it's given you multiple huge runs after breakouts at the open. And this one set up a pretty clean double top pre-market in yesterday at that price. In lieu of that, it still has this channel to come back in at 230 into the prior high that I like. It's the one playing catch up, as it was the disappointing Mag 7 name pretty much the entirety of the year if you throw out Tesla. And now it's just starting its breakout. Really, this week is the start of this secondary push to try to get to the all-time high. So out of all the names here, this is the one that I kind of like to really catch a bid on. Everything else is sort of setting up in the other direction for me.
All right, you guys caught me right here. I do have a long idea today. It's going to be both Amazon a little bit lower at 221. We'll get to that in a minute, and Apple. So we'll put this again. We'll put our sticky note into the chat, so make sure you do join us right here. I'll put it in. You can go find out the plays that I'm thinking about. You don't have to look at them or like them or do anything, but at least it's something to look at. There it is, Apple 230 long. Good news yesterday about a revamped Siri and more AI talk. I mean, it's just that simple. Making the move back in could be something there for Apple. I said a 230 level. that to me is just because it's such a key area. We kind of tested it right back in here, but there hasn't been a retest. This is sort of when it broke. So we came in, we held 230, then we ripped back up that day. Look, I recently bought Apple at 212. When I bought it at 212, it went down to 204. Now it's at 232. I said to you guys that I was buying this news, buying this play, because I thought we were a couple stories away from this breaking much higher into 250 back up to all-time highs, and those stories are AI. And then the minute that starts getting announced, people are going to say, well, Apple's finally in the game, just like what Brennan said. Are they, though? We'll have to wait to see what this product comes out with. At least they're now talking about it. This 230 is not huge as you look at this, but if we do fall back in, this is a level that I think we want to test. And if it breaks 230, it's an easy out. So the 200 period's at 231. Let's not catch this falling knife. Remember, I am biased to the short side today, and you know, it's just this would not be the name for me to short because of this news. And this is a big retail play too. I mean, a lot of people love Apple, and I feel like this could be like a Reddit kind of play again. Once something finally gets going, there could be no stopping Apple, especially with 0-day options. The price of the stock doesn't really matter as much anymore, as traders will just hop in and play it. So yeah, it needs to get going. I just tried to look up pictures of this robot. There's nothing there. Like, it's just a talk right now, but it's the right positivity. You know, so let's get Perplexity, let's get this all figured out with Apple, and then we'll get this new product launch here. So yeah, I mean, again, I really like the story, and it all started just a couple days ago down at that 200 marker, and now you're up to 230. So we like it.
Go Apple.
Yeah, trade forever. Why don't you just go short SQQ? We always talk about this. Yeah, you can trade the SQQ or TQQs. So both of these are triple levered. If you are a little less on the capital side, or you want to, you know, you prefer trading this one, this is only $17, and the TQ I think is 93. But for me, I have a lot of buying power, so that's not a problem. And to answer your question, we don't have to pay for shorts on either one of these tools. So I just choose to go long a stock. I just choose to trade a stock which natural direction plays. So if I think short, then I'll go short this. If I think long, I'll go long. Instead of just, you know, training my brain the other way around. Like, I don't need to go long SQQ if I think the market's short. I'll just go short something, so I choose the TQQ. But I do understand that there's reasons why, you know, you pay less fees. The lower the price of a stock, the less SEC fees and all that kind of stuff that you pay. Although I think SEC fees are either zero right now, yeah, or very small. So there goes that reasoning. But yeah, good question. I just prefer to look at my blotter in my account and see long.
Yeah, green.
So yeah, if I think the market's long, I like to see long in there instead of the word short. So that's
logical to me.
Yeah, it seems logical to me too. But yeah, I would trade it. So if I go long TQQs, that would mean short SQQs. So thanks Trade Forever for doing that. But that's what I'm looking at, and I do have it on here as a number one. It actually is my number one trade idea, is the TQs. So we'll talk about that as the market opens up, and it's going to be a short. NVIDIA just broke 180, by the way, so I wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. Yesterday, we had some weakness in NVIDIA versus AMD. So today, NVIDIA down 1%. Let's just check out what AMD is down. Probably more. There it goes. So when times are good, AMD is booming. When the times are bad, AMD is booming to the downside. So that makes sense, right? A little more of aggressive stock with advanced micro devices than NVIDIA these days. So there goes AMD. If you're going to choose to short a name in the chip space, why not choose AMD? Why not choose Intel as well? But remember, the thing about Intel, someone tweeted it at me. They're like, why don't you have Intel? I don't think it was this aggressive, but why don't you have Intel written down there maybe as a short? I don't mind the news with Intel. You know, we sort of made some of those bottoms there. CEO went and visited Trump, and all of a sudden Trump had nice things to say. So maybe there could be some kind of an announcement coming with Intel. I don't think so, but I don't want to stand in that way right now. Was it Trump and Deere meeting at a 1 or 11?
It's 1 o'clock.
1, okay, so we still have little ways to go before Trump has some sort of announcements to make today. What else is new? I hope it's Canada related, because I'm waiting to hear that settle down.
There is a meeting, there's a Russia meeting at the end of the day too. But
oh, it could be something about Russia. That's a good point.
So it could be about that at 1 o'clock, but I suspect we're going to hear about inflation at 1 o'clock.
All right, from all this tech and AI talk, obviously John Deere also has some AI involvement here as well. But let's go switch gears a little bit and talk about Deere.
Yeah, Sharif and I were just discussing the simple fact that this is turning into almost a software play as much as a hardware play. for heavy equipment. Here's how the chart is looking so far this morning. 480, bit of a pivot here. If you zoom out to a weekly chart, you'll see why, or even a daily chart. 480 down to 470, a bit of a level for Deere, but not good here, right across the entire report.
It wasn't a good report, Brendo, whether it was the actual quarter, the guide, or the macro situation in farming. Let's talk about it. EPS of 475 on sales of 10.4 billion. That topped Wall Street's estimates of 458 on 10.3, so a beat on the top and bottom line for the current quarter. Last year's Q3 saw higher results, though. They printed 629 EPS on $11.4 billion in sales. So even though they beat estimates quarter over quarter on the year, they're markedly down. Basically, the drop was partly due to weaker pricing in agriculture and construction equipment. This is Deere's third straight quarter of price pressure in construction, in the construction industry specifically. They also lowered their full-year net income guide to $5 billion, down from $5.15 in May, and well below the consensus estimate of $7.1. Q4 net income implied at $1 billion, slightly below the consensus estimate of $1.1. But there's a reason why all this is happening, right? So the USDA is saying they're projecting 2025 net farm income to be $180 billion. That's down from $182 billion last year. That's not typically where you see this kind of chart going. Crop prices also, Brendo, they're significantly lower. Reduced farmer income contributes to the limit equipment purchases or limiting equipment purchases, which is obviously impacting Deere's outlook. Their May guidance had factored in Trump's global tariff plans as well, which could raise import costs. Deere confirmed tariff increased products costs in Q3, but did not specify the amount. So a couple of headwinds here, specifically agriculture, and then you also have tariffs.
Yeah, to the equipment point, it's becoming even to a point where there'll be one piece of a larger piece of equipment for a community.
That's good. Yeah.
That's being contracted out to all the individual farmers, versus there was a time when every single one of those would have gone to a Deere to buy their
Absolutely. And like you and I were talking about off camera, like there's going to be huge productivity increases with the implementation of AI. You were giving the example of detecting weeds, zapping them with lasers, as well as being able to detect when something is deficient in a crop and adding fertilizer, whatever needs to be done. That's huge productivity boost.
Which theoretically should produce more, you'd think, but those numbers not pointing to that, guys.
Yeah, long term probably fine, but you're right. It's sometimes you have to look past the top and the bottom lines, and the comparables, previous quarter, previous year, trash these guys, and it's a flat bottom break too. Like this is support at that 500 level that got lost. The good news is it bounced off the 200 period, so if you like it, at least that's held, and it's a level that's been respected by Deere pretty much, I don't want to say all year, but more or less. There was that April low was the only time you took out the 200 period on the daily, and it bounced clean off of it on this number. The only issue with that is on very light volume, because it just doesn't trade that much. So this is probably not the type of symbol I'd be looking at, but you give it the old 3-day rule. I prefer, I'd probably buy the stock if I didn't want to buy more Caterpillar instead, but I think you give it the 3-day rule. The fact that it's holding the 200-period moving average is a good sign. You like to buy companies in the long term at that price level, but those comparables not very good year over year, showing some signs of slowing. That said, I don't think it holds forever. These guys aren't going anywhere, and they've done fabulously over the years. Not a day trading stock. The spread right now on Deere is $6. That's pretty not tradable, and that's for a whole round lot. Like sub 100, you can probably see a spread of like a couple bucks, but yeah, that's not a day trading stock.
Yeah, no, down 7%. I mean, you don't get too many opportunities to buy the stock down this much. So, yeah, I think it's something there. That 200 period's at 470, so you're going to see if that can hit it. I think if you did want to diversify, this is not a horrible spot to do that on this kind of a name. I'm not in this name. I'm not in Caterpillar. I've never been really in anything farming related or ag related. So I always look to think about like Home Depot and stocks like this. I know they're not the same, but yeah, there's a 200 period moving average. So it looks pretty good. I mean, back down into April, we bounced off of it. We bounced. So only 2 minutes to go. You know, again, I like it. There's a dividend associated with John Deere. So what would the dividend be? It's only 1.5%, so it's not huge. So yeah, you're not in it for that, but you're in it just to diversify, I think. And down in there to 470 off the 200 period is where I'd look. A minute and a half left. Let's go see what Cisco's saying.
Well, Apple's pumping.
Cheer to the downside on Cisco, bounced off 67.50, but a few more analyst notes trickling in here. To the downside as well. A lot of these going to be on the negative side today.
Yeah, Brando, look, they beat on the top and bottom line. EPS came in higher than expectations by a penny. Revenue came in at $14.2 billion ahead of the 14.62. Net income did rise nicely, $2.82 billion in take-home money versus 2.16. And their networking revenue rose as well, 12%, beating estimates. Security revenue rose 9%, but that missed estimates. So it's a kind of a mixed report here. The market's selling off a little bit, breaking through some that $69 level where we've been defending for a while.
Yeah, it still looks good on a higher time frame though, guys, for Cisco.
Last night, that sort of, when you're at those highs, you can get punished, and it's not even that bad. 69 is the level that you want to watch off the open. It's faded twice, aftermarket, and then current market right now in the pre-market. CoreWeave is one name we didn't talk about. Their lockup expires midnight tonight on CoreWeave. So the 120 level and the pre-market high is going to be looking to fade this one as a general preference. We probably was going to be doing this regardless of what the market did today, but it is catching a bid. Apple catching a bid going into the open. But this opening bell brought to you by Beta Pro by GlobeX. And in 3 seconds, we're going to ring it Deere 2 and 1. Let's go.
All right, so, you know, I was looking, I was like, let me go see what Amazon's doing. You know, I thought maybe Amazon, that was one, the only two longs that we have written down today are Amazon and Apple. Amazon is absolutely ripping right now to the high side. Amazon is gone, up through 228. There goes AMZN, a name that we didn't look at. And we should have. And there goes Apple as well. We talked about some levels there for Apple. It just breaks through that 232 to 233. It's all the way back up. I mean, what PPI number, right? I mean, there it is, Apple, all the way back up, right back up to the tops again. So we did nail some of these talks today about what stocks we wanted long.
235.
But we're going. Now, there goes Apple 235 now and going higher and higher and higher. So bye-bye Apple upside now. It looks like the S&P 500 is making those moves higher right now, right in front of our face. So as we said, that was the play today. It was try to see what happens here against that CPI number or PPI number, and it looks like we're trying to battle back just a little bit. The futures just went up to VWAP. Potential start of a short coming here for me on the futures.
Yeah, and coming to the upside is bullish to the volume weighted average price is going to be BLSH. Apple's going to break 235. Boom. I feel like it's a trade that I want to take, but I'm going to give it a very, very tight stop. Sorry, guys, I have to go over to Apple. Whoa, that did not break. It didn't.
It did.
It did break. Sorry, guys, I couldn't change before. You got to address the trade first. So I said a very, very tight stop on Apple. It's not the same thing getting in
and out.
When it's, oh goodness, when it runs $3 to the upside going into the open like that and you're punching the top, I'd much rather let it settle down, but I had the order in, so I had to jump right over and make sure we could cover out of it because I don't want to get trapped in any kind of a top. What I was trying to say there was I want to short bullish at the pre-market highs. That got very, very close. Here is bullish, which I accidentally put on the NASDAQ.
Holy shit, Amazon.
78 to about 79 is the area first underneath 80 that we'll look to engage the first time through. But yeah, that's why you get out right away. Apple's already starting to come back in. So market is bouncing. Apple lost the top. NVIDIA is trying to go. But I want to see if we can't get that short in the IPO du jour yesterday. There is one today, but it's small. We were just talking about it. It's the Miami Exchange.
Yeah, MIX, yes.
It probably will be till later, but it's a smaller IPO. It's not something we take the print on. You'll actually hear us talk about it.
Well, wait. I want to wait to see what it does.
Yeah, we'll see. It's a small buy imbalance already, 300,000 shares. Yesterday at this time, Bullish was an imbalance of like 2 million.
What is the symbol?
MIAX. I think it's the same as the gateway.
Yeah, I think it is as well. So, all right, I just want to look at this because right now the tap is 20. Okay, by the way, new positions. We're short the futures with TQQ. Yeah, so $23. So we'll check that back in a minute and then see as that updates. That will not take until noon or 1, I don't think, there. But, okay, so Yeah, I'm like very, very impressed here with Amazon. You know, up to 230 right there. Just went to 229, and now it's starting to fade out a little bit. But here's the trade for me: the futures. You know, we talked about it. I wrote down 95 there because that was the top before the CPI number, and that's actually, or sorry, PPI. I was looking at this anyways. It was actually written down. We had bullish and the TQs, and then the PPI number hit. So there's 95 right here. I want to go short into 95. Hopefully, not hopefully, we don't have a very big position right now. We have about 1 unit. You know, as we climb higher, I want to start to average into this position for sure. So let's be wrong higher than this. I don't want to be wrong right now. The market just opened up. We did take it at VWAP. We did take it again here. We're trying to figure out if we are going to take something at 94.25. We'll add it. We'll have about 1.5 units, and then hopefully by the time we get up here, we have about 4 units or so. So that's kind of the play that I want to look for here with the futures. We're in it right now. Enough to win, but not a full position. AMD, huge move to the upside now as well. There's $3 right into, again.
Bullish is going to break 70.
The bullish is going to break 70. Okay, so I'm paid for shorts on that name, but we don't have, did you wind up paying eventually? I don't know. What,
I just paid the,
was it 8?
The 8. Eight,
yeah, okay. So, all right, so Neil's in core weave right now. I'm only in the futures with the TQs. And yeah, bullish there. Good call by Neil. It does bounce off 70. So now up $3 from that bouncing spot. I'm waiting at 79.50 or so to see if we get a move up into 80 for BLSH. But right now the future is just kind of doing its own thing, trying to go a little bit higher, and in fact is starting to go higher. So we will get another piece right here. And yeah, there it is. We'll put on another piece right into yesterday's sort of levels. And if this market comes all the way back up, honestly, on that kind of a PPI, the worst since what, 2021 or something, I'll put my hands up like I'm doing right now. And we'll add to this, add to this, add to this. And if it breaks through that 95, then yeah, we'll put an L on the board early in this name, but it's okay. I'm fine with it now. Amazon blasting,
Amazon
Apple
is going
blasting.
absolutely ham right now. Apple's not blasting.
Oh, it's not? It came back?
No, that was, thank goodness we got out of that one. Like, I didn't have my stop.
Oh, nice. Okay.
The reason why I couldn't pull level 2 up for you is I didn't have my stop to cover out live on the break, but I'm like, I'm going to give it a tight stop. I didn't have it out. I had to just go to level 2 and punch out manually. That went all the way down to 233, so that was right quick. Back in. Maybe we get a higher low and we can settle down. I still want, like, this is the name that I wanted to be in the long on in general sense, but I'm not going to get trapped at that high. Core weave, which we just got. Let me double check on bullish. No, bullish is absolutely nowhere near. Wow, it really bounced off 70. I just put a stop order to break short if it went through 70, and it bounced $5 or $4 to the upside. Core weave is working underneath the 116 level, but the other name, and apologies for not getting to this. I know a lot of people have been looking at Newegg. This was up 20-something% right before the open. It's pulling back a bit. I'm a little surprised. 12% short float. The way this is going on the daily, you'd think that it was a bit of a bigger short float than that. I'm going to guess that it's much larger than what is reported, but Newegg trying to resume after dropping $10 at the open here. It was up, actually one of the bigger runners this morning, but giving back a little bit. As the market pulls back, go figure. I see the chips not doing much. NVIDIA is not really, like, it's bounced to VWAP. That's about it. I like the 182 level in the note. I don't know if we can get there unless we get a really, really big pushback. Because that's right where we were. 182 is where we were when the number hit. I'd be surprised if we're able to get back there.
This, what's up, everybody? Hope you guys are enjoying the show. You know, hit the like, hit the subscribe. And thank you for joining us. Bless you one more time. There goes, I mean, Amazon. Like we had written down here on the note, and again, it's just a note that we're looking for there. I had said that Amazon 221 long if we continue to dip, but 224 is a great spot if it stays up here. And we had wrote that down, and that's exactly where we bounced, 224, and there's 224 all yesterday afternoon. We held it until we popped it, and there it goes right now, like. Boom, Amazon, huge move to the upside right now. Looking to take out 235, but I mean, that's a much bigger move. The futures are really gonna have to get going up into there. And if we do, this is the only spot that I think I would short it, 235. We've only spent a couple days above it, so I would like that area if we're going to go short on Amazon, but it is trying to break a little bit lower right now off of that 230 mark, so that would be something to look at. Let's go back over to the biggest and the baddest of them all. It's Palantir. Yeah, you want to talk about a stock that's recovered nicely here today. 182 up to 184, so a nice $2 bounce on Palantir as well. We know this game could get going. We had that report yesterday from Citron calling it overvalued about 10 minutes after we talked about it, and that was just pure coincidence. I think that there's a lot of stocks that do have a lot of PE issues right now, and Palantir's grown into it. It's just we're used to that story, and I don't buy it. I want to hear something else about Palantir, slowing revenues, losing contracts, something like that. Because if you're
go ahead,
yeah, I was just going to say, if we're just going to keep talking about stocks not having proper PEs, then I mean, we can start listing a whole bunch of stocks here, Coinbase or any of these fintech names. Or
I expect there to be a thesis, because like if you're, the way I see it, if you have a short thesis based on something, it should be unique to that company. Because if your only thesis is, oh, it's valuation, I could point you to 10 other things. You just go short all of them. It's not to say that there might not be an opportunity. Look, maybe there is. I was pretty
I mean, when the market turns around, the market just doesn't always go up.
It'll beat the value.
Palantir
It'll beat those types of names the most.
Yeah, Palantir will get hit. I mean, just like if there's a negative story on SoFi, the thing could drop like 20%. Just because. No. It's the things. Any of these names. 20 is too much, but could drop 10%. Robinhood did drop. Robinhood's high.
SoFi was so good yesterday relative to the space.
And SoFi might be great today, by the way. But look at that. Even right here, we went from 24 down to 23 there pretty easily. And then just to go on this, and again, stocks that we like, Robinhood still made a high of 117 and is now down to 108. That's 10% right there on the flush for Robinhood, and we didn't even get going yet, right? So some of these names are suspect to those plays, but we do have to go over to Adera. I'm still sitting in this TQQ short. The longer I sit in this futures trade, the worse I think it's getting, because if the market's not going to go down, then it's going to go up. And
it goes sideways.
Or it goes sideways, which is in danger right now. I think.
Wouldn't be surprised. Let's go to Adera.
Yeah, let's see what she thinks.
Right now, I don't actually have anything about the market specifically. I just want to let you guys know here about another name that's running. This is a day one earnings play. AG is the ticker. The company is called First Majestic Silver. It is worth noting this is not even a particularly small cap name. It's got a market cap of about $4.3 billion. They did actually beat on EPS, but they missed on sales. Either way, pushing higher here for AG. It is worth noting we don't have any economic data at 10 a.m., but Fed's Muslim will start speaking at 10, guys. Back to you.
Oh, that's right. We get a little bit of Fed speak in addition to the president. So just very quickly, I mentioned in the chat as Sean was talking, I took out on CoreWeave. The market entirely stronger than expected. And then this bounced at 114, which you can see was a prior pre-market low, was a pretty key level. Once buyers started to emerge at that price, it's like, okay, quickly get out, because I don't want this to run to the high. We got the move off the pre-market low, and we took our first shot at it, was able to get about $1.25 on it, but lose on Apple, win on this one. Still nothing for me in bullish, though. Thought we might have traded this one at the open. No breakdown through $70. No push into 80. Bullish is actually not even moving that much today. So
not that bullish for you?
No, it's not doing much of anything. Unfortunately, that's just how it is. We'll crack back over to NVIDIA. This is starting to get a little bit more momentum into that 182 level. 184 has been a brick wall. Every single day this week, NVIDIA has run into 184 and failed. I don't see any way that I don't look for a short at 184. If it breaks out, it breaks out. I don't mind reversing on this thing, but here, let's look at the 15-minute chart. Somebody's selling it at $184. So if we get up there, how do you not? Anyways, I'm going to be shorting that thing at $184. Still nothing on bullish. I just heard Rocket Lab in my ear, but before I get to that, AMD with a bigger move to the upside than NVIDIA, which I guess shouldn't surprise anybody. AMD has just gone meme crazy again.
Yeah.
I'm not breaking this. I don't know if I want to break this one long, but if there's any kind of a dip, I might pull up the 5-second chart to find an entry on AMD. That's one of those things that I was incorporating yesterday.
Oh, boy.
I'm going to start doing that more.
This was down 3%. So I mean, we talked about AMD being down that 3%. Remember, we looked at it was down 2.79%. And then now you just went green right there on advanced micro devices. Definitely lifting this market higher here as, the NASDAQ's trying to go. And we're right back to the levels that I'm pretty short, pretty confident not confident, but I'm happy going short in this area. NVIDIA also just got a pop right now as well. So you can't keep the best stocks down, it seems like. I mean, it's quite obvious where we need to be investing right now in this market, and the chip space seems to be the winning space right now. NVIDIA, nice high there. Bitcoin tank right now, down to 118 again right there. I mean, we throw around the words tanking and ripping a little bit too much, but for sure here in our business, IBIT down 4%. There's not too many times where we've seen that happen. So there's IBIT down 4% recently. Don't send me a whole bunch of stuff. IBIT down 10% and all this. But Ethereum also down 4% today. Remember, I think the more people fly into these trades, they do get crowded. So I think if you're in it now, potentially a little bit late, but we'll wait to see what happens there with Ethereum. And the names that you guys want us to talk about right here. Amazon. Yeah, we're talking about it, man. AMD. Amazon's... Again, we had Amazon and Apple written on there. I didn't have AMD for sure. Robinhood, you just mentioned Newegg going Carvana style right there today. Palantir as well. Nice upside play as we continue to go. And here come the names to add into this as well. So, yeah, we're going up here at Tesla down now 1%. SoFi down 1.6%. CoreWeave down 4% again today. After CoreWeave yesterday, man, nasty day. We do have the lockup happening for CoreWeave as well. So CRWV, that's tonight or tomorrow?
It's midnight tonight, so effectively it's tomorrow.
So you're going to get the market flushed with more CoreWeave shares as maybe not, but now you have the insiders that have bought on the IPO that got that first price.
Position board.
The lockup is now expired for CoreWeave tonight. So this is part of this move, upside down right there. Obviously, we had earnings too a couple days ago, so we have to look at that. Yesterday's big mover, Neil, was Rigetti. The position board, I just heard Neil say that, so thanks for saying that. The position board is down right now. The only thing I have is the NASDAQ short, and we're waiting for that. Rigetti with the move down now, down 5%. I feel like this market wants to give it up a little bit, but we've been wrong before, many times before. Yeah, for rate, there it is right now. Intel, now the position board's up. So Intel right now, oh, you finally got a bullish short. Good, because I was waiting for a price there. So
we'll see
you took 76.
Well, essentially, if it's not going to get to 80, it's similar to CoreWeave. Like it made a topping tail candle here under 77, and then I sort of saw the same thing, lower high coming at 76 level. So play off the open high at 76, but maybe play inside of this range to 74, see what we can get here on bullish, which was bearish yesterday. Oh, the other thing, and let me just quickly jump. I'm going to get some VWAP here, 75, and then we'll see if it can push through that 74 level as well. If we break out that prior candle wick, then I'm just jumping out of it. We're playing inside the range when I'm expecting that it would have been 80, so it's a very, very tight stop here. Apple, wow. I mean, Amazon's the one that's going. Apple, it was right to get out of the breakout. I'll stand by that every single time, but it's still looking relatively strong. Just because it didn't break out the top, held the low, higher lows, if it can close over VWAP, that looks a little bit better. But I want to be back into CoreWeave short. That's the bigger concern. Like right when I thought it was catching a bid, it goes right into 115.6 and dumps. I think this could be an all-day short. First available green candle is going to be the way I want to get back into that bad boy, as once again, it looks pretty nasty. Willis Addison, we get the super chat here? Sure. Goodbye, Rigetti Spaghetti, CoreWeave, Tesla, and Robinhood. Yeah, Rigetti had a buy program yesterday. I guess sometimes the algos get it a little bit wrong because, somebody could not stop buying Rigetti in yesterday's trade, and it got pretty nasty. And all of those prices look really, really bad for Rigetti. Day after earnings, though, so you have to let this one calm down. It's still very much finding itself inside of the earnings range, really.
We got that bad, hotter than expected PPI number at,
I'd say bad.
I'd say bad too there at 3.7, coming through versus 2.9. So that was not great, but look what just happened. We actually had a flip right there. So 94.6%. It was up to 99.8%. So you do get a little bit of a pushback here, but it still is looking more and more like, wasn't it 5% the other, or wasn't this way 50% basis point?
There was 0.2 chance that was 50.
So that has got squashed now. And now we're looking at 5.4% of a chance for no rate cut and 94% chance of a rate cut. So, although that number comes super hot there today, highest since 2021, the market is sort of shrugging that off. And you could see that right now with the futures. And I should have maybe used that as an indicator. Like if that number was down to 80s or something like that, then maybe we could be like, okay, that's much more likely now that this market does think that this is a rate cut environment, but rate pause or hike with that kind of inflation. I don't think we're getting a hike, but the market here is making moves higher, and we're almost right back as if it didn't even matter.
It's like nothing.
So the market went down 0.5% there. We had AMD. I mean, you want to talk about buying dips and whatever. You had an opportunity to buy AMD down 3% today. You had an opportunity to buy Apple and Amazon. Amazon was down to 224. It's now 230, of course, on that play as well. So yeah, we'll just sit here. We're into the future short right now, and this is the level that we kind of liked to begin with. So I'm not the greatest price here, starting at 94.30s when it's at 94.70s right now, but we're going to add to it. And then if we break that top, then we got to get out, man. 95.20 or so, good little level there to raise the white flag, so to speak. But we're here for the longer run here right now. It's only 9.48. We're trying to be as patient as possible. And again, the Fed, the PPI, it's all baked in right now. So I guess we just wait for more Fed speak. We've got President Trump coming at 1 p.m. We'll hear what he has to say. But I think Trump might move the markets even more than the Fed if there's anything significant to say. So we could wait for that. People still want Wolf and all that, but we got to go over to Neil.
Well, Wolf has been a big runner.
Yeah.
There's no question about it. But the futures move a lot. And if you want to find a way to expose yourself to bigger moves, well, sophisticated Canadian traders, is exciting news for you. Beta Pros by Globex Canada has just launched 6 triple leverage ETFs, including 3x bull and 3-time bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. And even better, they're offering a special fee rebate. They're dropping the management fees to just 65 basis points. And that is going on until December 31st of this year. So you got to the end of the year, everybody. The ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize USD exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying US equity indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. Scan the QR code. But let's go up to Deere.
Here's American Battery Technologies. This is ABAT. Nice push to the upside for this one if you're looking for a bit of a runner here. I don't have any news on this. It's a small cap, $229 million market cap. We've got a short float here, about 8.6%. And it's at day's highs, though it's not yet at pre-market highs here for ABAT. Back to you.
All right, so the bullish.
Yeah, we promised we would look at Wolf.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
And, it's kind of doing some stuff. It's holding the volume-weighted average price. It's a great indicator, especially for some of these small cappers, to indicate momentum is still your friend. Holds it at the open on a fail breakdown, but it's not really doing much. Seller control at $7.40, which should be obvious to everybody. What you want to see happen, Palantir did this the other day. If it just holds long enough at the same level, you want the breakout over, but not necessarily, you don't want to get wicked out. So if you put it at 40, you might get wicked out. I think if it can take out 50 and then get going, and maybe you throw a tight stop under 30 would make some sense. Just for myself, I'm going to check to see if we have free locates on this. We do. Sometimes when it's free for day traders to short a stock, it's even more explosive to the upside if it breaks. You get a lot of day traders that are like, oh, it's free for me to short. This thing is too high, let me jump into it. But it's not doing a heck of a lot here. Let it battle through that 740, and then we'll see if it can go. Bullish, recent IPO. Yesterday's IPO is still not doing much. It just wicked the 77 again. So it keeps on trying to break the high. I was in the short at the 76 change, got it to VWAP, and then it took out the local high. It then did another fail the high. So if I want to be short and it's not getting to 80, every time it fails the high and reverses, I'm just taking that wick entry in. Still want to see it push through 74 to the low. The breakdown through the low is another trade on its own for Bullish. What else we got going on here? People saying Reddit, let's go. That stock is absurd, man.
Reddit is amazing. I cannot believe I did not buy that name.
It's another 3% to the upside 11. It's $11 is what I meant to say from the open. 3%. on the day, but $11 is like a 5% move or 4.5% move on Reddit. And that would be another all-time high for Reddit. That's 2 days in a row, making all-time highs as the market continues to rally here. Wow, Reddit is just an unbelievable stock, realistically. This is one where, like, if you're Discord, how are you not coming to market while Reddit is so bullish? Don't waste the opportunity.
Bullish did, you know.
Well, I'm just thinking, like, you want to do it when the space is hot, when the comparables are the best. You don't want to wait until the market starts turning.
No, they'll yeah, I mean, it's an IPO bonanza right now.
Exactly.
I mean, I think everybody should try to come through with all of that. Okay, so I don't know. You know, I've only been in one trade here, and we finally get up to 95, and our position right here is 94.50. So I'm fine with that. That's where the 200 period moving average is. We should have a 95 short. This is what we waited for. We weren't patient enough, but we're here now. If it breaks 95.20, then we'll have to put the L on the board for that very first trade and, you know, sort of bang our head against the table, because I did not think that this was about to happen today. I did not think the market was going to rip like this. So we had written down here on our sticky note, there it goes. Fuck, man, I can't, why can't I just be more patient? There it is right here, 90. I mean, here now the market's really coming back, and I should take advantage of this a little bit. But yeah, we wrote down, and it's just, I need to do better. I need to do better. It's my bad. There's TQQ 95 short. We just have to wait for that. It comes to 95 and stops there. Now, I don't know what that little flush was about there. I'm not hearing anything in my ear, of course, but you know, it's just like if you're actually patient enough and wait for things to happen, then good things can happen. And we weren't very patient there, and nor did we just take advantage of that move down for no reason. That was like the first move that this market actually ever had today. So we're still fine. We're in. We've got our 3.5 or so units on this play. We thought that we would maybe get 4. So I don't know if this is a bull trap or not. I was not thinking that we would get all the way back up to where we were before this PPI number came through, where the market just said, what? And then it was just like, that was probably dramatic, but all the way back down now. So I don't know. I'm not sorry. All the way back up, was not expecting that at all. My guy over here, Palantir. Okay. Yes, futures. All right. Now we're starting to get to the low side. Okay. Now can we start to print? I ask. Now, okay. We can now finally get going. This should be a 40-cent winner. Did not trade it properly. I hope that you guys all, you know, have your trades in and not mine. But there it goes right now. Let's go. We just got another fill on it. Okay. We're starting to turn now on the futures. Let's get back down to the downside. Your boy's getting excited right now. Why? Because we called the 95 top. I know where my mistake was. Do you know where yours was? That's all that matters, man. I mean, trade your book, trade what you're doing. We're giving trades as much as we possibly can here. I think I like that trade up there to 95. Had to be more patient. We're scalping out of this. It's not a winner yet, but we're waiting for this to happen. It looks like there's a nice fall down. Bitcoin tried to just hold 118. It looks like it just did. Let's go downside right now, futures, and make something happen right now. All right, what's up, Adara?
Yeah, I mean, I guess with regards to the market, the only news I'm kind of seeing that could be of watch is more on the geopolitical side of things. I'm seeing reports that Russia is planning on extending the ban on gasoline exports until the end of September. That's all I'm seeing here. Back to you.
Well, there's talk that by the end of the week, if the war doesn't end, they don't make a deal, that repercussions are going to happen. Serious ones. And then when asked to expand on it, the president said, I don't have to. Of course you don't have to. Why would you? Just 2 things. One, there was finally a move to the upside. No, Blush did go. It's not,
did it?
Oh my goodness, Blush.
I want to try to
I just pull up level 2. Look, Blush, it's not Blush.
I know.
It's Bullish.
Yeah.
This is exactly why I think it should be a cosmetics company that gets that. No, Bullish broke out the high. I'm only really looking short under 80 on this stock. So every single time it does a wick high, I'm jumping out of this thing. And then trying to get back into another entry. The thing that's trending down, which I didn't really get filled. Okay, so CoreWeave, I forgot to mention that CoreWeave is it's SSR today. It's short sell restricted. So what that means is if there's no uptick, you can't hit the bid to go short. You can only sell into the bid if you're long, which makes it tricky to get into the short, which I just missed when it finally popped up. I tried to get it back through 113 and then remembered I couldn't hit the bid, left orders to try to get filled. I didn't get anything until the $0.50 and I actually still have some orders above the 112 half that are just unfilled. But that's the thing that It's SSR. It's trickier to be able to get the short into CoreWeave. And if it breaks the low of the day, you might not be able to get fills. So I want to hold through the low, but I was looking for a place to add to this on that topping tail wick here in CoreWeave. The expiration, lockup, that could be a factor. They also reported yesterday as well. The numbers weren't exactly bad necessarily, but the valuation is a bit insane. They traded like 14 times sales, not PE, like that's sales, which is it's a pretty hefty number.
All right. Palantir right back to day's high again. We took advantage of that move down. Yeah, day's high for Palantir. Despite the market pulling back just a little bit, there's Palantir right at the open price right now, back up to 185 and change. I'm choosing my weapon of choice today are the futures, and we're trading the TQs, and I'm shorted, so I don't want to go long Palantir here, nor do I really want to short this name. It's up actually on the day, up 0.25 right now, so that could be a play that continues to blast through, especially if this market gets going. We see the positive relationship here between Palantir and the market. And again, you guys can ask us at any point if we're green or red. I mean, I see people in the chats like, you know, don't follow, don't do this, don't do that. I mean, it's up to you guys. I know that for myself, since we've been trading this, obviously we had a bad day a couple days ago, made some money on Bullish again yesterday, which was okay. Yeah, I don't know why. And it's because you said that I said it yesterday. Now I can't get it out of my mind. But we're going to still continue to do what we're doing, looking for some opportunities to trade. John Deere, we had that number come yesterday or last night on an earnings play, and it was not great, but you know, we thought that there would be some opportunities to get back into this name, especially to diversify. It bounced off 470, which is its 200 period moving average. So, you know, I think we like that long if it ever comes back into that area, but it needs to do that first. So that's Deere. 470 would be a good dip buy opportunity. Neil's in CoreWeave.
Cisco, by the way.
Review that. Yeah, Cisco was that yesterday.
Cisco is
Yo, what's up,
about to
Ozan?
go green on the session.
I saw Ozan finally in the chat.
Oh, Ozan's
there.
back?
Yeah, so he said he's back. And I said, yesterday, I said, oh man, Ozan must not be here because maybe he got a job somewhere. And then now all of a sudden he's flying through there. So what's up, Ozan? Hope you're doing well. You know, one of the old sort of, not old, I don't know how long he's been here. I should check, but yeah.
One of our long-time viewers.
Long-time viewer there.
That's the best way to say it.
AMD bounces off that 185 pretty nicely, right? It goes all the way up into that area, now back into 183 and change. This could be another one here, back into VWAP, right? When there's a gap, fade to VWAP. And there it is right there, nice little fade. So this is not a gap, but you can act like it was from 179 up to 186 right there, almost in a straight line. So there's the pullback into VWAP. If there's going to be supported, it would be around now. You could see that it was supported pretty good. There was a nice topping tail candle there, bottoming tail candle, giving you that low. But here about to break it again through 183. Did I reload up there on the futures? Yes, I did. So we reloaded there at 94.80s. So I think we got 83s or 84s. So now let's give it a go. Right there. You're in bullish. I'm in bullish right now.
No, I'm not in. I'm not in it. I just got out of.
Right.
Oh wow, what a fake out! That was insane.
CoreWeave screwed you up.
CoreWeave. Sorry, somebody. Is this a 5-second chart? Somebody bought like heavy just now. And that got me out of the trade. It was failing the low of the day, right? So as it bounced off the low of the day, someone bought a ton. Volume just came in. I was like, what the heck? Okay, I guess we're going out again. So I jumped out of it for about like 50 to 60 cents. And then right after, someone smashed that short. So it was one of those, I don't know, it was one of those fake outs.
There we go.
It happens is the market going a little bit lower here, and obviously this one going to the downside.
All right, there it is, man. There's $1 right here. We put this down on bullish, so your boys got this one right now. Yes, sir. Make the money yesterday, make the money today. There it is right here, bullish. We said we're waiting at 79.50. There it is right there, man. The $80 short. We just got it. We got some out. Hey, look, if it breaks, it breaks, but it worked out so far there. My best out, 78.50s right there on the downside. Let me put another bid here at 79. There it is, another fill there for us. So another 50 cents there on BLSH. So far so good, man. We write down the TQ short at 95. That printed. Now we have bullish short at 79.50, which is about to go out. Hopefully you were able to take a little bit of profit there as the spreads are definitely starting to move this stock around. And here it goes. We are out of this immediately when it breaks 80s, and there it goes. You want to know the slippage there? Probably huge, 50 cents. So we got 50s there on the slippage.
It's not
so
that bad.
We'll fail it. No, it's not that bad. We'll fail that one there to the downside on bullish as it just continues to rip higher right now. But no bullish, no cry. We reloaded the TQQs on the upside. We're short right now at 65. Let's put some more bids in here right now. This is a much bigger position. I have about 40 times the shares right now on the futures that we did on that BLSH. So let's just figure this out. Hopefully we can get back up to the upside. BMNR, I don't know, people asking about that. We'll talk about that in a minute. Do we have to go to Adara? Yes, then let's go to for happening now.
It was quite the morning today, that's for sure. Big move down here in the market around 8:30 with these harder than expected PPI prints across the board. We had core PPI year over year and core PPI year over year, both 3 prints. We were expecting those 2% prints here, so definitely stronger than expected for every single PPI print that we got. Initial jobless claims a little bit lower than expected, so a bit of a mixed print there. 10 a.m., we don't have any numbers, but we are expecting Fed's Muslim to be making some comments here in CNBC. So if I see anything of note come through that, I will let you know. It's worth noting that the Fed lately has been increasingly divided. We're seeing a lot of Feds come out as very hawkish, a lot as very dovish. So we'll have to wait and see what happens at that September meeting. Tons of earnings to go over, surprisingly, here. Let's talk about Coherent, COHR. This one, numbers themselves are not bad. Guidance was more or less in line, but the company did announce right before its earnings report that it's going to be selling its aerospace and defense business for $400 million to Advent. Then we have JD.com. They reported earnings this morning. They actually gapped up decently. Right now they're at day's lows, though. They double beat here for JD.com. Cisco, CSCO. This was a double beat here for EPS and sales. Again, guidance for the quarter, a little bit more in line. Guidance for the year, pretty solid. So lots of earnings plays on watch tonight. After the bell, we'll get a whole bunch as well, including Nano Nuclear, QUBT, and AMAT. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Yeah, AMAT after the bell. It's a good bellwether for the chip space. What was that halt? That stock doesn't make any sense at all. I just saw this on a halt page for multiple halts, MB. That is literally zero liquidity. Stay away. Look, I want to be back in a CoreWeave. I think this could be an all-day short type of situation. And if the market is going to try to make a bounce at all, I want to short. Again, the next available pop on a 3. Overall, the market is still holding out those lows. Sorry, the lower high, I should say, on the NASDAQ. That's a good sign for the short. I just looked over and NVIDIA can't shake 182. I like 184 for the short because it's held every single day this week, but it doesn't seem like it can get there as long as the selling continues to, win out at the 82 level. So if that's the way it's going to be, then I'll take my first shot. If we can break down, let me draw this a little bit better. If we can break the trend, since it was at VWAP, I might jump into this one or wait for it to show failure above 182, like break 182 again, fail underneath, and get that back through the 182 level. But you can see the war being handled here on NVIDIA. I haven't checked AMD, but I feel like most days AMD, when it's really, really bullish, then NVIDIA is the one you would rather take a shot at. So I want to stick with CoreWeave. Bullish is at 84, so if it was under 80, I was going to be looking short, but at 84, the next level is not till like $86 on bullish. So NVIDIA, CoreWeave, I want to get back into. Apple's still doing absolutely nothing, which is a little bit strange to me. It's not really flushing, not really breaking back to that 235. I guess in Mag 7 land, it's really Amazon that's the more interesting of those names. And it didn't really have a catalyst, Amazon, today. It just kind of went.
Yeah, Amazon, I was just looking at the charts earlier. I don't know why. We wrote down 4 trades on here: BLSH, TQs, Apple, and Amazon. And Apple and Amazon were both longs, and they're actually turning out. The futures are not, though. I'm a little nervous about this because we didn't quite get back to VWAP, and we tested some of those low wicks again and did not break lower. So for me, we could be, I'm not going to average into this anymore until we get back up to the highs. And then we'll see if we can get a better fill. Other than that, we'll get another piece out if it gets back into this area, low 50s, and then we'll wait to see if we're lucky enough. My next fill is at 27, down here. So 94.27 at the 50 period and at VWAP. So hopefully we get a move to the downside. Okay, so today's big stories, again, let's just go over some of them. We have Deere coming through today down more than 6.5%, now down 6% after reporting lower quarterly profits and trimming its annual forecast. So tariff and margin pressures an issue there. Come on, Qs, get down. A name that we didn't talk about, Tapestry, TPR, right here in the apparel business. It's not been a great one. They're down 16% today. They're not good. Off of that report, nice move to the downside there. Missing profit targets and again, cutting outlook, cost driven by inflation, and we don't get a good PPI number today. If inflation's been a problem for them, inflation's actually low right now, so that's not great. So Tapestry, nice downside. Slower consumer demand. I think they're Coach and all that. So some of those bags and whatnot not flying off the shelves, I guess. And then we had Cisco as well, just another earnings play. Cisco at $70.25 right now, starting to battle back a little bit. This name underperforming what its move was supposed to be. I think it was about 4%. So you're pretty flat on that. Better than expected guidance. But I don't know, I guess investors maybe wanted more than what they got from Cisco because it's kind of just doing nothing. Energy today, oil prices up 1%. So, maybe names like XOM might finally find that bid in and around 106. Wow, the futures just bounced off 53 literally. So hopefully it can come in and get us that price at some point. But XOM actually down today. So I was not expecting that move, trying to hold that 106. So that could be an interesting play there. But yeah, we saw that number there go 3.3% year over year, well above that 2.5% forecast. Was it 3.3 or 3.7, the number? But anyways, PPI does create a downside play there early, and now we're all the way back up and trying to figure out what this market wants to do.
The core was 3.7.
Yeah, well,
Core was 3.7.
Right.
PPI was 3.3.
Right.
But either way, they were hot by 0.8. Both of them were hot by 0.8, which not necessarily good. Yay, the SSR demons just win again.
They always do.
They always do. This is the thing. It's supposed to keep the stock more stable. With CoreWeave, that you can't hit the bid as it's flushing, but it also means when it breaks 110, you might not be able to get a fill as CoreWeave continues to flush. I wouldn't be surprised if we see double digits today with the IPO lockup happening, or expiration on the lockup. I just got into NVIDIA for the first time. But let's go to the desk with the Deere. Yuck, CoreWeave, yuck.
Yeah, I just want to mention here, we did have some comments as well coming out about the war going on between Russia and Ukraine. Trump making some comments now, too, apparently in a Fox News radio interview, saying that the Ukraine war is probably the most difficult one to stop, and that he thinks that with regards to this Putin meeting that Vladimir Putin, quote, wants to get it done with regards to ending the war. Well, meanwhile, at the same time, IFX, which is a Russian news source, is reporting some comments from the Kremlin that suggest not that. Apparently, the Kremlin is saying that it would be a big mistake to predict the outcome of high-level negotiations between Russia and the United States, and that also apparently there are no plans to sign documents on the outcome of that summit. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens there, but lots of geopolitical tensions, I guess, happening right now. Back to you.
You're going to have to watch out maybe for the energy markets for sure. And at the end of the day, I feel as if this is not necessarily the politically correct thing you always want to say, but when it comes to news geopolitically, we care a lot more about tariffs and the deals. The market, I should say, not we. The market's going to care much more about that, and maybe the effects on oil are going to matter. But ultimately, it's not usually that big of an event, even if they were to strike a deal and end the war. I don't think you're going to get exactly what you would expect out of the market. It's not like we just start flying to the upside or anything like that. All right, here we go. NVIDIA, if I can get back in on that short on CoreWeave, I'll try, but I'm going to have to get this on the way to the upside instead of trying to hit it to the downside. Oh, don't. Okay. Yes. I thought my chart was going to crash there. Right. It would just press back into that high. Missing a little data there, but that should be fine. If we break the top out, we're looking for a VWAP retracement on NVIDIA. But as said, someone just said in the chat, what the you-know-what CoreWeave. It's got a lot of things going on right now for CoreWeave. As I said, that lockup expiration matters. Whether or not a bunch of people dump their shares tomorrow morning, I don't know. But you can also have sellers trying to get out after earnings when it flushed after earnings and want to get out in front of any other sellers. So you have short-term traders but you know what, let's look at this here. Because you can't really talk about this without the context of this was $40 when the IPO came out. This was an IPO breakout trade at $65. the IPO breakout where it makes the range. It's a traditional trade. Look at what Robinhood did, or look at a bunch of names. When they had that IPO high and they retest it and break it, it's just a great look a lot of times to the long side. So this is still, was a double up after earnings on that trade and almost a triple up going into yesterday from the IPO price. So down on earnings, lockup expires, people way in the money on this. There's a lot weighing on the stock right now, so just want to lean into the short every chance we can get. But NVIDIA is the only thing I'm in right now as the position board has gone again.
Okay, we'll figure all that out. Yeah, so good trade rate here so far, as we'll wait to see if this market wants to eventually flush. I think, some sort of a peace deal would not be great for the market, for the short. I think it would be great for a bid, but we're still in this short here, and here it comes right back in. I'm going to be green on the day with this trade if I covered here, but we're not going to do that. We're going to wait to see if we can get a little piece of a movement to the downside. So if you guys are, following this trade, it's green and it's so far so good, but we had to wait for it. It's 10:13, and this is really the only trade that we had. That was a PPI wake-up call today for sure, as we get also a nice move down in Bitcoin. We haven't really covered that too much there today, but there goes Bitcoin to the downside. And, we talked about the relationship with Bitcoin and the NASDAQ. I mean, the NASDAQ's in huge bull run, and so is Bitcoin, and so is the whole market. The whole environment is very, very bullish right now, especially even gold. If you're going to look at something else, other than, gold's outperformed the S&P 500 over the last 25 years or something with this most recent run up. So it's dumping as well. So I don't think anything is spared today. There's crypto down 4%. I just showed you. There's gold down as well. So it's like, the dog wags the tail, or whatever, however that saying is. And I think it's just like higher tides lift all ships, but they also sink them. So right now, gold is going to the downside. Silver as well could be a play there if you're looking for some alternatives other than gold, but that has also had a move down, and this breakout actually fails there. But that was, I guess we're not failed breakout until this pulls back underneath this 50-period moving average, because it has broken out silver again from this 31.75 marker all the way to 36, and now trying to pull back into this 34 area is silver, and down another 1.7% on that. Let's just take a quick look on the banks. The banks can fly with earnings, with interest rate announcements as well, and they're the ones that are holding the market today. It looks like JP Morgan nicely up into 292, up 0.5%, holding the S&P down. Well, the S&P is still down 0.16, NASDAQ down 0.13, but it looks like some of the banking names are going higher today, including Citigroup, up 0.48. So yeah, this is a strong space. Is it true for lesser known names like a SoFi, or lesser known? They're well known, but less market cap names. SoFi down 1.7%, 1.8 right there. Okay, come on, futures. Here we go, man. We are now finally, we just need to break VWAP. I don't want to get too excited right now because we're bouncing off the 200 period again, but I just bounced. So I'm going to put a bid, a small one, there for about 6 or 7% down in the 40s now, because that is now twice in a row that we've bounced right there off that 200 period moving average. We've been doing good getting out for sure, but we should be short 95s, not 94.70s. So need to have this go down a little bit more. If I was full position up there, I would be getting more aggressive on the out right now and then just holding something for the downside play, but we don't have a full position yet, and I still think it's going to break, and I don't want to get out of too much. But we are holding that level for sure. Is AMD must be going back upside. I feel like that's the long we need if there is anything. It was such a huge move.
No.
Now it's down. No, but just this move. It was up $6 right there, right off the open. And then now this retracement play back in. So.
I'd say it's looking pretty weak. It rejected 185 heavily. It's a bit of it's not really a double top on that time frame, but if you pull it to the daily chart, there's a double top on AMD. We'll see if it ends up holding up. Someone in the chat just said, when is the Berkshire news? I'm going to assume you mean, when do we find out what it is that they have in their 13F recently? Yep. I've not seen that. They tend to be, I feel like we get Look, 13F just means all these big firms have to say what they've been doing recently and disclose their holdings and any new changes they've made. Realistically, I'm pretty sure Berkshire is notorious for being at the end of that cycle. You hear from them near as late as possible. So I don't know when we're going to find out what the mystery company is. A lot of people have been speculating that maybe it's UNH, but that's just all guesswork. We'll know when we know, and by then, like UNH will probably have already run a bunch, and maybe you don't want to chase it. That's just the nature of the game here. So, if you're in the right spot, I don't know that we get that like intraday. A lot of times you'll find that kind of stuff overnight, and we don't know it yet when it comes to Berkshire. So the market, again, not doing a heck of a lot here. There was no particular catalyst for the chip space. But if you look at AMD in that reversal, I'm kind of thinking, why aren't we you just said VWAP for the market. I'm thinking the same thing for NVIDIA. Like, we're failing at 182 to go any higher, which we could still break out. I want to see it do what AMD was doing. But you have a day now where these two have maybe flipped it, where NVIDIA is going to be stronger than Advanced Micro Devices. If that's the case, I don't mind flipping as well and saying I should be short the other one. But today, we took the 82. If it breaks out the high, I'm out, and I look to AMD. Thank you so much for Mark. The Realtor is back in the house. Kava puts. They reported this morning, I believe. Kava, ooh. You know that's a $2 stock now?
What? No, it's not.
Kava.
Kava?
No, that's sorry, Sava. I mean, It's Cassava Sciences.
Right.
I saw that today. Cassava Sciences actually reported this.
Big Bear AI going.
BBI is going?
Yeah.
Kava puts, I'm imagining you got them yesterday or maybe this morning, either way. This was a very, very good bounce play in yesterday's trade. It just looks like it's giving it up today. Sometimes you got to give it more than just one day. We talk about the 3-day rule for bounces. I think that comes into play there for Kava before you try and catch any strays. This one broke down heavy on the daily chart through 71. And I never want to catch a falling knife when it loses support like this, unless it gets back and holds 70 a couple of days. You just want to stay away from that bad boy. It remains undefeated. Kind of it's not a big hit on NVIDIA relative to, like, say, Apple at the open, because we're able to get some profit, but it could not follow through to VWAP. NVIDIA seems stronger than AMD today, and if that means I have to flip, then it's CoreWeave and AMD that I want to the south side instead of NVIDIA. AMD under VWAP. AMD holding 185 looks pretty nasty there. I just heard in my ear, what was that, Walmart backing away from the trade desk? You hear that as well?
Yeah, I guess the trade desk has been a problem for a minute.
Oh man, they don't need more bad news here. The trade desk. If Walmart backing away from the trade desk, that just hit another fresh low. These guys got smoked on earnings, and it just held the low. Like, literally, it had just made a double bottom, and now you're flushing again. So the trade desk getting smoked. That's obviously a gigantic customer. You're not going to find customers much bigger than Walmart, obviously, here. So that just dropped on the wire. Massive volume spike. This feels like this should be. I'm never punching the low on news, but if it gets anywhere near 52 again, I'll probably take a shot at this. I just heard we're going to go to Adera as well for the small cap recap.
I can do that too. I was going to talk about this article. So this was posted about 4 minutes ago by The Information. Now, The Information is paywalled, so I cannot access it. But even just from reading the first bit, and again, if I see any longer posts of this, I am continuing to look and I'll let you know. It sounds like apparently the trade desk could be in danger of losing one of its most valuable clients. That would be Walmart. So it doesn't sound like this is officially ended yet. The Information, a lot of their articles are more kind of opinion type pieces. I want to provide those, I guess, those tidbits there. I'm going to continue to look into this, though, and if I get more info, I'll let you know. We also have some not so great commentary coming from Fed's Muslim right now, who's saying that inflation seems to be running close to 3%. Let's take a look here at RSLS, one of our looks here. This is Reshape Life Sciences. Yesterday, this company announced that they're actually going to be, combining businesses. They'll be trading under the ticker HIND. After this merger, that'll be tomorrow. Let's take a look here as well at XPON. Here's another one. This was an earnings winner here, XPON. Good look for XPON 360. You read more about this one in our Trader TV watch list. And then we have IVP. This is Inspire Veterinary Partners. Couldn't find any news on this one, but it's one that has rallied in the past. So IVP on watch today as well. Back to you.
Well, the market's certainly, trade desk is acting like that is happening. But remember, you always want to see confirmation, right? Like, rumor can take a stock to the downside, but if this gets refuted in the next few minutes, let's just say they come out with a statement, this could be right back at the volume weighted average price, or just jump up very quickly. So if you don't get that initial push on some kind of flash news in the middle of the day, be it rumor or be it real, a lot of times I don't want to chase it. I just think it's a breakdown on the higher time frame. There's no question about it. And it doesn't look very, very good here for TTD at all. I mean, Walmart doesn't care. That's not a story for Walmart, but that's a story that could really punish Trade Desk heavily, a stock that was already under pressure. And it wasn't like the quarter was all that bad. It just growth wasn't where you wanted it to be. It just wasn't enough. It was kind of like Cisco. Yeah, you grew, but you didn't grow enough. And when the market's at highs and market valuations are stretched, you need to see big growth. You can ask Amazon about that. Amazon got punked on their earnings, and man, they were just printing money. It didn't matter.
Yep, Amazon's going to be the winner of that TTD news, so get ready for a bump up in Amazon. All right, so 977 viewers right now, over 9,000 watching, 9,200. Hit the like button, please, if you can, and let's get this number to 1.5K. If you haven't done it yet, hit it right now. We've got a lot of viewers watching, 9,100 of you. We're talking about all the names. We've got. I'm going to bring up the board again to have a quick little talk. We talked about waiting to see what Warren Buffett has to say. I think it could also be UPS. Could be a name that they're looking to buy. Again, a bellwether name that's been really crushed to the downside. UPS does fit some of the, some of the characteristics with a dividend, with a strong American company, has been pretty strong there, and well depreciated value in UPS. And you can see the last couple of days, a little bit of a bump up there for UPS. So we'll wait to see what that 13F has to say for Berkshire today. But I would think that UPS is going to be one of the names maybe that they've been buying. I don't know if it's the one that everyone's looking for. Neil mentioned UNH. I think UPS could also be it. Let me know if there's anything else in the chat that you guys think may be being bought over there by Berkshire. So, all right, Adair, what you got over there?
I just want to let you guys know I've been looking further into this TTD thing. So for one, again, like if you just even look at the top kind of headline piece of this article from the information, apparently it says that last year there was some evidence that Walmart was backing out of the TTD, or I guess like using less with TTD, making less deals. They were, I guess, renegotiated the contract. So sounds like this contract renegotiation that happened with TTD actually would have happened as of last year, according to the article. Furthermore, now worth noting, this is just on X, but apparently I was seeing some posts suggesting that the company's SEC filings show that they don't have a single customer, that TTD, doesn't have a single customer or client that takes up more than 10% of their revenue. So even if Walmart is backing out, it wouldn't be more than, like, it doesn't even sound like they're even 10% of the company's revenue based on SEC filings. Now, again, this is all speculation, but I just want to clarify. It looks like this, according to the report, this Walmart renegotiation of its contract with TTD happened as of last year, unless there's more details. And B, does not seem like there may be as big of a customer as the headline kind of makes it seem. Back to you.
Yeah, that certainly sounds, even 10% is still, when you're as big as the Trade Desk, that's a healthy chunk. And you have to remember, like, when you're comparing it to expectations, now all of a sudden every analyst out there is going to have to adjust on they're going to have to revise their earnings, they're going to have to adjust all their expectations. You might see some analyst changes or maybe downgrades in the next couple of days. That turns out to be true. But you know what is also true? You've seen Trade the Pool here for a while now, everybody. And now they've got something new and special just for all of you. A free ebook, featuring 4 proven swing trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside, you'll see exactly how they approach the markets, how they manage risk, and what setups they rely on, so you can learn and grow from what actually works. Download it now by scanning the QR code on screen or hitting the link in the description, and you can peruse that for FREE. Shout out to Trade the Pool, and appreciate them. Yeah, I don't know. I feel that's pretty bearish for
$3.99
Trade Desk.
Yeah, no, I don't like that news at all.
I don't like that at all for them.
I would have shorted that. I just, I'm not sure. Like, maybe we have to wait for 50 to break or something for TTD. And again, there was the miss, and you're running into some support now. Digital advertising and all of that is changing. Especially with Gemini and ChatGPT and all that, it's no longer like this click the link kind of game. So yeah, I would be a little bit nervous for shareholders here of TTD. I'm not in the name, and nor do I want to buy this dip. I don't. I think when you see names like this that go to the downside, you have to be able to figure out why you'd want to buy it, and just from 90 down to 50, I mean, sure, if you're going to take a 40% haircut, that might be good enough. But then you have to make sure that you mark these as outs. The only problem is tomorrow, if the announcement comes that they lost whoever else, that that would be another 10% or so. And then next thing you know, these revenue, as Neil said, these guidances and all that need to come back in, right? Because if you're guiding $5 billion and you just lost 10%, well, now you're guiding 4 or 5. And if you put that on to their already disappointing earnings call, then yeah, this name probably does go lower.
You know what the question is? Think of this. If they had missed by an extra 10% on expectations on earnings, what do you think would happen to the stock?
Right.
That's basically what this news is. It's like
getting
having
worse.
this. Exactly. And
like this is just one customer. Yeah. Like plus we know that Amazon is also well involved in this space now. Deere's got news on NVIDIA.
I do have news on NVIDIA. So in case you guys missed it yesterday, Fubon Financial released a report saying that NVIDIA's Rubin chip could face delays. We know that AMD actually pushed pretty high off of that news. Well, now apparently NVIDIA's come out and saying that the Rubin chip is on track. So again, it looks like NVIDIA is denying these claims from Fubon Financial, suggesting that their chip is maybe a little bit delayed and that AMD might have the chance to catch up. I also want to mention we've got a lot of comments coming from both Donald Trump and Feds Muslim. I'll start with Trump here. He is saying some things about this Russia meeting, so just be aware here for the market, specifically if you're looking at oil or anything like that. He's saying that a deal will be made at the second meeting, I guess, with Russia, but he notes that there's a 25% chance that the Putin meeting could fail. So that is certainly of note. Then we've got Feds Muslim saying that he believes it's too early to say what the right decision is in September. So as I mentioned, there's become a clear divide in the Fed in terms of people who seem to be very pro-cut and people who seem to be very pro-waiting for data. This is just one example of that. We've got Feds Muslim saying that it might be too early to say what the right decision is for September with regards to rates. Back to you.
Well, that's not the most ridiculous argument now that you've got you're playing a balancing game between inflation and the labor market, which I guess is not a lot of fun for them right now after that print that we just got on PPI. But yeah, the odds are oddly enough. The last I checked, we were still at like 96%. I think we had maybe gone to 93 from 100% before 8:30 to 93 to 96. So maybe this needs some time to simmer, but the market seems to still think that they're going to cut in September. There's going to be a lot of skepticism over that with this print, and maybe even more division than we already saw. It was a heck of a reversal. Anyways, just jumping back over, like CoreWeave, maybe it doesn't want to fall too much further given that the market's trying to go. And if I zoom it out, if you look at what this stock has done in the last week, in that big move going into earnings, they dumped on earnings. It wasn't like the numbers were all that bad, but again, the stock is a triple up from the lows. The IPO breakout price is actually more than that if you go to the actual low. This is where support is. Down around 106 into 110. Like this is the chop area where it held on a pullback and then started going ham, breaking out. So it's in the zone where I could expect maybe it's going to bounce. Also, once you go 10% down, it extends another day SSR, so I guess that could be a little bit of a thing. I could see that happening, but I think you could be catching some kind of a temporary bid. I tried to get it on the way down again after it made another. Every time it makes a lower high, I just see the confirmation and then look to short the next bar if we can get it. That's what I did here. That's what I was able to do there. So every single time we make another one and then we try to take the short in. One of the names you guys were all over this morning was TeraWulf. And it is, wow, it's just continuing to go higher and higher. 44% now. Great runner. I'm surprised at least a little bit when I checked. My source said 12% short float, and I was like, that can't be. I thought it was a little bit light. I'll double check to see if I can find a different number on that. I thought it would be bigger than that. And you guys let me know if you see any bigger numbers. But it is continuing to break out. It's holding the volume weighted average price. I'm sure Sharif will be all over this one on the midday. But as I was just showing on the daily chart, when you get above 8 on TeraWulf, then you start getting into the bag holding type levels. Like up here from late last year, where every single time it would hold above $8, you don't have any closes above $8. It'll get there. It ain't closing up. It hasn't closed up there in a hot minute. So every single time, that doesn't mean it can't break and go higher. It's just historically, That's a price where the buyers have lost within 24 hours and lost heavily. So that's what we call bag holding levels, where you trap any buyers in and it gets back to that price and they want to be able to sell. It's like, hey, it's come all the way, I'm break even, let's get out. And then they do, and sometimes a GameStop's on them, or I guess that's not really good. Let's call it a Carvana's on them. You can't say GameStop anymore. Like if you're going to talk about a squeeze name that continues, you got to say Carvana or like Newegg.
Newegg is the new GameStop. I can't believe when you showed me that chart earlier about
this is going to be an epic short, probably, but not yet. Newegg, $120. The spread on this is stupid. It's like a $2 spread right now. It's insane, the spread on this stock. It's not very tradable for a day, unless you have like early longs or maybe you're trading this through options. But there's not a lot of printing. When I flipped to the stock just now, everything on the tape was a D print. There wasn't even a single lit print in my entire time in sales. So that's pretty untradeable for us.
Yeah, we got stopped out there. So people asking, I talked about this level here on the futures. So it's a stop out right there. We got stopped out at 75% of the trade. I'll put on a little bit more just in case that was sort of the topping tail candle. We don't get a spike up in volume here on the futures. And I was obviously sitting here not expecting this kind of a move today. I mean, you guys asked me earlier, and I just said, hey, honestly, I'm pretty bearish today with that kind of a report coming through there. Hottest PPI number since 2021. Did not expect the market to run up, but hey, sometimes it kind of does the opposite of where you think the market should go, and that's part of the reason why. And we say, I mean, Obi says it all the time. It's the hardest, venue to try to make some money in, because it's just so competitive. And sometimes you got to think a little bit outside the box. And today was definitely not a day for me to be going short. But the shorts were fine. They printed. But you guys remember we got out double there. We got out double there. As we noticed that we were holding this 200 period moving average. So of course I said I'm not going to short it until we get back up to 95. So we did do that, and then it broke that 95.20, and that 95.20 area was yesterday's levels. If we sort of zoom back out right into here, so we were talking about this area right there. This goes all the way back in. It's funny because we said, oh, we're right back to Tuesday's levels, and now we're right back to yesterday's levels. And I would not have thought with that kind of a number that this reaction was happening today. So yep, a big fail there. We can't celebrate the wins without talking about the losses, and that one's a loss there for sure, as we waited for that to happen, and it just sort of blew our face up to the upside there. It's too bad too, because I was thinking about shorting Palantir, and I didn't want to go double short, like short the market and short Palantir, but this would have been much better for a trade. This would now be 70 cents in the money, and I was about to call it up before we got stopped out there of the futures. And I did call it up, and I was like, I like the short here because you're underneath this 200 period moving average right there. You have some sort of protection a little bit there on this bump up. You are not, we know that Palantir, if the market falls, can fall. But on the same side of it, if you're wrong, this stock could, completely rip up. So Palantir holding fort right there. Nice little downside play now in the futures happening, but again, we're looking to get a lower tick here. It's too bad that we did get stopped out of a little bit of those shares there, 75% of them, but maybe we do get a pullback here just a little bit, as Bitcoin also making a move back to 119. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin, it almost felt like that was one of the things that was flushing the most. Was Bitcoin, and when the number came out, that was pretty nasty. Speaking of Bitcoin or things that are adjacent to it, we got a super chat from Mike Lowry. It's Mike Lowry.
It's Mike Lowry now, eh?
Hood, and that's it. Just Hood. Sure, why not? Robinhood's having a pretty solid day. If you look at 830, all it did is create a bottom, and we've been rallying on Hood. So that one continues to go. No breakout just yet. Hood seemed like it took it on the chin. The hardest off of the open on Bullish Day, the IPO day. And it's just trying to get back some of that range. Like, watch out for this, like 111. Like, that's where you could run into some more trouble. 111, like 110 into 111, where the buying ceased, and then we had lower highs all the way through. You need to break out that chop area before you've just confirmed. All you've really done is caught a low and gone into resistance here. So as much as the market's breaking out, I know this is up 1%. It's got some work to do here for Robinhood. Remember how high this is up. It seems like it's on one of those little temporary pullbacks for Robinhood, and those have lasted sometimes a few days to up to a week or two on hood, and then we get the resumption back into the highs. Let's go up to the desk. We've got Adara.
Yeah, keep an eye here on the market. Fed's Muslim commenting on the possibility of a 50 basis point rate cut. We know that a lot of individuals, including Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and potential Fed chair candidate Mark Summerlin have said that they believe that a 50 basis point rate cut is the right choice for the Fed in September. Meanwhile, Fed's Muslim saying that this decision would not be supported by the state of the economy in the U.S. or the data. So Fed's Muslim coming hard against that 50 basis point rate cut. In terms of other decisions for September, he said that they're going to have to wait and see, I guess, what all the data says leading up to the meeting. But he certainly does not believe right now that the data supports that 50 basis point cut that we really know the Trump administration is pushing for. Back to you.
We keep on supporting this bid here on the futures. So I think that, going green here today, we talked about going red to green. It looks like that's going to be the play again here today. We were huge red all the way back to green. We tried to fight this trade yesterday. It did not work out for us, and we're fighting it again here today. So we're very close to getting stopped out. And how you can check all of these trades and backtest is through eSignal. If you do scan that QR code right now on your screen, you're going to get 1 month free of eSignal. So do that. Again, 24-hour trading upon us. Even right now, I mean, not completely 24 hours, but you want the blue ocean, you want the moon, you want all those action, Nifty 50 in India over there. We've had obviously some good trades happening in Hong Kong overnight. Make sure you do scan it. Grab it right now. We've partnered up with ICE and eSignal to give you an opportunity here for free. This is not even existing in the eSignal world. So if you are a fan of charting and you like obviously consistent charts, grab eSignal. They're always up unless you have some internet connection issues. They also connect over 50 plus brokers. It's the screeners. It's the customizability. You can look at 500 symbols at once. So yeah. All right.
Oh, speaking of which,
we just got 08s down there, but it looks like the futures are starting to make a move down. Yeah, you have eSignal up right
okay,
there?
so very quick, I'll explain. We took another out here. Higher low just got put in CoreWeave. So each bounce has a little bit less volume and a little bit less volatility. Market breaking out the high and it held the low. Really just want to stay short, but we're starting to round out the bottom a little bit on CoreWeave. What I wanted to point out is we have an IPO today, MIAX. The Miami Exchange. Where is my? I see it's a buy imbalance of 309
million.
No, 309,000 with an auction price of $28, and you can see here like it gives you a spread of like 28 to 30. So. What do we open? 1 o'clock we opened or something? 1:01 I think we opened yesterday. So I don't know when this is going to open up. It's nowhere near as big or as juiced up and oversubscribed as you would have had yesterday in Bullish or the more recent IPOs. So this isn't like I'm taking the opening print and we're just going to close our eyes and go long. Not at all. But if you're watching this, MIAX, that's
Whoa, the futures just went.
Yeah, nice gateway. We actually use that gateway oftentimes here at Real Trading. But again, don't know exactly when they'll open up. We'll be able to give you updates throughout. It's never had an imbalance more than a few 100,000 shares. It's never crept into the million shares to buy, which makes me less excited about it. Let's go to Adara.
Let's talk about this sector board because we have this whole green to red story today in the market, and you're kind of seeing this reflected in the sector board as well. Red to green. We had this nice push back to the upside after this disappointing or harder than expected PPI data, that came out pre-market. We had energy, minerals, utilities, consumer services, consumer non-durables, and producer manufacturing. Those are all still very much red today. Producer manufacturing is actually being dragged down here by Deere, down 7.5% on earnings, and energy minerals certainly on watch as we get a lot of geopolitical talks ahead of Donald Trump's meeting with Vladimir Putin of Russia tomorrow. That being said, though, there are some bright spots in this market. Finance being buoyed here by names like Visa, Schwab, and WFC. Retail trade looking pretty good. Costco and notably Amazon strong today despite weakness in a lot of other names in this sector. And then we've got the tech names because, of course, there are a lot of these that are relatively flat on the day. But then you've got Netflix up 2.5%, Oracle up 1.5%, Microsoft, Nvidia, Broadcom, all lightly green, GE up 1.5%. So just because there are a lot of these sectors that are still red doesn't mean that much like this, red to green move that we've had. There are still some sectors here that you can look at that we are seeing some strength, guys. Back to you.
Get it, Netflix. 2.5 points will play.
Yeah, we like Netflix for sure.
That definitely plays.
All right. Yeah, 185.50 here. We'll try to fight a little bit here with our friend Palantir, 185.51. We'll stop out if it gets back up into that level. Oops, that's still the TQs. There it is right here, Palantir. Okay, so the market is now blasted off there. We got out of our short. You know, sometimes you're going to make calls that obviously don't work out. In the short today, didn't. We already talked about that. You know, Bitcoin might have been the play as well. We saw Ethereum down 4% at one point today. Now Ethereum's only down 1%, so that's battled back nicely. Same as IBIT with the Nasdaq. That's battled back, or with the Nasdaq has battled back as well. But Bitcoin's still down 3%. It looks like Ethereum would be the one that is starting to go. So. Yeah, nice move there to the upside on this market. IBIT not following, but Ethereum definitely is, as there it goes now back through. So good play there, up to 35.60 there for ETHA.
You know what's weird though? BMNR can't get going.
Yeah, well that's
the thing.
That's a thing.
It's a little different for BMNR. Those treasury plays, sometimes they're good for a while, but then they start to run out of steam. So even with Ethereum breaking it back out, this is still red. I don't know what SBET is doing. That would be another one that you could watch, but it's failing the high over and over again. The good news is it could at least play some catch up. That could, if you extend the trend a little bit further out into the day, you can have a later breakout here on BMNR. I think SBET is one of the other big ones that a lot of people look at here in the space. What are we doing on this? Similar story. This cannot seem to break out through the highs, but you know what can? The door is open through the highs on open door. 14%.
Yes, you can.
It's alive. It is alive, and it's going again. They got compliance back. They don't have to reverse split. They don't have to pull a Mullen because obviously it spent several days above $1. It hasn't been there in a very long time now, and it looks like it's gone squeezing again. So everyone that bet on this demise is kind of getting punked. That it's not $3 that I'd be watching out for. It's really like 280 into $3 on the daily chart. That seems like it's a bit of a chop zone. If it breaks through 3, it could absolutely fly to the upside. I'm just still looking over at Corby. Corby is the only thing that continues to trend down. So if I'm favoring short, it seems like that's the one to constantly get in on any kind of a pop. So I'm waiting for the next pop there on CoreWeave. And I just saw Bullish. Bullish is, it just broke trend.
Oh, no, did it? Upside?
Yeah, no. Well,
finally fading
it broke the uptrend.
Right.
And I'm eyeballing it, but I know it did. I'm kind of just doing it visually. Yeah, there it is. So there's the upward trend. I was shorted into this high, but there's the trend break. I did not just move that. Anyways, I'm not going to redraw. You guys get the idea. It's already happening down the downside. I'm going to look for an entry on this one to the south side. If the market's trending up, wait for something to break trend or get to a big level. And it looks like Bullish, short early, but now trying to go even more heavily. I might end up in AMD if this is the case and we can't catch anything on Bull. AMD can't even get back to VWAP as the market's pressing higher. See that news that was a nothing burger? They refuted that NVIDIA Rubin, and NVIDIA goes up, AMD goes down. I can see why that would persist. Sometimes you got to get the story right. That's why we have Deere.
All right, right now Palantir is making that move down. So finally we're in the 40-cent winner now with PLTR. We sort of chose this name. Remember we were talking about, like, do we want to choose the futures or do we want to choose Palantir? And we finally just wised up there. We went with PLTR. So we'll take advantage of this move down and take out 25%. Of the trade. So we'll take it out right there. We got a great fill at 55. We'll see if we want to break. That's 44s there. I'm actually waiting at 40s. So if we do break below, we should get another tick out here right at the 50-period moving average. And then we will look, of course, for the 200 to be ultimate support, and that's down there at 184. So we'll take it out as we start to fall back in, if we even do that. We might have just bounced off. Then we take another out here at 60 if we're able to get that one more spike down. Should give us this out there. There it is. Okay, so nice little move down. We'll take that. And I still am bidding something at 40s. Maybe we can get that. But Palantir is giving it up just a little bit, so we like that trade. Now from going green to red, red to green now, up zeros. So we'll wait to see if it does give a little bit of a pullback. I'm bidding 40s. We'll see if we can get that for this market move on Palantir back down in. Name that we didn't go through too much today, Tesla at all. They got up to 340 again. 340 has been a pretty good level for Tesla. That high into yesterday was 342 and change. So needs a little bit of work here. The market is ripping higher and Tesla is still red. So that would be something there to potentially look at again if you are thinking about market strength versus weakness. That could be a trade. Tesla, as it's a little weaker. You know, we noticed it. We got into the short there with Palantir. We still have a small futures trade there as well. But right now, futures going upside. Tesla coming back in. So there it is. So there we go. We finally get it, man. Spin this a little bit for us right there now on Palantir as that's coming back in. The futures going higher. Palantir coming in right now. So I don't know what's, again, leading this move right now. I mean,
Bullish is tanking now.
Bullish is tanking. Okay, so if you just look here at the hot list, Wolf up 43%. AMD right now maybe making a little bit of a move, obviously. So let's have a quick little look there as well for advanced micro devices. Yeah, these chip names might be helping this move higher there. So that's for sure. Other than that, Wolf, AMD, Tesla's on there. Trib, Q's, Open Door, wow, up 12% as well. This Trib stock here, boys, TRIB, what is this? Trinity Biotech right now, up 160% or so right there. Nice move higher there for Trinity. Palantir's coming back in. The futures fall back, but there goes Palantir. Nice downside play as well. Robinhood now back to 110, so that's nice. And NVIDIA up to 183 again. So NVIDIA holding fort here in this market.
Don't forget about the 84 level on NVIDIA. Every single day this week, NVIDIA has tagged 184 and reversed. The day that it breaks, we're going to have the break. You can always get a breakout trade because in reality, there's always going to be liquidity. But you can't always get a breakdown trade because that is now the third time that the lower the day breaks on CoreWeave and you can't get short. So every single time it breaks down, I just cannot. It's like it'll bounce off the low, and then we try to short it again and miss because it's SSR, and then it's the same thing here. CoreWeave now 9% to the downside. Bullish is bouncing off VWAP, but let's go over to NVIDIA. The market saying, who cares about a hot PPI print? It doesn't matter. Well, I'd like to think it matters, but it doesn't matter what I think. Certainly doesn't matter what I think. I just wanted to quickly show you guys ETH. Ethereum.
Market doesn't care.
Brick wall at 47, exactly where it flushed, and ETH is gone. This is a 3-minute chart, so it's about 15 to 20 minutes that this is brick walled at 47. And if you look at Bitcoin on a similar time frame, kind of more random of a level, like I would argue you can't really call it big resistance on Bitcoin, but ETH starting to run into it. So if you're watching SBET or any of the treasury plays or BMNR, note that ETH is running into some resistance there. Wow, NVIDIA does seem like it wants to get to that 184. This is what I was talking about. All week long, same level. I don't know if it's the same seller, but certainly it's telling you what's going on in this stock. Yeah, I would argue Bitcoin, Levi in the chat, Bitcoin is pretty strong off of some of those lows. But ETH, as I said, 4,700, a bit of trouble. Only $170 away from the all-time high. ETH is so close, Adara.
DXY actually a little bit green here, but kind of pretty choppy, just hanging around at that $98 level. I've talked about that a lot. We're still chilling there. Let's talk here about this PPI data because every single PPI print of the 4 was above expectations. They are hotter than expected. PPI year over year, 3.3% versus 2.5% expected. PPI month over month, 0.9% versus 0.2% expected. Core PPI year over year, 3.7% versus 3% expected, and core PPI month over month, 0.9% versus 0.2% expected. Initial jobless claims were a little bit lower than expected, but those PPI prints really did initially shock the market to the downside, as we have discussed. Now, we also had some comments from Fed's Muslim to talk about, which are pretty interesting. We know that we've had a couple different figures involved with or associated with the Trump administration, including Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Mark Summerlin, who is being floated around here as a potential candidate for the Fed chair. They've both said that they believe that a 50 basis point cut in September would be appropriate for the Fed. Well, Fed's Muslim said that in general, he doesn't really want to comment on what he thinks is right with regards to the September decision until they have more data. But he did say that right now the data does not support a 50 basis point cut. We'll have to wait and see what Donald Trump says about all of this. Of course, President of the United States making a statement today at 1 p.m. I'll be covering that live for you guys. He's said to be giving it from the Oval Office. But if there's any Truth Social posts about PPI or anything related, of course, I will let you guys know right away. Back to you.
Yes, thank you,
Adair. We'll wait for Sir Donald to come through there again.
Presidente.
But, yeah, you and I were just mentioning here, and yesterday, by the way, I screwed up what was for lunch. So yesterday, even yesterday, I was talking with the coaches because we have our tournament on Friday, and I was like, all right, so what time are we going to get there tomorrow? And they're like, wait a minute, today's Wednesday, tomorrow's Thursday. I was like, right. Yesterday we talked about Chipotle glazed chicken. That's today.
Yeah.
So I'm going to talk about what was yesterday. All right, so no surprise here, but a surprise for everybody else. Yesterday was beef stew. So I don't know, what was your opinion on that, Joe? Did you have some beef stew yesterday? And how was? Sharif, by the way, mentioned to me that Joe likes to complain a lot.
Joe is very
and
picky in particular about his food.
Like to complain a lot. It was what the... That's, wow. So now, yeah. So we'll talk in 7 minutes. We'll get Sharif's reason for that right there. I don't hear Joe complaining that much.
Get this man some apple pie.
Yeah.
Get that man some apple pie.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm talking. Sharif mentioned it.
What have you ever complained about? Beef.
Well, right now he's complaining.
He's just complaining right now.
Right. It started from him complaining that Mark left a mess over there, and now how dare he speak ill of Mark. Joe, what is your problem?
Mark is literally hard at work
at
right behind us as we speak.
All right. Wow. Well, now we know the truth behind Joe. But today is beef stew, mashed potatoes, and seasoned vegetables. I know, Joe. I mean, get with the program over here.
He just said that, Joe.
Too busy complaining over there to realize. I even asked him, what did you think of the beef stew? But anyways, tomorrow's good. Neil and Obi here tomorrow. They'll talk all about that. But President Trump right now speaking on Fox News Radio regarding immigration. So, I don't know. He's working on a plan for all of that. Right now, he's been talking about that for a minute. So Palantir does make a move back. We were able to scalp out of this. We have still 60% of this trade still on. We got out of 40% as it came into the 50-period moving average. This is our second trade. Our first trade was on the TQs, and that has not worked out. But now it's trying to work out for us. We're a little bit back into this name. As we're starting to fall just a little bit, we'll take a little bit of a bid out here as we have now tried to absorb sort of that hit there. It was not a good one. We did lose on shorting the market. I mean, I honestly didn't think after a PPI of 3.3 versus 2.7, or and then there was the year over year and the month over month, all came hotter than expected. Was not expecting the market to go green today as much as it has. We were down. I mean, this is the number right here, whoosh, with volume. So, the rhetoric that I was talking about was that we probably do have a good chance of coming back to flat there today, and that's where we wanted to short it, and we did short that, but we wound up losing on it. So now we'll have to wait to see. Bears are always right. I saw someone in the chat, just a matter of timing. You could say that for both sides. Obviously, you have to sit in your trade and absorb it. So right now, we are getting to the downside right now in the futures. We'll put another bid out there. I'm bidding nowhere else, so we got to get some bids out here, especially if we came back into this 95 area. We'll take it out at yesterday's top, right here, 95.20s, right into that level. So we'll take some more out. Now we'll wait to see if we can get a little bit lower here in the TQs. Palantir coming back in as well, so two good shorts on right now. I see you've got AMD, which is hopefully a good one. We're still short TQs. Let's see if this market potentially has found a top here as Trump's talking more and more and more.
Yeah, if he says anything related to the market, obviously we'll let you guys know, that being the president. There is another expected talk at 1 o'clock and then a meeting at the end of the day. NVIDIA is just stronger than AMD. AMD lost VWAP. AMD then broke trend after losing VWAP, so entry at 182 on the trend break. Tried to add to it. Might be able to. It just bounced off 181.5. As long as it holds the prior bar, that's the rule. Stop goes to the prior bar. Look for it to retrace into the low of the day. CoreWeave, unfortunately, CoreWeave just continued. CoreWeave's now I don't know, like a couple of ticks from going 10% to the downside. I'm not really thinking SSR bounce on this play today because it's already short sell restricted from yesterday, so it doesn't really matter that it gets 10% down, but it does put it in play for tomorrow because it will be SSR again tomorrow, as long as this, at some point, that number here, I don't know why I'm pointing at the screen, if that gets to 10%. CoreWeave has just been a short the entirety of the day. What wasn't was yesterday's big IPO. There's one today, but it's not a big IPO. It's a smaller one, MyX, and we will cover it. It's not like, we'll talk about MyX, and maybe I'll give you an idea what it's looking like. It's a bigger buy and balance. It's actually 500,000 to buy, so the buy and balance has increased on MyX, but Bullish has actually been bullish today.
Goes Palantir.
Riding the volume weighted average price. It didn't reject 86. I thought that was second level, but it is rejecting 84 to 85. If we make a nice lower high in here, I want to get back into looking for the short on Bullish. I've been bearish on it this morning, but once it started breaking away from that 78, it's like, yeah, stay away from it and wait for it to set back up. So I want to see a nice little lower high that we can work into on Bullish.
Yeah.
Oh, Nimit's in the chat?
Yeah, Nimit will be here about 2 p.m. He was mentioning to me, so we'll shout out to Nimit. But right now, we'll shout out to hopefully,
another one.
And then hopefully we can give you
Another one.
And then if we're lucky enough,
Another one.
But for right now, there it is, $1 right now in the money. So the Dollar Club is here right now for Palantir. And, obviously I'm a big Palantir bull, but today we'll go turn a little bearish on that as we sort of found this top. We gave it to you actually 3 times. We only took it the 3rd time. So lucky charms right there that it finally turns out for us. But there it is right into VWAP. We said that would be, I'm just going to bid out a little bit more now. I'll punch them out there at 04 just to make sure we get that out right now on Palantir because it's at VWAP. And we now have 40% left as here we go. Oh man, as if, dude, as if. I just got to get better at everything, first of all. Shout out to my wife. But if you, I just got stopped out there, and it's like, again, it pushes the limits. I seem to make tops more often than not, but we getting better at staying the course and really trying to trade these things to our best of our ability. And I just need to figure out maybe a few more indicators, get going into the account because the shorts there just had to wait for it. So I don't know. I'm going to do a little bit more work. Message me at Trader TV Sean on Instagram and on Twitter if you can solve my problem. And I don't know. I'm going to try to get better at that. But there it is right now. Yes, sir. We got the Palantir trade is like really, I don't know. It's not going into the gates of hell, but this has saved the net from disaster there. I mean, we don't have this trade, then we only have the futures, and that would have been the L. The futures are printing now, but we're there. It goes. Yes, we just got 75 there on Palantir. So a nice move in there for PLTR right now, down at about $1.15, and just stay the course. We talked about that the other day. It's trade your book, trade your plan. And only Neil, myself, and all of us see the share sizes that we have and the nets that we're putting up and all of that. But on that note, yesterday was a pretty big day. Let's just go over right here the money that was made in and around real trading yesterday. This is again brought to you by Real Trading. This is where we trade, all of us trading here on this platform, and they put up top traders. So yesterday we had someone trading the Canadian market, $23,000. These are all US dollars. Then we have the NASDAQ New York and someone trading pink sheets. They made 22 grand yesterday, followed by, again, more. I mean, shout out to Canada right there. I don't know why this guy didn't trade Canada. But there it is, Canada, Chicago, and NASDAQ. NASDAQ again. Canada, NASDAQ, New York there, 5,900. Canada. That's what?
Number 8, that's you.
You think this is me?
Yeah.
I traded Blush yesterday or whatever. Was that a NASDAQ name or New York name?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's not Blush.
No, NASDAQ is, no, I'm not this guy. Yeah, it's NYSE. So if you want to look to someone that's traded New York and NASDAQ, then you got to go a little bit higher to find that trader. But anyways, as we go, it's a good trade yesterday, obviously there. And that's how you can tell, because we talked about my big trade yesterday was on BLSH, and of course it's a New York name. So, and today we got stopped, we made money, then got stopped out real quick. Oh, it's past 11 o'clock, I got to get out of here. All right, we'll watch
There's
out
no time limits around here. No, just kidding.
No, for me there is, because especially if I hit.
Well,
Because swimming, the lanes are only open from 11 to 12. But today I was thinking about, doing leg day, Sharif. So, we'll see what's going on with that.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
There's only so much time at lunchtime because you still got to eat.
Yeah. You know, we got to be back here. We'll be back here for 2 o'clock. So shout out to everybody that's traded with us here today. You know, I think we went over a bunch of names.
A lot to cover. And remember,
lots of good talk.
We've heard from the president already. We're going to hear again at 1 o'clock. So hot number on inflation. We'll see what he has to say about it. I'm sure we'll hear a few Trump impressions from Sharif. And maybe Joey Options will find something to complain about. We'll be back at 2 o'clock.
Right.
Go get him, gentlemen.
Doing this. Not doing this.
Joey complaining. Boom! He's upset. Greetings and salutations. Beautiful people, welcome to the Midday Show. That right there.
Don't say it. Yeah, that's what you get. Boom! That's what you get. That right here is your boy Joey Austin's dad. It's Sharif the Heat. My guy over here.
It picked me up. All right, Joey. I see you there. All right, guys, let's shout out everybody, man. We got a trade breaking out here on TRIB, but we got to do this, baby. Shout out to Jay Haas, ATX, Monty G. We got SFG Fan, Slobo Dan, Mr. Easy Street, and Mr. Leahy. Shout out to May Reyes and Yannick, Other Zinc, the OG, Maximus, Mark Susi in the house. Shout out to Gabby McGibson and Tarek. Shout out to the other OG, Gorev, Parabolic FOMO, always love the name. Notorious Dingleberg's in the house. Cosmic Connections 77, his head's in the stars, Joey. We got J-Clip 80, we got Buffalo Soldiers, Son, Go Birds, Joe Sevilla, we got Son O. Yeah. All right. After Star, keep going. Corleone Family 1. I love that one. Shout out to Day Trader Cut and Son Gilor. I'm sorry, I butchered that. City Boy 305 coming hot from MIA. Speaking of MIA, MIAX. IPO, Miami Exchange. We'll be getting to that momentarily, Joey. Shout out to Hangry Wife. Ooh. And one more here. A11Y Guru, new name for me. Good morning,
my favorite name in the chat now is Mr. Leahy.
Mr. Leahy?
Do you know who Mr. Leahy is?
I do not. Tell me.
It is the trailer park supervisor in Trailer Park Boys. No way.
That's crazy.
A while ago? No way. Leahy, man. What a classic that guy is. Anyways, guys, yeah, we love Mr. Leahy. If you haven't watched it, go check it out. Probably the best Canadian TV show of all time. I know that
Adara comes in with an opinion immediately,
we know
bro.
That. We know it is.
Of course she does,
We know
bro.
it is. Just a little drinky poo.
Adara's very opinionated, as we know. So.
There's no better Canadian TV show than that one. Anyways, guys, all fun and games. I hope everyone's having a solid day. It's been a struggle. There's no doubt about that. Slightly bearish bias this morning, just looking for the price action, but that's okay. We're not down too much at all. So again, that's why we just stick to our stops. We get out when we're supposed to. We try the short right here one time, boom, nope, and then I try it again, and then sure enough, I just have to go to my game plan. I go and I look, and I'm like, what are the MAG up to? Microsoft's ripping, Meta's ripping, putting in a new higher day, and NVIDIA is. So I'm like, my chances are not in my favor right here. So we'll hop out. I'm glad Katina Man got something out of that one there. But for me, we got to be patient to see if we can get anything else working up. So that was 0 for 2 on TQs, and then IBIT as well. Just a little break-even trade. It came back against me, and I just never hopped back in. Ethereum's looking kind of pretty good, or it's kind of attractive right now, I should say. We're going to wait for a VWAP hold, but it rebounded. The whole market's rebounded today, and I wasn't really expecting that trade.
Okay. All right. We're going to go to Darren in 1 second, but I'm keeping my eye on TRIB. Guys, if you're into these small caps, the Katina Man called it out earlier on his show. It's the TRIB show right now. It's 211%. It's going. We'll see if it's gone. Let's see if we can get somewhere along the lines of the other one that was running a zillion percent yesterday. I forget the name of it. Get it, Katina Man. The Katina Man is finally in the money there on that short in the Qs. We're going to pump him up, but we're going to send it to Adara here as we watch Trib drop down.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know here, I finally was able to get some more details on this TTD Walmart story in case you guys missed it. There's a report from The Information, which is, in case you guys did not know, very much backed by a very hard to breach paywall. And The Information, the headline was saying that Walmart is backing away from the trade desk. So now finally I have a little bit more information. Some people have posted more about this story. So apparently it sounds like Walmart is loosening its 4-year exclusivity deal with the trade desk. That just basically now allows advertisers to use tools from competitors to trade desk. That's the detail there with regards to TTD and WMT. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Deere. Joey, let me just cover this for a second. Here we go.
Absolutely.
TRIB coming back in. It's a 335 high. We're at 25s, 24, 25, 28. Here we go. Here comes 30. There it goes into another high of the day. It's a 344 spike, but it spent all of 1 microsecond there, and it comes back down. So if I've said it once, I'll say it 100 times. Use these resting orders at key levels, because these things, they barely spend any time there. Unless you're Superman with these hotkeys, you're not going to get the fill. So just throw those resting orders out there and see what gets filled. So we're doing it live right now, Joey. We've been adding, extracting on TRIB. The last little entry there was I was holding some from 277, scalped up into 3. It decisively broke 3, but true to form with TRIB, it spends almost no time in any one area. So I wasn't even able to add into the 3 single digits. I got slipped up to 15s, and then we scalped up into 33. We're not actually holding a piece at the moment. We're all done this trade, but I'll be looking to get back in anywhere around $3. It's a TRIB show, baby, and we're just here happy to be part of it. Neil, did you get my message? Ian Rispetto sent you a super chat that I think you might like there. I liked it, certainly. It was in our chat, that's why. Joey, what do you got?
Yeah, absolutely. So I had a good question in the chat here from Iggy Sosa. What's going on? Joseph Sharif, any tips on self-imposed daily stop limits for the account? Yeah, I mean, with your broker and your platform, you can implement those. So essentially, you contact your broker, or you can find through the account management, you can set a percentage loss, right? So you're only allowing yourself to lose 2-3% a day, whatever that may be. And then also with your platform as well, they'll allow you to set stops. So once you lose X amount of money, you're done for the day. And that's what I did. And I think, you know what, I'll give credit to it. It sucks, but at the end of the day, it teaches you the rules and the lessons that you need to learn, and just learn a lot about accuracy and everything. I'm comfortable with setting stop loss on single positions, but having a hard time on setting them on the overall account. And then that's when you contact your broker, right? So you just contact your broker, or you go onto your platform and you say, hey, I'm only allowing myself to lose $200 a day, 2% of my position a day, and then you just leave that. And one thing to know is, because one thing that I caught myself doing on my old platform is that I would have my stop loss in, but then I gave myself the ability to change it, so I would just continuously do it, and that's what led me to losing 3 months of gains in a matter of a week. But then after that, I learned my lesson. I've walked around my building and been scratching my head and kicking dirt, essentially. But at the end of the day, you switch that up. Your broker will be like, okay, yeah, if you do want to change your risk limit, it's going to take 24 hours. So essentially, it just stops you out from hulking and getting too tilted and just blowing up more. As I mentioned before, 3 months. I remember, I think I was about 1.5 years in, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm really getting the gist of things. Oh yeah, you're having a bad day.
Been there.
Boom. Oh, you're having another bad day. Boom. Oh, you're having a bad day. Boom. All gone.
Been
and
there.
the next thing you know, you're like, oh my days, and you're like stressing over the weekend. So just implement those within your broker, and sure enough, you're on the right path, because risk measures are everything. And I talked to Sharif about calculated fixed risk as well too. So you can have certain hotkeys, certain platforms that allow you to only risk X amount. And then that also coincides with what you have on your overall platform as well too. So make sure you have those. That is the key to longevity, especially in your earlier days of trading. You need to get that practice down pat, because now I personally don't even use hard stops, but wait, I practiced with hard stops for years before I started taking those off of the table, and I've taken loss after loss, and I've followed my stops, maybe a handful, not followed my stops, maybe a couple of times, and then I promised myself that I would never do it again, because the feeling of going against you and losing big money is worse than just stopping out when you're supposed to, and I didn't like feeling like that. So as long as you learn your lessons, you're on the right path.
Well said, man. And like, I don't mean to clap for you losing money. That's obviously not not what I was doing that for.
Right, no.
But the sentiment and the lessons that you're passing on, man, are absolutely.
It's fundamental to trading.
Agreed. I was just gonna say agreed, and I think like hard mental stops are just as valid as hard physical stops, because sometimes things can wick you out, and you have to use your own discretion. So.
And if you know you have, Adira, like the discipline to follow the stops, you don't have to put hard stops out there. If you know I'm gonna mechanically follow it every single time, do it, man.
Exactly. And let's take a look at it here. This is essentially what it is, right? So this is me just sticking to my risk. That's all it is. It's that simple. You can have trades that look fantastic, but guess what? You can have your losers and your stop outs look just as good too, right? Because it's like, oh, hey, look, I stuck to this. And then it allows you to stay in the game significantly longer. It's like, okay, the first half of the session, you sucked. You took your 2-3 stop outs, whatever it is, and then later in the session, you have that A++, and you're still in the game. And then you have the ability to hammer that and then eliminate all of those losses. And that's what you hear Neil saying. Neil can be like, I go 1 for 4 and I'm still positive.
Absolutely.
Why? Because on those 3 losses, on those 4 losses, he just stuck to his stop, giving himself the ability to stay in the game. And that's what you want to do, essentially. You're going to have those days where you get stopped out and you're going to hit those max risks. That's those max losses. That's inevitable, right? But you can also mitigate that as well too. So just stick to those rules, and sure enough, you're going in the right direction. As for trading right now, guys, I don't see anything overly attractive, and that's why I'm being patient. All right, so I've traded TQQs, and I also took one more trade. Sorry, Sharif, before I send it back to you, bro. RGTI. Yeah. I took one more on RGTI, and that's it. We stuck to the stop on this one. It wasn't on my primary watch list, considering in the latter half of yesterday's session, it just decided to go in its own realm and just continue to climb higher and higher. Today, I'm like, all right, let's see if we get a jump out of the open. I didn't get it. Stuck to my stop loss at VWAP, and sure enough, I got plenty of risk throughout the day to sit here on my hands, and when that A+ setup shows up, guess what? You know exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to get in that trade, and then I'm going to add like a madman once the thesis starts working out.
I love it, man. I love the energy. Absolutely agree with everything you said there, Joey. Shout out to you, my man. All right, here, we're in a couple of trades. Let's get to them. CGTX. So I'm going to get back to Trib in a second. I'm just letting it calm down, and as I let it calm down, it's rocketing up. Okay, so all right. So we'll have to refocus here on Trib for the moment, as this thing, it looks like it's destined to really keep going here. Back above $3 it goes. It's really strong, and it looks like it's ready to break out again, even though it's a 344 high. Let's get some in here, and then I'll be looking to defend into 3 as well. So we'll post up some right there. We got 17s on. Let's post into 24s, and we'll post a little bit higher into 28s. I think it popped up there momentarily into 24s. Didn't quite get the fill yet, so we'll wait for something around there, and then I'll give it all the way down here for this many shares. So let's leave that one alone. CGTX, much slower. I just like this one because it has my initials. No, I'm kidding. No, Dara. It does have my initials, but that's not the reason I like it. But yeah, no, it's holding up at the 10 EMA on the 5. So I'm looking for a hold of this area and a move back up. It is kind of slow. I've got a couple of beak wetters there, as you can see, into 64, but this one did pop into 67. That's the high of the day. Don't have anything there. Now this one, XPON, sorry, that's SLDP. XPON is a VWAP retracement, and really nothing more than that. It's going to have to hold this general area. I've put my stop in the 80s. But I'm looking for it to hold at the volume weighted average price, which is a little bit lower, about 12 pennies lower than that $4 area. Yeah, $4 area. So you got VWAP at around 388, give or take. So got a couple of beak wetters. It's a very convoluted chart there, as my entries were very close together, so it's hard to see. But trust me, bro, we've got a few entries there and one exit, a couple of exits. Anything in the low 80s, we get stopped out. So that's my look. CGTX coming back into the 10 EMA, so pack our patience there. And TRIB's got a seller for whatever reason here in the high teens, 18, 19. Can't seem to shake him, but I do have a dip trade to defend that $3 area, and here it comes. Comes right into it, doesn't fill, of course. Let's watch. There's a buyer at 5, preventing the fill from going. So just watching to see if I can get the fill here on TRIB, or whether or not it rockets back up without me. It does look like it's moving back into the mid-teens here, having not filled me. But the seller now is at 17s, not 18s. So we pop up, but we pop up 1 penny lower than the prior area. So that's something you need to keep an eye out for. If the short sellers or the profit takers are taking profit or getting short at lower and lower levels on every successive move up, right? If you were selling at 18s before, now you're selling at 17s, and the time after that, it's 16s. Be on the lookout for that. All right, so we got filled here. Let's see if we defend the 10 EMA. The 10 EMA, Joey, at around 285.
Absolutely. All right, we got a good question in the chat. Any exit strategy on Bullish? 50 shares at 109.14. I am down $1,400. Please help. See, that's never fun, right? So this is kind of just perfect segue into what we were about to talk about, or so what we were previously talking about, and just sticking to those stops. 109.17, I don't know if it's going to go back there for your sake. I truly do. But you got to be careful with these IPOs, right? Like, you got to stick to that stop, because look, you have 1 day of data. You're on your second day right here as well too. So just keep that in mind, guys. Exit strategy, you just got to write something, not like an option or anything. You just got to write down your game plan, and then at the end of the day, you got to stick to it. If you lose any more, I don't know how much of a percentage metric that is of your account, but you got to get that down, and you got to be like, hey, okay, I messed up. Now, how do we fix this, right? Okay, so I'm wrong at 68. I'm going to get all out of this position, or you're going to hold it, or as a matter of fact, just accept your loss, right? So I don't like hearing that, and I don't like seeing that, but that's why stop losses are extremely important. Don't be moving and don't be trading off of hopium, because that's just a recipe for disaster at the end of the day. So there's not much I can really tell you. I'm not going to start telling you to write options on it, because matter of fact, you don't have that many shares, and I don't even know if it's optionable just yet. We can obviously figure that out. But for you, 109, that's quite a ways away. You got to think about an exit plan, and where you think like, hey, I'm not going to lose any more on this, regardless of what happens. Chances are of you hopping out of the trade and then it moving higher are pretty high. Are there, right? So that's what happens all the time. It's like, okay, I get stopped out, and then sure enough, it goes in your favor. But you also didn't give yourself the ability to DCA if you're swing trading. Like intraday, I don't DCA in. That's not part of my style. I'll average up, right, as Neil mentioned. That's Sharif's style. Sharif has his DCAs, but they're planned. Now you need to have a plan on what you're going to do with this one. And if you've used all your capital, you're not going to have the ability to dollar cost average into this trade to hopefully rebound and recover some of those unrealized losses. Adair, what do you got for us?
Just keep an eye here on Eli Lilly. I was seeing some people in the chat mention this one, so I looked into it. Really strong push up today. Financial Times reporting this morning that the company is apparently going to be hiking its UK prices for its Mounjaro weight loss drug by up to 170%. So weight loss drug price hike reported by the Financial Times. Great look for LLY. This one is still at high of day. And yet the chat, again, bringing this one up here. Back to you.
Thing here, Sharif. Yeah, let's take a look at Palantir. Someone's saying call wall at Can you look at Palantir? Looks like a call wall at 185. Absolutely. Let's take a look at that one. Option chain. Let's pull up Palantir. Let's see what that's. Oh my days. Okay, we're gonna get back to this here momentarily, because we've been talking about it all week. 185 call wall. Yeah, 31,500 contracts. Concentration through 185 to 190. 45,800 between those couple strikes price, 85 to 190. So you can see the congestion right here, guys. So be careful. This might be a little bit of toppy price action, but this is what I was just getting all giddy about right here, Sharif. Okay. With NVDA. Look at this size, guys. Earlier in the week, we seen this at 111. Right, 111,000 open contracts now being built up to 162,000 open contracts at that 185 strike. And you can see on the past couple of sessions, we run into 184 and then we start rejecting. And today we don't even have the ability to get up there. It looks like we've topped out around 183. We can continue this the northeast trajectory. There's no questioning that. But at the end of the day, we got to listen to what the chain is telling us, because it's a really, really beautiful inside luck on that one. So Palantir concentration between 185, 190, and then you can see the concentration with the exact same strikes here on NVDA 185, 190 with a lot of open contracts.
A lot of money.
A lot of money.
A lot of money. All right, here we go, Joey. I know. Well, he's got a lot of money, Adair. I mean, he is a billionaire. Get it, Donald. Dance on him, Donald.
And I'm pretty sure Trump coin added like another 100 million to, or 300 million to his net worth. Buy it.
I got a lot of money.
Buy it.
He's got a lot of money. Yeah, I get him, Assassino. Yes, all right, we're having a good time. Here's the deal. Xpawn, not X-Pac, but Xpawn. We're break even on it. I don't know how I feel about this trade, man. How long are we going to hold at VWAP here? But I don't think this is the right thing for me to get out, or is it? No, it's holding VWAP, but it's got lower highs. I'm looking at the 5-second chart on my top screen. It's at VWAP. That's the thing. You know, you always want to get that great price, and here you are at that great price, but it's not rocketing up, and you don't really want to hold it. So I'm just going to pack my patience on this one, okay? Now, CGTX, we're doing well on this one. Right before I get to TRIB, I want to show you what TGTX is doing. It did breach momentarily the 10 EMA on the 5, but it is working its way up. We got a good position on this one. Very, very happy with how I traded TRIB, okay? I was quite aggressive. I was adding big shares here on the dips, and I was catching bottoms. So I don't always get it right like this. I really don't. But when you get it right like this, you feel good about yourself. And I didn't let this one off the hook. Every time it dipped down, I added aggressively, and then we scalped out as aggressively. So the chart is littered there with triangles as a result of this kind of trade right now. So we'll look to see if this one wants to work back down into 2.5. I see 2.5 as the next area, of support. So you have the volume weighted average price and 2.5 overlapping. And I love that. Those are two key things that I look at. Obviously, the $0.50 being an important area of psychological support and resistance, as well as VWAP. VWAP's a technical support and resistance area. And then, in addition to all that, you have price action support and resistance, given this area crest over here weaseled up to 250. So it's a triple whammy. So, you know, you never really know whether these going to come out on your side or not. But here's what I'm doing. I'm going to go ahead and throw it out at 55s. So I'm putting a dip trade on this bad boy over here. Hello, computer. 255, please. Thank you. Like, Joey, I don't understand. What's happening?
What's going on?
It doesn't understand. It doesn't know that I want to punch in. Here, 255. Oh, that's a it was a sell order, Joey. It was a sell order. My mistake. All right, so we're putting the buy order there. And now that it's dipped in, it won't fill us anyway. Mistake on me. Adair's got breaking news at the big desk.
I did. I have still the Lilly chart up because we talked about this one earlier. Lilly's still pretty strong here. But keep an eye on these pharma names in general because we have commentary coming from Peter Navarro, who is Trump's trade advisor. He's saying that these pharma tariffs that we know the Trump administration is very much looking forward to imposing at some point will likely be under Section 232. So Section 232, what he's referring to there is the Trade Expansion Act of 1962. Section 232 of that act basically allows the U.S. president to restrict imports that threaten national security. So I guess they're going to try to make the argument that pharmacy imports are threatening national security. Keep an eye here on these pharma tariffs. As you can see, Eli Lilly chopping around a bit here. You could take a look at PFE, mRNA, Regeneron there, REGN, etc. Lots of different tickers to look at in this space. Back to you.
Much for that, Adara.
Yeah.
Just quickly here, Joey.
Absolutely.
So this one does come down into 59. I had my order at 55s. I got my order late, in case you didn't notice. I fumbled and then fumbled. And then after I fumbled, I decided it was a great time to fumble again, Adara.
Ooh.
All right, no, I'm actually teasing myself, so it's all good there. No, but Assassino, I love the sound effects, man. This guy's on point. No, seriously though, so it does come back into 59, so test that $0.50, rockets back up into 90, and now it's doing the dance with absolutely no underwear or pants at the 10 EMA on the 5. So we'll see if this one wants to hold up, change trend. Now that I've missed my dip trade, I got to look for a reigniting of a trend to the upside. So that's my move. While I tell you about that, let me also tell you about this one. We gave back a little bit here on this piece of crap, XPON. It lost VWAP. You know, you never really know how these trades are going to go. And this is what I was seeing on the side chart, which kept me kind of interested in this one. XPON was hugging the volume weighted average price quite well. And then, you know, you never really know whether it's going to find support or break down below find resistance or break down below support. So it ends up breaking down. We get stopped out. We give a little back, but thankfully we did de-risk by scalping little, 10 penny winners here along the way. but it'll still be a negative one for me. This one is positive. CGTX, we've got a nice position into this one. It's not a big mover, but we don't really need it to be a big mover, especially if we get the right prices at technical areas. Joey, show them what you got, baby.
Yeah, for sure. This guy, man. If
Oh my, the final boss of Ibiza?
The final boss,
yes, man.
Jokes,
you know that's a wig, right? He took it off, Joey. Yes.
I heard, apparently this is a popular haircut in England. I don't know, man.
Okay, so
This guy.
I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, so I'm going to have to tell you off camera, right?
Yeah.
But yes, it is.
It's like a legit haircut.
So there's
right?
there's a player on Chelsea called Cole Palmer.
Yeah, he's got that.
He's got something similar.
Something
similar.
This guy, the final
boss of Ibiza.
Yeah, that guy is hilarious, man. When I see all those memes,
see the video of him dancing?
Yeah, he's just like,
and he's got like the turkey, the turkey. What are they called? Veneers, because they're like so white.
What's
right?
up with that? Yeah,
Get it?
It's a funny trend, man.
I like it. Man.
Oh wow, the market's really starting to come back in here. That guy is jokes, for sure.
Fat Figure's like, what's happening?
Yeah, that guy.
Fat Figure, you know what goes on the midday, man.
Yeah,
You're not new to this game.
Yeah, and I told you, I'm sitting on my hands right now. I don't see anything A++, so gonna be patient on this. But here it is, right? Like, so this is why you kind of just stick to thesis, but I didn't see anything that signaled, hey, Joe, time to get involved. And then as you punch through the volume-weighted average price, look at the volume profile on the lower interval, 1 minute time frame, right? So just keep that in mind here, guys. Starting to pick up steam and velocity to the downside. Wait for a pullback, and then maybe we can get involved with that move. And I think low of the day, pre-market low as well, is definitely in the works, especially with this volume starting to pick up. So keep an eye out on that one. Ethereum's really tanking. NVDA is really moving fast to the downside. I don't even know if that's an actual term, but anyways, there it is, guys. Volume picking up here as well too. So just keep an eye out on this genuine bullish candle, and then there goes the Qs heading right towards that PPI print low. We're not there just yet, but I think by the end of the day, I would not be surprised if we reach that area there. So keep that in mind and wait for pullbacks and retests of key support levels and resistance. So this was prior support. Now you're going to wait for a retest of that neckline. The exact same thing going on with the Qs here, guys. Picking up velocity, and sure enough, we want to wait for a retest of this neckline, and then maybe we can get that move towards the low of the day. But a nice hammer candle right here in the pre-market low, boom, 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 boom. And if you get involved in that, then you get this nice move past some of these resistance zones, but sure enough, picking up steam. Okay, hold on. Okay, that's it. Sorry, brother.
Who is it, Joey?
You got to go on. I'm kind, right? I told you guys.
This guy,
I'm kind, right? So you get. I'm really kind. You get 10 minutes. All right. So that's it.
I would have blocked him.
Oh, did I just? Oh, there he goes. Boom.
There you go.
Just like that. See, I'm kind. Sharif would have blocked you. I'm kind. So do not take my kindness for weakness, because I will then remove you from the thing, and I will tell them, do not add this individual back. But here it is, guys. Q's putting in a nice hammer candle. He's on fire these days. So there it is. Let's see if we can get this to close as a hammer. Maybe we can get a bounce back towards this high of the day, or we're just going to continue to the south side. Both of them totally in the works. Indecision at VWAP on Ethereum, 5-minute time frame. That is. Maybe we get involved in that one.
All right. Shout out to Whitney. Let me just get your name right there, Whitney. Whitney Patterson, 8711. Question by her was as follows. Can you give your thoughts on Reddit, trying to understand if it will continue to rise based on the Google news, but it just keeps running. Here's the 5-minute look, Whitney, on Reddit, which takes us all the way back to the 7th. And as you can see, we've got a nice little uptrend here, at least locally. Let's just zoom out a little bit more, get a feel for that uptrend. Oh, baby. I'm assuming it reported earnings on July 31st, because since that time, thank you, Adara. Eidetic memory comes in, it comes handy every day, being on the floor here with Adara. So here's the deal. You get that big move up the 31st of July, and it doesn't stop. It's not as parabolic, but look at those higher lows and higher highs. This is your classical upward channel. And it's actually respecting resistance and support areas. So from a wider time frame, Whitney, the answer to your question almost certainly is yes. For the moment, anything can change. Even the downturn today on the market in the morning didn't seem to put a damper on Reddit. It did drop momentarily. But look at that, Whitney. It held that support level. Funny how that works, huh? And then the bell rings at 9:30, and then all hell breaks loose to the high side. So what I see here is, that classical bull flag. It doesn't mean you're going to get a second bull flag, right? Because you could just get one bull flag on the day and then consolidate into the close above the volume weighted average price, which is what it's doing. So that 240 level, which is the $10 area, a psychological area of resistance or support, depending if you're coming from the north or the south side, but it's already finding support, and it's got that volume weighted average price to kind of support it. So if it holds 240, fantastic, but I personally would not be looking for a rocket up above that 245 high. You've got a double top here at 244.85, so essentially 245. I'm not saying it won't break 245, but don't be looking for that classical bull flag continuation like we get on the small cap gappers. Doesn't have to be that way on Reddit. Again, can just bull flag and then consolidate into the close, open up higher tomorrow, and then do something like this, which is basically, you know, kind of the manifestation of a daily bull flag consolidation. So let me know how it goes. I think this is a hell of a stock. I think they have so many tailwinds. You know, maybe a lot of that was already priced in, right? But I do like how they're selling their data for these LLMs, whether you like that or not, because maybe you're posting on there and you don't want your data to be part of the pre-training. But from a monetary side, as an investor, you like it. So we got to go to Dara. She's got crypto segment.
I do, and actually due to just the sheer amount of crypto-related news, it's going to be a little bit longer. We're going to talk about a couple different stories. Hopefully you guys are ready to talk some crypto here. Let's talk about Google. Yesterday, they actually had a little bit of a catalyst. It came out around 2:30. We had a report initially reported by The Rage, but then it looks like later confirmed by Google itself that it seemed like they were going to be banning these non-custodial wallets from their Google Play Store in a handful of countries. Now, Google came out and said that they clarified the policy, saying that apparently the wallets are just not in the scope of Google Play's cryptocurrency exchanges and software wallets policy. So kind of clarifying the policy, but not really quelling the fears of, or I guess the dislike from people in the crypto community. Jack Dorsey of Square actually came out and called the policy, quote unquote, terrible in the next post. So regardless of what Google had to say, people in the crypto world were not a fan of this non-custodial wallet policy on their Google Play Store. Now let's talk about Bitcoin itself. Bitcoin, a little bit of a bearish engulfing candle, if you will, here. We have this new all-time high today, above 124,500. Now today, the low of day, though, at the 118,000 levels. So lots of very volatile movement here in Bitcoin. The market as well, though, pushing a little bit lower. For those wondering about news, I don't have any specific news, but Peter Navarro did speak on CNBC, which some superstitions show that he does tend to send the market down when he talks. But with regards to crypto specifically, this all-time high touch still shows there's a lot of bullishness and excitement in the market. And speaking of bullish, that IPO yesterday, as Neil and I were discussing in the market recap yesterday, well, you wouldn't necessarily view it as a stunning success from a day trading perspective. It certainly was from the perspective of people who purchased it at the $37 IPO price. As discussed this morning as well, it actually minted new billionaires in terms of the founders of the company, right? So bullish IPO still does show that there's hope for some of these other IPOs that could step into the space. We know Gemini, which of course was the Winklevoss twins company, apparently they've confidentially filed for an IPO as well. So more crypto IPOs could certainly be on the horizon. Back to you.
Dara.
Absolutely. All right, yeah, so we're involved in some Ethereum here, guys. A nice indecision print on the TQs as well. That hammer is kind of across the board in a lot of these big names, so that's positive. But if it does break it to the downside, just be cautious of what can happen. Once you break those indecision prints, you tend to trade a little bit lower. He was frustrated, so I gave him a tip. Oh, yeah, good tip. Yeah, exactly. If you're mad, just go eat a bagel, and you'll be all right, right? That's what your boy does, so comfort food. Yeah, hey man, it is what it is, right? So, just go.
This guy does love his bagels, by the way.
I like a bagel, man. You know what? I'll be honest, man. So when I was in high school or younger, before I could drive, my grandfather would drive me every morning to Tim Hortons, and I would get a bottle of peach juice and an everything bagel toasted with butter.
Okay.
So yeah, it's just kind of just been about
I got something for you here.
Yeah. So I've always liked my my bagel. So
is that right?
For that. And what I used to do is I would stash my peach juice bottle in my locker, and then I just had one full locker for a year dedicated to my Tim Hortons peach juices. And then I would open it, and they would just all funnel out and go crazy.
So the Chilean Nightmare wants me to ask you, is it seagull or saggle?
What does that mean?
I don't know.
that me with my thing?
That's what I was told.
Yeah.
There's another Joey Options one here, Neil. And Neil, I'm just echoing what your buddy there.
Yeah, we're eating
There he is. And he's dang proud of it too. He's like, yeah, take a picture.
Yeah, we eat that stuff.
That's Subway, by the way. That was you.
Was that me in the subway?
Yeah,
Oh,
scarfing down the subway.
Let's go, man. That was the
love
day
it.
when we didn't have any catering.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah,
I
so we
think,
had to get a little
yeah.
something, right? Because you don't want to be trading hangry. You just see those nerves get touched significantly easier. But as for Ethereum, it looking like it wants to suck today. That's okay. It's been on an absolute monster run, and I'm gonna get stopped out here momentarily. So yeah, it sucks to suck sometimes, but that's okay. At the end of the day, we'll just be patient, wait for some other trades. I was looking at Bitcoin to hold some key support levels as well too. Doesn't necessarily look to be the case right now, but we'll be patient until it snaps the lower end of this candle, and then we open up below it. I'm still gonna be in this trade, but once again, I don't want to hold it too much against me, because then if I do, then look where I need to the price to actually trade to until I'm actually break even, right? So that's not what we want to do. That's why we have specific tight stops. But it's unfortunate that Bitcoin hit 124,500 last night and then instantly sold off right away sold
Straight
off.
to jail.
Straight to jail. And it's like, we're going to go back down to 118, 119. And that's just like, wait, why, EPA? Come on, EPA. As my old boss used to say to me, Joe, EPA. And he's like, yeah, man, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Just a kid. But anyways, yeah, so that's what we got going on, guys. Having fun. By the way, I'm in Chicago Friday, tomorrow, and until Monday. So you know when vacation mode kind of kicks in a little bit early, and you're just like,
You guys taking bear vacations. I haven't even been on vacation in over a year and a half, bro.
Brother.
A year and a half.
But you
April
gotta use-
2024.
You gotta use the days, man. You gotta use the days.
You don't think I want to use the days?
You can.
I want
use
to.
the
I
days.
will. I will.
So I know the boys trip as well too. I got some good suggestions for you guys.
Get it, Adara.
Are you considering visiting the gorillas again? Because I know that was April 2024. So
I know it was, and that was my last vacation, Adara.
But that's what I'm trying to say. Like your next trip, would you want to do something similar?
I'm gonna go to Egypt in October to do service in the south, where a lot of needy families are. So that's what I'm doing. My sister does it every year, so I'm gonna weasel on over with her.
October. This October?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I gotta approve those days.
Oh, don't get me started. Brendo's like, I want October off, and I can't take time off if Brendo's taking time off because of the
pass
desk.
that by me first. Bro.
Wow, this guy. You listening to your boy over here, Neil? He's getting a lot of.
I think he agrees with you. Not only me, you gotta pass it by Neil too. So there's a bunch of hands that has to go through,
bro. Unreal,
before
this
that
guy.
gets approved. And you know what? Hit the fail right now because I'm gonna hit the no. You can't go, my friend.
I'm going, bro. I'm going.
There you go.
I'm bringing you back some pyramids too.
Please,
some.
Yeah. We'll get that going for sure.
Not a real pyramid, of course.
Well,
We get you a little
bring
one
some
there.
chocolate too, if you don't mind. I heard.
Well, yeah, your friend Ram there was supposed to bring back Dubai chocolates when she weaseled on over to Saudi. She didn't bring anything. She brought chocolates. They were not Dubai chocolates.
Oh, but I thought it
Dubai
was. They
chocolates
were.
got the pistachio in the middle,
Oh,
man. The
no, I don't.
pistachio
I like those
taste.
because the caramel-filled ones definitely mine.
They were good, but they're not Dubai
very,
chocolates.
very
Don't be
good.
fronting and trying to sell those things as Dubai chocolates because I ain't gonna
Don't
have
do that.
it. Right?
Okay, let's go with
Get
Ethereum.
it.
We're right back into it. Another indecision print on IBIT. We love this 5-minute. I love how we can just switch. We'll talk about whatever, and then it's like boom, right back into this market. But here we go, guys. Multiple hammer candles at these key support levels. Can we get a potential bounce? I'm going to be keeping my eye out on it. And I mentioned before, if we snap this, watch out. We might see some more potential downside.
Well said, Joey. All right, I'm working into Wolf Speed over here. It's going to have to hold this general 70 penny area. I've given it a little bit of room. So I see prior area of resistance right here, right? That double top into 770. We weasel on up all the way up to 812 high. We break down. We're below the 10, the 20, but we are at this price action support. So let's see if it ends up holding up here. What do we got on? We got 79, so we're 8 pennies out of the money right now on, I'm not going to call it my friend Wolf yet, okay? Because we'll see if it ends up being my friend. This one certainly is. I had a good feeling about this one. The second I saw my initials in the ticker, I'm like, I'm going long. No, I'm kidding. I'm not that delusional, guys. All right, so we just took a beak wetter there at 79, so now we're going to post at 71, and then we're going to post at 73s as well. We're going to look to wet the beak every couple of shekels there. Shout out to our very good friend Nimrod. I don't know if you're in the chat, my man, but the shekels remind me of you, and he did give Joseph and I shekels, and we were supposed to have them here on the desk, And, you know, we kind of promised him that every time we said the word shekels, we'd kind of show the shekel there. But I know Joe, I got mine in my bag. I'm going to take him out. There you go. What is that, the 2 or the single?
So a single.
That's a single right there. All right.
So what is this, like the Canadian penny almost, essentially?
Yeah, it's not even that far off. So like a shekel is like 40 pennies, which is kind of like less than half. But
we'll take
for
that,
Middle Eastern currency, it's quite good, to be honest with you. Yeah.
We'll take it.
All right, so we're doing it live right now on CGTX. We're also holding Wolf Speed over here, looking for this one to bounce up. It's coming back into 77 Zadera. What's up? What do you got?
I have more commentary from Peter Navarro. He's talking about pharma tariffs still. He's saying that these pharma tariff rates are still being worked on, but that the majority of the tariffs in the pharma space will target generic pharmaceutical products. Keep an eye. I just have Eli Lilly up here, but you can keep an eye on any of these pharmaceutical names with this story in mind, guys. Back to you.
I see you, Ahmed. I see you. He's like, come to Egypt, Habibi. I'm coming in October, bro. Don't worry about me. I'm coming, Ahmed. Shout out to you, my man. In case you're wondering, I'm not saying Ahmad. It's not said that way. It's Ahmed. Just throwing it out there. I'm just throwing it out there, Joey. I'm not blaming anybody. But there we go. All right, Wolf Speed. Pumping back up into the mid-80s. We wet the beak there quickly at 82s. Let's see if this one's got the juice to break into the 90s, Joey. I'm packing my patience, baby.
Absolutely. So we're in both crypto names. I don't know how great of an idea that is, but hey, you got to take those shots, shoot or shoot, right? So this is what we got going on. We are constructing lower highs, so that's unfortunate. But I do like these indecision prints on IBIT here, right off of those lows, hammer 1, hammer 2, base. We have our support level established. It cracks the low, then we're just out of dodge on that one. So I'm in around, what is my average on IBIT? 67.09, and I'm literally giving it to 85s, all right? So just about 20 cents, a little bit less than that on that risk. And then the same thing with Ethereum. If it wants to get rolling, maybe we get buyers to step right back in. But VWAP is going to be the primary target on IBIT, and we are at VWAP on Ethereum. So I like the Bitcoin trade potentially a little bit more than the Ethereum, so I have no issues with hopping out and then finding something else and then potentially adding to that Bitcoin trade just in case that it does want to make a run towards that high. For me personally, it's just like, okay, why are we going to do that and then just like immediately reject it? Me looking for the retest of that 124,000. Maybe we get that. Are we going to get that today? But over the weekend, you say yes?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. But anyways, this is what I was. I knew you. I seen it. I knew you sly dog. I knew you. That's what you're gonna do.
I love this guy, bro. I love this guy, man.
I knew that's what you were getting at. No, but in all seriousness, we like this. I think over the weekend we might get that retest. To be honest with you, even so, what I was also thinking as well too, Sharif, because we know that with the chance of the September rate cut are almost inevitable. So it's like, okay, a little bit of selling, you get that cut, you get it come in, and then boom, sure enough, you start to skyrocket in the crypto space. I could be totally wrong, and the opposite can happen, and then I'm going to be sitting here looking like a dummy, essentially. But that's what I got. That's my game plan, and I think that's what a good chance and a good scenario of happening for sure.
All right, man. All right, I want to cover a couple of things. First of all, this is not Wolf Speed. This is Terror Wolf. My mistake. Thank you, chat, for fact checking me and correcting me. I do apologize. Shouldn't have, just guessed. WULF is, I know, Terror Wolf. WOLF is Wolf Speed. My mistake. That's on me. All right. So that's first order of business. Second order of business, I'm going to get to that super chat by BJO 9000 in a second, but I got to let you know about dogs. This one is absolutely breaking out. Look at that flat top break through 12.5. And Joey, we talk about 12.5. We talk about flat top breaks, but we don't always say a dollar move on a $12 stop, $12 stock, for flat top break. And that's exactly what you got here. Flat top through 12.5. The high of the day, 13.53, and it's currently trading at 47s, but it is quite spready, as you just saw it drop from 47 into 13 in one move. Yeah, I know. Look, they're not dollar moves, Adara, but when you're sizing in, a zillion shares on a $13 name, it can get kind of ugly. So DOGZ, sorry, Americans. This one is breaking out. It's up 26% at the day's highs, but be careful with it. I kind of mentioned that already, spready and volatile. CGTX coming back down into not even close, into my area over here. What do I got on? A 55s coming down into 65s. We'll maybe look to add if it comes into the 10 EMA again. So BJ09 something NOK. Is that, what is that? Is that NOK? Is that? Let's go. NOK
Eastern
currency.
Asian, isn't it? It's somewhere
NOK
Eastern.
currency. Let's find out what it is, Joey.
Sure it's Eastern.
Norwegian kroner. Thank
there
you
you go.
very much.
Not even close.
BJO 9000. 50 Norwegian kroners. Could you take a quick look at Wolf and tell me your thoughts? Love the show. Thank you, my friend there. We've been looking at Wolf, man. That's the one I was calling Wolf Speed incorrectly. It's actually Terra Wolf. We're long over here. So let's do a little bit of TA on the black charts and kind of look at why I'm into this area. So I perceive BJO 9000 a double top here at 370. Now, doesn't mean that just because we double topped, cleared it, and came back down into it, we're going to use it as support. We have been, though. We have been using it as support, but we are putting in lower highs even with that support. So this has me worried that we might get a flat bottom break through that key 770 area, because why do I feel that way? Well, let's have a look at the chart pattern after the animation is done. Lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. Lower high, you see where I'm going? Lower high, and we just opened up another candle right now on the 5 that's also got a lower high. So we know that there's a buyer, at least for the moment, at that 770, so resistance from over here flips to support, but that doesn't mean that it holds up forever and ever more, and it can break quite aggressively to the downside. As you know, there's a lot of pressure building up on that flat bottom break. So be on the lookout for that. What changes the pattern, in my opinion, BJO 9000, is if you start putting in higher highs. That's why I kept, saying lower high, lower high, lower high. I really want to drive home the point that the sellers have been in control, at least from that high of 812. I'm not saying it ends if we make a first 5-minute candle to make a new high, but it certainly puts the potential for a trend change back on the table. So on the lookout for two things. Flat bottom breakthrough, 770, could be quite violent, number one. Number two, look for a trend change to the high side for a 5-minute candle to print a new high. I think that could present an opportunity. So that's my analysis on Terra Wolf, WULF, Joseph Wilson.
Absolutely. Yeah, so Stevenson, I will get in a move and the move starts working, then I'll secure a profit. As soon as I see price keep going, I re-entered and boom, news comes out and caught me slipping. Yeah, it happens, brother. You've seen it live here on air when that happened to me. Boom, Donald Trump decides to tweet our truth that, hey, we're going to put in a pause, and then boom. Squeeze, and that was not fun. So those things happen. But as for DKNG, thanks for pointing this one out, guys. This looks really, really good here. I'm half Jamaican, by the way, for the individual asking. So yeah, there it is.
Green and yellow, green and yellow, green and yellow,
green and yellow. So there it is.
Jamaican buddy, shut the hell up about that.
That's all right. I like green and yellow. We love it, and black too. You can throw black on that one as well too. DraftKings, boom. Trading really nice today, right? So this is a positive look. Breaking out, yeah, I think that's already happened. Let's take a look at it from a daily to see what we got cooking up there. And sure enough, yeah, holding some key support levels, a nice bounce off of them and heading back into the middle of this range. But we're still kind of engulfed by this candle right here. So just keep an eye out on that one. Another 50 nook here, Sharif. Thank you, sir. I got 150 shares of Wolf. I bought in the middle of April. I have stop loss below for half of 740. Will quit my job at 11.
I love it. I love hearing it. I love it. Who doesn't dream of that, man? Who doesn't dream of actually getting to do this, from like, say, I don't know, 7:30 in the morning till 10:30, degen into these small caps. You got the rest of your day. I mean, that's the life. But you got to put in the hours to make that happen.
It takes time, brother.
You got to put in the hours, bro.
It's not even hours, man. You got to put in
days,
years.
You believe in that 10,000 hours to mastery kind of saying?
Yeah, I don't know if there's ever mastering this. You can just continue to get better on this. But again, I'm sure there's people who are phenomenal. I'm sure there's the other side of the coin who say, you can master trading. You can become really, really good at it. But I don't know about absolutely mastering it. I'm sure there's people that have, and maybe we think of and we look up to them, but they take their losses as well, too. I have a friend of mine who has $10 million portfolio, and he's taken multi-million-dollar losses, and he's like, man, I don't even know if I can do this anymore because it's so mentally taxing.
Is it ever, bro?
Yeah.
Is it ever? I mean, you kind of explained some of your frustrations there in the beginning. Yeah. Obviously, I've expressed my frustrations with a lot of slipper throwing. into mirrors and windows and broken stuff during COVID mostly. Because when you come here, you're going to start throwing stuff. You're going to see the door pretty
you're
quick.
out the door real quick.
So you can't really throw stuff around here. And there's a lot of electronic equipment.
Yeah,
around here,
exactly.
Joey.
Did you go through any monitors or anything?
I
like
didn't.
that?
I didn't. I'm too frugal for
by
that.
accident.
I'm too frugal.
But see, listen to this, right? It's a double. It's horrible, right? So you have a horrible loss day, and you're pissed. And what I did is I threw my headphones, and I didn't mean to hit the screen. It hit the cord of it, cracked it. So I'm down $300 on the day, and then I got to go buy another monitor. So you're down $500.
The headphones were okay?
The headphones were broken, so it's another $520 right there. Boom, gone just like that. So it's essentially a lose-lose situation. But we've all been there. That was the only time I did it. I told myself I'll never do that again because I'm like,
okay.
And then I look at the corner of my screen and it was broken, and I'm like, oh, you silly goose, Joe. But anyways, Ethereum's stronger than Bitcoin, which kind of sucks. But there we go. We're back towards these key resistance zones on ETHA, and then as for IBIT, we're heading towards those lows. We need those support levels to come into play. Volume is starting to cool down on the 5-minute time frame on those selling prints. So this is what's keeping me within this trade. But I also mentioned 85s. I'm out of it. If it's not going to work, I'm not going to hold on to those losers, Shreve.
All right, your boy Buvin there in the chat, my boy Buvin, mentioning IMAB. Buvin, alerts I check. Simple as that. Buvin, AKA my other pair of eyes. This is a good breakout here. Very similar, Buvin. I don't know how you feel about this, Buvin, but there's a lot of similarities with IMAB and DOGZ. Z, whatever, leave me alone. Look at this. Flat top breakthrough 480, we rock it up. I've seen this story before, right here. Flat top breakthrough 1250, rock it up. Is there an overlap between these two companies? What the hell does IMAB do? I need to know, just for my own curiosity over here. Global biotech company, okay. I don't think DOGZ is a biotech company, but we're going to check. And China-based holding company, principally engaged with pet products. Clearly not. There's no similarities whatsoever in the actual business model, but the charts look awfully similar. I like this. I like the, not GOGZ, sorry, let me load this up, IMAB. I like this. It's a fantastic look, Buvin, 480 breakdown. I'm a buyer with good shares too. Let's see what it does though at 490. It's at 5, so that's your first step right there. It's got to clear that $5 area. It's got to drop below $5 because that's your key area of psychological support, right? But if it does drop below 5, first area I'm looking, that green line, wherever it is, the 10 EMA on the 5, and then if it really loses that, then I'm looking to pick it up in the mid to low 80s aggressively, because that is a great top there at 480 that they couldn't shake. And then to add to the validity of that 480 level, Joey Options will appreciate this. Joey, look at the side. Look at the breakout of of 480 area with the volume. With the volume.
That's what you want to look for.
Exactly.
Breakouts.
So I'm looking for 480 retracement, Buvin at worst. I'm looking at 490 first and foremost, though. That's where the 10 EMA on the 5 is. Thank you for calling this one out, Buvin. It just found its way on the chart, side chart. It replaces RSLS, which was the mover from yesterday. So we'll put IMAB here. I do appreciate that, and we'll keep an eye on it. It's not up big or anything, but up 17% and change. Wolf, we just wet the beak there on again. This one's still holding generally that 770 area, didn't break down. So I don't want to take it out too quickly, but I did wet the beak there at 81s. And this one just continues to go. It is not a rocket ship, but it is a stair step up. Hey, let me give you another few pennies every 5 minutes. That is a predictable setup, so we'll keep an eye on this one. It just got into my next beak wetter at 73, but it didn't print as a result of the 2-penny spread, so let's keep an eye out on this one. 75 is going to be the next beak wetter if we can get that 73 print. That's my story, Joey, and I'm sticking to it.
Yep.
What do you got?
Hey, what a wonderful kind of day when you learn to work and play. If anybody knows where that's from, shout out to them. I think that's the Arthur, theme song. Yeah, well, I'm not the best singer either, though, but Arthur. Anyways,
get it, Joe.
For those who used to watch it, the Aardvark. So yeah, IBIT holding these lows really well, and then also Ethereum slightly working out for us as well too. A couple pennies there, but we're looking for substantially more. So that's nothing. Small potatoes, small potatoes. And the thing is, though, I'm just sitting here talking to myself, and you don't want to do this leading into vacation or even into the weekend or even the next day. It's just you don't want to just destroy everything. You want to end it on good terms, whether it's just you following your system or having a solid green day, right? So for me personally, it's just calm, cool, collected right now. A couple more attempts, but we're not just going to wipe away everything that we've made yesterday and throughout the week. So just keep that in mind. We're going to keep it cool and see if things work out. I think we can work and get into VWAP. I mentioned that we've ran into this level umpteen times now and looking to play this specific target. And the same thing with Ethereum, right? We know that the run that it's been on. So I'm just like, why would we not continue in this strength? One thing to note is obviously I'm just running through a bunch of scenarios in my head, is that yesterday when we experienced that CPI, was it yesterday CPI, I believe? Yeah, yesterday was it. Yeah,
day before.
Day before on Tuesday, right? Yeah, Tuesday was CPI. So when we experience that, you get that big time move up. Oh, I'm on the wrong underlying here. So this is essentially what I'm looking at here, right? So we'll go back into Tuesday. Where are you?
Scooby-Doo, where are you?
Anyway, oh, is this it? Yeah, 835. So boom, you get this move up, right? So essentially what I'm thinking is, okay, so on that print, you climb higher, the volume steps in the pre-market, you hold those levels, and then you just trend continuation, right? So essentially what I'm thinking is, all right, we had the negative on the PPI this morning, and then now you flush, but then wait for a lower high to be established, and then maybe you can get the continuation, or just maybe not. It may not be in play. This market is extremely, extremely strong. And then it's funny, Sharif and I, everybody here, we were all talking about, yeah, the market seems slightly frothy, but there's nothing wrong. We can't find anything to go wrong. And I just said, hey, the market will find something when it wants to. And then sure enough, we get that PPI, but then it's strong enough. It's like, okay, that's done with. We've priced that in. Let's start buying some of these dips. And sure enough, you're starting to experience some of the like Meta, Microsoft, and some of those big mega cap names. They sell a little bit, and then sure enough, they just get bought right back up. So I think that's kind of the sentiment that we're currently sitting in. And it's a bullish one. And that's why I was saying to myself, it's so hard for me to short this market because we haven't found that big time negative catalyst just yet.
Well said, man. All right, guys, there's a couple of things happening right now. IMAB is breaking out as we speak. I tried to get a dip trade. This thing gave me a gesture that I can't do on YouTube. 520 high. It's about to break that high. The seller at 20 is getting decimated. As you can see, the size really dwindling there from the gateways. We'll have to see if the hidden seller at 520 can prevent this one from ascending any further. The spread tightened up to 1 penny. This was as wide as 15. I don't know what the hell is going on here with the spread, but there it goes. It is a 525 high, my favorite number. This thing is really on the way up. Shout out to Bovin for calling this one out, but it's not the only one breaking out, guys. AERT, one that you guys have been yelling about in the chat, and rightfully so, is also breaking out. It's got a $1.45 high. It's much cheaper than some of the others, so you can size in substantially here into this one. And I'm not suggesting that you should, nor is this trade warranted. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying, you know, these $1 stocks allow you to kind of get bigger percentage moves. And if you have a smaller account, you can punch into more of them, which is why sometimes they're looked at as retail fan favorites. In any event, I see this 127 area, 125 area as an area of support. Here it comes, 145 high, and now it's dropping back down aggressively. Is it going to hold 125? That 125 area was yelling at me, hey, look, I'm support. So it does dip, and it is defending 125 for the moment. Does it continue to do that? Let's load it up on a trading screen so we can get a better gander of the what's it called? The spread in the level 2. Is this on the NQ? Yes, it is. So it's a 1 penny spread right now. Let's give this one the old college try, and we're going to get in. And Joey, you know what we're going to do, man? We're going to give it to the low 20s, okay? So we got to give this a little bit of room here. So, you know, we're going to risk 5 pennies, nothing really major. And we got in at 28s. That sucks. I thought I got 27s. Let's layer here into the 30s. We'll risk 5 pennies on this bad boy, come what may. We'll see if we can get something in and around the mid-30s, holding up at the 10 EMA on the 5. But I got to tell you, I'm liking this wolf trade less and less and less. It keeps popping up, and I keep getting prints. I'm not complaining about that. But what I am complaining about is it's actually using the 10 EMA on the 5 as resistance now. It wicks up above it and can't really break above it. So I don't know how to feel right now about WULF. We're going to pack my patience. Did I get the fill? Of course I didn't on IMAB. Get it, Adara?
Oh, wrong one.
No, it's all good. No worries. Okay, so we're going to go to Adara in a moment for happening now, but this is the chart on IMAB. It's an ugly, ugly topping tail candle in the 527. It's dropping fast and furious right now into 510. I have a dip trade at 507. I will allow it to fill if it does get filled, and I will give it to prior bar low. Prior bar low goes to 497. So we'll give it to a few pennies below that $5 area. That's my story, Joey. I'm sticking to it. We're going to go to Adara for happening now, and then your boy Neil Roberts going to drop his lesson.
Let's
for the
go.
day.
Nice higher low here for the NASDAQ. Look at where we had this base here in this 15-minute chart for the QQQ on that PPI reaction. Again, every PPI print was higher than expected. Then we fall a little bit again at 11 a.m. after Peter Navarro makes a series of comments on CNBC, talking a little bit here about the potential of pharma tariffs, and then also saying that apparently the PPI data, we'll have to wait and see how the market reacts. It is worth noting Peter Navarro also famously said that one of the previous prints, I think it was the GBP, was the best negative print they've ever seen. So keep that in mind. Either way, good look here for the NASDAQ. Let's see, though, if we can actually make a higher high, because right now it looks like we have a higher low, but a lower high as well. S&P 500 looking almost identical to the NASDAQ with that in mind. Bullish on watch. Second day of trading. Initially, this did look really bullish. We had this push here from the lows of around $70 all the way up to 84, 85s, but now pushing back lower, about $10 right now removed from that high of day. Keep an eye here as well on CoreWeave. This one trading a lot lower. The IPO lockup period for this ends tonight, so keep an eye on this one. Then Coherent, one of many earnings names on watch, CSCO, JD. Tons of names reporting earnings, I guess earnings day one today. And then tonight after the close, check out the market recap with Sean and myself at 4 p.m. Eastern. We'll get AMAT earnings. We will get QUBT earnings. We will get KULR earnings, a little bit of another kind of meme or retail favorite type stock at times. And we'll also get NNE. So definitely join Sean and myself for those. Right now, though, we're sending you to Neil and his lesson of the day. Neil, take it away.
Thank you, Adara. The lesson of the day is nobody wants a slipper. No one wants to get beat down for breaking rules. And I heard the boys talk. I don't even remember what you guys were talking about, but then someone referenced the slipper. You don't want to get hit with something. So I'm going to start with why you don't want to break the rules, and I'm going to tell you my story about the slipper because someone asked for it in the chat. Because most children of West Indians probably have a similar story to this. No, it just comes down to you should always admonish yourself for not following your rules. And the market's going to teach you something if you don't follow the rules. But I'll show you a good example or two really good examples of this, because I was completely convinced that we're going to have a short day today on Bullish. But I also knew that there were two key price levels I wanted to engage with underneath the 80 level where it flushed here, and then up at around 86. And this is one thing that becomes important. It's like when you have key areas of interest, oftentimes there's a reason why you highlight them, because if one breaks, you're in a world of pain until you get to the next. And obviously I could have been in the second short, but it's a day saver to get away from this thing when it's breaking away from this resistance from the day before. Like that's $5 to the upside. Like that you can ruin yourself there. And obviously it ends up holding that top. Let's be real. If I just averaged into this at the high, I'd be absolutely laughing. But I wait for it to re-engage under VWAP and underneath that support, and that's when I get back into shorting the trade. Because I missed it up here, I'm engaging down here. It's that simple. Follow your rule, or you get the slipper. The biggest example of how you could have got the slipper today was I knew I was taking an Apple breakout at 235. I wasn't as jazzed about it after we had the big move to the downside on the print at 8:30, but I still had the order out there, and we follow our rule. I always have a really tight stop on a breakout trade. That's just how I roll. But if you don't get out right away, you get the slipper. I don't care how much I like a breakout trade. Breakout trades, to me, you don't give a ton of room with, or you're going to get hurt. Dip buy, patience. Breakout trade, lack of patience. It better start working right away or I want no part of it. So you have a rule, you follow the rule, and it helps you to save money. Now, I was asked in the chat what the slipper means. Look, I had a paper route when I was younger. Technically, it was my older brother's paper route, but we did it together. You know, I got a cut because, I mean, whatever. I don't even think I was getting half because he's my older brother, and that's just how these things work out. But in the mornings, we'd have to like fold the paper, sort the papers in the basement, get everything going, and get them delivered by a certain time. Now, there was one morning, I don't remember why, but we were lollygagging, and we were going to be late and not make time. By the way that we were lackadaisical in setting up, we were not going to get out the door in time. Now, Moms wasn't saying a word. She was letting it happen and just watching us lollygag, knowing it was our responsibility. When we emerged from the basement, clearly late, she had a look on her face, and we knew instant acknowledgement that we done messed up and we were going to be late. But we're about to be even more late because the slipper done came off. Now, the good news was it was my older brother's paper route. So that meant him first, which gave me the opportunity to make a choice. I could sit there and watch, knowing what was going to happen next, or I could flee. Now, a smart person would have sat there and watched. I decided to flee, and I ran up the stairs only to get caught in the back leg with the slipper. Bam! Every West Indian parent knows how to fling. She's got a great left hand, right hand, ambidextrous. That's just how she rolls. My mom's amazing. But the reality is, and again, like it's harmless stuff at the end of the day. You can either choose to admonish yourself for not following your rules and punish yourself for not following your rules, or you can let the market punish you. Ask yourself which is worse. You can either just bite the bullet, don't let Moms get you with the slipper, just admonish yourself. I could have been like, yo, Len, man, we need to step up here. He could have said, shut the heck up. And I'd be like, no, Len, we need to keep going. That's my brother's name. And he could have tried to shut me in, but at least I would have tried and there'd be no slipper. So either the market's gonna punish you or you could admonish yourself when you break your rules. Much better if you allow yourself to be in control and not leave it to the market, which is always going to punish you more harshly. That is your lesson of the day. And shout out to all the good parents out there who aren't afraid to tell their kids what's real. That's all I'm saying.
I just like the story because it featured a slipper. I have an affinity for slipper.
Did you used to
I
get
just like
the
the
slipper?
story because it featured a slipper.
Did you used to get the slipper when you were younger?
Joseph, I caught all sorts of ass whoopings.
Oh, same.
All sorts of
Oh,
ass
yeah.
whoopings, bro. With whatever my mom could get her hands on. You know, if she got her hands on a mug, it'd be a mug.
Oh my
right?
days,
Like, you know,
brother,
like,
I
yeah.
was just about to say, have you ever gotten the mug?
Oh, I've
got
gotten
the mug
everything,
once.
Joey. I got everything.
I got the hockey stick.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
hockey sticks are
That's
around.
just the way it is, bro.
Yeah,
You know,
it's
the
just-
Middle
it's just the way
Easterners,
it is,
they
man.
just go from
The
0 to
thing is-
100 very quickly, right? You know, they just go to anger
I
immediately.
have no idea how I was tolerated as a kid. Like, luckily, I had a cute smile. Otherwise, it's just like, man, ship this guy away. And like I was thinking the other day, if my kid is anything like me,
Which I know it will be, because I'm going to have to be made to pay.
bro,
I'm going to have to be made to pay.
It is
Yeah.
like I probably. It's just best I don't have one because it's just like.
Get him, Madeira. No, but like, look, he's worried about karma, Madeira. He just knows that he was such a troublesome kid, like myself, as a young person. He knows that karma's coming for him. It's gunning for him, Madeira.
How bad were you guys as kids that this is a
Pretty
real
bad,
thing
bro.
that you worry about? Like, in my day, you know, I didn't want to throw out a ham sandwich that wasn't mine, so I got a detention. Like, that was...
Yeah, but you're much more level-headed than, you know, both. Like, I could tell that from your disposition.
I'm trying to picture these childhoods, and karma, this is...
Constant whoopings, Madeira.
Yo, boys are way more.
Of course you can
rambunctious.
come in, man. Neil's chiming in over here. Oh my goodness. Get him, Neil. Where's Neil at?
Where's Neil at?
He's coming in. He's
Assassino,
coming in.
He's coming in
Yeah,
there. Get him,
he's getting in.
Assassino. Neil, bang.
Get attention. The last thing you want to do with a West Indian parent is try to get attention. There's a saying with West Indian parents, especially if you're out in public. West Indian children do not embarrass their parents. West Indian parents will embarrass their children. That's the reality. However you think it's going to go in public, you throw a fit or whatever. No, it's going exactly the other way. You're about to be seriously embarrassed if you try to push that. I'm just saying, it's a little bit different. Some people would call it harsh.
Oh,
but
boy.
at the end of the day,
I don't think it's
to
harsh.
take it back a little bit. As long as you're attentive, as long as you care about your kids, as long as you are willing to discipline them, tell them
Exactly.
what's right and wrong, I mean, there's some leeway to how you go about it, and obviously there's some lines that you shouldn't cross. That's all that really matters at the end of the day. But you're not embarrassing a West Indian parent. I can't tell you the number of times, and thankfully I had an older brother, so whenever shenanigans happened, I would sometimes get the benefit of, yeah, well, you're the older one. You should have been controlling him.
Yeah.
And so my brother would get a lot of that nonsense, where like I was being a tomfool, and my moms would just be like, it's your responsibility. You're supposed to look after him. You let him do that. And my brother would like, he'd live with it. And he's probably a better person
older
than me.
siblings' problem,
Older
though,
siblings do
yeah,
get that a lot. It teaches them a lot of responsibility. That's probably why my brother is such a good human being as an adult, is because of what he had to put up with me. But anyways, that's just my 2 cents.
I love it.
Get it, market, although the market's going to the downside.
Yeah,
By the way, market's going down.
Yeah.
Amazon's going to get close to the high, up 2.5%. Strong day for Amazon.
Yeah, it's the strongest. The Flakes and the Flakes is not Mag 7 name. Amazon, the strongest Mag 7 name, easily far and away 2.5% on the Zon. The second best, Joey, I would say Goggles, right? Goggles up 0.94, so almost 1%. But if you're looking at the old FANG, it's definitely the Flakes today. NFLX up 3.1%. Great look for Flakes there. I want to mention a couple of things. First of all, we're in IMAB at 13s. Oh boy. We've wet the beak up there to 30. The high of the day is 33. I'm posting at 35. Let me wet the beak here because I still have a couple more outs. Oh boy, it's coming in down now. Down, down, baby. No street and no range. All right, we're going to take it out there. That was all sorts of slippage down there. But we'll take some out there. That's okay. We're still positive on it. Now, I'm still printing on CGTX. We're about 20 pennies in the money. This is a dollar name, guys, and it's still going. 77 print, 78 high. We're at the highs as we speak. That's all the good stuff. Let me get to the bad stuff because there's both. This one, AERT, I was caught in a down halt on it. Thankfully, didn't lose that much on it. We got in at 27s and we got out at 22s. So we lost 5 pennies on that one, but I was in the halt on that. Just, lucky that I didn't have a bigger down move. So we'll see how AERT is acting. It's below VWAP and kind of at the moment not of interest to me anymore, unless I can get back above that $1.15 where VWAP is. Also, WULF, you guys saw me in a trade in that before we went to Deere and Neil, and I got in, basically I was holding this one into 90, and then when it came back down again and started showing me lower lows and lower highs, I was like, that's a trend break. I'm getting the hell out. So I got out of Wolf, took like a few pennies there, left on the remaining amount. It ended up being positive trade, but not really the rocket that we were hoping. And look at it go down more. So this one does look like it's on its way at least to VWAP. Maybe 735 is where I'm seeing VWAP right now on WULF. Let's keep an eye out on that one. Last but not least here, let's go back to IMAB. As you can see, I've got an order there waiting at 505 for a fill. Well, what the hell is that 505, Sharif? The 10 EMA on the 5 is what's at 505. So I'm looking to add into there, which is above $5. So that gives me a bit of a buffer zone. So if I get that fill at 505, I can give myself a little bit of a buffer between my entry and that $5 area. So that's what I'm looking at right now. We're involved in a couple of names. I know the position board is restarting there, but that's what I'm in. We're in IMAB and CGTX, still holding a piece on both. Let's see what this one does. All right, before we go back to Joey options, we were at $29. So before I go, MIAX, new IPO today. What is it? It's an exchange in Miami called MIAX, and we actually have this gateway, this exchange, on the floor here. We can use it. It's one of the ways, it's an exchange, if you're a newer trader, is like a street to get to downtown. So in Toronto, there's all sorts of streets that can get you into downtown. You can go down Yonge Street, Bayview, Leslie, Bathurst, all these different streets, right? So this is basically a gateway is a street to get to the exchange. So you can get downtown many different ways. You can get your order to the exchange in many different ways. This is what it is. And they're going to market. I don't know why. I don't know too much about them other than they're a gateway on our platform. But their ticker is going to be the same thing as their gateway ticker. So if we were to see MIX on the level 2, you'd see MIX. It's open. It's open.
It's open.
It's
I
open,
had a
guys.
feeling
Here we
it was
go.
gonna dump
It's
there.
dropping down here, Neil.
Ooh.
It opened up at 31 2/3. It's dropping down aggressively. It's about $1 out of the money right now. A little bit less, Joey, but we just opened up. It's obviously opening above the IPO price, but MIX is live now. Here we go. I guess that was a perfect time
That
to
was
look at it.
perfect.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
that's what I was
fantastic.
saying, man. That was
MIX
perfect.
is live, baby. So here we go. We're holding 31. No, we're not, Joey. That's on the bid. It's on the ask. Excuse me. The low is 30.50. We're zigging and zagging a little above 31, a little bit below. We're 35%. Let's see how this cookie crumbles. Do we break above that 31.65? Here we go. All right, almost into 32. 78 seller got decimated. Mid-80s seller as well. Mid-90s seller got taken out, but down we go. Right back into the 80s. Here go. 32 seller right now. Just got a glimpse of him or her or whoever the hell is on the other side. So we'll keep an eye out for 32. Local resistance level there, Joey.
There goes
I'll keep your eye
Joey.
out on this one. MIAX. I forgot to mention it's on the New York Stock Exchange. So what a dump that was. There's a new low of day in the 30.27. Yeah, you know what, bro? If they're not crypto or AI, I don't want nothing to do with it.
I don't want nothing.
I don't want nothing to do with it.
I don't
right?
want any part of that. That's for sure. So it's not going to be like yesterday. But guys, we got stopped out of IBIT and Ethereum. And I'm not going to try to milk a stone. Oh, okay. I thought that was, I'm like, oh no, did I add? That's TQs. But yeah, I got stopped out of both of those. Just cut that. And I don't think we're going to be able to, I don't think we're going to be able to. I'm not going to be looking for any other longs in that space right now. I just think it's time for everything to start pulling back, considering the run that we've experienced there on Ethereum. And then Bitcoin obviously touching those all-time highs yesterday and then now starting to come back in. So it's time to flip up the game plan. Longs aren't working. We tried a couple of attempts on the short, but now I'm playing the short again on the TQs. The break of this key support level, I think that we have the ability to go into that PPI print low, and if the velocity starts to pick up, then I think we'll be okay. But you can see a breach of that specific level. We add into it looking for the continuation to the downside. As long as the volume stays cool on the lower time frames, then I think we'll be all right. But let's take a look at the chain. If anyone has a specific ticker that they want to go over, then let me know and we'll do so. Other than that, this is going to be my final trade of the day if I lose. If this is a loser, that's it. You're going to see me sitting on my hands. I have plenty of risk, but I'm not going to ruin the vibe whatsoever of my month, nor am I going to be going into a long weekend for me personally, wishing that I traded a little bit better. That's just not going to happen. So if I do any other transactions, going to be in the simulator, Sharif. So this is the final one, and that I promise you guys. All right, NVDA, we talked about that options chain. Let's take a look at the overall market, because I think that's really important to see if we see any specific call walls or anything along those lines. For today's expiration, let's go to tomorrow. Let's go to this week's expiration. Wow, 580. Okay, that is beautiful. I wish I took a look at this a little bit earlier. 580, look how substantially. So guys, when we're trying to identify call and put walls, you're going to see like a lot of people will point out these strike prices, and it's like, okay, yeah, I get it. There's 10,000, 15,000, but everything, all the strikes above and below it are at like 12, 13,000. That's not substantial for me, right? I want to see something that's eye-popping, and you can see with me when I'm like, wow, look at that concentration at 580, 50,000 contracts. 50,200 contracts at that strike price, and then look at everything else. Small, 20,000 here, 2,000, 2,000, 3,000, 3,000, 17,000. So the next largest strike is going to be that 590, or sorry, not 590, 575, which can act as a potential put wall. Sorry, I'm going to eat that word. 570 with 26,000, but that's half of what we're experiencing right here. We're going to let Sharif do this, and then we're going to talk a little bit more about it.
I got news, exciting news for Canadian sophisticated traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple guys, leveraged ETFs offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P, TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. You want even better? They're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points up until December 31st, 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. Shout out to the good folks there at Beta Pro by Globex. I mean, that's interesting, Joey. And we were kind of joking around when we used the word sophisticated, but let's call a spade, all right? Triple leveraged ETFs are a little dangerous.
Yeah.
They give you a lot of exposure. There's a lot of decay holding these bad boys overnight. So you should probably, cross your T's and dot your I's.
More or less an intraday vehicle, right? Like if you're really looking to leverage your system, we talk about this all the time, Shree,
sir.
is that those aren't long-term investments, right? They seem really, really obviously intriguing to buy. They're usually lower priced, and it's like, oh, okay, well, 3 times I can make 3x my money. Well, guess what? It doesn't work like that. So if the underlying falls 1%, guess what? That ETF is falling 3%. All right, it's substantially larger, and then you also have the rebalancing, so you get that decay over time. So that's why it's more or less an intraday vehicle and not necessarily something that you invest in the.
Joey, I got to cover this.
Go ahead,
so 32 got breached, and now. And my ex is using 32 as support. I've been watching this. It's going to rocket up. Here's 33. 33 is the resistance right now. That's the high of the day. It cleared 32, and then it literally used $32 as support. I think it went down to 98 at most there when it cleared 32. And here we go. We're now using 33 as that resistance. There's size there, but you feel that 33 seller, maybe not on this attempt or the one after, but that 33 seller might be in trouble here. That is the high of the day right now on MIAX. This is an IPO, guys, a new IPO, a Miami exchange. It's trading on the NASDAQ under ticker there, MIAX. Be careful with this as it's quite volatile. It's not super spready. It's 9 to 20 pennies at times, but it's definitely got a lot of volatility, and the spread does open up wide at times. You need to be alert for that. Here's that 32 drop. Do we get the pop? 32 and a third buyer. We're dripping here. All right. Down into 32. Do we hold? We're holding momentarily, breaching 32. All right, wow, all the way down into 31.75. Can we quickly regain 32? We have it on the ask, not on the bid. So the bamboozlement is fast, furious, and kind of cray-cray. Be careful with this one. We're going to keep calling it out as the price action develops. Sorry to interrupt you, Joey, but I want to mention one other thing over here. CGTX, $1.81 high, tanks back down into 156. I'm long 155. So I'm now break even on the last remaining amount, but I do have an order there in front of 150, which I will allow to fill. Why? Because that's a volume weighted average price. It's also the 50 penny area that I like for psychological area of support or resistance, depending if it's coming from the north or south side. So CGTX, ugly flush. We always talk about this. Escalator on the way up.
Nice trade.
Elevator on the way down.
Nice trade there on that.
I appreciate you, Joey. How about this one over here? Boom on IMAB into the high. We got 13s. We just took out 34s. So IMAB, shout out to the OG Bovin. He pointed this one out to me. It's going, Joey. We just got the print there at the day's high. Let's set up now into 41s, see if we can wet the beak in and around there. But I'm going to be watching intently here, CGTX. I don't want this to go against me. Looking to pick some up.
Good look. Good look there, brother. All right, so we got some earnings after the bell today. So let's go through some of the expected moves and just take a look at the options chain here, considering I'm sitting in my final position. As long as we construct a lower high, then we'll be okay. Maybe we'll go test those lows. But extremely volatile, slightly choppy session for me personally. Anyways, all right. Applied Materials, and what I'm talking about is you want to see something that just grabs your eye, grabs your attention, and I'm not necessarily seeing that to a certain extent. So at 180, we do have a little bit of a put wall, so $9,300 contracts there, and then on the call wall we have 100 at that 190 strike price. We got 4,888 there, and then now let's take a look at our expected move. AMAT, do. Applied Materials. Sharif, I believe you dabbled in this one before, no? AMAT?
I'm in. Oh, AMAT?
Yeah,
No.
Okay.
I'm not in AMAT.
So a 5.1% expected move. So I can't talk today. 75% at the money IV with a high of around 198 and a low of around 178.92. Now let's see what other names we got. I think there's a couple. NU Holdings. Okay, why are you doing this to me? So embarrassing. Okay, there we go. NU Holdings, let's take a look at this one, and then we'll pull up the chain, considering we're on this page right now. So we're looking at a 7.4% expected move, 146% at the money IV, a high of $12.96, and a low of $11.17 a trade.
You've seen Trade the Pool here with us for a while now, guys, and now they've created something very special just for you, our viewers. A free ebook featuring 4 proven swing trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside the book, you'll see exactly how they approach the markets, how they manage their risk, and what setups they rely on, so you can learn and grow from what actually works. Guys, download it now by scanning the QR code on the screen or hitting the link in the description. Shout out to the great folks at Trade the Pool, and if you're wondering whether you'll ever see Mitch live in living color here in the studio, the entire Trade the Pool team is visiting Trader TV in October. We still got to wait a little bit for your boy Mitch.
You're going to be gone, though.
Hopefully, I think they're actually in the beginning of October. I'm probably going to go to the end because I always know that the mission trip extends into November. So it's like late October-ish, and I'm never here for Halloween. That's how I know that, right?
Okay, cool.
Hopefully I'll be around and we can shoot the breeze with your friend Mitch there. And he can tell us about all his swing trades.
Swing alert.
Swing alert.
Swing alert. All right, guys. NU Holdings, here we go. A weird concentration here. So 13, we got that 13 strike price, 15, and then also 14. We got 50,000, 56,000, and 50,000. We went over the expected move not too long ago. So let's see how that comes into play. On the put side, largest we got there is that 12 strike price with 34,700 contracts. So I think there's a little bit more of walls through these specific areas. If they're breached, just look for that next one to hold up. It's kind of like a blockade. With each blockade you go through, the next one becomes slightly more difficult because of the damage that you take. You've obviously exhausted some of the buyers as well too. So look for potential rejections. We went over that expected move, as I previously said, and then potential put wall as well too. So you look for the bounces off of that $12 strike price. And then the last one here, nothing crazy. We got QUBT. Bang, let's go. Quantum computing reporting today as well. Options chain, not too much activity considering the price, right? But we got the thousands, nothing substantial. I can't give you any form of gauge, and this is what I'm talking about when we're trying to identify call and put walls. You want to see something that grabs your attention, and we're not experiencing that right now on QUBT, maybe with the exception of the 18 strike price, but that's on the put side, so not much we can do about that. But let's take a look at the expected move on this one here, and then we'll send it back to my brother, man. All right, so QUET. Let's see what we got going on. Quantum computing. So we are looking at approximately a 9.5% expected move with a 200% at the money IV. So slightly expensive. You can see that my other platform is showing 225%. So relatively within that tight range. So. Yeah, I know I like box jumps. I like box jumps. That's for sure.
They're good.
Yeah, they're good.
These ones were very good.
Very, very
excellent.
Good. Excellent. Prestige.
Sorry to interrupt.
Very much so. But wow, crypto's taking it on the noggin. We don't like this too much.
It's all good, man.
It is.
Baby, I know. Crypto going up every day because then I start like, why didn't I?
I didn't. Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, here it is. Okay, that's a good topping signal as well, right? Considering the run that we've been on. Should have kept an eye on this print. We won't complain because we are down here around 27.60 or 70. Sorry, is my average price on that one. So that's been working out, and we're just going to continuously hold this. I mentioned I may not even attempt any further swing trades on the year. I'm just going to hold Ethereum because we were talking about this morning as well too. I know Katina Man likes Solana. I just think there's too much behind Ethereum right now. We know Deere's informed about this. Project URs too. Project Crypto. SEC looking to move the whole financial sector onto the Ethereum blockchain. Then we obviously have the Genius Act. You have to tokenize a lot of these names, USDT, USDC. They have to go on the Ethereum blockchain because they have to could be under smart contracts, right? And then also you get the yield from Ethereum from gas as well too. So you get the burnage, and then when you validate the transaction, you get that gas fee for holding so and staking your Ethereum. So I really like this for the foreseeable future. I think that when we do break that previous all-time high, we can make that move into 5,500, 6,000. It just may take a lot longer than what we're expecting, but I do like what we are seeing right now, Shree.
All right, Joey. Bovin strikes again. He strikes a lot, but he's been striking a lot lately. BMR, guys, it's a localized breakout. It was doing bupkis all morning. Be careful with these ones. It's breaking out 18 and a third, 19 and a half, 19 and 3/4, but there is a risk with these ones that move midday like this for there to be a V-shaped retracement, an upside down V-shaped retracement. So up and then down. So be careful with this. Definitely employ sound risk management strategies here with BMR on the NQ up 19%. All right, we just added there on IMAB like a psycho. So we got 6 on. Let's take out some 8s here, and then let's layer the orders. I just need to see how many shares we've got in the bag over here on IMAB. I don't want to take out too much too quickly. Let's go ahead and post up here at 14. It showed me 14 momentarily. Let's also post up at 19, and then we'll post up at 24s, okay? So that's what we're doing right now. Anything below 5, it's all over on IMAB. So let's go ahead and throw that stop there. I'm going to go like that, and then all the way down to her, and there we go. So stops in place, everything's gravy. Let's see what happens. But BMR is still going. Where the hell is BMR? There it is. Okay, it's up 25% now, Bovin, 375 high. This one's still got the juice. And here we go. We just touched 375 again. It's a 385 now high, guys, but it's not spending any, real amount of time in any one area. So in addition to using resting stops, you can capture the price action. Be careful. This one could be trouble. Okay, I hate to say this. I've seen this story before. These ones that break out midday with no catalyst. Sometimes they do these Christmas tree retracements, as we call them, thanks to Randy. And what I mean by that is obviously one side is green, the other side is red, and it kind of looks like a Christmas tree. You guys get it. So that's what we'll look at right now. Looking back here on IMAB, looking for this one to generally hold the $5 area, and we'll see what we get with that one. And then, oh baby, CGTX we added, and now we're scalping out into the volume weighted average price, 155. I don't want to overstay my welcome on this one because it could be a dead cat bounce, as my friend Neil likes to call it. You just get into VWAP. There's some resting orders in and around there. It pops up a little bit, but it's really masking what's really happening, which is the sellers are in control. And you don't see that because you've got your long goggles on and you're looking for the bounce off VWAP when you really should be looking at the overall pattern. So going to keep my eye out here on CGTX. Don't want to give back too much, Joey. A few pennies now off my entry.
Absolutely. All right, guys, let's do this. Let's have a little bit of fun on the chain here and just we kind of build some strategies. We'll do some basic hedging. We'll do some condors, butterflies. It's crazy because I haven't constructed so many of them in so long. I just would stick to the ones that I was good at, and then that's it. But yeah, we'll go over a couple. We'll go a fan favorite. Shreve, give me a fan favorite ticker right now.
Oh, sorry, I was reading a.
Sorry.
Yeah. Give me a fan favorite.
Fan favorite ticker.
Everybody likes. Nobody has bad feelings for Elon. Let's go Tesla.
Tesla. No one has bad feelings for Tesla. Okay, all right then. We're off to a great start.
Nobody,
here.
Neil.
Nobody. Everybody loves Tesla. Boy, I don't know.
Yeah. I heard a Dare up there. It's like, I don't know, bro.
But she said that she would buy if she could drive, it would be a Cybertruck.
I know she would. She likes the Cyber.
She likes the Cyber. Yeah. Boxy, right? We don't like the too much of a curve. You don't like the McLaren, Adara? I love it. So
I haven't even seen a McLaren. I just like a nice boxy vehicle.
That's her style, bro.
I like a Chevy HHR. I like the Nissan Cube. Who's pressing the fail on all these vehicles?
Assassino, Adara. My hands are over here, bro. It's Assassino. No? Hold on. Who is it? The Chilean Nightmare?
Not me.
It ain't me.
I don't even have the fail thing.
It wasn't me. It must have been Fabian.
I like a nice boxy vehicle. I like a vehicle with personality, and I like the Cybertruck. And those front lights on the Cybertruck at night, beautiful.
Derek, can I tell you something?
Please do.
That's a light bar, by the way. That's not what's actually lighting the road. What's the real headlights are like these little tiny slits way below. I'll show you a picture in a second.
I have to look into
They
this.
hide them, Adara.
I like him.
Okay, this isn't gonna.
I
be
like
as
the
easy
side,
as
bro.
it-
Come on,
you,
now.
you like, obviously, we love the side, man. We love the side. All right, guys. So this is what we're gonna do. Sorry, this is kind of. I just need the profile up here. So essentially, let's construct a condor. What is an iron condor? For those who are asking, it's essentially you have the ability to manipulate options contracts to say, hey, I believe this stock is going to stay within a specific range. And this is where I love this strategy, because essentially it's very, very highly profitable. But again, when you're writing, you have to take specific measures in place. Sharif, interrupt
Yes,
me
sir.
at any time, right? Because I'm just going to be
This
going
is
over
important,
these things.
man. I think people really want to see this. Are you kidding
Absolutely.
me?
So I'm just saying, again, you got trades going on. We're just doing hypothetical stuff
Fair.
over here, right? So essentially, right, like we have our stock. I'm not going to be able to use my tool here, so I can't, because I can't see anything. So, oh my days, this
Embarrassing.
It's so embarrassing. Where is it? I lost it, Sharif.
The mouse?
Yeah. Okay. Here we go. All right, I got it back. I got to shut this down.
That's happened to me today, too.
Okay, so let's pull up a daily here. We're going to do an example on Tesla because we did have a nice consolidation range, and we're just going to construct these. And this is why I specifically love this strategy. We're going to go over the probability of profit, etc., and everything that we tend to do. And this is what I used to do when I was sitting at home all day. I'd have my notebook. I used to actually, it's funny, I actually have still a lot of the old notes in here. It's just like every day I'd be just strategizing. Okay, like how am I going to, oh, you guys can't see, but every day it's just like writing in my notebook. I'm writing like, what is that next big potential trade? So this is what I was doing. So we find this consolidation, right? So we have this consolidation here on Tesla, and we have this range. So what I would used to do is I would sit back and be like, okay, what can I do to establish this iron condor on a stock that is moving sideways? So essentially what it is saying, hey, we're building a strategy where we don't believe that Tesla is going to go higher than 362, and it's not going to go lower than 275, we'll call it, all right? Roughly 280, 275. So that means that we have a range that this underlying asset can close in between and we can profit. We don't need to be directionally biased, even though sideways is a direction, so maybe I'm going to eat those words. But at the end of the day, we don't need the stocks to go up, down. We just need it to stay within a specific range, all right? So that is the strategy of an iron condor. So now, essentially what we got to do is when you are constructing these legs, you always want to write your first option first. Now, why did I go up to this 345 strike price? Now, this is where we can correlate our deltas, right? Our delta is also used as a percentage metric on which the probability of that specific contract is going to close in the money. All right, so what this is telling us at that one delta strike is that there is a 10% chance that that contract is going to close in the money, but the way that I like to look at it is there's a 90% chance that it's going to expire worthless, and that is the objective of this strategy. We want our contract combinations to expire worthless. So essentially, you look at this as a 10% chance. I'm looking at it as a 90% probability that it's going to expire worthless, and that way I collect the full premium. Now, on this specific strategy, we're collecting $52, but we also want to hedge this position. Why? Because we don't want to have our contracts assigned to us, right?
Okay.
So we don't want that assignment. So what we do is we buy a long contract, a strike above that. So that's going to cut the premium that we collect in half, all right? So that's okay, but our downside is now protected. Because if Tesla decides to go parabolic, we would lose infinite money because it continuously climbs higher and higher. This protects our downside, all right? So this is our first leg. This is a bear call spread.
Okay.
Now let's head down and construct our bull put spread. All right, we're going to do the exact same thing. We're going to head to that one delta strike right over here. We're going to go to 0.9, and we are going to select our short strike first, and then we're going to hedge that position about 5 points lower, and then sure enough, roughly collect the same amount. Now, let's take a look at our profile. Oops, where is it? Sorry, guys. I just had it. Yeah, I just had it up here. There it is. Perfect. Now let's take a look at the profile of this specific trade. Now, as what I was saying, this gives us a range. So what we are collecting is $46 per contract combination. May not seem like much, but when you have a probability of profit at 86%, I like my odds. Can you lose substantially more? Yes, but there's also a catch. If one side is working, so say Tesla decides to break up, what we can do is just close our bear call spread and allow our bull put spread to expire worthless, okay? So let's take a look at the profit profile. So this is exactly what it's telling us. In between a range of 317 and 350 is when we collect that full premium. Outside of that specific range is when we start to lose money, and those contracts are in the money, which we are not looking to do. We want it to expire worthless. Now, hopefully this is helpful, but you say, Joe, why would I want to make $50 when I have a potential loss of $500? That's worst case scenario. That's not what's going to necessarily happen unless something goes completely wrong with the market, and the chances are it's not going to. We've gone through those volatility phases, all right? But one thing to note, once again, is the probability of profit is I'm willing to risk a couple $100 to make $50 only because I have a 90% chance of collecting that $50. Now, you want to obviously keep those risk measures in place and set your stop losses on those specific contracts, but then there's also an additional way where you can just close the leg that isn't working in your favor and then add into the position and add into the leg that is, and just write a couple more contracts. So that is how you construct an iron condor. That's the principles behind it. It's range trading. It's not necessarily directionally biased, Sharif.
Fantastic, great. That was excellent. I'm gonna have to go back and watch that because I think that I've been asking you a lot of these questions, and you probably have to repeat yourself.
No,
a
that's
bunch
fine.
of
I
times
love
to me,
repeating
so.
myself. I love talking about this stuff,
I know you
to be
do.
honest with you. So,
but I
yeah,
don't
I'm
really
good
want
with
to
that.
be, the one that asks over and over. So I'll just rewind. And listen, Joey, remember how we were just talking about the blockchain possibly the stock market possibly finding its way onto the blockchain?
Yep.
So there was actually an experiment.
Yeah, with
Australia.
Yeah.
So I asked
okay.
our very good friends at Perplexity why it didn't work out in Australia. What happened?
What happened?
So here's a very quick summary, and then we can go into some of the reasons. So it said the Australian Stock Exchange, which is ASX, abandoned its attempt to switch its core clearing and settlement systems to blockchain because the technology was unable to meet critical performance, scalability, and operational requirements. The project suffered from technical challenges, governance failures, inadequate stakeholder engagement, and over-reliance on immature technology, resulting in delays, massive overruns, cost overruns, and eventual suspension, which means nothing to any of us, right? A whole bunch of just vague statements. So I said, and then it gave me key reasons for the failure. So I said, look, summarize these key reasons in basically point form. So there were technical issues and performance. So apparently, look at this. Major code-based problems, nearly half of the code needed rewriting. And to this day, Joey, since they actually launched it, only 63% of the code has actually been done years later. So apparently there's...
I remember they tried this a long time ago.
Yeah. I remember it was like late teens, wasn't it? Something like that.
Yeah.
Scalability bottlenecks with serial and batch processing, concurrency problems. There was also, they chose a computer language called DAML. You guys may be familiar with that. I am not. Was poorly suited. Go, Adira.
Sorry, I pressed the wrong button again, guys. I don't know what I'm doing. But XYZ on watch, Jack Dorsey calling Block's new Bitcoin miner the greatest Bitcoin miner of all time.
Is it reacting?
It's a little bit, yeah. It got
Okay.
kind of right up to 75.60, then right back down. I did not mean to press that button. So
Fine, you can do it anytime, man. You don't have to worry about that, Adira.
Don't apologize.
Yeah, so there's some interesting stuff here. So obviously I want to do a bit more of a deeper dive.
Yeah.
But I want to see exactly, some of these issues that plagued the Australian exchange, are they still persistent issues?
Yeah.
Or have they been kind of solved? All right, I got to digress for a second. ONDM. This is a sub $1 stock. I was dancing with this one for a little bit over here. It is now on a breakout. It's up over 100% and knocking the door of that $1 area. Just worked its way up into 98. It had spiked into 104 prior to that, or 105, excuse me. Now it's sub $1, but looking to break out again. It's up 100%. So be on the lookout here. ONMD on the NQ, trying to breach that dollar. So yeah, if you guys know more information about the whole Australian Stock Exchange trying to switch to the blockchain and can kind of give us, just an easy summary as to what happened, throw in the chat, tag Joey or I, because this is something that we've been talking about a lot, especially with, the hoods and the SoFis and whoever else trying to tokenize a lot of these newer assets. What's going on over there, Katina Man?
Short Palantir at 185.
The Katina Man is short Palantir at 185, and as you saw on the screen there, he was just running with a bucket full of cash, or a barrel full of cash. He's $5 in the money. That's what he is right there. 180.32. By the way, Katina Man, you know that it opened, right? MyX.
Yeah, I
Yeah. Neil told him. So there it is. There is a PLTR, a bit of a tougher day for PLTR, but it's more like every day we're making new highs. So today taking some profits here, 2 1/5 in negative land. But anyway, back to ONMDs, zigs and zags, still south of that $1 area. I want to keep my eye out on this one. This could be a good breakout one, guys. We'll pack our patience and see what the situation is with this one. Also, I called out BMR as Bovin let me know that this one was moving. It does exactly what we thought it was going to do, a V-shaped retracement, but the move down was quicker. So didn't really look like a V. It looked like you took the elevator to the 5th floor, and then you took the elevator right back down to the 3rd floor.
Bro,
so
this is wicked. Wow.
Share.
Yeah. Okay, so you click on the specific strategy, right? So I'll make it simplistic, and we'll go to a vertical spread here, Sharif, and it will set it up for you. You hover over the bid, and it will suggest your trade, the positions for you. That's wicked.
That's
okay,
crazy.
Yeah, that's really good. Okay, so there it is. That's the risk adverse, and there it is. So it'll tell you. So essentially, a vertical spread is just a hedged contract at the end of the day. But it'll say, hey, this is probably the best probability. You have 2 strikes ahead, and that's what I usually do, a $5 spread.
Right.
And sure enough, that's displaying for you. So just to touch on this one more time, a vertical spread is just essentially a hedged long contract. So you just you mitigate you reduce the cost, but that obviously reduces your potential risk to reward as well too.
Interesting.
So, yeah, I'm just cool. I didn't know that it did that.
Very
That's pretty cool. Yeah, sorry, continue.
no, you're good, man. That's actually quite interesting there. We, hopefully we'll be able to cover that in more detail on eSignal, as we will hopefully be getting options permissions on eSignal very soon. So be pumped about that. We'll be able to kind of show you exactly what we're doing, so you guys can follow along.
And then we can get it on the big screen too. That's what I'm really looking for.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we'll be able to put it back on the screen there. Adira has news at the big desk.
I want to remind you guys as well, Donald Trump starts speaking at 1 p.m. Apparently, I'm seeing, according to The Hill, he's going to be talking about Social Security. So we'll see if that is the case. But seems like we might have a potential topic now for Trump's talk. Keep an eye on TSLA. This is very much in a bear flag today. But Coatue Management, apparently in its 13F filing, announcing that they've increased their share stake in Tesla by 24.2%. They now have 2 million shares. So TSLA, bit of a share increase from Coatue Management on their 13F filing. Does not seem to be impacting the stock too much here, though, guys. Back to you.
All right, yeah, interesting stuff. Just looking at the side watch list over here to see areas of strength and areas of weakness. A lot of red in the market today, to be expected with that PPI number coming a little hotter than expected. But when you're looking at the Mag 7, it's like a different story for the Mag 7. Like, my entire watch list is red, save and except for the Mag 7, who, for the exception of Apple and Tesla, what the hell happened to Tesla? Wasn't this thing wasn't I just saying it was flat? What the hell? Why'd it tank like this all of a sudden? Elon Musk warning to Tesla short sellers, they will be obliterated. Get them, Elon. All right. I mean, no, Katina, man, it was down like 1/3%. Now it's down 2 1/3. I don't know what the hell is going on. There was an aggressive sell right around 11:15, 11:30. I don't know what the hell that was about. Yeah, Deere doesn't have anything on that, by the way, but okay. Straight to the dumpster, says Winston Lee.
Right away.
Right away, straight to jail. All right, we're going to start the news a little early today because there's a whole bunch to talk about. And I want to take time to talk about this Apple AI hardware thing. So there's a lot of new products that are being rumored here. Let's get to them. So there's going to be a flagship product, according to this article, launched in 2027, and it will be what they're calling, at least, a tabletop robot. So it's going to be a tabletop robot acting as a virtual AI companion. It's able to track users, engage in conversations, and assist you with tasks. So kind of like an assistant there on the top of your table. It's going to feature like lifelike Siri, so it's not going to be all computerized and weird, capable of joining in group conversations. So as we're talking amongst ourselves, Joseph, the AI is going to engage in conversations with us. I don't know how I feel about that, but it's going to be able to recall information, AKA it's probably going to be eavesdropping, and then be like, oh, you know where I leave my keys? Oh, Sharif, you left your keys on the back of the door there. I was watching you yesterday. That's very off-putting. Anyway, and it's going to also offer proactive suggestions. Very, very interesting stuff. It's going to be designed for productivity, media consumption, FaceTime tracking. It's going to have an integrated video calls app using the iPhone as a joystick. Great. The hardware is going to include here a 7-inch movable display on a motorized arm. Okay, so that's where the robot comes in, with a personality-driven bubbles interface and potential Memoji Finder-inspired design, Joseph. So that is the tabletop robot slated for release in 27, excuse me. There's going to be more, though. Smart home push. I was kind of surprised that they didn't have a push into this already. So in 25, so this year, they're looking to launch a smart speaker with a display, kind of like the Nest or the Hub or whatever, a simpler robot variant without the arm, but featuring home control. It's going to be able to play music, take notes, browse the internet, and video conference. And it's going to have a new OS. So we know there's Mac OS, there's iOS, there's iPad OS, there's stuff, the Apple TV as well, the Watch.
OS here.
There's going to be a new OS, Joseph. They are going to call it Charismatic OS. It's going to support multi-user modes, facial recognition login, voice-first interaction, and widget-heavy design. It's going to blend Apple TV and Watch OS elements, if you can even imagine that. I don't even know what that would look like. Offering personalization, quick task management for shared household use, etc. It's Apple's first serious entry into the smart home displays. I think they did have a product that they scrapped. It's going to compete, obviously, with the Amazon Echo and the Google Nest Hub. Those are some of the competitors. They're also expanding into home security. And a lot of this is AI themed, and you'll see what I mean in a second. So they're going to develop battery-powered security cameras with facial recognition, automation triggers, and infrared sensors. So you can have like a potential doorbell product with Face ID that can unlock the door as you just weasel in. It's going to, again, rival like that Amazon Ring, Google Nest, Roku as well. So, you know, stuff that already exists but gives you access to the Apple ecosystem if that moves the needle. Last but not least, Joseph, something that you and I and Adara and everybody else have been very, very much waiting for, a Siri overhaul. Let's go, Apple. So they're calling it Project Linwood. I don't know what it's named after, but this Project Linwood is a new Siri powered by the Apple Foundation model. So there's two approaches here to the overhaul of Siri. One, they're using an Apple-made LLM. It's called Apple Foundation Models, in-house built. It's going to use personal data integration and large language model capabilities. But they're also simultaneously in a parallel development program, Glenwood project. Glenwood doesn't use Apple Foundation models. It builds on Anthropic's Claude, not ChatGPT here. Elon, take it easy, right? Or other third-party AI tech. The new Siri for iPhone and iPad could launch as early as spring as 2026 with major visual redesign and expanded conversational abilities, Joseph. So it's going to be really interesting to see this sort of product launch. I don't know, timeline.
Yeah, it's very interesting to me, to be honest with you, because we know at the previous keynote this year, they set the bar really, really low. And I don't know if that is going to raise that bar here, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
2027, I mean, that's extremely forward-looking in my opinion. That's quite a ways away, obviously. But at the end of the day, hopefully they can get this right. We know that they've been struggling with the AI Apple Intelligence release anyways, and then now we're leading to the conversation, do they need to be leading in AI? And a lot of people are saying no, a lot of people are saying yes, but they need to get something right.
Yeah.
Is this going to lead them in the right direction? I don't know. I'm really curious to see what this thing, do we have any like beta model of this thing?
Nothing,
what it looks
Joey,
like?
we haven't seen anything.
We have nothing of this,
yeah.
right? So we don't know how good this is going to be. And as for smart homes, we already have, what is it?
Exactly.
Some of the other
Ring,
things.
Nest, all that stuff.
Yeah, exactly. What is the one that I'm looking for? Everyone says, hey, not Google. What is the name for the Google one? It's slipping my mind. I thought about it this morning.
Alexa?
Alexa, right? You got
Amazon,
the Alexa, right? Amazon's Alexa. I'm pretty sure Google Home as well, too. So
Hey, Google.
Exactly. Hey, Google. So, yeah, exactly. So
Sorry,
we're already late. They're late to that dance. I'm curious to see how this is going to be. But I'm glad that they, at the previous keynote, they set that bar low. And if they can turn heads with this, maybe this new AI robot, that's going to be positive for it.
Yeah.
I don't know, personally. I don't know.
It's going to be interesting. We're not even really talking about a robot. We're talking about about a dang arm over here.
Yeah,
I mean,
like a thing. You know, it's like a cone, right?
I want to see what it looks like. We don't even have a design. Adara, which one of these products here kind of moves the needle for you, if any?
Honestly, with Apple, I kind of have to see it to believe it. But guys, I have an element of this that I really want to mention.
I want to hear it.
The second I heard that, like I was hearing you guys talk about the tabletop robot on the desk this morning, and it triggered some major deja vu in me. Like my brain was like, I've heard this before. So I went on AI and I said, hey, when was the first time it's reported Apple's had a tabletop robot? Because I knew this was not new. And it's not new, guys, going back to April 2024. More than a year ago, basically a year and a half ago, Bloomberg started reporting, hey, not only is Apple considering this whole tabletop house robot space, but apparently they were telling executives that they want the future of the company to be in that robotics and home space, which is really different, but you know, that's what apparently they said. Then this thing on my screen here, August 15th, 2024, a year ago. From tomorrow, that's when we get the first report that they're actually developing this $1,000 tabletop robot with the iPad-like display, but it was supposed to be released next year, not 2027. So remembering that, Sharif, honestly, I think they're kind of behind the times again.
Oh, well, that's not a shock.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm happy I remembered this. So
that's good.
Eidetic memory and AI. Because I knew there was something about this that bugged me, and that's what it is. This isn't even news.
So are you averse to the product or just the delays?
I'm just averse to the delay and the fact that I think with Apple, like Joe was saying, they set the bar so low that anything excites us. And I don't know. I'd like to think I'm a bit tougher to please, Sharif. Yeah,
no, that's fair. I know you do. You have every Apple product, but you like to criticize them. I like that, Adara. I like that. Well, hey, mate, you and I both. And I punched in, and I still criticize them.
Let me say something.
I give you credit for that. Go ahead.
Let me say, so this liquid glass, I'm going to be honest with you, I was building PowerPoints using that transparency way before I heard about liquid glass years ago. So to me, I don't think it's anything substantially groundbreaking whatsoever.
They were saying that the programming was super hard because of the physics. So what I mean to say is, so like when you slide over something, it would like actually distort the image like you would if you actually put a glass over it. So I don't think that moves a needle for me and you. We don't care about that.
Yeah.
But they were saying like the physics was actually quite groundbreaking.
Like there's these couple PowerPoint guys that I used to just religiously watch when they were constructing, and they were using this way before I had heard about Apple liquid glass. So
yeah, I mean, to me, it's nice. All right, you guys redesigned iOS. You hadn't done it since 13. Fantastic. But when I want like information while I'm in my car, I don't want Siri to be a dud, man, all right? If I ask a specific question, give me a specific answer. I shouldn't have to fumble and go into chat and launch the voice app, you know what I mean? Like, it's not that hard, Apple. Anyway, that's my little 2 cents there. I think we've spent enough time on Apple. We've already talked about the bullish.
We can go all day about Apple.
I know, we can. Yeah, I know, but for just, brevity's purposes. We're not going to talk about the bullish IPO. We're going to leave that one. Let's talk about this Google $9 billion Oklahoma expansion to boost their AI and cloud infrastructure. We know Google's spending up a storm of money. Come on, Storm. In CapEx, most of it's going to AI. This is part of it. So they are going to invest $9 billion, as I mentioned, in Oklahoma to develop a new data center campus in Stillwater, Oklahoma, to expand its existing prior facility over the next couple of years. The move is, as part of Google's aggressive push to scale up cloud computing as well as AI infrastructure. Some of the tech that they're going to develop it in conjunction with the University of Oklahoma as well as Oklahoma State University. So they're getting, nice. It's good for the state, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. These will be part of Google's AI for Education Accelerator, offering kind of career certificates, AI training courses for free to the first cohort. Google is partnering. This is what caught my attention. Google is partnering with the Electrical Training Alliance to more than double Oklahoma's electrical-focused workforce pipeline. Why the hell does that even matter? Well, because they're building these new, some of them are nuclear, some of them are not, power plants to be able to, power these AI data centers, which are super power hungry. But if you don't have the manpower, the labor force to be able to kind of obviously maintain that and have it running, then it's kind of useless. So it's nice to see that they're actually investing in human capital as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we know over here it takes forever to build things. You go over to China,
Goodness
they're
gracious,
boom, because they have the manpower. But anyway, Shreve, I mentioned this before. By the way, Google up 45% off of those April lows. I mentioned playing the catch-up trade, so we're only about 0.5% off of those previous all-time highs. But I mentioned this before. As long as CapEx is heavy, as long as these hyperscalers remain to spend all of this capital on the infrastructure, I'm going to remain bullish on this AI trade until it starts to cool down, which I don't think for right now anyways it's going to. But for me personally, when you see Google, Amazon, Microsoft putting up all these billions and billions of dollars, I'm going to remain bullish on this AI trade. And I think that's great exposure to a lot of, especially cloud, right? AWS, we have Azure, and then we have Google Cloud as well, too.
Yep.
I'm remaining bullish on this sector.
This is an interesting look here, Deere. I mean, like $9 billion is not huge for Google, you feel, but I like where they're going with it, right? Nice to see that they're partnering up with a couple of universities, get that kind of pipeline of talent going, number one. Number two, they're also investing in the energy side, which we know is super important.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Really quickly, before I get into my thoughts on this, keep an eye on NEGG or Newegg. Martin Shkreli basically kind of calling this one a short. So just keep an eye here on NEGG. The stock does not really seem to care. It did move down a bit, and now it's already recovering back to $130. I want to talk here about this Google stuff, though. For me, I actually think it's a really smart play because it does play into Trump's whole push on investing in America. That is the first thing I thought when I saw the story. I think it is very smart. I think, you want to call Trump on his cell phone. I think the best way to make a hot bling reference there, best way to do that, to get his attention. We know Sundar was already at the inauguration, right? He's trying to grease the wheel a bit. I think this $9 billion investment in the U.S. is a solid look. I believe Amazon already kind of did something similar. The other angle to this that I want to talk about is how it looks for these beautiful energy or utilities plays that are a bit larger, like CEG and VST.
Exactly.
Neither of them are doing that hot right now, but both of them actually ran a bit off the open. Now, not always a lot of volume in those, so keep that in mind. They're both pretty spready, but I'm looking at it from the nuclear perspective and also the how to get Trump's attention in a positive way perspective. And I think both angles are interesting.
Yeah, and especially you're playing on the nuclear play. You're not saying solar or wind, which we know he absolutely loves, right, Adair? He really is a proponent of solar and wind.
One man rants about windmills.
I know. He keeps telling Europe that they're ruining their country with all these windmills. I love it. It's like, Donald, you don't even live there, bro. Let them do what they want. Just leave them the hell alone. So, yeah, thank you, Adair, for chiming in on that. Let's go on to the next story. Cisco beating Q4 earnings, then they guide above. Where is CSCO at right now? Let's just double check. Is it still up on the day? It is not. It's down 1 1/3. So, hey, maybe a good time to buy. Not financial advice. Let's go through the earnings. EPS, earnings per share for our newer viewers. That came in at 99 pennies. Consensus estimate amongst analysts was 98. Check. Revenue, Joey, $14.67 billion. What was the street looking for? 14.62. Check. Beat top line, beat bottom line. How about that take home money? What's our profitability? Shy of $3 billion. We're talking about the quarter, $2.82 billion in net profit, beating expectations and also increasing year over year. Last year, they took home 2.16. So not exactly $1 billion more, but definitely a good look. Now let's talk about the different segments that they have. Their networking revenue, Joey, 12% year over year increase up to $7.63 billion, beating estimates. Wow. However, their security revenue, which has been growing, grew 9%, a little bit below estimates, $1.95 billion, so they missed a bit there. How about the guide? What are they saying they're going to do in the future? Well, for the first quarter of 2026, they're guiding 97 to 99 pennies in profitability on revenue of 14.65 to 14.85 billion, above consensus estimates, with the full year 2026, Joseph, guiding $4 to $4.06 on revenue of 59 to $60 billion. The full year guide is in line with expectations, neither below nor higher. The chief financial officer of the company noted ongoing macro complexity despite the tariff clarity. Now, for the company, they're saying that things are still not hunky-dory out in Cisco world there. AI infrastructure momentum, they're spending money, baby. They've got, they're spending money and they've got orders. They got full year AI infrastructure orders to the tune of $2 billion plus, more than double the company goal. So their internal metrics being easily done there. and about $1 billion of that full year 2025 orders is tied to back-end GPU networking. Last but not least here, Joseph, they are making the right connections with the right companies. They're collabing with BlackRock, Microsoft, OpenAI, SoftBank, need I go on? They also joined Stargate Middle East, which you've been a very big proponent of. Yeah. I know you were all about that Arab money getting spent on a lot of these GPUs, so good luck.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know too much about Cisco, but wasn't it the most valuable stock at one point during the bubble, right?
Yes, the communications.
Yeah, exactly. It was one of the most valuable stocks, and then sure enough, what happened to it? But anyways, guys, up 39% off of those April lows. This is the gauge that we're going to continuously use because that's Liberation Day, all right? So 39.3% off of those lows, and then now we're starting to pull back a little bit, but nothing to be worried about. But you can see throughout that whole report, it's AI, cloud, infrastructure, building more, GPUs, all this. Who's going to benefit from that? NVDA, I think there's going to be, and that's why this stock is continuously climbing higher and higher. And this is what I talk about. As long as that CapEx on AI spend remains heavy, you got to be bullish on this trade. And I think we're going to see that for quite some time here, Shu.
All right, Adara, hold on. I got something for you over here. Which one are you more a fan of? Which Cisco? Are you a fan of this Cisco or this Cisco?
I'm going to have to go. Am I alive? Okay, I'm going to have to go with the image on 100%. Because honestly, I was already like gearing up for a Cisco pun. I was going to say, initially on earnings, the stock dumped like a truck. Though it did recover pretty quickly afterwards. So there we go. Thank you, Sherry, for setting that up. Of course. You knew I was immediately going to go for that. I have a cute little infographic I made here in X at TTV Research, and it shows, this company's had really solid revenue growth, even after, as Joe mentioned, that it was at one point the most valuable company in the world. Became that on in March of 2000. As you can see, after that, revenue did take a little bit of a hit, 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004. But then 2005, we come right back up and we recover. I want to mention as well here, last year, their revenue did take a bit of a dip. Like, look at 2023 versus 2024. That's the same year, right, that they announced a 5% global workforce reduction and they cut their annual revenue guidance for the year. So let's see, like 2025 so far doesn't seem like it's shaping up so bad. Their guidance for the year would actually, they're guiding around 59 billion to 60 billion. So that would put them above 2023 revenue if you look at this infographic, right? So I actually think that's not a bad look at all for the company. Sometimes these earnings reactions, even if they dump like a truck, do not always reflect, the fundamentals of the company or what potential it has.
There we go. Thank you very much for there. Adara. Da-dong, da-dong, dong, dong. You had, look. I love when the beat go.
Sing it. Keep going.
I love when the beat go.
I don't know. I don't know that song.
You don't know this song?
No.
Scandalous.
Adara, you're younger than him.
Yeah, well, honestly, I will say part of how I was introduced to it was just a really nightmarish cover of it on Glee that I cannot unsee. Where Matthew Morrison sings it to a woman who's getting married. It's just so stupid, but that's how I
Makes sense. If you're not singing it to a woman who's getting married, at what context should it be sang, Adara?
He's not marrying her, which is why it's weird. But anyway, shout out to the Thong Song. Look up that cover if you want to ruin your life.
All right.
Cisco.
If I heard it, maybe I would know, but I truly don't know.
Yeah, it's called Thong Song, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, I never heard that.
By Cisco.
I've honestly never heard that.
All right, it's a good way. It's old as hell. I think you were probably like 7 when it came out.
Yeah, I was listening to Swollen Members.
Adara wasn't born when it came out. She was born the next year.
And the Eminem show.
All right, let's go. Let's keep going here. Coherent. They beat, but they had a weak outlook. So let's talk about what they did over here. So they printed EPS of $1 versus the 92 expected, and they also increased year over year. Last year on the quarter, they printed 61 pennies. So an easy bottom line beat there. They're profitable. On revenue of $1.53 billion, the street was looking for 1.51. So check. Top line beat, bottom line beat. Everything's gravy. Their networking segment revenue surged 39% year over year, also beating estimates, and their materials and lasers, it didn't do as well. They fell about 8% year over year. Now, their guide, that was the problem. Their Q1 revenue guidance came in below projections, sending the shares, at least initially, down 17% after hours. And revenue miss, though, was largely tied to $20 million per quarter loss from selling its defense laser business. So it might be a one-off item here that kept this one down in terms of guidance. We'll have to see how they guide in the next quarter. And they sold that defense laser business for around $400 million, to reduce their debt to about $3.7 billion. So clearly carrying some debt here that was on the minds of the company's management, and they had to take off this laser business here for $400 million. They are in partnership with NVIDIA, so they have Coherent is a supplier of NVIDIA's new optical networking switches, which got announced back in March. Optical networking, in case you're just wondering why I'm talking about this, it's about 3.5 times more efficient than the standard setups, which addresses some of the power consumption issues we've been talking about AI. We just finished talking about, Google spending on energy build-out. Well, there are energy build-outs there because these data centers are super hungry. So this does actually add an element of savings there, and the potential to capture a significant share, Joseph, of future AI data center networking spend if the technology that they have is adaptable and scalable. And how do you like that chart?
Yeah, more
Show them
AI,
the chart,
more
baby.
AI spend, more AI spend. That's what you're going to see across the board here. All right, 174% off of those April lows, guys. That is a big time move. But Sharif,
yes, sir.
As you say, we take the stairs up and then we take the window out sometimes. That's how it be sometimes.
Ugly, Joe.
That is a big time move to the downside, brother. That is a 30% drop right there. So you get a high of around 123.16, and then you have a low of around 86.65. And that is a 30% haircut, just like that.
Well, do you like that technical level there?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think you can get a potential bounce right here. Sharif's pointing at is this consolidation phase right here that can act as a potential support level. And if it's breached to the downside, watch out. Where's that next level of support? You're probably at the 62s, but again, you got to get there first. I will be honest, I do like this indecision print right here, right? So as long as that closes, we have the volume backing it, can signal, hey, stopping volume. That's going to say we're not going to push price any lower, but if it does go, just look for more indecision south of that, and then maybe one day, eventually, you'll get this gap fill on this one.
Deere, you put this on the watch list today. What is your view on Coherent generally and on the report?
Yeah, I mean, I will say complete disclosure. I did trade this today. I took a short in it, and shout out to Joe. Joe's talked about this with thank you with Danielle Shea. Right, she said if the expected move is larger, then often it'll continue to move in that direction. The expected move for Coherent was 10%. It was down 20%.
Ew.
It was kind of that's why I was interested in that. But regardless of that, and again, maybe we'll discuss this in the market recap. I think with regards to the report itself, I think, thank you for the little money drop there. I think with regards to the $400 million sale, I always find it interesting, and I said this to Neil in the recap as well, because we got that about 5-10 minutes before the report.
Really?
I find it interesting when these companies release these little tidbits of news before the earnings. Are you trying to cushion the blow? Are you trying to impact how it moves? I'm always very curious about that, because I found that's happened a couple times now, where either there'll be some interesting report about a company the day of their earnings, or they'll release some news the day of their earnings, and usually it's market moving, regardless of my guesses there. I think the fact that Coherent timed the $400 million laser business, the debt reduction is significant, the debt itself is significant.
It is, man.
See more of and how many more sides of your business are you going to have to sell to reduce that debt? Because that is nasty debt, and that $400 million sale really only takes a tiny little dent out of it.
No, and Adara, $3.7 billion of debt. That's 2 quarters worth of revenue more, because they're printed $1.53 billion in revenue in the quarter. So it's almost a quarter and a half, 2.5 quarters of just revenue there that you've got in debt. So I completely agree with you. $3.7 billion, nothing to sneeze at. Freaking lasers.
Lasers, yeah.
Let's go. You
down 22%, Adara, to your point a little bit on the session. We mentioned before it was down 30% at the lows.
James Franco, am I right? Cochran. I like you, bro. All right. We're going to go on to the next one over here, Foxconn. This is a very interesting report. Not because it's an Apple supplier, Joseph. In fact, Foxconn used to really be known as, that company that makes stuff for Apple. That's changing, and you're going to see why in a second. Let's get to it. So these are new Taiwanese dollars, guys. Obviously, Foxconn, it's both Chinese and Taiwanese company, but they're reporting revenue in new Taiwanese dollars, so that NT stands for new Taiwanese dollars. They printed about 1.79 trillion new Taiwanese dollars. What was expected was exactly that, 1.79 trillion. So an easy, an inline revenue print there. Operating profit, about 56 billion new Taiwanese dollars, well ahead of the 49.77 expected, and a 27% year-over-year bump in operating profit. Their net profit, they took home about 44.33 billion new Taiwanese dollars, well ahead of the 38.81 expected by the street. So there's results aligned with the top line estimates, but exceeded profit forecasts, really driven by AI-driven growth. And here's the deal. This is why I say this company may not be that Apple supplier anymore. AI server sales made up 41% of their Q2 revenue, while for the first time, their consumer electronics, which is a euphemism for their Apple products, or Apple input products, made up 35%. So their AI server sales exceeding now their consumer electronics segment. That's big, 35% versus 41%. They manufacture AI server racks with NVIDIA as a key client. The company projects, guys, 170% year-over-year growth in AI server revenue. So that 41 print that we got there for AI servers could be markedly higher next year relative to their consumer electronics. Does that move the needle in a good way or in a bad way? I'm going to say it's in a good way, because we see what the gross margins are on some of these AI servers. It's ridiculous. And NVIDIA's printing 70-some-odd% gross margins on a physical product. That's crazy time. I don't think it lasts that way forever and ever more, but this is a good number to have here, especially for your future outlook. Let's talk about that future outlook. Their Q3 revenue is expected to rise further despite the geopolitical risks, and they recently took a stake in Teco Electric Machinery to kind of expand their AI data center infrastructure. So a good look. But let's talk about the gorilla in the room, which is tariffs, right? Taiwan being threatened by Donald for higher tariffs. The semiconductor imports also being threatened by Donald for 100% imports with a few exceptions. So U.S. tariffs from President Donald Trump obviously pose a threat to supply chains. Taiwan currently faces, Joey, about a 20% temporary tariff with negotiations ongoing. And as I mentioned, your boy Donald threatening 100% tariff on semiconductor imports, excluding, though, U.S.-built products.
Yeah, absolutely. And then what I was talking about before, remember when the plant shut down? I believe it was in 2022 for 6 days with
remember that?
Apple. Yeah, Apple, everybody was panicking. And then recently in 2024, there's a bunch of employees that were arrested for antitrust reasons, which is very, very interesting. And then obviously being based in China, there was a little bit of labor issues, I guess labor rights issues with Foxconn. So yeah, personally, I don't know otherwise too much about the company, but as for Apple, not too bad, right? Everything is back and running.
I like it. Adira, what do you make of this AI server number for the first time exceeding their consumer electronics, and what they're projecting, Adira, 170% year-over-year growth on that AI server number?
Well, I think it shows really like this transition, right? The world loves AI. Clearly, this AI demand is exceeding now the demand for phones. Now, what does that mean for Apple, right? That probably very likely means that, you know, like maybe these it's kind of not necessarily falling out of favor, but maybe less favored than what we're seeing with AI in terms of, I guess, just the trends, just the production. So I think let's see if that continues. Let's see if hopefully, like, you know, this AI boom is not just a fad. It's not like the .com bubble, and I'm not saying that it is, but I given just, you know, the mass increases and the trends that we're seeing with regards to, you know, even the IPOs, the things are happening, that 171% number is crazy. So hopefully that you know, I guess demand is sustained. I also do think that tariff risk is certainly an issue. And we know Apple, at the very least, has tried to mitigate some of this by switching some of their production to India. But I mean, I don't really know the servers. I'm not sure how that correlates, right? So we're going to have to wait and find out what happens there. I think it's certainly striking, and I think it might say a little bit more about how Apple's lagging than it does about how NVIDIA's advancing, in my opinion.
Okay, let's take a different angle to this. If we can bring in Joseph as well as Assassino so that we can talk about this as a three. So we know that Donald's threatening 100% tariffs on U.S. imported semiconductors. So one has to make you the assumption that Foxconn will be wise to that, and they'll want to open up locally in the United States, which they're already doing. Here's the issue. The kind of work culture in Taiwan is fundamentally different than what we expect here in North America. You and I were talking about this, I believe, when we were talking about Taiwan Semi, where they'll wake your ass up 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, get your ass into work, is hitting the fan. We need someone to, fix this. That's not I get people are on call here, but that's not the standard. That's the standard in Taiwan. Do you think they have a problem with culture as well as technical expertise to bring everybody in to be able to produce the same thing in North America that they're doing in Taiwan? I'm putting that to both of you.
Take it, Deere. I'll add after that.
Okay, yeah, no, I think my thing is I don't really think you can transfer the work culture, right? I think it'd be very difficult. So with that in mind, the question becomes, can you get the same results with the American work culture? That's what I have to say to that. I think it'll be a wait and see type game because I think transferring the work culture exactly is going to be a nightmare, and then you're just going to get people who are unsure and unconfident with what they're not confident with what they're doing because they're not used to performing and behaving in that way. So that's my take on that. I think it'll be really interesting to see is what TSM, or in this case Foxconn, is what they do successful because of what they do, or is successful because of how they do it.
There you go. Joey,
so as I mentioned it before, obviously within Taiwan, labor rights, right? We have a lot more of them here in the United States. Can you be as productive, as efficient as you were in Taiwan? I don't know, but obviously the rules change, especially when you go from Taiwan to here. There's a lot more rights for the workers, and they will revolt if they have to, I think. They don't necessarily have that choice in Taiwan.
I got to completely agree with that. I think it's a risk. It's a risk. All right, let's go on to the next story, guys. Amazon expanding. Should we do this one or should we do another one?
I like Donnie.
Yeah? All right, let's do Amazon. So they're expanding same-day fresh food delivery nationwide. This is not bad at all, especially since it's going to be fresh. So fresh and so clean. Dun, 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 dun. Amazon extending fresh food same-day delivery to about 1,000 U.S. cities. Why did they have to include Raleigh, North Carolina, Tampa, Florida, and Milwaukee? Kind of a random bunch to select there. But anyway, those cities will be included in the 1,000. They plan to hit 2,300 locations by the end of the year following successful tests out in Phoenix and other cities. Prime members will have free orders on delivery, on orders over $25. You'll have to pay about a $3 fee if you order anything under that $25 minimum. Non-Prime shoppers, you're going to have a $13, $12.99 flat fee, no order minimum. The data, though, does show that Prime customers using the fresh delivery shop you actually order twice as often as those who don't purchase fresh food. So there does seem to be demand, Joey, for this type of product. I got to tell you, anytime that they expand product delivery and product assortment, I think that's just a win for the consumer. I don't see how the consumer loses out here. You know what I mean?
Exactly, Sharif. But as I was reading through this, I was curious as to why this name wasn't on the list.
Let's hear it.
Uber. Why wasn't Uber put on there? So with the same.
What do you mean, though?
Well, think about it. So we're talking about Kroger, Instacart,
competitors.
Competitors, right?
Yep.
So now that Amazon is getting into this same-day delivery, how much market share can they take from Uber when we've seen their numbers, right? So delivery gross bookings up 20% year over year within the Uber Eats sector, that is, and then revenue growth also 23%, and 30% of new users acquired via Uber's mobility app. So essentially what I'm thinking is, how much market share does Amazon have the ability to take from someone who's already kind of dominating the space, and that's Uber, and I'm surprised that I didn't see that on there.
Yeah, I get what you're saying that for, but it's mostly prepared food, Joey, that Uber Eats is sending you. No,
you go to the grocery store. What do you mean? You can do the grocery.
I didn't even know that.
You do all the shopping on Farm Boy, Metro.
They send it through Uber,
Yeah, they send it through Uber Eats.
I use Instacart. That's what
I was curious about. Yeah, we can go on the Uber Eats right now. We can order something from Farm Boy if we would like to.
Fantastic. I didn't even know that, dude. I just use it for food.
Yeah, so I was curious to see why that wasn't from Costco too. Well, remember Ramin brought us, there's a way to get across to kind of loophole with the Costco membership.
Right.
You just order it off of Uber Eats, right? At the end of the day.
That's
so I was curious to see why that wasn't placed in there as well too.
All right, James Dell, I see you there in the chat, brother. I don't want you to get the wrong idea that we're disparaging Americans. Not at all, brother, not at all. Just basically saying that what some of these tech companies have said in the past when they try to move these really high-end manufacturing jobs to the U.S., they really do have a problem hiring. The technical expertise is not there. Not to say that Americans are incapable. That would be stupid and incorrect to say that. Obviously, very capable people. That's not the point. The point is they don't exist there. They have to be trained by people who come overseas. That's obviously a long learning curve. So what they end up doing is they bring their own people over. And what the hell is the point of that, right? We're building in the U.S. so we can employ Americans, not to employ foreign people and then have them built in the U.S. So that's kind of what I meant. I see your point, James. I didn't want you to kind of get that idea at all. That's not what we're trying to say at all. That's not what I meant. Anyway, Adara. Amazon, interesting look here, 1,000 cities. That's nothing to sneeze at with 2,300 more possibly coming in the future. Does this move the needle for you?
I think the best thing is, the best aspect of this is the fact they already did the tests in, like, I believe it was Phoenix, so they've tried this out, right? They know consumers want this. Now, of course, every city has different demographics. I'm sure with like over 1,000, cities, we're gonna have cities that function slightly differently, right? So who knows if it's going to necessarily be received the same way in every region. That being said, I think the fact that they had a successful test run, that always, I think, moves the needle for me. I think that's exciting. And yeah, I think the fact that Uber didn't react to it is interesting, but I do want to comment on that briefly. I know that's not the point of the story. I think right now, Uber is moving a lot more on anything autonomous driving related than it's going to be with delivery related, because I don't think people necessarily associate Uber with delivery with the same way they do with like DoorDash, Instacart. DoorDash, for example, has done something really smart. I think Uber gets kind of piggybacked on this too, but DoorDash has their own little grocery stores called dashboards, right? Where you can just like tack onto your order, the order of groceries, or you can just order groceries. So I think it's a much bigger hit for Instacart or DoorDash/Dashmart than it would be for Uber. Anyway, that's my take on that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think honestly, love to see how successful it is. I think the stock clearly loves the story, and I think the way that the competitors are reacting shows that this could really be a threat for some people that are already in that space. Also, guys, a Trump date, if you will, a Trump update. He's not here yet. All I hear is very, very extra static. I've heard static for about 20 minutes, and I have not seen anything. Back to you.
Thank you.
Just one more point. So just to touch on the Uber thing one more time. Just what I'm looking at here is just the gross bookings up 20% year over year in the Uber Eats sector. I'm just curious to see how much market share Amazon same-day delivery can take from Uber Eats. Because if you're going to get in the grocery business, I wouldn't be surprised if you're going to be able to start buying fast food restaurants on this app as well too. So yeah, essentially was what we got going. Let's see, we got a $10 super chat. We can tell where you lean politically, Street Brother. You're okay. Anyways, logical, reason, smart. Brother, you're okay. So it's a compliment.
Well, I gotta make myself very clear. My sister's American. I love America. I'm in America every dang year, so I got no issue. Zero.
I'll be in America at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Literally, I will literally be there. I think whatever it is, but here on the show, we trade the American markets. We love our friends south of the border here. There's no questioning that. Please don't ever question or debate that we don't love you guys. We just cover this stuff because we love to do so.
Yes,
and have the ability to do so.
I appreciate that, Kelvings, man. All right, let's go on to the next story here. Joey, Tesla, Norway sales surge despite EU weakness. Let's talk about it. Norway is like this little island in Europe that, it doesn't really, the rules don't apply to it for whatever reason. So they reported at 24% year-over-year pop in Norway during the first half of this year, first half of 2025, selling about 13,039 units. That's what was registered with the department there of motor vehicles in Norway. Last year, they sold a little bit less than 10,500, so a healthy growth there. Norway's population is quite small, about 5.5 million people, despite the fact that their EV adoption rate, some of the highest in the world. I know China is also a high EV adopter. The country was the first, Norway that is, the first country outside North America where Tesla actually built supercharging stations. That's how much of an EV adopting country they are. So don't look at Norway as, sort of a bellwether for Europe. And here's why. Tesla's facing double-digit declines all over the continent, including Sweden, France, Denmark. So if you thought it was these Scandinavian countries, you'd probably be wrong, because Sweden, I believe Denmark as well, is considered Scandinavia. UK, the United Kingdom, sales dropped insanely much, Joey, for 1 year, a 60% drop year over year in United Kingdom sales, selling less than 1,000 cars. What the hell in July? 987 units sold, while your friend there, BYD, saw jaw-dropping sales year over year in Greater Europe. Let's just call it like that.
Yeah.
So BYD eating up that market share.
Absolutely, but and let's honestly be serious, Sharif. Norway isn't going to move the needle for Tesla, in my opinion.
No, bro, they're not. The 5.5 million people.
There's no chance. It's great that the sales are increasing over there, but at the end of the day, it's just a needle in a haystack, essentially, for me personally. Deere, I heard you grasp over there, but at the end of the day, Norway is not moving any needle for Tesla. It's autonomy, autonomy, autonomy. That's what we need to get out, this full rollout. He needs to get into more cities, get that FSD rollout, apply for those permits, and see what we can do, and just get the robotax, get the Model 2. Never mind what Norway. We're obviously covering the news, but Norway is not going to change fundamentally what Tesla's got going.
No, I never really wanted to think that it was funny. But what I was going to say to you is, do you think maybe it's kind of like that canary in the coal mine kind of thing? You know what I mean?
Absolutely. It's like everywhere around it, like you mentioned, Shreve, in EU, sales dropping left, right, and center. And then you have this little country of 5 million people where the sales are accelerating. Again, it's great stuff, but for Elon, he needs drastically more than that.
All right, Adair, what's your look over here? I mean, you're obviously very attuned with Tesla. You're constantly reporting on it. Is this anything that we need to kind of really stand up and take notice of?
I mean, I don't know. I think it's significant. I think the fact that Norway is routinely not only just outperforming Europe, but just like significantly having this growth, I think it says something. A lot of people are attributing to the Model Y. I was also reading that Reuters article about how, like, I guess Norwegian Tesla buyers don't have the Tesla shame that a lot of other places, Europe has not been very pro-Tesla. So I guess Norway is for some reason immune to Tesla's shame, even though Sweden, its buddy, is feeling that. So I don't know. I think if we have a better understanding of why Norwegians are scooping up Teslas like hotcakes, I think that would really help us understand this. We don't understand the phenomena, so it's a little hard to comment on it. But Norway is cool. I understand a little bit of Norwegian.
No, you don't. Do you actually?
I'm telling you, I watched a Norwegian teen drama when I was 18.
You did tell me about this. What am I saying?
I have a decent understanding. No, can I speak it? Not at all. But I have an okay-ish understanding of it. Also, I think Trump just started speaking.
Okay.
I hear things, so I'll just keep
all right.
posted on that.
Interrupt anytime there's breaking news.
Well, we had 2 super chats from B. Joe 9000. Remember this morning, Norwegian Kronen, is it? I believe the currency was? Yeah, NOK, right? And I was going to say, hey, do you own a Tesla, considering that sales are up? But anyways, let us know, why do you guys like Tesla so much?
What is it about that? Tag Joseph or I'd like to really actually understand that a bit more.
I know what it is, so yeah.
All right. There's a company in China, Joseph. I think you may have heard of it. It's called Li Auto.
Ooh.
And I was invested in this company for a little bit, and it didn't end up being like the monster that I wanted it to be, but it was okay. So Li Auto catching a downgrade today from our very good friends Jamie Dimon, of course, I know, and company at JP Morgan. They downgraded Li Auto from overweight to neutral, and they did cut the price target from 33 to 28. Here's why. They're saying that 2025, 2026 volume and earnings estimates was revised down now 10 to 20% due to tougher competition in the battery electric vehicle, BEV segment. JP Morgan expects more conservative delivery volumes in the second half of this year, aka possibly look for more downward revisions for deliveries from Li Auto. The previous bullish call that they made in February of this year was based on a successful BEV reentry post that MPV car that they have. Li Auto has this car called the MPV. It's an ugly looking monster van, but they like that kind of stuff in China. I don't know why, but it's very popular. It's called the Mega. It was kind of a failure in the second quarter launch of last year, but competition still has intensified. And they're also even facing more competition from their own competitors in China. NIO's Onvo L90 SUV is drawing significant customer traffic and orders. You also have a delayed six-seater SUV by Li Auto called the L8. That was supposed to come out later this year. And there's a September launch of the i6, which is a 5-seater SUV entering a crowded kind of mid-range battery electric vehicle SUV segment. So Li Auto, in case you don't know, before I throw it to Joey, their bread and butter was to have not hybrid vehicles, but they would have an onboard battery as well as an internal combustion engine. The internal combustion engine doesn't actually power the car on Li Auto cars. What it does is it just recharges the battery. So when you're driving the car, you still have that full electric feel with the torque and whatever. So again, the gas engine doesn't power the car, but it does give it crazy range. So you can get like about 1,500 kilometers or something like that, 1,350 kilometers worth of range on these cars. That was their selling point. And in a country, Joseph, where they didn't have a whole bunch of superchargers everywhere, or they did, but the demand on them was crazy. These kind of cars made sense. This kind of like stopgap between regular cars and electric.
Yeah. Fair enough. I see that you're saying so swift price cuts on that SUV that you mentioned. What's that going to do for margins? Curious about that as well too. As for the stock, look at it from a technical standpoint. Shrifa, yeah, I remember you were talking to me about this, and you were curious, like, hey, Joe, how can I play some covered calls or something along those lines with this name? For me personally, it's at the top, when you got to get to the top of the range in this. But in order to do so, you got to climb back there. I don't know. Please, yes, thank you for not embarrassing me. So yeah, there it is. So we'll go off of this peak at $47 to see how much we're down. I can do the math. We're about 50%. I don't know. I just think the EV space is starting to get a little bit more crowded, especially with BYD just taking absolute market share on every corner of the globe, with the exception of North America, obviously. They're in Brazil, they're in Europe, they're taking share from Tesla over there as well, too. I think they're in trouble a little bit, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it does feel like that a little bit, especially, not really expanding their pure EV plays, right? They're still in that hybrid.
Going back to that hybrid method.
Dara, you've heard me complain many a time about Li Auto. Any take here on the downgrade by JP?
Yeah, I just want to say here with LI, I know you and Li Auto have had quite the relationship over the years. Yeah, I think there's clearly a lot of competitors in the space. I know that Neo Onvo or ONVO has been really hot. I've heard like a lot of discussion about that vehicle, and BYD is just consistently successful, so it makes sense there would be some concerns about competitors in the space for Li Auto. But it's interesting too, like the price target decrease isn't even significant, 33 to 28. I think it's more the rating difference from that neutral to overweight, or overweight to neutral story that I think is more likely to make a difference. But yeah, I mean, Li Auto, the stock got beat up here. The other element of this I want to mention, Sharif and Joe and everyone watching, is the fact that we actually had Bridgewater as well, an investment firm. They unloaded a whole bunch of Chinese ADRs today. You can get the whole list in terms of ones that are publicly traded in the US in our Trader TV Live watch list. But so I think with that in mind, there was already kind of a headwind for these Chinese ADRs anyway. And the fact that Li Auto caught this downgrade does not help.
Bridgewater there. I didn't even know about that. All right, Adara, we're going to go next to Tapestry with a Q4 earnings beat, but Kate Spade, one of their divisions, weighs on their outlook. Let's talk about it. Yeah. Oh, I didn't even know. Really?
Sure,
I don't know that. Well, my mom likes Kate Spade. She's got a bunch of Kate Spade bags.
You can get it at Costco now and stuff.
And Winners.
And Winners.
Don't get me started about Winners, bro. So let's talk about their results. Q4 revenue did rise 8% year over year, up to $1.72 billion. That easily beat the Wall Street estimate of $1.68 billion. Coach brands, one of their segments there, did rise substantially, 14% year over year. I'm a big Coach fan. I like a lot of their shoes. Kate Spade revenue, though, fell 13% year over year. Their profitability, or lack thereof, was decent. Earnings per share, they took a buck 04 home per share, beating the estimates of 102. Unadjusted, oh God, was 249. I don't know why we have to be so loud. Coach performance was offset with weakness in Kate Spade as turnaround efforts continue. They did have to take an $800 million impairment charge tied to Kate Spade from lower current future cash flow expectations, and their tariff policy changes as well also weighed down on things. Tell them what you're thinking there, Joey.
All right, guys, new traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite, analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything infinite. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with back testing, reliable real-time data. Global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code. or check the link in the description, folks. All right, so yeah, let's take a look at TPR here momentarily to see what we got going on. And I mean, I'm really surprised to see this, right? This is a stock. It's like, are you expecting it to kind of move the way that it is? I mean, I've personally never traded this from an intraday standpoint. I'm not sure if Deere or Sharif has. There's liquidity issues, but if you zoom out and you go and look at this from a daily, like Coach, okay, a luxury consumer brand, but then you have Kate Spade that you can buy around the clock. Essentially, you can go to Walmart and get it, Costco, Winners, as Sharif was mentioning as well too. So I'm really surprised at this name, and without even me using my percentage metric, we're up close to over 100% from those April lows. So that is absolutely phenomenal, and I was not expecting this from a retail brand, especially someone who's kind of, it's kind of one-dimensional, and I don't necessarily want to say it, but it's like the handbag, and then you got sheets and kind of toiletries with Kate Spade, I know you pillows, etc. But we've seen what happened to, I think it was Bed Bath & Beyond. We've seen what's going on with some of the other retail names and the likes of Nike, Under Armour as well too. Things aren't good, and to see Tapestry continuously climb like this, 94% from those April lows, that's insane. Take a look. We'll take a look at from the close over here. To see how much we were down from that peak to the trough here, 18.75% there. So yeah, I'm really surprised to see to see, especially this on a daily chart there with the TPR there. So yeah, I'm curious, Deere, what do you think?
Get it, Deere.
Yeah, first, I do want to discuss the fact that Donald Trump is talking right now, and guys, he talked about windmills, which is pretty funny because we just joked about this. He said that there's hardly any inflation at all, except for the states where there are windmills. So that just happened. He also said that inflation is down to a perfect number. He has, as far as I can hear, he hasn't addressed the PPI yet. I haven't seen any mention of that either, but I will definitely let you guys know. He also said the stock market is soaring, as are 401ks. Now for Tapestry, correct me if you guys actually mentioned this. I don't believe I heard it or saw it in the notes, but it's a little bit hard to hear right now because we've got a lot going on, and I'm also listening to Trump. But with Tapestry, with that daily chart, Joe, I think one thing that's important to mention is that $48 breakout back in November of 2024. We had that beautiful little gap up after the company and Capri terminated their merger. Tapestry was going to acquire Capri, but then, of course, the FTC at the time, led by Lena Khan, blocked the merger. Now, given that we now have a much more M&A friendly market and administration, we very likely would have had that deal go through this year, but it might have actually been good for Tapestry that it didn't go through, because a lot of analysts were saying if Tapestry had acquired Capri, it just kind of would have dragged them down. So as you can see here, the stock certainly agrees, because once we get that gap up above that $48 resistance going back to March of 2024, we really don't come back there. We bounce beautifully again off the Liberation Day lows around that $60 level. So yeah, I think that, like, honestly, for Tapestry, regardless of the story with this earnings report, I think the larger term story certainly suggests the stock is doing well. I think, in a way, the FTC and Lena Khan not allowing their merger to go through with Capri maybe even helped this company a lot. So I think it's a good look, and I think the chart reflects that.
Actually, you don't really see too much of that, where actually, a company tries to merge or tries to acquire, and then, it's blocked, but they actually grow out of it. So interesting look there, Deere. All right, let's go on to John Deere, beating estimates but cutting the guidance, and shares drop. So a lot of stuff's changing here at Deere, and we'll talk about it. It's not really company specific. It seems to be within the whole agricultural business. So they did report EPS of $4.75 on sales of $10.4 billion, topping the estimates of $4.58 per share and $10.3 billion. So an easy beat on the top and bottom line there. That was fantastic. Last year's Q3, though, saw much higher EPS than what we printed this year. $4.75 was what we printed. $6.29 was what they printed Q3 of 2024 on sales of $11.4 billion. Why, oh why, did sales drop $1.1 billion year over year on the quarter? Here's why. The drop was partly due to weaker pricing in agriculture and construction equipment. Deere's third straight quarter of price pressure in the construction business, not necessarily agriculture. They've been experiencing this in construction for a while. Agriculture, though, a new issue. I want to let you guys know ONMD is rocketing up. It's back above $1. ONMD. It's in that $1.12 area. I think it's clear at $1 decisively. Be careful with that one. Let's go on to what they're guiding, SSE. You know, they're guiding lower full-year guidance for net income down to $5 billion. They had guided back in May $5.15 billion, and also below the expectations of what Wall Street was looking for. They were looking for full year 2025 to be 7.1, and then what they printed in full year 2023 was 10. Net income also implied at $1 billion is slightly below the analyst expectations of $1.1 billion. The stock was down about 7% in the pre-market. Here's the agricultural pressure that we're talking about. So USDA actually projects 2025 net farm income to come in at $180 billion. That would be down from what they printed last year in 2024 when it was $182 billion. We don't have less people. I don't know if people are eating less because of Ozempic and Wegovy or whatever, but something's up with this number here. And they also printed $139 billion back in 2022. We all know why that was, though. Obviously, it was on the back end of the pandemic. Crop prices are significantly lower as well, which also hurts the farmers' margins. If it hurts the farmers' margins and their income, they're going to be able to buy less equipment, and that's exactly what's happening here. So reduced farmer income limits equipment purchases and impacting Deere's outlook. Tariffs are also having a bit of pressure here on Deere. Their May guidance, that is. Their May guidance, had factored in Trump's global tariff plans, which could raise import costs. Deere confirmed that tariff increased product costs in Q3, but they did not specify the amount, Joey. They also say that they have inventory demand issues. Maybe some of the reason, we're seeing some down year-over-year numbers.
Yeah, it's funny too, Shrek, because we know what's going on with this current administration. Donald Trump obviously pushing the agenda of America first and all this AI spend, and they're building all these data centers. Well, what do you need to use? How do you build these data centers? You got to use heavy equipment, and John Deere is American. So I'm really curious as to why you're expecting somewhat of a decline here, when in the likes of CAD, you see some acceleration as well too. But John Deere being American, I'm surprised that we're not going to see an uptick even with all this AI spending. That's how I'm exactly looking at it, to be honest.
All right, Adara, what's your look?
To John Deere, I say, oh dear. Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that we fell below this like $500, $490-ish support area, not a great look. This chart actually almost kind of looked like a bit of a bull flag here. You got that double bottom at the 405s, right? You push higher. So I don't know. I think technically it might be a little bit off. I do think, though, the fact that it's still at 45% year over year, the shares, I think that's actually a really, really solid look. But yeah, I mean, let's kind of see how they're going forward. This is not a field I admittedly know much about, but I think with regards to, I guess, the emphasis on, as Joe mentioned, this is an American company. We're emphasizing American first. We're emphasizing agriculture. John Deere certainly could recover, but yeah, I think, yeah, well, we'll kind of have to see what happens here. The fact that the CEO said they're managing their production, we're going to have to wait and see. I don't know. It's a hard one to talk about just because I feel like I don't know really enough about the sector to opine on it too much.
Yeah. Let's go on to the next story. DeepSeek delaying an AI model launch amid chip troubles. So this is a really interesting story. We always hear about, the Americans wanting to keep their most advanced chips away from the hands of the Chinese because of what they're going to do with it or what they could do with it. But we rarely hear, though, about the Chinese telling their own companies, don't use these American chips. And that's exactly what's happening here. So let's get into it. So DeepSeek's highly anticipated R2 AI model delayed from its original May launch due to what they're calling persistent technical issues with the Huawei Ascend chips for training, not inference, training. So the company actually switched strategy to use NVIDIA chips for training and then Ascend for inference to kind of get around that. The delay comes as DeepSeek trails a wave of competitor releases in China's AI sector. So here's what's happening. Beijing has actually began urging their own national AI companies to adopt Huawei's Ascend AI chip line. amid U.S. chip export restrictions. Obviously, persistent technical difficulties, show the challenges in replacing NVIDIA's dominant H20, and we all know that they have the H100. We know that, which is still more popular in China. The U.S. has blacklisted Huawei's Ascend chips, alleging restricted U.S. tech was used in their development. So they're basically saying you IP poached without saying it. So what's the difference between training and inference? Because I made the point here that they switched strategies from using the Ascend chip for training and rather for inference. So let's get to it. So training requires massive computing power to improve AI models using large data sets, while inference, for its part, running the trained model for output requires significantly less computing power, and DeepSeek is keeping the Ascend chips for inference roles, possibly to satisfy, that local policy push, while relying on the NVIDIA chips for really the heavy lifting for the H20. So I want to just add some stuff here before I throw it to you. So there's a clear push right now by the Chinese regulator. They contacted ByteDance, they contacted Alibaba, they contacted Baidu. We know the works, and they said, look, do not use the H20 or any of these American chips when it comes to sensitive issues or issues of national security. We think they're bugged, okay? NVIDIA vehemently denies that. They say we haven't bugged any of the H20 chips. It's all BS, it's bogus, speculation. And then we get a report yesterday that the Americans are putting tracking device, not on the chips, Joey, not built into the chips, so you can't blame NVIDIA for this, but they're throwing tracking devices into the servers, into the packaging, so they can see, are they going to Singapore or are they going to China?
Well, joke's on them. We know they were using the chips the whole time. No, at the end of the day, Sharif, this is the DeepSeek news right here back in January when that launched. And they came out there saying, okay, you have all these companies, again, we're going back to capital expenditure, spending ridiculous amounts of money on LLMs like ChatGPT, and then you have DeepSeek come out and say, yeah, we spent $20 million and we built an equivalent LLM using a fraction of the amount, and then that just sent the American stock market into absolutely chaos. Now, as when someone mentioned in the chat, they believe that DeepSeek was all smoke and mirrors. Well, I think that's going to be the case here, because look at the recovery that we've experienced in NVDA, considering that that's not necessarily the case. We don't know if it's actually true that they only spent $20 or $30 million to construct DeepSeek, and I don't think it is, because NVDA recovered like an absolute
yeah, look at it, bro. Look at that buyout.
Yeah, exactly.
Since April.
Oh my God. DeepSeek, okay, a couple months later, and then sure enough, never mind, DeepSeek who at
Rocket ship.
DeepSeek who at the end of the day.
Adara, obviously, you're well in tune with NVIDIA and everything that they're doing. Any comments here about, the H20, DeepSeek, Huawei, Ascend, et cetera?
Yeah, I apologize if you guys have already said any of this. It's a little bit hard to hear right now, but I will absolutely, I'm pressing the button here. But
hey, I can hear you finally.
I was hearing her the whole time. It was going in mine. So Adair, what happens if you can only get one of us at a time, right? So yeah.
I'm not aware of that.
That's what it is.
Well, that's awkward. I don't know what to do in that situation.
Leave it on mine, Adara.
I'll talk here. I think the thing is, we know Jensen Huang and others have said, hey guys, if we don't send our chips to you, or like to China, then China's just going to make their own stuff and get stronger, and I think that's what's going to end up happening. So I feel like that is it's a huge catch-22, but it doesn't really need to be. It can just be like, NVIDIA sending these, I guess, weakened chips. I think that it makes so much sense as a solution, especially when you consider the fact that otherwise they're going to be having to train these Chinese AI chips to get them even stronger, and that's exactly what we know the U.S. administration doesn't want. So now that they have their perfect of their little 15% tariff, whatever you want to call it, on these AMD and NVIDIA sales, I actually think they have no reason to not allow the H20 sales to go forward, because it's actually going to hinder not only, I think, these U.S. companies, but also U.S. AI development, because Jensen always says China's right there. China's so close. And now they're even motivated to be better and be faster because their current chips aren't as good. So Huawei is just going to keep getting better. And I don't know. I think it's a bad look for the U.S.
I want to ask you a question. So if you want to bring in Joey as well, Assassino, so we can all talk together. So here's the deal, Adair. Americans are banning the Huawei Ascend chip from actually being sold in the United States because they're saying the Chinese stole some restricted American technology and included it there. Let's just go with that story for the sake of the argument, okay? I'm not vouching for it one way or another. Let's just go with it. So Is it going to be one of those cases where the Americans restrict the sale of their own chips to the Chinese get their hands on American chips, reverse engineer it, then sell it to everybody else at half the cost and eat into American market share? What do the Americans do there?
I don't know. I think America is just. I don't really know if they're thinking about that possibility, Sharif, to be quite honest. I think that would be, I would argue, worse than just selling them and making money, especially if you've got the situation where the U.S. government is making money too, because then you have American companies profiting and the U.S. government taking their little tariff, and everybody's happy. And no one's happy if you're stealing the chips or getting them illegitimately. And then if you attach the trackers, like apparently is trying to happen, then I think you make China even more mad. So why would you complicate things further? Just keep things simple, in my opinion, like the KISS, keep it simple, whatever. And then you just have a situation where you are selling the chips, everybody's getting their weird little tariff from the 15%, and everyone's happy.
I'm going to put this question to you as well. I really want to get your opinion on this.
Well, Sharif, essentially, you just went over this, right? They already had troubles with the training aspect on the Huawei chips. So now you have to use it for something else. So for me, that just says, hey, we're a little bit more reliant on American chips than what you expect us to be, right? So that's how I look at it. And then obviously, if they're going to copycat what Americans doing, it's not going to be the same quality at the end of the day. So for me, I propose to Donald Trump, open it up more. Go to more nations and say, hey, start buying our chips.
I agree with that. But I disagree with one thing. I've seen too much to count out the Chinese.
No, I'm not counting them out.
And I see what they're doing with electrical vehicles, and now they're leading the pack, not trailing. So, to me, you're absolutely right. Everything you said is right. But I'm going to qualify that and put comma for now exclamation point.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. Absolutely. For now.
So let's see what we do.
But I mean, if we're going to look at it from a neck-to-neck race, essentially, is almost what it is.
Yeah.
I'm going to honestly, I have nothing wrong with any of the countries. I just think that America will have the ability to lead that race because of the innovation side, right?
They're doing
it. Really, really good on the innovation front. And I think that's something.
I'm gonna have to go with that. I think the Americans lead for in the short to intermediate term. Let's see how it goes.
The Chinese are great at refining things and making them cheaper, but is it the exact same quality?
We'll have to wait and see.
We know with BYD, obviously, as the example, you can get the cheapest and you can get the best.
And there it is. And there it is.
Right?
That's what China's known for. They're not known for the best prices. You go other places now for the best prices. They don't have the best prices, but what they do have is a lot of the technical expertise, and that seems to be the selling point. Let's go on here. Dara, you're going to definitely like this one. Paramount Skydance merger sparks aggressive growth plans. Well, what are they doing? Let's talk about it. So following that $8.4 billion merger with Skydance Media, Paramount Global now wants or plans to, retain and redevelop core entertainment banners. We're talking about Nickelodeon. We're talking about MTV. We're even talking about BET. I didn't even know BET was part of their ownership there. President Jeff Shell emphasized redefining these networks to thrive in streaming as opposed to, linear cable, the old stuff, not treating them as declining cable assets. BET, once considered for sale, is now positioning itself as a key pillar in Paramount's streaming strategy. More moves come as rivals like, Warner Brothers, Comcast, they plan to separate or shed cable networks from their main businesses. We've seen Comcast do this, obviously spinning off Peacock away from their linear TV business. I think we're going to see a lot more of that as you want that streaming to be valued independently from the declining linear TV. At least that's how I see it. That's one part. Let's go on to the next part. Paramount Pictures, which is a separate division, plans to also boost annual movie production from 8 films, which they produced in 2024, and you and I were talking about AMC yesterday, to 15 in the near term, and aiming for 20 releases per year long term. Not bad. Strategy includes both franchise expansion, like Star Trek, Transformers, that's all franchises they own. And even their original content like High Side, starring Timothy Chalamet, that guy, I remember.
That's your guy, eh?
No, I remember they did something with him there. Ram made a video about Timothy Chalamet. I said, why didn't you make one for Sydney Sweeney? Like all of a sudden she's good with your boy Timothy there, but you put Sydney on there, all of a sudden it's not safe. NSFW. All right, yeah, okay, Ram. Wait till you get back from Chicago.
Yeah.
All right, let's
tell us about Timothy.
CEO David Ellison, which is Larry Ellison's son, by the way, of what's it called, Oracle, sees emerging tech, especially AI, as transformative for filmmaking, especially with Pixar's early innovation. Paramount plans to use AI creative tool to enhance visual storytelling. And Joey, it doesn't hurt that they got that UFC contract either.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't hurt at all.
But the thing is, though, okay, so here it is. Wow, okay, Paramount Skydance.
Well, because it's a new thing.
So for me, Sharif, I think like we got Disney Plus, right? Obviously with the ESPN, then we got Amazon Prime, we got Netflix, etc. I don't know who personally owns a Paramount Plus. I know it's an add-on into Amazon. You can go and you can pay a little bit more on your subscription for Amazon. But now these guys are starting to strike some big deals. You're going to see the UFC on there. Right? That's a big time for all the UFC and all the fight fans. And then now this Skydance merger as well, too. Maybe they can start to grab a share from some of these other big-time players and start to climb the ranks. But for me, I'm going to put them at the lower end.
You're going to put them on the lower. Yeah, they got to earn your trust. They got to earn your respect.
But I think that's a fair way to put it, right?
I agree.
Because I don't think anybody here has parent. Well, I don't want to speak to them.
I don't.
Right? So there's Amazon, Netflix, and other things that you're going to go before you get into Paramount. But now that you have some of these big-time sport deals, that can definitely change.
And we've been talking about that with Netflix, especially picking up more sports.
It seems to be the motive right now. Who can get the biggest, who can get the best games, who can get those Christmas game deals, who can change things from pay-per-view to having big-time events on your platform. We're seeing that in the likes of, obviously, Netflix with the WWE coming in, and then you have big-time boxing fights as well too. And now we're going to start seeing a Paramount with the UFC, and that's just been growing absolutely substantially with TKO Holdings.
I like it. Adira, does this company turn over a kind of a new leaf, a new page, post Sherry Redstone?
I mean, I don't know. I think the whole, the Paramount, I'm trying to see if I can press these buttons at the same time. It does not work. It does not care. They do not care. I can't do this. But basically, with regards to Paramount, I will say that I have Paramount Global. I only have it, like their streaming app or whatever.
So you have it?
I only have it for CSI. I've said this a lot, that I find it like the least user-friendly thing because it's really hard to like go back and forward.
You did mention this.
My priority would be like, hey guys, if you can fix that, because honestly, why don't we even have it? You can find everything online for free anymore. What's the point? CSI is not even that good. So I think if Paramount cannot fix that, then like honestly, I would probably have to say like, that should maybe be your priority here. But in terms of the content itself, I think prioritizing these franchises makes a lot of sense in terms of their original content.
Right.
That being said, they do have some shows, original content-wise, that they should, I think, continue to emphasize. Like they got the Yellowstone, they've got the Tulsa King with Sylvester Stallone.
Right.
My dad's
right.
like, obsessed
South
with
Park.
People really like that one, Adira.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think they should focus on the original show content and their their franchise inherited IP film content.
Good
and
point.
not really work on original shows. Or not work on like these longer shows, or not work on original movies, because I think they know what works, and I think just focus on what works, keep churning out what works. Don't try like these new original things for the movies, and then I think let these really, really innovative creators work on show running. And honestly, I think that's how you have the best success, just from a creative perspective. Also, I did actually know that BET was part of Paramount, because I remember there was one guy specifically trying to bid on Paramount only because he wanted BET. Obviously, that did not go well.
Oh, I forget his name. What was his name again?
I don't remember the name, but I just remember he was going on and on about how he just wanted BET.
Yeah, I do remember that.
So South Park as well too on Paramount. Paramount Plus now as well too. They bought the rights to South Park.
I didn't know that either. Okay.
Making moves.
All right. We're going to look at Open for Eric Vargas, because he said, look, bro, I've been here all day and you guys haven't said a word or two about Open. So we're going to do it for you. We're going to do it live, even though it is 2 o'clock. We're going to have a look at OPEN. I see the big kahuna. Oh, the big kahuna's got a big iced coffee there, Katina, man. That's a big one there, Katina, man. It's free. Yeah, right. Well, continue, man.
You paid
It's
for it
like
at the
he's
end
got a
of the day, brother.
contact or
Nothing
two up
in
there.
this world, $3.99.
Oh, free 99. Let's show everybody open. So this is a fantastic one here, brother. Eric Vargas, good call out by you. Open, it's up nicely on the day, 22% and change. I should have had this one on the side chart. Didn't make its way on today. There were a lot of others. But unlike the others on my side chart, Eric, this one is continuing to hold trend. Had a lot of support during the lower the lower volume part of the day at the 20 moving average. It pulled back into the 20 moving average right here at 145, found support again. So I'm liking this, man. I feel it may have some resistance at 3, and it's shown you its propensity to do that. Rejects 3 over here, rejects it again. But what's operative, Eric, is that we're still putting in higher lows. We could be destined to break that 3, but I wouldn't hold my breath. I would definitely let that confirm first. So even though the high of the day is 303, you can see it's had a hell of a time trying to close above that. In fact, it has not at any point in the day closed a candle on the 5-minute chart above that $3 area. That should be proof enough for you. Pick it up off the 20. That's what I say. But you are getting awfully close to $3, so make sure you are cognizant of where you're picking it up. But otherwise, it looks fantastic. Joey, leave him with a thought.
Yeah, guys, I won't be here tomorrow. It's going to be Sharif, and you guys are going to have a bunch of treats throughout. That one's going to be an exciting day. And as well as Tuesday, that's going to be with your boy. But I'm off to Chirac. We'll see what's going on over there. I'm really excited to see what you guys got going on. Wrigley Field, Soldier Field. I'm going to be doing the boat run. And guys, if I have to sign a check while I'm over there, I'm not going to be happy, and that's an automatic downgrade on the trip. All right?
Oh, I thought you were going to say something else.
What do you think I was going to say?
Like America or something like that? I was like, oh,
I love America. I love America.
Like you're digging yourself a hole, Joey.
If I have to sign a check, I'm going to be very, very upset.
All right,
even though I'm bringing cash.
All right, we hope you have a sick time, brother, and be safe. Obviously, don't be crazy. Don't do anything I would.
No, at the end of the day, no, man. Going to have fun, visit some nice old friends.
See everybody tomorrow, guys. Same bat time, same bat channel. Big boys, carry that away.
What up, everybody? First of all,
why does he have to sign a check?
Joe ain't going to Chirac. He's not going to the south side of Chicago. What did you hear him say? You heard him say Wrigley Field, right?
Okay.
You ain't going to the south side. You ain't
I don't know where. I don't know where he's going. But why?
Bro.
Why is he bringing a checkbook?
What does the checkbook thing have to do with anything?
Oh.
What?
He doesn't like that.
He doesn't like having to sign a check. That's not that big of a deal.
Trying to get into the chat.
And that's really not the end of the world. You can tell someone's young when they get the. I have to actually sign my my signature when I pay for a check. Not a big problem. But nothing against the south side, but obviously I don't think Joe's going to the south side of Chicago for the weekend.
No.
That said, the market has tried to go. It tried to go to the south side. Why am I looking at Open Door? Because Open Door is up 23%. But what was interesting about today? Here, let's just for a second, if we're going to talk about the market. What was interesting about today is you all know what we saw this morning, right? Hot print by 0.8 at core CPI or PPI and also PPI. Like both core and PPI came in exactly the same amount hot, different numbers, and we flushed. And since then, we've been trying to go higher. The whole move got abated. Now we're putting in some lower highs. So a lot of people have said things like, "Oh, why is the market ripping on that inflation number?" Ultimately, does it really matter? I don't know. The market's going to do what it's going to do, but it seems like we've made a bit of a top. I feel like if it wasn't for Amazon, I'm not sure what this market would be doing without Amazon right now. Amazon has been an absolute rocket ship to the upside. 3.7%. Yeah, that was a mistake to get out of it and then get up from my desk 2 minutes before it actually blew out to the upside. But Amazon, the strongest of the Mag 7 names today. If you were trading that IPO, MIAX, yeah, let's just say that was not very kind to anybody. Every single time, on a 5-second chart, this thing flushed at the open, and then when it broke the low of the day, it was absolutely nasty when it broke the $30 level. So, sometimes like yesterday it was bullish, which was bearish outside of the open. MIAX was an easy one to avoid, I would think. We said we weren't interested in it, but maybe the next time we're not interested in taking a long, it should just be a short in this failed. Well, it's not a failed IPO. It's up 32%, right? I don't want to call it a failed IPO, but if you went
As
long,
you said, like, yeah, it's only up 30% against the price that nobody got. So,
yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, I don't know if any.
you know, it's like
somebody
yesterday
got it.
saying that Bullish was up 150% when.
Someone in our chat got 25 shares. I saw in the morning.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, 25 shares is actually not too bad. I got to start applying for some of those, actually. All right, so you're right now at Bullish at $70, where we bounced off right there, right off the open, basically. So we're going to have to watch out for that, down to $71 again for Bullish. We just reloaded the TQ short that actually printed for us all the way back in. We've got some more shares right there, so we're shorting the market, and we're still in this Palantir short. Just been taking it off the 50-period moving average. So let it fall down, make this low in around 181. So Palantir is still the short that we've got on board right here, right now. All right, thanks everybody for watching so far. It was a great midday show. They talked about lots of different names. Open Door is the one that's ripping right now and trying to do something near $3. So we're going to talk about that in a couple minutes. But there it is. Open Door up 23% today. Yeah, look, you've got everything. Whoops. We've got the rundown going. I threw my pen. And CoreWeave, maybe a talk about later on. We're going to have earnings tonight as well. Joining Deere and myself on the. That's okay. I got one over
No,
here
I'm just
again.
going to throw the pen.
Oh, yeah.
as well.
But let's go over to the desk and see what's up with the rundown, the stocks you voted for.
Currently, I have.
Welcome to the afternoon rundown, everyone. The show where we decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys are locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. You can vote from all the way from 8:30 until a few seconds ago, up to 2 o'clock. Your vote automatically registers. Throw in that $sign followed by the ticker of your choice. Make sure to vote. Here's a look at all four major averages. So the NQ top left of your screen, that's flat. On the top right of your screen, that's the ES. It's also flat on the day, but this one certainly is not flat. That's the Russell 2000, the IWM more specifically, down 1 2/3%. And there's a reason for that. Higher PPI print coming in this morning certainly hurt the small caps. Bottom right of your screen is the Dow, down 0.5%. Not too bad of a move for the Dow. Here's a look at the first ticker as decided by you guys. Open Door, OPEN, reported earnings yesterday, and it was a bit of a down move, but today recovering nicely, despite the fact, boys, that Keefe, Bruyette, and Woods dropped the price target down to $1.
Keith?
And it's so funny, like you get the negative story, but then the stock rips.
Yeah. 24% short float?
Last time I heard a $1 price target was on Carvana,
It's true.
and that's at
We all know how that's
$400 or something.
I don't know if Open is going to be able to get Carvana styles, but 24% short float, that'll get something done. But the float is 630 million shares. So suffice to say it's really liquid, and it's done 250 million shares today. So the thing about it trying to squeeze is if there's, you know, what does that work out to? I don't know, like 100, call it like 150 million shares short. It's done 250 today, the upside. Like in any one of these big volume days, all of the shorts can cover in one day in one of these moves, and then you got to be trapping new ones. So you got to keep that in mind for a squeeze. That's why I don't think it's weird to think it would have a Carvana in it, but it has done this before, and it does look like it's on a churn. They got the extension. Well, it wasn't an extension. I mean, they regained eligibility. They didn't need an extension. They stayed above $1 for like a million days in a row. So Open, they're cleared from that problem, which is getting delisted. The $3 area is the issue. I think if it can clear 3, look for an afternoon breakout long, maybe through like 4 or 5. Certainly looks like it's, you know, the market looks like it's heading back down here. So in the afternoon, when the market might be trending down, I think you're looking for longs, probably in smaller cap names and squeeze type names that might not care what the market does. So Open Door does fit in that category. If it can break out that 3, it looks pretty good. I just don't think it's got like a Carvana in it because that float is so insane.
I don't know. Carvana might have a decent.
Maybe
float.
it does.
Yeah,
I just feel like it's so easy for shorts to just get out in a day or two. I guess they can just be stubborn. That's the other side of it.
That Bullish bounced off 71, by the way. All right, so for Open Door, OPEN. I was just watching the futures going lower right now. Good reload for us there at 95.20. Now 50 cents in the money on this most recent reload down into the 200-period moving average. We have to be smart and get out at that level because we took some hits earlier on the TQQs, trying to make some money back right there. Yeah, I mean, I agree. We held VWAP the whole day. I feel like if you're ever going to take shots, you know, like, I don't know if you know that this was going to pop right off the open. You might have actually shorted into there. But I think once you break some of these levels from yesterday afternoon, you know, this 250 mark, then we really just held it, and then it was pop goes the weasel, and then here's the hold again, and boom. So you're kind of waiting for it to baseline. If anything, it does seem like it's slowing down a bit here. But $3, we've been up here before, and we've got faded. So on the daily chart, you're pretty much creating this whole cup and handle right here. There's the handle, here's the cup. So yeah, it's trying to base out. Now you're looking for that next break of 375. I don't know if we break $4 today or $3 today. We tried it, faded pretty good, made the move back down. Now you're just trying to get going again. I mean, I like the volume, 254 million shares. Big Bear AI had a move earlier as well, right there up to 6 and stopped at 6 exactly, and then fell down off of that level. So I don't know, it would make sense if this sort of stops at $3. Remember, you have options expiring. Tomorrow will be the 3rd Friday of the month, so that's interesting for that note as well. But yeah, open door, a nice move there. And I like to talk about the stock because, you know, like many of you, with rates decreasing, we got that going through for next year, and the September rate cut next month now. And I'll just refresh this just to see what we're looking at. But there it is, 91. So it was 100% this morning, now 91% chance for a rate cut. And I think that, you know, the sweet spot there between 5.5%, 6% on a mortgage rate or something, maybe that gets open door, some more sales. But we'll wait. Open door right now, $3. I say you just short it until it breaks.
Next over here, guys, not really a big headline on Tesla. Just this headline out of Norway, surging sales 24% year over year on the quarter, really bucking the trend out in Europe, where they've seen double-digit declines in almost every jurisdiction there. Also, some irregular price action the boys should probably have a look at during the midday there. I think we were talking about Tesla almost going green. Then I looked over and it was down 2 1/3, guys. So Tesla, red.
Yeah, Tesla, oh, wherefore art thou, Tesla? It was weird yesterday. Well, you know what? It wasn't weird yesterday. A lot of things. A lot of things did the old reversal. Like, it looked super strong off of the open, and then after that, it was like, nope, we're just going to trend down. Well, I guess it can't be that crazy that we just stair-stepped it down again. Tesla, you guys were talking, the midday, you heard a lot about how does it really matter what happens in a single nation in Europe of 5 million people, whether they like Tesla or not. That's not going to, when you have disappointing sales, that's not going to matter. We want to, like we said, we want to see autonomous. We want to see something with Optimus. And ultimately, I'm not sure what the catalyst is going to be to break us out, but it's still doing a whole lot of nothing. At least the nothing that Tesla is doing on the daily. There's way too many wicks on this chart, but you can see that it's actually holding a slightly upper trend since earnings. So that's a good thing, but we're not going anywhere. You know, in a market where Google was able to get almost back to its highs and trend up, or Apple was about to break out, and Nvidia has at least been making some fresh all-time highs. Like, pretty much everybody but Tesla has gotten going to at least some extent. Maybe Amazon at the end we'll talk about hasn't done so good, but then look at it run today. So Tesla's like the, yeah, they're like the black sheep right now in the Mag 7, and I don't know what's going to get this one going. What I would say is if we break this like slight trend line, yeah, there's your 300 break, and then I think we could be back into the 200s. I still don't think this one is all systems go yet. In this market, you've been paid to be patient, because once Apple started going, it was great for a bit. Once Google started going, it was great. Tesla, it's just not off the schneid. And I think the VWAP short already worked once. You probably look at that today. If it can't break the volume weighted price in the afternoon, then I think you're looking to fade just kind of like the market is.
I don't often cheer for a move down on Palantir, but we are getting lower right now on PLTR. So we're starting to scalp out more of this into the lows of the day for Palantir, 179.50, still $1 away from there. And then now we're almost into a dollar club here off of our reload for the TQQs. We'll put a bid down here as well. We're getting Tiger Global right here. They just raised their stake in Reddit. So all these 13F filings are coming through now. AppLovin, Reddit, Microsoft, and then NVIDIA are the stocks I'm hearing for Tiger Global right now. But again, this is nothing. They raise your stake in a lot of stocks. All right, as far as Tesla's concerned, look, the bull and the bear case is pretty simple, right? Will FSD and all this data collection that they have actually give them that level 4, level 5 autonomy? And I don't, that's the case there. They can get that reoccurring revenue with the robo-taxis and with, anyone that subscribes to the full self-drive platform. Here in Canada, it's $100 a month, but you're looking for better, like I said, that level 4 or 5. If they can get that, robo-taxis should be a thing and continue to be a success story for them. Their margins on cars continue to decrease. And I don't know, we know it's not a huge... We know it's not a huge car. I mean, it's a huge car company, but that's not where the focus is right now. Again, I like Tesla here. Elon's been talking about, the shorts are going to get roasted. I don't know about that. But at the end of the day, this stock goes up and down all of the time. Like look at this. Look at this stock here since, if you go right back to this date, that's May. So the beginning of May. We've touched this bottom pretty much once or twice every single month, and the same thing with these tops. So the top of, let's call it 360, and the bottom, we're just using rough numbers here, 290 to 300. So you have a $60 back and forth range. The market can't figure it out. So to me, it's not worth taking a position one way or the other. I think you want to wait till this 367 breaks to go long and or something down here around the short, 280, 260, 270, something like that. But yeah, it's not as exciting as some of these other names where they have directional bias. Right now, I don't see that for Tesla, down 2%. Love the car. Don't love the fact that it's basically run by one individual and it's just so much single character risk in the name, right? When he started working with Doge, we saw the stock go down. Then there was some positive reactions to that, and the stock went back up. And anyways, vice versa, it's a risk.
It's been like that forever.
I know.
We remember, we've been, the show's been around on YouTube since, 2020? I remember we were live when he did the whole Tesla's overvalued. The CEO of the company publicly said, yeah, I kind of think the stock price is a little overvalued. I wish I knew exactly what day it was, but you could probably find it. If you know what day it was and the moment he said it, you'd go back and watch what that did to the stock. It was completely, it's like, who says that?
Yeah.
But, look, I in a genuine sense, like honesty is a good thing, but there's certain things that you should probably keep to yourself. But love him or hate him,
It's just the one stock where it's like, if anything were to happen to management, either leaving or too much pressure. I don't think he's leaving, but just
no, I don't think
something. And then that's the risk also to Tesla. So that's all. Bullish still holding $70. All right, it's NVIDIA talk time.
Yeah, very consolidated look here for NVIDIA over the past few days, guys, hanging around near all-time highs. No specific catalyst today on NVIDIA, but there was a DeepSeek headline out of China. So they were trying to use these NVIDIA chips for both training and inference. They were forced to switch to the Huawei Ascend line, which didn't work out all that well. So it looks like they might be trying to move back to the H20, much to the chagrin of the Chinese regulator. So NVIDIA, guys, kind of a flatline look, but still hanging out near all-time highs.
Yeah, NVIDIA's, it's holding up well. Obviously, we'll talk about Amazon at least. Amazon's your Mag 7. That's your winner today. Some other, at one point, Google looking pretty good, but NVIDIA, let's call it a win that it's still green. I think part of the story is going to be that AMD, which, the other day you had weakness, or yesterday you had weakness in NVIDIA, as you can see there, and then AMD was relatively strong, and then we find out that the story about Rubin being delayed because they want to be able to catch up with AMD, that story turned bunk, and then all of a sudden NVIDIA is relatively strong and AMD is going to be weak. That's just how it's been lately. Both these names have made kind of tops here, although I would tell you, when NVIDIA breaks 184, we're going to have it every day this week, with the exception, the first day this week that it didn't test $184, and even on Thursday and Friday of last week, it tested that same high. This is the first day we didn't even get there. Maybe we get there tomorrow. I still think it's a breakout whenever it happens, into fresh all-time highs. I'd rather short AMD this afternoon. As I said, the story that we got, or the retraction of the story, was bearish on AMD and bullish on, bullish on NVIDIA. So I want to short AMD. Like VWAP, although last time I was in it, VWAP was Not today. Because every time it's hit VWAP, I've been late to the trade. So if we come back in here and break out 101.30, 12 cents out of the money, I'll wait for 182 in the volume weighted average price. Oh, and one other chip name. Intel has an all-day trend line that it's testing from 830's low to now. Like it's held, which, yeah, I shorted underneath VWAP and then lost and then realized, hey, Neil, that's an all-day trend line that it just held. Maybe the next time it goes down there, you should go long in front of it, and it did hold. But I'm now looking for the break of this trend line to get out and go short. So I'm rather short 2 other chip names and not NVIDIA today.
Hey, apparently we're moments away from Nimitz showing up, so that should be fun. There's Eli Lilly today. We're going to get to that as the show goes on, but yeah, shout out to everybody in the chat that's bringing this one up to me. Yeah, we got long in this name. We added to it. We've had shares in this name for a long time, but we added to it down there at $6.40 that one day. So a nice little move up there. Now $40 on Eli Lilly. I was just actually loading up Twitter to look some stuff up and see what all this Tiger Global and now we get more and more 13Fs coming through. So once I find more about that, it's right here. Actually, I just found it. So if we, people are asking what's Tiger Global. This is just a management, like a fund. So here it is right here. New to their fund. Maybe I can zoom in just a little bit. There it is. Yeah. Okay. So. Of course, pretty much all IPOs here. We got Chime, Bull, Hinge, Circle, eToro there, TFIN, Mountain, and then they're out of PD. Oops, I don't know why I clicked on PDD. They're out of PDD and Service Titan now. I believe that's what that is. That's an IPO as well that just happened. They've added both Block and Reddit and Amazon. So those are 3 new names that they've added, and they've cut. And again, you can go see this. I'll retweet it. But DoorDash, Workday, Crowd, and ServiceNow. So, but these are all the holdings that they have. So it's just there's a lot in there, and you could just see by the ads and the deletes and all that kind of stuff. So as you're going to start hearing, me or Neil or any of us, talk about this, either Adair when she gets back, there's going to be different filings happening throughout the day. So the 13F that everyone's waiting for is Berkshire to see where exactly, because those guys are sitting on $350 billion of cash right now. So hopefully they're buying NVIDIA and LLY, but I don't know. They're probably already into some of these. But right now, Eli Lilly, we're not going to talk about it. We're going to talk about NVIDIA. Yeah, I'm fine with it. On a down day here, the fact that it's flat makes sense. We do have earnings in 2 weeks, so 2 weeks yesterday. So you're 9 market days away from getting this report. Look what this has been doing. We're almost out of that. Pretty easy trend right here. NVIDIA already fell, this year. It's high of the year if we go back right at the beginning of the year, even if we don't cherry pick that exactly. Well, we might as well. That was 150. It fell to, so, everyone's waiting. And I was thinking about this earlier, and I think I was talking to it with Neil. It's like everybody is waiting for a correction. We already had one this year. Yeah. NVIDIA fell 50 or 60% here. So NVIDIA went from 152 this year down to $85 or $90. Forget about that wick, but let's just say $90. You could have got $90 again right here. So it went from 150 to $95 a couple times, and now it's at 181. So it's like we've already sort of had this correction. Now we just keep on going based on its merits, and the merits have been strong for this company. So, we like NVIDIA. I'm not super excited about the earnings, to be honest with you, because I think it's pretty much all baked in. This is what happens when all those big mega CapEx names reported. They kept going higher. And so I feel like, the backlog is there, the chip discussion is there. They got that deal done with the United States where they pay the 15% back in chips sent to China. I think that's a win for them. The Too Smart, Jensen and Lisa Su, just, keep on making rich people even richer. So you just want to invest in the name, and to take a line from Kramer, man, hold, don't trade. I think you don't want to get out of NVIDIA anytime soon, and you don't want to get out of AMD anytime soon, and unless you do think that this market is being falsely bumped up. But, I mean, the economic numbers seem to be pretty strong. Sans the PPI today.
AMD before I trimmed in NVIDIA.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. There's room for both.
Yeah, well, 100% there's room for both. There's room for Robinhood, too. Although I think that's a little toppy.
Robinhood, yeah. Robinhood, Amazon, Palantir, SoFi, some of these names that have run a lot. Yeah, a little different base case for those. But let's go find out from Sharif the story on Robinhood today.
Robinhood next, selling off aggressively yesterday in the open. Nothing really bad. They reported record customers. Their customers hit 26.7 million users in July, with total platform assets rising 7% year over year as crypto volume surges. The market didn't like that, or maybe it was a sell the news event. Today, kind of consolidative.
Yeah, today, that's actually right. Like, I guess, what would you call it? It's a consolidative day, but it's a consolidative day at the lows, right? So it kind of like holds on to this long, if you can even call that, long bear flag, I suppose. Couldn't break down, can't break up. But really, what's amazing about this streak that Robinhood's been on is there has not even been a prolonged downward break. Like, you've had a couple of moves in, but all they do is kind of go back to the key prior highs and then bounce. So like, it's been a textbook single dip, which if you think it's frothy, you just can't get into this stock. And I think it's frothy, so I can't get into this stock. What happened yesterday for Bullish, I think might have, to me, it feels like it's a temp top for a lot of the crypto plays. And when you double tapped, made a fresh high and pull back on Bitcoin, it seemed like it confirmed that. It didn't get through the high. So I feel like you might be in that pullback mode where maybe we can actually see the 50 period, which you haven't seen since around the April lows on Robinhood. And I think it confirmed that today. When it would look like we were going ham after a little V-shaped recovery, complete rejection, now you're getting lower highs on Robinhood. Yeah, 111 looks like, until we can break 111, I think we'd stay bearish on this. That said, if I trade something in the fintech space this afternoon, it's more likely to be bearish. Not
Bearish,
you
not
know
bullish.
what I mean. I mean bullish, obviously.
Yeah, I got you. Bear. Which bear
Not
is
that
this? Oh,
one.
I hate this bear.
No, that's the wrong one.
I did not mean that. This is the good bear. There we go. Bullish v bearish. Okay, so what are we talking about? Robinhood. All right, so we can have a quick look over there as well. Let me just look at SoFi. Neil just talked about Robinhood. The only thing that I can say about SoFi is the same thing I always say about it, and that is that we've already seen that top. And yeah, maybe we see it again at some point, but $24 we saw today. And you had another opportunity. I've already explained that I got out of some of mine in and around here. You are waiting for this to break. I'm waiting for that day that 25 finally breaks, and then we can really start to motor to the upside. And I do believe that for SoFi. I think that a lot of these stocks do have a lot of juice left into them with increasing customer base. I like SoFi there. Webull has been another sort of a move down again, so we can watch out for Webull. But they're up today, actually. Okay, they were down the last time we looked at it, but right into there, up to 15.30 or so goes Webull, up another 1.23% today. So I do like the fintech names. I think Robinhood's probably the top there, but I think I would just want to look to whoever has the bigger customer base is the one that I like, because they can all change. They're all those little apps that they use. So I'm excited to hold both of these ones. And yeah, Robinhood, someone just mentioned their insider trading.
I have a question. Mr. Henry XL, the hood insider trading on FinViz is nuts. Explain. Let us know. Point me to an article if you can find one. I'm very curious. Oh,
well, there's probably just insiders been selling, that's all.
Yeah. Oh, that's what you mean. You mean insider selling?
Or is that what it says?
We care more about insider buying. I mean, insider selling's normal. Like, that's just par for the course. And Lindenmayer, I promise we will show you guys what happened on the Microsoft chart after we talk about Amazon. Bizarre. I wish that was one of those moments. I wish we had seen it sooner, because it's like, if you see what was going on in Microsoft Live, it probably was an easy trade, but you had to be watching it. I wasn't at the time.
Just we had this $20 right here from Justin. Thank you so much, Justin. Here, how's the TQQs? How low can they go? And a great show. Thank you so much for watching. I mean, you guys are making this show great, not us. So thank you so much, Justin, for that. Look, I think how low can they go? Like 94. I feel like right now. You know, we do have Friday incoming, obviously tomorrow. The direction seems right now to be lower. We have taken down VWAP. You have a pretty aggressive sloping, as you can see right here, sloping down 50-period moving average on the 1-minute chart. You know, why did we come back in here, stop, rip, stop again, rip, back? So like, I would say if you're looking, this is just the NASDAQ, but if you're looking at a spot, you know, right into here, that would make sense. So that's 23 for the NASDAQ, 23,880 or so. So if you're gonna look at the TQs, it's probably something very similar in and around this area, 94, 90 something. So I would say in and around here would be a great target, not just because that's where we covered, but this move down that happened on the PPI number, I would think we could retest that, but I'm surprised we're not down more, that we're even flat on the day with that number. So yeah, I would say cover some there. And if you think you made a mistake, then push this short once we break 94 and then see if this 93.50 means anything. So if you are holding some options that maybe expire today, or you're just looking to make some money today, like we have to be flat at the end of the day, I would say cover half at least right here, which is what I'm thinking about doing now that we have a little bit left. Cover some there, then wait for the dream. And if it does break, you can add to it. And if it's a break fail, you can punch out. So I like the way the Nasdaq's looking today. I've been bearish all day. The only positions I've had was short BLSH, short Palantir, and short the TQQs. And Palantir right now is $1, $2, $3, $4, $5 now in the money on the Palantir short. It is by far, again, the TQs we lost early. So we've done well. We've hit our goal for the day on just this one stock, but we got to get it covered up by the TQs, right? So, nice move down for Palantir. We'll see if it can continue. And let's go over to the desk and find out about Amazon, a stock that I love.
Yeah, great look for Amazon today, Sean. A little bit off the day's highs, but very, very strong. On the back of this headline, they're expanding their same-day grocery delivery. Oh, I just got cut off the screen there. Same-day grocery delivery to over 1,000 cities with 2,000 more pegged. So keep your eye out on that. Amazon near day's high.
It is, and this was another one of those earnings names. They got beat up, and one of the reasons was because the direct comparison between from them to Azure and to Google Cloud year over year was they got 17% growth in cloud, and both their foreseen competitors, it's really a three-horse race, were in the 30 range. And they got beat down because of that, and it ended up being a buy opportunity. You let it bounce one day, it bounced the second day, and then you were all good to go off the 200-period moving average. If I ever find myself saying, this is a stock I would like to own more of on a dip, and said stock goes to the 200-period moving average on a day, then I think you pull the trigger. And the new thing was actually getting it. And for myself, this is an improvement because a lot of times I'll miss it if it doesn't actually get to the 200. And I said, we're just picking it up. And if it doesn't actually tag it, then you're just going to get it when it bounces away. So I think this one's headed right back into the highs. Can we get there tomorrow? I like to think we can get there tomorrow. We'll see what happens at the end of the day. I mean, if we keep on flushing today or pulling back, at some point even Amazon's going to pull back, and then that threatens the ability to break it out tomorrow. On a Friday, it's really hard to break through a double top 240 that's a fresh high. But if something can do it, I believe, in Amazon. I did have a VWAP trade. I was probably too bearish. When it got to the highs and the futures were rolling over, I started entering shorts and covered the long. And I just started only shorting things. And then Amazon just kept going absolutely haywire. Love the company. And this is a prime example, pun intended, of something that you dip buy. If you think the earnings were good and it dips, you see it hold for a couple of days and you get in there. It ends up working out long term.
I like the pun intended on that one. Yeah, look, today we only had two longs written down here. We had Apple and we had Amazon written down right there. Okay. But for right now,
running around,
we have a special guest appearance. Go.
Hey, grab the mic.
How are you doing? Good. Nimit, grab the mic, my friend. Oh no, what have you brought us here?
I got some muffins and what else did we get? Donuts.
Donuts and muffins.
Yeah, I was trying to find apple pie for Joe.
What is this, Jujutsu Kaisen? What do you got over there?
I don't know. It's just Attack on Titan. So all the Japanese manga anime fan.
Yes. My son loves the manga.
They're gonna comment here next to like, okay, have you seen it? Have you watched it? So okay.
Good. Well, it's good to see you. It's good to see you again there.
Yeah.
You went and walked around U of T, or what did you guys do there?
No, we didn't. We just came here now, and then tomorrow maybe we'll go to the U of T.
Have you gone up to CN Tower yet, or done anything like that?
Yes, we did that yesterday.
Yeah.
It was beautiful, and we never knew Blue Jays play every day.
Almost. If they're here, like basically.
Are they at home now?
Yeah, they're home.
Yeah.
Chicago's in town.
Yeah, because yesterday again we saw.
And you saw the game?
We didn't see the game.
But you saw it from the CN Tower.
because we are living at that
right down
Street,
there.
the one that I
Queen's
told you.
Key.
So, oh my God, there were like thousands of people, and I'm like, okay, wait, what's happening here?
40,000 people packed. We were in first place.
Yes, and everybody in that blue T-shirt with
Yeah,
blue
they're
Jay
selling out
written.
now. When the team wins, they sell out.
And the best part is people like us who don't follow baseball
Right.
have no clue. We are a cricket country, so
Yes.
we follow cricket. So
Right.
it's like, okay,
But you're from,
what's
where
happening?
you're coming from, so are you living in Singapore now? Or where?
No, we relocated to Dubai.
Dubai, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
so,
all right.
yeah,
Did you bring us some Dubai chocolate or?
This time, no, because this time was traveling
That's a bit
was.
of a thing here, because we promised it from Remain, and then.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No. Next time I come, I'm gonna
Nah,
get
no,
you
I'm just giving you a
the
hard time.
kunafa Dubai chocolate.
Oh my God,
I'll
is
get
that
you
like-
that one. Yeah.
Okay.
I got this time, but I had to leave it back at Vancouver at
Yeah. Probably melting your luggage
brother-in-law's
these days anyways
place
with
for
this
them.
temperature.
I forgot about you guys, honestly.
You forgot about us?
no.
Yeah. To get those chocolates for you, I forgot.
I think we'll be okay.
Yes, I think this should be, but I wish I could have got apple pie for
We got pastries,
Joe.
man.
We're gonna get.
I
Joe some
just
pie. We're
want
gonna
Joe
get
to
Joe
have
some
that
pie.
apple pie.
Everybody
man.
does.
I'm not sure I believe this whole. I think
I know,
I think he's
I-
having fun with us. He's
Yes,
probably actually
yes,
had it.
yes,
But
yes.
yeah, great to see you. And of course, we're going to go out for some drinks maybe after this, of course,
Yes,
as you
yes,
know. So we're
yes.
excited.
Drinks and
we're
dinner.
excited to do that. So this is Nimit, everybody. So say hello.
Yeah.
And you're always in the chat, and we thank you for everything that you've done for us. And what do you think about the build out over here?
Brandon was just explaining me, and I was like, "This, I don't believe I have come to this office in the past because
I thought
the
last
one
time you
that
were
I
here-
came,
Right.
No,
it was so different than the one that I'm seeing now.
Right.
And I'm just happy that I get this elevation because last time when I was here, everybody was like, "He's such a short guy."
Yeah, right.
I'm
Your
not
head
a
was like
short
hitting
guy.
right here.
But it was there is almost like 2 feet down you have to stand, but now I can stand here, so okay.
Oh my gosh.
I'm still a short
exactly.
guy.
Now you're-
I'm still a short
you're
guy, but
right
not
up in our
that
grill.
short.
Okay,
But
Nimit,
yeah,
well,
looks
great.
good, man. But I let you guys do this.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, we do have a little thing that we do here. It's like a show. It's
Yeah,
live.
it's okay.
Tell me
And,
more
I'm not
about
gonna eat
it.
your treats anyway, so it doesn't matter.
7,000 people watching now. So now they know the famous Nimit
Yeah.
and what he's all about. And we are excited to see you and your family and get a drink after the show. So we're really
Yeah.
happy with that.
This-
So thank you, Nimit, for showing up.
Thank you.
right now.
And
Appreciate it. We'll
the
see
one
you.
thing I always wanted to do was to get my son to meet all of you. So
Perfect.
this time I have him also over here.
And he's hiding.
And he's hiding.
I hope
he's
we
hiding
do not
there.
disappoint.
No. Come, Shlok. Just say
Yeah,
hi.
yeah.
He's going to say hi after. Watch out.
Just don't step on
Watch out
Randy.
for Randy over there.
Just watch out for Randy. Yeah.
Just watch out for Randy.
Flip either.
Hi, Sean.
Sean, Shlok.
Schluck.
Neil.
Look.
You got me shook. Schluck.
Yeah. So I just wanted him to meet all you guys
Great.
because
I would never be able to tell that you guys are father
There's
son.
no resemblance at all.
You know, no resemblance at all.
what are you saying,
the
man?
profile. It's a.
Okay, cool.
No, you look
He's my
exactly.
son.
You look a lot alike, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Am I looking younger?
You're looking very. I almost didn't even recognize you.
Yeah, I did lose a lot of weight
Yeah,
from
yeah,
the last
yeah,
time.
yeah,
so-
yeah.
Yeah,
You do look
just,
a lot
just 27 kilos. So
27 kilos.
yeah.
What are you on, like a water diet or something?
Kind of, yeah.
I know. Yeah, I guess
I'll
so.
explain you everything when we meet for a drink on this.
what-
Okay.
But you guys have
let us
fun.
know.
Thank you
27
for
kilos,
everything.
That's like 60 something pounds.
Yeah, I was 93. Now I'm 66. So it's a fact.
And you're the one giving us all these treats. I
That's
see
why
the-
I'm
I
not
see the
eating
move-
it.
I see
That's
the
why I'm
move.
not eating it.
I
I'm
see
giving
the
it to
move.
you guys.
Okay, fatten
Yeah,
us up.
go
I
ahead,
get
go
it.
ahead. Have
Okay.
fun, guys.
Okay, thank you,
so
Nimit,
much.
for coming through. We look forward to. Nice to meet you as well. We'll talk after. All right, get these treats. We'll look at them, but put them there for now. All right, thank you.
No, I'm.
Nimit, make money. Thank you. Yeah, that's sound like my wife. Okay.
see what we got.
There we go. All right, that's Nimit in the audience, from the crowd, and we like to thank him for coming through. What do you got over there?
Chocolate chip.
Chocolate chip, and what else?
2 chocolate chip.
Oh my God, and these little, oh gosh, these are what it's
don't
at
need
right
that.
here.
We don't
These are
need
little
that.
chocolate.
We don't
Oh my gosh, okay, those look really nice. Thank you, Nimit.
Thank you
and
so
Schluck
much,
and everything.
Nimit.
We're looking forward to going out with these guys after. Should be nothing but fun times.
Look at
here,
that.
so
I'm not, I mean, let's
I
be
better
real.
stay away. Those look so good.
You know what? I
feel like
admire
Nip-
your discipline. Like,
No, I don't have any discipline. I mean, there's 4 in there now. The project maybe,
Immediately
you know,
Sean,
once,
it's like, yeah,
once we go into
we'll look at
commercial
that
break,
later.
oh, wait a minute, we don't have any commercials. Then we will maybe hit that up. But
ain't gonna be any left.
yeah, thanks to Nimit. I just don't want to knock them over. That's all. We'll give them to the boys.
Trust me,
these guys are working.
these
man.
look
Russell and
absolutely
everybody.
delicious. They might be like cream filled or something.
I think Mark is pretty disciplined too, but he can have a donut. I mean, anybody can have anything from there. How has he lost 20? So that's 27 kilos. I think the guy only weighs like 150
not doing
pounds. I think he lost like half of his weight.
That's
there.
so impressive.
Yeah, that is.
but it was. I mean, the last time we saw him was a couple of years ago.
Yeah, but dude, that's
but no,
we'll get this story. We'll get this story.
In any time frame,
I wonder if it's that shot thing, huh?
That's impressive.
We'll find out from him very, very soon. I hope it wasn't like a medical situation. But okay, so thanks, Nimit, for showing up. We really appreciate all of that. All right, yeah, plans best laid for Amazon were earlier, and we talked about 224. I wrote it down. I really like the stock. You know, we've been getting bumped up there. I know Neil bought some down there, I believe, and some other traders have as well. But, you know, good companies at 200 period moving averages. I mean, this is why we talk about those. And it comes right in, hits it, and then bumps back up, you know. They're in that TTD business now, too, with the online advertising and stuff. So, yeah, they're, like I said, anytime Amazon sort of says they're interested in a new business, you better watch out if you're currently in it. So, but anyways, Amazon, nice move to the upside right now. Eli Lilly still going. Yeah.
No, as you mentioned, TTD, right? The story was that potentially
Walmart,
TTD losing potentially Walmart as a customer. Yeah, that really didn't come back. It's almost cracked $50, 7% down. Remember, they're already down after earnings. Negative story for them. There'll probably be a point, like the April lows at $40. I'm sure there'll be a point at which this can get picked up, but that's not a good story. So the trend is still very bad for the trade desk in here. Yeah, not much working out for them. But I said under my breath, I should have also bought Apple too. Picked Amazon, but you could have, it actually didn't matter which one you bought. Really, you could have bought this off the 50 period when it dipped into 200. You could have bought Amazon. It's just the catch-up game. The market goes to highs. You pick the one. You pick one that's a little bit depressed that you think has a chance to go, and this goes 10% in a week. And Amazon, I mean, I don't know, it's same thing. I would argue a slightly bigger move, ever so slightly bigger move on Apple from those lows last week than Amazon. Oh yeah, it's because these guys are doing stuff. Like, everything's like shaking, because there's a little shake on it. Because these guys are doing
I was just like, I'm just laughing at the chat because, like, honestly, when I met Nimitz, when Nimitz kid just came in there, like, I don't know, when I told him, like, you guys are like identical or something, I feel like he looked at me like I was insulting him or something. I was just like, no, you guys look like twins, not father son.
As someone who does not get sarcasm, was probably just not getting sarcasm, because I don't get sarcasm. I don't know if I would have gotten that.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so you and him, I mean, because everybody in the chat is like, what the? These guys are basically like identical twins. I was like, you guys aren't father-son? Like, that's not.
If you say a father-son or mother-daughter look like twins, it's basically like calling them siblings, which is a compliment to the parent.
No, but I'm just commenting, like, honestly, when I look at them, like, you and your daughter look similar.
It's
I'm
true,
sure you hear that all the time.
But you've seen I don't actually look that much like my dad. As I've aged, I have. But if you put myself, my brother, my dad together, you're like, oh, yeah, you can see it.
Yeah.
But, like, it's not always that obvious.
No, that's why when I looked, I was like, come on, man.
I mean, you and George.
You guys are related?
You and George look alike a lot.
Yeah, well, you know. I mean, yeah, we look alike a little bit. But
I think, well, maybe.
I don't know. There's Scott H. How did anyone not pick up the sarcasm? But we just admitted it. It's different, harder for different people. But yeah, no, let's. Looking forward to getting a drink with Nimit. That should be a lot of fun. And if anybody wants to stop by here, you got to sort of email in and get that all figured out. And of course, we've seen Nimit many, many times. Not doing anything, but he's going to sit there, you know, behind us.
No, he's doing.
Hey, Randy, what's going on, Randy? Same old.
What is he doing?
Exactly. No, he's having a good time over there. So shout out to Randy, always doing something there. All right, Randy, are you coming for a drink after, Randy? You're invited for a drink after 5 o'clock. You want to come? You look great, man. You look great.
These donuts are really good, by the way.
Of course they are, Neil.
Just saying. You see Rob's head turn the second I said.
Rob's can come. Anybody can come for a drink.
No, when I said donut.
Oh, yeah.
What?
Any of these. There's donuts, there's cookies, there's muffins.
My hands are filthy.
Whoa,
There's all of that going through there.
This is happening again on Rigetti.
You're right, man. Randy he's not measuring the distance for a dartboard, but we should have that in here. Dartboard, pool table, jits, whatever.
We used to have a foosball table, and then I
resumed.
And I
Intel halt?
distinctly no, it's just continuing to go up.
What?
Intel.
I'm liking this Intel move. What's up with that?
Intel has made the bottom. Intel has found the bottom again.
Yeah.
Why? You can buy this stock underneath $20. That's the thing. Once it's under 20, it's a buy. When it gets close to 25, that's where you run into some trouble. But it's at 22.5, which means we're on the upward swing. You know what? I think we're at the point now where if a CEO meets with Trump that he said anything remotely negative about, and then after that meeting, nothing negative happens, then you should buy the stock. That's what happened for Intel. And I'll admit to like a silly mistake. I did this, I don't know, I decided to short VWAP on Intel, ignoring that rule that it's turned into a buy. Like look at it yesterday, look at it since that meeting, and then it just turned into a trend to the upside. It cannot break this trend all day long. It just keeps holding it every single time it dips and into some fresh highs. I don't know if we get 23. Bavin yet. Yes, Webull also making a move to the upside. So there's strength out there in the market. But I was going to say before we got to Intel, if we break this trend line, I'm out. I said that already. I was actually going to reverse. I was really close to reversing. But Rigetti, remember yesterday what happened in Rigetti?
Yeah, it popped like crazy at the end.
Another buy program on Rigetti?
Yeah, my bad. I hit the too fat fingered it.
Yeah, something is brewing in this stock. It rejected 18. If it can get through that today, let's see.
Remember that story that Joe, he went for went by himself. That's kind of the funny part. To one of the restaurants down there, and he said he was sitting down having lunch or whatever, and some guy was talking to him about D-Wave and was saying that he single-handedly was moving the stock around that day, which is why I say that as a joke. But sometimes it just does take Reddit or different websites like that to get going and supporting a stock, and then up away it goes. Let's check it out on Open Door quickly here just to see if it did break through that $3. It did not. It has not done anything since we've been on the air here at 2 o'clock, but we still like that $3 level. I think it's a short. I don't know if you'd want to short it now. Like, I don't know if it has 8 or 9 cents of downside. I mean, it does if it gets going, but you're going to be shorting it until it breaks 303 or 305, let's just say. So right now, if you go short on open, you're going to have 12 cents to get 1-to-1, and that's basically a maximum trade there. So I don't know if the odds are with you on a 50-50 roll of the dice that Open Door goes up or goes down. It's at the 50-period moving average. It's bouncing here off the 200. It was a much better short there at 3 to get it back to 85. That would give you 3-to-1, because if it hits this 85, which it does wind up doing, then you're getting that 14 or 15 cents on that short when you're just exposing yourself to 5. Let's just say you get 98. So it's 7 or 8 cents of an upside break, and you just captured double that on the downside because you're going to use the 200 period as some sort of support and resistance. So for me, right now on Open Door, might not be worth it. One name, and I'm biased to this, is Marvell. Look, I think Marvell does have a runway to be a higher stock than what it is right now. So again, I like the name here with Marvell. I think we have we need a button, call of the day button right now. Why is Marvell down here? I feel like they've got the deal with Microsoft. They do have autonomous. They're in the autonomous chip business as well. They're looking at autonomous driving. They're helping out Microsoft develop chips. I know Microsoft's trying to go their own way. There was a report about that which caused one of these initial moves down. We did gap higher into 85. I think it was that move back into 75. But look at this stock holding the 50-period moving average. I think we take out 85, and the call of the day is $100 as we ride the bull here for Marvell. That's my price target right here for Marvell, between 95 and $100. Maybe 95 might be a good topping tail there for Marvell, but I like this. I like the 50-period move here on the stock. We're down right now. I think you're a report or two away, an upgrade away, something like that from this stock really starting to go. So again, I like it. We'll do some more work. We got to talk about it. We got to go to Neil, but then we'll talk about maybe the bull case there for Marvell, because I do like the name.
And the bull case for bull as well.
Ooh.
But whether you're a bull or a bear, there's exciting news for Canadian traders that are sophisticated. Beta Pro by Globex Canada has just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs, offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate,
special fees,
dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equities. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca 3x daily to learn more. Shout out to them. Well, AMD's going okay. Intel's going up, so that's fine. But Apple just came back and then broke VWAP. Someone asked, well, what's your thesis on Apple? Shorted VWAP. What just happened? Broke VWAP. get out. So I just got out flat. It's a coincidence that I got out flat as it was breaking VWAP. Like my stop, once it got to here, my stop was break even. It just so happens that that's the moment that it's breaking the volume weighted average price. But Apple is catching a bit of a bid here, which does make me wonder, as I look over to AMD, that's doing absolutely nothing, going sideways. So that seems just fine. But this Rigetti thing it's interesting. You're hesitant to chase this because what happened yesterday at this exact price? Like it trended up, we saw it fail 18, and then by this morning it was back at 16 bucks. It goes again, so I'd be interested to see if it can actually get through the $18 level. History often doesn't always repeat itself, but sometimes it'll at least rhyme. And if that happens, maybe you see exactly the same thing. A buy program in Rigetti that just gets faded off in front of the 18 level or at the $18 level. Not worth chasing. You almost have to be in this one a little bit earlier on that bad boy. Yeah, interesting. Someone's picking up this name. I wonder if the other quantum stocks are going with it. It was Rigetti that just recently reported, so it makes sense that they'd move the most.
All right. Yeah, no, we have I was just looking tonight's earnings reports going to come through. We have QUBT coming, Nano Nuclear coming tonight, BTBT, AMAT, and whatnot. Right now, our scanner here that you guys can type in right now, any symbol into the chat, and your vote will start to hit. So we have OpenTable, CoreWeave, NVIDIA, Tesla, Tempest. Is that Tempest TEM? I believe so. Robinhood, Wolf there, Amazon. I mean, most of these names we've talked about with pretty good conviction so far. So I'm going to do fresh restart. So right now, because we have over 400 votes in there, let's get a new one. See if there's anything moving and anything creating some action here for you guys tonight. If you want more talk on something, so that's Robinhood now up 1.5%. And look at this. Remember yesterday I was like, we need the ability to stop this. Watch this. Spacebar stopped. Yeah. So right there, now we can easily stop it. So this guy, Fabian, is such a.
He's not playing around.
No, like he tells me, oh, it's gonna take me a while to do something, and I mean this thing gets fixed almost, not fixed, but edited up to the upside almost immediately. And we hit spacebar again, and then it reshuffles them all. So let's have a quick look. We hit it one more time. Palantir, NVIDIA, Open Door, BMNR, of course. We can take a look at what Ethereum's been doing. And crypto, we'll take a look at that. QuantumScape, nice move there. QS, CoreWeave, we can definitely talk about that. Wow, down another 12%. So again, part of the reason for that, I'm gonna hit spacebar again on that so it reloads it and it gets going. But yeah, part of the move down. So anyways, there's Marvell's in the silicon, the connectors and all that for the space. So, they're needed to power this AI revolution. So, Marvell, it's not the same as a pure chip player or anything like that. It's the connectors, the copper, the silicon involved in these high-powered data centers. So again, I like Marvell, and my call is $95. So there we go for MRVL. Eli Lilly's also ripping. And now I forget what even the stock I said we were just going to look at.
CoreWeave,
CRWV, so good one, Neil. So we do have then, it's the 180-day lock. It's 180 days already for CoreWeave,
That's what I was like, wow.
Okay, so the lockup period is now on. So what happens is any insider, if you get shares like yesterday, if you got shares on Bullish at $37 or whatever its price was there at the beginning, then you can't just dump them on the open market. You're going to have to wait. Some of those shares have provisions on them, so that's what those are. And now after 180 days, you can begin to sell some of your CoreWeave shares. So what happens is, with a few days heading into that lockup, you get some dumped action, right? And that's what's been happening here with CoreWeave. Nice move back up to the upside. Everyone thought it was sort of saved from that move, and now you're right back in. Sometimes, and I feel like this might be the case for CoreWeave again, it's a sell the rumor, buy the news, or the other way around. In this situation, we're selling it down there, knowing that today is lockup period. It might be a buy after the period has expired. So I would say keep CoreWeave on your radar. And me looking at this again, I would probably play it with options. I know they're going to be really expensive, but we don't know how far this is going to dump tomorrow if those shares actually come to market. What was the big company that's SoftBank? Oh, it was ARM. And I remember when ARM, we were talking the same way when ARM lockup happened, and it was a nothing burger, I remember.
The dump never.
Yeah, like SoftBank that owned like 95% of the shares or something of ARM, now ARM's older company. Yeah. I mean, it's not really, but whenever the 180 days, I'm going to have to do the math to find out when it was, but it didn't create a huge
It was mid-March.
Mid-March.
2024, sorry.
2024.
Mid-March 24.
Yeah, okay, so we got to go all the way back into here. But anyways, once it relieved that pressure, no, 2020, that's 21. Where are we here? That's December 20. How long ago? I'm confused about what our charts even. This is 2025, 2024, March. So April, May, March. So into here somewhere. So there's the dump right there on April 12th. Maybe that could have been earnings. I don't know. But either way, when that lockup expired, it wasn't a huge event. And then
it was the earnings that I'm pretty
right. So then if it was March, man, I mean, look at all the way up here. By July, it was back to its all-time high again of 190 at the time. So yeah, ARM, great stock there. Don't be afraid of these lockups.
The good news was on that though. It set the good level to buy on that. Earnings dip gave you the April low buy this year. Because like the only thing I got in the April low, like most of like the dip buying I bought on the way down was literally at spring training in March. So like the April low, like I'm pretty sure like the only thing I got was some Tesla and then ARM. Because I'm constantly like a dip buyer of this thing. But yeah, I remember the abject disappointment that day traders that thought this is gonna be so big. You're gonna come in, it's gonna trend down. I distinctly remember like Obi was talking about it. It's like this is gonna be it, and then it just didn't happen. But like it's not like you sit there trading it trying to short. There was just nothing to do. It was a complete nothing burger. I think there's no chance it doesn't move tomorrow. Just don't be married to the idea that it has to break down this 100. If it loses 100, okay, fine. That's an obvious flat bottom break. If we lose $100 today, and the last couple of days have been like trend short, and just. Even when you think, because I didn't think it was going any further, started in the morning at like 16 short, and the last out I had was at 108, and it went it basically doubled that move. It just continues to fall 2 days in a row, absolutely nasty. It's hard to do that. It's actually not even 2 days in a row, because you have to really count the aftermarket. Really, it's almost like an extra day up there. It's hard to do continuously, have that kind of selling. In this type of a name. So yeah, that 100 level is going to be big. On a Friday as well, it's kind of hard to break through levels like this for sure. I see it wasn't the only IPO or recent IPO that's flushing. Circle wants double digits too. Circle also reported. Circle is also heading lower. I don't know off the top of my head when their lockup period is, but it can't be, obviously it came to market after CoreWeave, so maybe that's September, and that's what I was mixing up. Anyways. Because for some reason I thought CoreWeave was in September, but maybe it was Circle. Circle has lost support at the 150. This one, if this bounces off, if this goes to $100, I think that's going to be a nice little bounce spot. 100 to 120 is sort of an obvious place to catch the bid. So I kind of hope we can get down there for a trade. Both these IPOs not looking very good. They're not bullish, and neither was Daily Charts useless on bullish. This might break the low. A double bottom break would be 71, not 70 today on bullish, which is not an all-time low. This got to 68 yesterday. So it breaks a low today. It's not making an all-time low. And it's kind of sideways. Volume drying up there a little bit here on bullish. But the IPOs, they've been good for a few minutes, but after that, not so much. Like MyX today, which I don't know if I didn't hear about anybody in the midday trading this thing. I don't think anybody traded this. Maybe did anybody trade this IPO today? It wasn't as big. It wasn't as hyped up.
At least now it's
the Miami exchange. It actually, it's caught a bit of a bid, not too bad, but it opened up at 31.65, and the first thing it did is dump $1. Shake everyone out, then try to go. Then it just started stair-stepping down till it finally capitulated at the low, and now it's doing sideways action on no volume. This is what we talk about if you want hype. And this is a good gateway. Heck, I use this gateway from time to time. Not all the time, but certainly it's a gateway on my keyboard that I've used. And really, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just where is the hype? Now, when you're a crypto play, when you're CoreWeave, that's an AI play, that's where
we
get
Where did IPO at? 32?
31.65 was.
Yeah, because wasn't it 23?
Well, the issue price. No, the issue was 23. So it's still successful.
Yeah.
Like the issue
No. But what I mean is like there was still some interest in it pre-open, right? Like the price bumped from 23 to 30. What did you say? 31.
31.
So. Yeah, I'm just
biggest
nervous.
buy and balance was like 500,000. Like at the absolute peak, the buy and balance was 500,000.
Right.
The buy and balance on Bullish yesterday, I believe, probably crossed the 500,000 mark at the first report we got. At like 8:30 in the morning, it was over 1 million shares.
Right.
And it was multiple millions of shares. It just kept getting larger and larger. So that's something you want to look for. Amazon, Amazon's dumping? No. Stay up
What?
there, Amazon.
That's sacrilege.
Yeah, Amazon's curling? All right.
I like curling. We should do curling.
I know you like.
Yeah, we should get him.
I'm going to get. I couldn't go curling. My neighbors are big time curlers, and their kids curl, and they were taking my daughter.
Yeah.
But last year I couldn't go because my physiotherapist. Probably a bad idea for me to be on the ice when I'm rehabbing an Achilles tear.
That makes sense.
But this year I'm gonna learn with them.
Yeah,
my
you
wife
should.
did it. My daughter did it and loved it. Looks like it's
Best.
fun. It's a good Canadian sport.
Best.
Plus, then I should get lessons from you and then show up all good.
Yeah.
I'll be like the best. There was
Today, you
another
would be,
neighbor.
You'd be the best brother out there, right? As
No,
you always
one of
say.
my other neighbors, like he's another brother in the neighborhood. He went out there. He was terrible.
He was he?
He was so bad.
Well,
But I'm
curling
watching-
is hard to do.
I'm
It's
watching.
not-
It's ridiculously hard to do.
You're
That
literally
sport-
throwing like a 44-pound rock.
It's heavy.
70 feet or whatever it is,
Dude.
and you're trying to get it into and these professionals. That's the thing about sports. I say this to my son. He's now golfing, right? And it's like you watch it and you think, oh, these guys are hitting it straight, like no problem. I'm just gonna pick what club I'm gonna hit. And then you get out there and you realize that like this, you're not just picking up a club and hitting the ball. First of all, let alone straight, let alone far. It's the most frustrating. I think golf is the most frustrating sport, period. But
I agree.
A great one. I'm looking to go golf.
Because good athlete, because like it's more frustrating if you're an athlete that plays other sports. Because you think it's
wanna
like
be competitive.
It's like, oh, I should be getting good at this.
Yeah.
And I remember, like, even when I used to golf, it's just like, why am I not improving? And I go to the range, and it's like the incremental improvements, and then you get your first like birdie, and let's just say it's a pretty good feeling. And then I'll never forget the first time I actually had an eagle putt.
Love Wii golf.
And the biggest choke job of my life. It was like the best tee shot. I will never in my life hit a tee shot that.
The hardest putts are like the 5-footers because they look so simple and they're so close, and then you just woof it. And it's like
I probably hit it like it was probably a 7-foot putt that I'm pretty sure I hit 2 feet, and then I had a 5-foot putt that I hit 10 to 12, and I just remember wanting to break the club at that moment. It's like. It wasn't even a bad hole. It was probably like it ended up probably like the second best hole of my.
Yes, the thing is like you're not alone. That's the thing about golf.
Yeah, but you guys were all good, man. We used to play skins and I wouldn't get any, but I get drunk. Someone just asked why is Intel up? Because I don't know. We don't know why Intel is up.
Good answer, Neil.
No, we're speculating. I think it's pure speculation. The President of the United States literally said a few days ago that the Intel CEO, Lip Bhutan, is conflicted and should resign. There was a Fox.
Because President Trump knows.
There was a Fox report that was it's an old story because when he became CEO, that was something that was already talked about. The Fox report that morning, and I guess the president was just reacting to that. Then Lip Bhutan meets with him, and he has nothing but compliments for him and Intel. And then ever since then, Intel's just been only going up. So I think that's all it is. It's like every single day this has been stair-stepping to the upside. So the trend is your friend to the end when it bends, which it usually does on Intel, but it hasn't yet. I think it's going to right now, though. The futures are making a lower high. It just did a topping tail candle and is breaking this trend as we speak. Let's go to Adair.
Maybe some down.
I just want to add there's another key detail with regards to why this came up at this point with Fox News and Trump, I guess, forwarding that on Truth Social. Is because Senator Tom Cotton, he's part of the the Republican Party in the government. Tom Cotton, he came out and basically had, I guess, issued some concerns a day or so prior to that Fox News report about Lip Bhutan's connections. So the connections were old, but Tom Cotton bringing them back up, that was very fresh. And so that was being covered in Fox News at 7:34 a.m. that morning. At 7:39 a.m. the same day, Trump posted that on Truth Social. So yes, it is old news, but the context there as well is that it was already something that was trying to be brought back up again by the Republican government in the days prior. Back to you.
Volunteer, go ahead. I see. What's up, David? You're in the chat all the time.
Mr. Tretsiak, your core calls 99% loss overnight. Got to brush it off. That's what you got to do. Make the next one. Palantir puts up 23% saves a day. Got to make the next trade. That's all you can do. You're going to win. You're going to lose. not everybody can be the Houston Astros and cheat their way to victory.
Right.
You know, you're gonna have your ups and you're gonna have your downs. You can't hit the walk-off home run and then not take off the jersey and hide the microphone.
What about if
Shout out to
Intel
the
was
Houston
the
cheaters.
stock that Warren Buffett's in there buying, or Berkshire?
That's it could
Strong
be.
American company, lots of history of dividends. I know the dividends aren't there now, potentially reinstating the dividends as well. My wife's sending me a picture right now. She just saw, this is not a good picture. Okay, I'll send it to you anyways. She said teal,
not bad.
she said she saw a teal Cybe. I don't even know where she is here. I don't know, why can't you send a better, this is in the rear view mirror there. So, okay, I don't know where that is, but there's a teal Cybertruck.
There's an undercover picture right there.
Yeah, I don't know. She's got her iPhone 16 Pro. We just picked her up yesterday. She really likes it. So far, so good on that one. And we joke about Joe. She's got the internet figured out on that already. So good one. Thanks, Marissa, for sending that through. But I saw this really amazing Cybertruck. It was like, I don't know if it was wrapped. I guess it was wrapped, not painted. But it was like, when you shine the light on it, it's like rainbowy colors. I don't know what you call that kind of stuff, but like a disc, kind of look like a disco ball. I don't know. It's like, talk about bringing attention to yourself. But Intel, what about if Intel is that stock? I mean, it could be one of those things. I'll just say nice.
That's the fun speculation, because if it is Intel, but you said something which would be even more interesting if they reinstated the dividend.
Yeah, I mean, they had negative EPS last quarter.
The problem, that's the thing, like they haven't turned back to making money, and because this whole foundry thing it's a lot of investment being made, and you're supposed to be investing in building in the U.S. and fab in U.S. So it's difficult in that scenario to put the dividend back in. But at some point, looky Webull.
I think David's someone just said we missed Webull, but I'm happy about missing that.
We'll take that.
Stock upside there. We like upside stock there. Not like Bullish today trying to break through 70, but that Webull stock again, based on crypto, based on the talk of Solana, based on the fact that when you're banking with other, Fidelity or Schwab or a lot of these other places, they might not have access the same way that a Webull or a Robinhood or SoFi, I guess, has crypto access to those different plays. And the more you hear about Solana, Ripple, Bitcoin, Ethereum, things like that, the more people will look to say, what platform can I trade these, assets on? And it seems like people are liking right now, the Weebulls of the world and the SoFis and the Robinhood. And then we had
I have a couple friends that love Webull. That's actually.
Do they? Okay.
There's a guy I used to play ball with who's he loves Webull.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before. I was just saying about how you can now just trade on those little apps, and I was just joking about it, but that's true. I don't even, I bank with iTrade, which is not, nothing too crazy there, but their app kind of sucks, but I do everything just on my phone. So it would be nice if it was a little bit easier, and they don't have crypto able to buy it either. So I have to use a Coinbase or like you said, a
Coinbase
Webull.
is fine.
No, it's fine. But then you're not in the same ecosystem anymore, because if you want to hold crypto, you got to log out of that app, go into the next one, and first world problems for sure. But at the end of the day, you always want to do something that's easier. I feel like that's just the way it works. So.
I mean, you had Robinhood buying WonderFi.
Oh yeah, that was another thing. That was another good case too.
Yeah, what Robinhood? I mean, the WonderFi purchase makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's a Canadian thing, obviously. So it's you guys in the U.S. It's not a big deal. But this consolidation. This is the future, as Sean was saying. This is kind of that future. Like I consider it's a dinosaur thing to have. Like my RSP, my TFSA in one place, and then I got to be in Coinbase somewhere else. Like you should want to be all in one, right? And I should want to transfer easily and be able to spend.
Do it all. It's like for tax purposes.
Yeah, he was talking about just making transfers.
Yep.
Like large money transfers between
Kevin
countries is saves a bunch of money. Although you do have to watch out for your soul when you do things like that. Or wear an Apple Watch, Sean.
Yeah, today we got something else on, but yeah, that guy's too.
But you went to the gym today, you didn't wear it.
Yeah, I did, I know, I didn't wear it, that's the thing. I took that going to hell thing pretty seriously, not really, but anyway, shout out to Kevin O'Leary. We'll have him back soon, I think, and he can tell us about more investments in the Alberta Basin there, or wherever he was. It's so funny, he was talking about how Alberta's the next big thing for data centers, and he says, I think I better tell everybody something. I just bought like 1,000 hectares in Alberta. I was like, okay, well, it's a good thing you disclose that, I guess. All right, so shout out to Kevin. We'd like to have him back, of course, anytime. And maybe next time we do like a Q&A with him or something. I don't know. Get the people involved, right? They're always messaging and wants to get him on. So he's been on. I saw him on CNN the other day. So shout out to him. It's too bad that Kevin O'Leary had to take a step down from Trader TV Live and go over to like a CNBC and a CNN.
I mean, every now and then you've got to.
You know, like every now and then you just got to do it. You got to do it, and you got to take a hit. So, you know, thanks for coming on our show. Maybe he'll come back at some point. Shout out to Mr. Kevin O'Leary.
They don't get to eat donuts live on that show. I promise you that.
Yeah.
Or
You should have another one, by the way.
Beers on a Friday. Don't tempt me because you know I would. But no, I want to make sure everyone gets to have one before I have seconds. I'm very polite like that. You got to make sure everybody has a chance to partake, and then once there is extra, then it's fair game.
Yeah.
That's how I was raised.
And we don't. Oh, the donuts have been sold. Okay, that's good. At least sold on the open market. Are they in the lunchroom now? Because they're probably gone if they are.
Oh, if you put them in the lunchroom.
No,
they're
we
right
should.
there.
I was
Nice
gonna say we
try.
should share. We should share them. I mean, whatever. I'll take them home to my kids, to be honest with you, or you guys can behind us, Rob or Mark or anything, because.
Oh, they're not going to go to waste.
No, they're not getting thrown.
Oh,
out.
Sadiq just asked a good question.
That's for sure.
What do we think about hymns?
Hymns? I prefer hers, but the stock. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Don't we both? So here's the thing. I know the last time, I'm just going to repeat myself from the last time. I think this is headed to $40. Hymns had been absorbing bad news, and the dip was getting bought, right? So the first Lenovo bad news, and it got bought up. Then they had a dip on earnings, and it tried to bounce. And it just recently, a couple of days ago, lost 50 and lost this trend line from the April low. And since then, it hasn't really been able to get out of its way. Look at that, stair step down. Maybe even tomorrow, look for, we'll see where it closes, 47, maybe a 48 area short, as you just have a continuation play. So that's really the thought on hymns. You look at the opportunity to have been able to buy like an Eli Lilly, which holds platform and kind of bounces. You have to wait for somewhere that looks good on hymns. I think that'll be closer to the 40 level, and that'll be a big test for it at that 200 period, which, let me zoom out so this will fill in. And you can see the last time it bounced off the 200 period, there was a lot of accumulation down there. So sometimes you get gravity that pulls you toward a liquidity replenishment point, for lack of a better term. So those are my thoughts on hymns. I think that's where we're headed. Looking at this, probably should have been short that every single day this week when I look at that chart. But there's always something else that you can be looking at for sure. Why Winston? Explain this to me in the chat. SJD News 1791 Winston.
Maybe there's another guy in the chat named Winston. He's just giving a thumbs up to him.
Oh, it's this Winston. Ah, there it is. Okay, you guys are talking to each other. And I don't see the ad, and I'm like, what's going on here? I thought you were, for a second, I'm like, what did Jameis Winston do now?
ERT for New York Giants, Jameis Winston, trying to battle Jackson Dart.
A bold prediction. Jameis Winston starts at least 2 games this year. That's my call.
Yeah, Russell
Wilson ain't starting no more
probably.
here.
And I think they'll go to Jackson Dart at some point. But these young quarterbacks, they come with so much hype, and then they get on the field, and sometimes they do not perform that well.
Put some crab legs in front of that dude, and he'll throw for 300.
Yeah, exactly, for sure. He actually throws for 300 regardless. It's the six picks, 300 yards, six interceptions, 2 touchdowns. All right, so
funniest guy in the NFL.
Yeah,
easily.
This kind of looks funny to me, Weibo, because it's not moving that fast, but yet there's like a lot of liquidity on both sides of this thing. So I think we might have made a top there at 1580 right now as we try to figure out and battle with this stock. So for me, this is looking more like a short than anything else right now for Webull. So if anybody's looking at that 1580, I think this is a short back to 1550. So put that on. I don't mind that kind of a trade. The market's trying to bounce here, so we're just getting lighter on our TQ's position. I mean, I was thinking about getting some more out right there. Someone asked in the chat earlier, how low do you think we can go on the Qs? And I was just thinking, like, again, it's a warm August afternoon, and it's just like we're not going to be getting an increased amount of volume unless some sort of a news story hits right now. There's not major earnings tonight. The biggest name, we have AMAT maybe that we can look at, but trading something into earnings is dangerous. So I don't, probably won't look at AMAT, and even if we did, it's upside. So you want to look at a name that potentially could move into the close. So a name like Tesla's up at VWAP right now. looking to take that out. I think a 335 break right there for Tesla would make a little bit of sense. Taking out VWAP and then clearing through that top. And then you could use maybe the 50 period, but that's still 334, so it's like $1 worth of risk. The stock really hasn't even moved $1. Maybe it's moved $1 off that break. That was at 240, so actually that's not too long ago, but a half hour ago it had that nice move, so that could be something. But it's also just stopping there at VWAP, so maybe not a trade. Oh, let me check in on this.
Intel might be breaking down.
I think that's what I was going to say. I think Intel might be something because...
I just covered it. I think it's breaking down a little bit here.
Were you short or long on that?
No, I was
one?
long. I just got out right now because it broke the higher trend. The all-day trend is intact, but it just broke this not well-drawn trend line here. So it looks like it might be headed back into the downside. AMD keeps bouncing. By the way, I might get out of AMD as well. There it is. I was about to say AMD is going to trail me out because it just bounced off 100. 180 has been a bit of a problem for the SOC. Every time we've been short this thing, it just keeps on bouncing off 180 here. Kind of lost it early, and I was in the short, and it bounced back through 180. I was like, I'm going to get cute here, and I'm going to add to the short as it breaks back down through 180, and then, I don't know, I left another order out there and then got stopped out when it broke out that top. So a little too aggressive there on AMD, and then since then it's been pretty good, but can't seem to break 180. I'm now out and flat. We have 45 minutes to go. Let us know what else you want to look at. I might try to jump short on this Intel though. I think it's topped out.
I was just gonna, you asked them to look at what would they want to look at, so I have the answer. I mean, it's Robinhood, it's CoreWeave, we can look at Circle for you guys, SoundHound.
SoundHound.
Isn't that what that is? Yeah, SoundHound right now flat. $16 is nice. That breakout was 13.
When did they report?
So we can definitely look. They've already reported.
It was recent. It was
it was 2 weeks ago. So SoundHound or last week, but SoundHound reported, and there it is, moving around a little bit. SoFi here. Let's pause this. Pause. Okay. Intel, Open Door, Rigetti, CoreWeave. So it's all the same names there. BMNR. Let's have a quick look here. I'll reload that. So you guys got to type in $, stock, and then as soon as you get that, then you'll be able to get it going there as well. Okay, I said there was a stock on there that I wanted to look at. It was on now. Was BMNR. All right, so BMNR, just looked at that list again just to make sure that we got it. Again, this is on the NYSE American Exchange, so .AM right there. It looks like it doesn't want to do anything right now, just a pretty flat trade, waiting for Tom Lee to pump its tires again. So at any point, that could be coming through. Bitcoin's went for a nice little run today to the downside. It broke through one. Wow, that's actually a decent move, man, because it was up to 124.5 overnight for Bitcoin, and now it's all the way down to 118.
That's one heck of a rejection.
Yeah, nice move to the downside and a rejection there on Bitcoin. This is what it looks like here for the coin itself. And I was just using TradingView, so I got to get rid of that. But there's the move up to 124 and the fade right back in. And it is holding these levels. We talked about this earlier. That initial move on the PPI, and maybe we can let's do a 3-minute chart or so, just get a little bit of a better look on this, and then we'll zoom in. So there was the move right away at 9 a.m., or sorry, I guess it would have been 8:30 when the number happened. We retraced it all the way back to basically 120 again before falling back, and it seems like it still wants to respect those levels. That very bottom is 117.1. So, I don't know, we're getting back into those levels again on BTC where we're looking for it to hold, and it may not do that. So watch out for crypto heading a little bit lower. Ethereum, I think, is the same sort of a story here. We'll go over to that on Ethereum on Coinbase. Better than Bitcoin today, I guess, as a percentage, but you still hit that 4,800, sort of barcodes a little bit up here, eventually breaks a little lower. And as some of these air comes out of the market in general, I do feel like crypto will fall with it. We did have a bigger move today as well in Ripple. Let me just refresh this. This is CoinGecko. Maybe I should use, what was the one, Coin Market Cap or something was the one that Bullish owns? There's Bitcoin there, 1.4% on the week. Ethereum was at 29%, but this is a rolling 7 days, so some of that comes off there as well. So we can have a quick look at what that's doing. Now you got Ripple only up 1% as that's pulled back as well. There's been some nice pullbacks. I bought some more Solana yesterday at $2, so now it's at 193. Other than that, man, yeah, CoinDesk. Dogecoin, 22 cents. I think got to 24.25. And Cardano almost touched $1. That's still holding pretty good, up 19% on the week there for Cardano. So yeah, the cryptos are still holding out pretty good. I think it's kind of a long game at this point. If you believe in it, you probably want to try to buy some dips. in
what
there,
about Fartcoin?
I don't know. I've talked to Michael about Fartcoin.
Control
Fartcoin
F.
was about $1, I think it was.
I'm not even. What? It's not even here?
It is there. I've seen Fartcoin on here before.
Well, I just.
Oh no! Well, it's not going to be a top. No.
Well, I don't know how far the list goes down. Oh,
just search at the top. There's a search thing. There's a search button.
I thought it would be on this page.
Oh,
So
no.
that's the thing.
It is.
I didn't know if it was a top whatever.
There,
but apparently it's not. I can't even spell.
There. I saw it. There it is. Yeah, $1.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. Get your Fartcoins.
Not very good. Well, if you liked it at never. You know what? I'm not even gonna make that joke because what's the point? You know these things and how they run, and you know get in while the getting is good, and get the heck out of Dodge. The only things I want to hold are Bitcoin, a little bit of ETH. I have some other stuff in my Coinbase account, but I don't think I've got some Solana in there, but I don't think it's not enough that it actually ends up mattering to me.
CoreWeave has $100.
I cannot believe how bad this is.
Do we have to pay for shorts?
Yeah.
You do? Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Okay, I better go in there. I got.
Yeah, this could. Wow, I
Did
didn't.
you already pay for it? If you did, you should go over and look at it.
Oh, I did. I'm mad that we didn't hold this all day. This is going to be a breakdown. I thought this was going to be a tomorrow thing, but CoreWeave, it just cannot seem to hold. So remember, the lockup expiration is midnight tonight, which effectively that means the lockup is tomorrow, right? The open market could see some selling. It seems like they're just getting ahead of everything at this point. So we'll see what happens. I mean, it might break, it might not break. You never really know. There's no guarantees. There's no guarantees. But it looks like it just got to 101.
What?
And it seems like it wants to break down.
How much did you pay for your shares?
No, that's not. No, you know what?
I have to
just reject it and try again, because this has been happening specifically on CoreWeave, where we'll get a quote for a high price.
It just showed me $63 for 100 shares.
This was happening yesterday, and then you ask again, and it's a better price.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask.
I think I paid.
No more than 8 cents. Normally 8 cents is a lot. So if you're going to pay $63 for 100 shares, it's not like it's an unbelievable amount. It's just for what we normally pay, that's crazy. That means for CoreWeave to break 100, I need it to at least make let's say 70 cents to cover everything, which I think it's gonna happen. I just don't want to pay that ahead of time, because then if you lose on the trade, anyways, I don't want to talk about losing on the trade, but that's too expensive for me. So I'm going to retry that, and we just have a system here at Real Trading where we can do that. We could just go in there and buy some CoreWeave shares and see how much it does cost for 100 shares. I wish I could show you, but then it outs my account name and all that kind of stuff, so I don't necessarily want to show you all of those details. There it is, yeah. So it's now only 6. I got it now, so I'm going to hit accept.
You can just do it's 6.8 you should get.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we paid.
Yeah, so I'll get that. So
it's weird. I don't know why it's been doing.
No, but that makes sense. It's 10 times.
Oh, it's probably a mistake.
Yeah. And I didn't put 1,000 shares. I only put 100 shares.
So by the way, if you're at Real Trading, if you see a price you don't like, you don't pay for the short. It's very simple. You're not obligated to do it. And if you pay for the short, it doesn't mean you have to use it. That's another big thing. It's a sunk cost. Once you've paid for the locates, that's just it. If a short setup doesn't happen, you're better off not shorting it. Don't force it just because you happen to pay whatever small amount for the locates.
CoreWeave is down right now from here. Let's use this. The right to
ruler.
Is it which one's the ruler? Oh, that's Fibonacci. Okay. So if we go here, wow, the math is, I don't need this stupid thing. So it's down 40%. So it's down 40% now in 3 days. So yeah, not good here for CoreWeave as it makes that move down. But again, from the top, I wish we had anchored VWAP on our charts, which maybe we could get that on there. Actually, we should put a ticket in for that. I don't think anchored VWAP is that hard to make.
No, I don't think so.
But anyways, from the top, this can't be right. From the top to the bottom right now, that's only showing, unfortunately, so this doesn't even work. That's only showing 40% of a move down from 185 into 100. But anyways, at the end of the day, it's a nice move back in right there for CoreWeave. Capturing all this would have been great, but hard to do anyways. CoreWeave right now with lockup happening tomorrow. There it goes, huge move down. Looks like it wants to break 100. I am gonna take that $100 break. Hopefully it happens here on the show. We only have 25 minutes left before imbalances come out. And this is a NASDAQ name. So at 350, these imbalances will come through. But it just had a real nice move. It was trying to go, and then bang. So someone's getting ahead of this. Again, don't know who, don't know what. But CoreWeave coming out today tonight at midnight is when you'll be able to get in there and start to release all those shares. So whether or not it happens on Blue Ocean or Moon or something like that, I'm not sure if this is even an eligible symbol for those. Here, I can try it out.
I can find out. You just
just type in CRWV.
should have entitlements.
Yeah, Blue. So it is here. So it is available here on Blue Ocean. There's no quote now, but watch out for that if you are trading after hours. You could get a move on CoreWeave.
5's on the offer. You see that?
Yeah, there it is. They're 101.
But it's SSR, so that could be trying to hit the bid.
They're trying to push this down. I can go short right now with that being there. So right there, 140,000 shares. So in order for this to go up, someone has to push the buy button on an order that's $10 million. So, or more than that, $100 times 140,000. Yeah, that's a big order. That's going to have to go.
Huge order.
To go through there, and it's not spoofing. And what spoofing means is that you show. I should have just punched short there. But what spoofing? Maybe you still could. What that would mean is that you're there, and then you're not there. You're gone. You're just trying to like influence the market. Completely illegal. So you have to watch out for that. But that was on. That is way too close to be spoofing, because if you're trying to fake this out, like right now.
I don't want that fill if you don't.
Yeah.
If you don't want that fill, you don't want it at that
101
price.
times
Let's put it that way.
$140,000.
Because if somebody is willing to buy that much and you don't actually want the shares,
right. It is
and you try to
$14
get out right away, good luck.
Yeah. So that is a $14 million order right there. So it is easy. There are accounts that can take that out, and here it goes. Let's see if they try it again right here on CoreWeave. 101 and change. It's not even coming close to hitting it. All of these prints that are going through, see how they're all blues? All of those are in between the bid and the ask. So the ask right now is 99 and the bid is 92. So most of the trades going on through dark pools that you can't even see right now. 98, 95, 94, 95, 94s, half prints and all that. So this is what happens in the market. Stuff that, traders have to deal with every day is all this sort of back and forth nonsense. But what I'm looking for now is that size to follow it down. So you see how it's right here? So if this trader gets excited to dump these shares, what could happen is they move it down. They're gone now, by the way. So I think they didn't just execute.
What's your depth of book? Is it still? I don't see it.
I don't see it either. So NASDAQ, unless it's too far away, but let's just wait to see if it pops back up. There it is. Okay. Oh, do I only have 5 as depth of book
I have
right now?
I have mine set to 20.
So NASDAQ here, total, I only have it set to 10. Let me go. Oh yeah, you can go higher and higher and higher. Okay, I'll go to 19. I didn't realize how deep you can get. So what Neil and I are talking about is you can see the different levels. So there's one level of ARCA. So as it goes all the way down, there's NASDAQ, and I don't see it there at 101. Maybe the NASDAQ book for some
maybe
reason
it's the max
only,
of 10.
It looks like the max is 5.
It lets you set a higher number, but maybe whatever. It doesn't. The reason you want to see that depth of book sometimes is to be able to tell if a big level, like if you were shorting off of that, it's gone now.
Is it? Okay.
It's now gone. Yeah. So anyways, that order is now gone on CoreWeave. So we'll have to wait for it to break 100. It was still there. I didn't see it actually get filled at all. So I wish I looked away for a split second. I'm going to assume it didn't get filled and maybe they just pulled. There's no corresponding volume spike there. Like if it got filled, you'd see a big volume spike. So I'm going to guess it didn't actually get filled and they just pulled. Oh, they're back. They walked it down.
Oh, it's back there now? Oh, I'm not even on it. I went over to the futures.
Shoot, what price was that? Shoot, it flashed for like 2 seconds.
Oh,
it's not there anymore. Someone's
maybe it's 75, but there it is, man. I mean, at least you guys are able to see what Neil and I are talking about. That's the whole idea. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Wow, Neil, what did we do right there? That size disappeared, faked us out. I wonder if they just executed against it right there. Let me see what the volume is in the last little while there.
There isn't a big enough volume spike for
no, 70,000. No, there's nothing here.
If they get filled, you'll see it in the tape. It'll be obvious.
Yeah, I mean, this print right there is 230,000, so we at least need something halfway. I mean, that was 150. It could have done it, but I don't know if it did. So we'll have to wait to see. But now CoreWeave is now down 40 cents.
I don't see it there anymore, though. That's the problem.
And these guys are working in the back there, boy. Got that little wrench going on over there. There we go. Measuring.
Hard at work. Where's Randy?
Yeah. Where's Randy? There's nothing to supervise here. He has to leave. You know, that guy. Yeah, exactly. No, these guys are just working here. I heard you're going to China. Wow, good. Yeah, Mark's going there to get trained up on some new technology.
Awesome.
Yeah, so we're
never been to China.
We're going to miss him. That's next week. For how long? 2 weeks, I guess. 1 week. Well, that's a long flight for 1 week.
bed.
Okay, well, travel well if I don't see you. Yeah, he's going there to get trained up so that, we don't have, sometimes we come in here and we don't have audio, we don't have visual and all that kind of stuff. That's when Mark's probably not here that day because he probably would have fixed it by then. So, yeah, we're going to go there and learn about, we have a lot of cool things going to be here on the studio and on the floor. And as you heard Nimitz say, everything looks completely different than the last time. This floor behind us used to house like 40 traders or like the desks that were there and used to go deep that way. The whole floor
was insane.
Before the show, this was just a huge trading floor. And now there's only 4 desks here. Well, 4 trading desks. There's, other production things happening.
How is Intel still going up? That's silly.
Yeah, I think we've been asking that question for years.
No, that would have been bad to have shorted that. Open Door failed $3 again.
CoreWeave is still at 101. It's doing a lot of volume.
You know what?
I think the guy's getting expired.
Yeah,
right now.
I think what's happening is on CoreWeave, they're just like now it's a smaller number. They're getting filled. Like that just got like 30,000 went off in the dark. Maybe whomever is trying to sell the shares actually wised up and realized there are other ways than just sitting on the NASDAQ book for the whole lot.
Yeah, they just got hit. I think they're done. I think they could run now. Yeah, there it goes. Okay, there it goes.
I think they're done.
Yeah. So I think right now I just saw it. Neil was talking. They went down to $100.75. So I think they're coming every quarter there, and it got ran. Someone hit it. You could see it going. I could have punched long. Probably should have. Oh, there it is, right back in again. So see what they're doing? They're crossing down to get these fills. The average volume on this thing must be well exceeded right now. 34 million right here on CoreWeave today. Oh, by the way, what's been happening here is a downside push. So the TQs, we're just getting some more out on VWAP. Someone posted in the chat, like, what a sideways market it's been here. And yeah, agreed fully. I mean, there's nothing happening right now in this market. So that's why we go over to Intel, we go over to CoreWeave. We look for some stock that may have some interest to it. And we looked at, almost said Blush again, Bullish right there. So that's not really doing anything either, although what a bounce, man. When we came on the air at $71 there at 2 o'clock, I was like, well, that's the same low that we already made right there. And yeah, that's exactly what it was. A great move. Should have had that. I feel like that's the one trade that was a little easier because it did give us that bottom.
Bullish?
And because it went right into the level again. So we could have, but you buy 71.25s there, you give it $1.25. If it breaks 70, you get out. I mean, right there, that's $5, $4.50 to the upside on nothing. You didn't have to do anything on that one, just kind of wait for the closing price. And then we also do have right now 181 coming in from Palantir. Again, that stock's not really doing a whole heck of a lot either right now. But yeah, so that's it. We'll have to wait to see what's going on with PLTR and the rest of them. Affirm, Amazon, Apple maybe moving around. AMD the last couple of days were moving. These are all the names that you guys put on your list. Open Door was another one that we wanted to look at. So that that does break $3 on us. So again, I said give it up to 305. That's pretty much the way it went. So you might have got short, you might have got stopped out there, but a nice move back in for that. So it looks like this might want to work itself out as well here. That is Open Door.
We don't have Rigetti shorts? Oh, no.
Mom Spaghetti?
Oh, I should know this because I paid for them yesterday, so I should know that they're not free. Rigetti did the same thing. Here, I'll show you guys while I am quickly or as slowly as possible getting locates for myself. Rigetti yesterday, buy program into the $18 area and then rejected it and came back down. It was much more violent to the upside yesterday than today. There you go, I zoomed in too far. Now it seems like it's breaking trend. Ooh, look at that, 0.00026 cents per share for Rigetti. And then I have to confirm that I want them just in case. They're like, are you sure you would like to buy these locates? Yes, I would. I am sure.
Tell it no, you're not sure.
No. Oh, but the number of times that look, it makes sense. I have oftentimes, it doesn't happen a lot, but there's a few times where like Obi will ask for like locates on something. I'll go in, give myself the locates.
I've applied it to the wrong people.
Yeah, or well, actually, I've done the opposite is the worst. It's like I'll go for locates for myself, and then I'll accidentally like give it to Obi or whoever's like next on the list next to me in the drop down. And I'm like, well, good thing you wanted those anyways. Thank goodness you like trading that stock and you were going to get them. But so Rigetti looks like it is doing similar to what it did yesterday, which is breakdown, as I said, much more violent. A little bit of a trend break from the point. Like I draw the trend line. Like yesterday, I drew the trend line as the buy program started. In my estimation, this is when it started. So I think it started here. and this is the only connection that it had. There's it breaking the trend. This is the short. The prior bar is 1790 something. So in the 1790 range, ideally, yeah, I might take a little bit more. See if we can. Forget about VWAP. It didn't get to VWAP yesterday. Yesterday, it pulled back into the prior high. So now the prior high is 1735 to 1740, which is less of a move, which makes sense to me because it's yesterday's trade. CoreWeave is going to break 100 in a few cents.
It is?
It's it's there now.
Okay, so I'm going to be sitting here for this trade, so let's just see what winds up happening. We'll put in like maybe half a unit or something. I don't think that this is anything that's, I just don't want, the day hasn't been moving that much. We're looking for some opportunity, so we'll take this and see what winds up happening right here. We saw it once we broke through that 101. The highest we got to was like 101.50 or so. So I think that you're going to have to give this probably $1.50. That'll probably be my stop zone in and around there on the break. Hopefully we get it. I'm only crossed to 80 cents. So I don't know, man. We'll see if 80 cents hits or not right now, but that's what I'm waiting for here. So we'll see if we do get a move back in, just setting up, making sure my order is set up. You saw yesterday, Joe, I guess, made a keystroke error and didn't have his order set correctly. So we're just going to make sure that we do have it.
Double check.
Just double checking. That's what we were just doing right now. So here it comes down. Remember, it's SSR. So what that means is it's short sale restricted. So, I'm not going to be able to punch the ask.
You have to hope to, you just hope to get swept up.
Yes.
Essentially,
Yes.
is the way to think about it. As the level breaks, you're going to throw an offer out there, and you're going to hope that as it's breaking, somebody hits a buy key in that moment. And if they do, you get short. If they don't, you're not going to get, you can't.
Is there another CoreWeave? You know what, doesn't matter, because if there was a double, it would be worse, right? It would still be SSR.
I think that there's probably rules as to how long you have to be in the market before you get a leveraged product, or because you have to get options. But there'd be options already. There's options on CoreWeave, so I don't know. You know what? I don't know the answer.
What about just shorting it at 101? It just went back up there to 101. We could have,
I'm not sure,
for sure done that.
Well, one thing you can also do if you're looking at a move like this is pull up a really low time frame chart as it's breaking, say like a 3-second or a 2-second or a 5-second. You can do that with eSignal. For free, 1 month still free over at eSignal, just for everybody here. It's not something they usually do, but they've been doing it for a while for all of our viewers and anyone wanting to check them out. It's a great platform. You can execute your trades automatically through multiple brokers, up to 50 brokers. It's customizable. It allows you to backtest your strategies. It allows you to try new things, and it's reliable data. If the market is open and quotes are flowing and you have an internet connection, then you'll be fine. You also have the net order imbalance, right? So you can check out the level 2. I happen to have CoreWeave up right now, so you can see the spread. You can trade off of this. This is an example of that 5-second chart if you happen to be into that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. The imbalances will come in there, although next time I log out, I've now got the entitlement. Okay, I didn't have it before. You see it's like not available. I realized I need that entitlement. So next time I log in, I now have it because we just added that. So check out eSignal. It's a great platform. Scan that QR code. Check the link in the description. And you can also look for market screeners too. That's good, especially on a day where the market is slow in the afternoon. It's a good time to make sure you're trading what's moving. For us, CoreWeave at 100 is low-hanging fruit. It's obvious. It's down 15%, and it's doing things. So we want to be involved in that one. What else we got going on here? Anything else? Oh, there is one. Caleb says CWVX.
Yeah, it's CWG.
It's no guarantee that we have it though. Like that's the thing.
No, but it doesn't matter anymore. I've decided it doesn't matter. Because it would also be SSR.
Yeah, of course.
So, yeah, I was only looking for something that, like, how could we short it? So I'm sitting here at 101.
If it's dual listed in Canada, it's not, so it doesn't really matter. But, like, that's one thing that actually is an advantage.
The volume wouldn't be there, I don't think.
No. Well, if it is, that's an advantage for us because here at Real Trading, if you're at Real Trading, if you want to short something, and it's dual listed and you don't want to pay for locates, there's a good chance that almost everything, if it's in the market in Canada, we got locates pretty much across the board. So that's a good example. But there's so few dual listed names straight up, and most of the time they're all going to be, they're going to be free anyways. Anything that's dual listed, but that is an advantage. Oh, the trend line broke. We got in. Yesterday it was good on Rigetti. Today it's not. All right, we're at 100 again, so I have to go back over to CoreWeave. But that broke the prior bar, so I jumped out of it. And CoreWeave still trying to break 100. It just got to 106 cents. And another bounce here off the $100 level. Wild that this thing refuses to break down. You'd almost rather it break today than tomorrow because that $100 barrier usually tougher to crack with any gusto on a Friday. We'll see, though. We got time.
Yeah, there's not much going on.
Oh, we don't have that much time. It's 3:40.
Right, so 340. I'm sitting here near 101. I'm just going to use that 101.50 as our out just in case it does come back up. And, you know, again, not going to use that many shares just to see if it does. Because since we've been sitting here, it has gone to 101 a couple times. So that might be a good way of getting some short just in case I miss the punch on the way down. So I'm going to sit there and take it. I'm at $100.85. Maybe that comes in for CoreWeave. So we'll move off of this and talk about something else right now. We had big earnings today, you know, from Deere. So they came, oops, that's a NASDAQ name. John Deere came out today, gave us not a great report and a negative look there. Oops. Update, there it is. Okay, well, it's battling back a little bit right now, John Deere. So nice move to the downside early. Has basically done nothing all day except for climb. It's above VWAP, so maybe the lows are now in. Banging off. We talked about that earlier today. I hope some of you took advantage of that play. There it is right now, making those moves into 470, which is, of course, your 200-period moving average. We indicated that that would have been a good dip buy opportunity, and sure it was right there live. Today, what a good opportunity to pick up some Deere down there near that price of 470. So again, a good little look there if you're able to grab it on John Deere. Good move. Tapestry again, TPR is the symbol on Tapestry. So they were getting, I don't know, it's like my charts are taking a minute to update. Still down 15% and not doing too much with that earnings play there today as well. And then we got the negative PPI. We got a better jobless number last week, but the PPI today sent the NASDAQ reeling off the open. But or 830, but off the open, we sort of got going, made new highs. In the NASDAQ, 24,000 right there by the time 10 o'clock hit. And then when that number nailed, I mean, I don't know. I think there's muscle memory here, like 24,000. That's exactly the high, and then it gets faded back down again. So, yeah, tomorrow I won't be here. Obi will be here. So shout out to Obi. Thanks for covering. But watch out for that 24,000 break. I don't know why it turned around there today, but if they recover from that number, the PPI, and they like it, then yeah, that probably breaks there tomorrow. Right now, we're just having a little bit of a ways trying to figure that all out. Was that a call for Adara, by the way? It was. So let's go find out why.
Keep an eye here on Roblox. I'm seeing a report. Apparently, the Louisiana Attorney General is filing a child protection lawsuit against the company. RBLX actually dropping lower here right now, kind of picking back up. But there's a wick to the downside, as you can see, as we get reports that apparently Louisiana Attorney General filing a child protection lawsuit against RBLX. Back to you.
All right.
Not the first salvo, I guess.
Is it doing anything?
There was.
Intel breaking
Intel
news.
again. Adara.
Yeah, apparently I'm just hearing this in my ear right now. I guess the U.S. and the Trump administration are in talks for the Trump administration to take a stake, the U.S. to take a stake in Intel. So the U.S. government could potentially take a stake in Intel. These are just reports. This follows a meeting between Lip-Bu Tan, the CEO, and Donald Trump and his cabinet. We know during the Truth Social post that Trump posted after this meeting, he said that Lip-Bu Tan and he and his cabinet would be in touch, apparently potentially for a deal here for the U.S. government to take a stake in the company. Back to you.
I mean, I just want to refresh back to Monday where I said this is what's going to happen. I mean, I didn't think they'd take a stake, but you knew with him going to the White House that something was going to happen. So there it goes.
Ensuring they get the fund. Like, first of all, they didn't get all the funds from the CHIPS Act. Like, a lot of that money never even, like Micron, a lot of the companies didn't get all those funds. Like, it would make more sense if all that got rolled out to them, other than taking a stake. I'm a little skeptical. Like, again, like the story is a story, but that's one of those, taking a stake in Intel, this is not General Motors at all. That said, and the bottom's been in on Intel underneath that $20 level. So I guess they should have done. They should have. Why didn't they say this when it was at 19 for everybody? But it's been an upward trend. There's no question about it here for INTC. All right, and simultaneously, of course, CoreWeave waits for the moment that something else is going on to break $100. It's now at 3 cents. This is going to go.
It did break? No.
No, it's at it's on the bid right now.
Yeah, okay.
CoreWeave's on the bid, but Intel's still flying. I'm a little skeptical at how real that'll end up being. I don't know if I want to punch long up here, because remember, 25 is that top that's been trouble for this stock.
All right, here's CoreWeave, man. We crossed down to 99.80. It's not going to be enough, but the thing is, it needs to go back and forth a little bit for me to get filled. You saw yesterday at this, a little bit earlier than this, about 3:30, we nailed bullish to the short side once it broke 80, and then went all the way to 70. So we were able to get short that, and that was also SSR, I believe, at the time when we hit it, because it had to go back and forth a little bit. So here we go now. And again, that's a monster order that needs to kill this, because this is just what's posted. All right, bye-bye. Once you see this on the bid, I don't want to say for sure.
If it wasn't SSR, it would already be gone.
There it goes. All right, so we missed the short. So now we have to wait for this to bounce back up. So we're sitting at 85. So there's the short. I don't know if
you need an uptick.
Yeah, I know. So that's what I mean. So hopefully this can rip back up and fill us right now. But there goes CoreWeave to the downside. I don't have that downside red, but I have this. So now we see CoreWeave down 16% and getting a little lower now. As okay, here we go. Maybe I get filled right now. That's me at 80. That's me at 80. Oh no, I was just a level 1. I'm still the level 1. No, now it's 76. There it is. I'm not there yet. I'm almost there. It almost picked me up.
Nobody wants to buy this thing. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, darn it. Well, they did. I got to 76s.
Yeah, if you had it under 70, you got filled.
Yeah, so unfortunately I didn't have that there. I had 80s, but all right, I'm not going to cry over spilled milk. You know, we could get into it right there. It is. Okay, now we're in. All right, so this is fine. Comfortable position, no problem. We got the shares that we want. We'll put in our stop right now at 101.51. If it does break that, we will get out. Very, very comfortable with this trade. I'm into CoreWeave right now. I see that Neil tried to scalp me. Very smart move, Neil, as you got 2 cents better. So right now we're going to wait to see what happens. We're going to go to 99.20s, put a bid there, see if we get that fill. Willing to hold this up to 101.50. Obviously, there's a little bit of a relief rally there because it didn't make that huge move down. So now we'll just wait to see if the sellers come back in. They're not looking
I'm only giving it to 101 because that's where the big seller was the first time.
Yep, that makes sense too. So here comes right back upside right now. We're going to give it a second to see if it does go back up to the upside right now. And you just mentioned so remember, we only have a quarter of a point. Go ahead, because
there's only like 4 minutes left till the imbalances come back in. But I don't know, man. I kind of felt like Intel was going to sell on that and not continue. But yeah, look, probably if we break 101 on CoreWeave, then I took the wrong trade. Because my gut was like, how likely is... I know you're supposed to trust everything that comes from administration. If they say buy something, buy it. But that just felt like don't chase the move on Intel because it was at resistance and you're seeing it pull back. So we'll slap to fail. Yeah, it slapped to fail. My first gut was like, you should short that move. The stock was already up a bunch too. So is what it is. But we'll see. Tomorrow you'll probably have a bunch of volume on Intel. Remember when there was the rumor that Broadcom, was it Broadcom? Would buy Intel.
Yes, Broadcom.
And Intel went flying. And it was like a big update on Intel. The next day was a great short on Intel. Great short. Maybe we'll see something like that tomorrow if there's no confirmation or anything like that.
I'm pretty sure this is going to get confirmed.
Well, that's what I want to see.
I mean,
if it's
this
confirmed,
is a
great.
big story.
That's great. I mean, I still have some of this crap in my account.
I still have it all. So I don't know. I'm long in 19 and change.
This crap.
Well, yeah, that is what it is. I mean, I'm not even correcting you when you're saying that because there's nothing to correct. It's been a hot pile of garbage for 25 years.
I say that for things like Mullen, though. There's a difference between.
Oh, but I mean, the thing is, like AMD coming over the level.
Of course.
Yeah, I know. I'm just like you're right about it.
But it's not a scam. There's a difference between a bad stock and a scam company.
I mean, Intel is a legitimate.
Yeah, it's at least a business
company.
Well, like what Mullen is like. That's those things are in a different category.
They haven't diluted their shares. They haven't done anything. All right, so now we're in the money on CoreWeave. It's back down inside $100 right now. So we'll let CoreWeave just go here. But Intel shares are trading higher following a Bloomberg report right now. So if you're just joining us for the first time today, thank you so much. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Intel shares are trading higher following a Bloomberg report suggesting that the Trump administration is said to be discussing taking a stake in the company, of course, to help give them the financial whereabouts to start producing more onshore. So yeah, right now Intel is flying around with tons of volume, and you can see that the volume profile, or that volume profile is an actual thing to look at, but you know, it's really picked up over the last couple minutes here on that news. So that's how you can see that it is I would think a real story. The fact that it really hasn't faded back out yet right now leads me to believe that, yeah, this is going to be a great trade. I'm not here tomorrow. Doesn't mean it's going to be a great trade, but definitely something to look at tomorrow for Intel. And even right now, it's just if you're trading this right now, look what it's been doing since that report as we zoom in a little bit. Just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So, yeah, not really giving too much of a trade. Even if you take this break of 23.90, that's a spike. I think you want to wait for it to break the high right there, 24.20. To me, that's where the trade is on Intel. All right, we must just get out. We have Palantir and the Qs. We've been covering all of this. They're very, very light positions at this point. I'm going to cover it. We do have CoreWeave short.
Imbalances in less than a minute.
That's why. So we have less than 1 minute now until those market and close and balance datas. So I'm going to get out of the TQs. There it is. So now we are flat on that one. That's a winner. So we'll hit the yes for that. Palantir, we have such a small position that we're not too worried about it. But if it breaks 182.50, we can get out of Palantir, and then we'll watch CoreWeave as that's starting to go back in a little bit.
Yeah, and by the way, if there had been something on the early look, I'd let you know. There wasn't a single symbol in the entire imbalance locator over 1 million shares on the early look imbalances. So this might end up being a nothing burger. I suspect on a Friday we'll see bigger numbers tomorrow, but there was nothing standing out. With about 10 seconds to go, Intel, we'll see if we can get back to 24. Maybe that'll have an imbalance. You never really know. We'll let you guys know in about 4 or 5 seconds here. If there's anything exciting. The lowest we've gotten is right here, like 99 1/3 on CoreWeave. Rig, 2.5 million to the buy side. IQ, that's a small company. All small ones. Rivian's a sell of 1.2 million. That's a decent size. Snapchat, 800,000. These are all pretty small numbers. Not a single Mag 7 name. And this goes to like 600,000. There is nothing on here, save maybe Rivian for 1.2 million. But even Rivian's just a $12 company, right? So even that's not that big of a deal, unfortunately. Yeah, kind of disappointing. I'm just going to pull up Rivian. Is it doing anything?
Come on, CoreWeave.
CoreWeave tagged 90, the 99 third, like 99, literally 99.33 is the low. But we have more news with Adara. Rivian did tank a bit there. But let's get some news.
It's Intel related. I just want to provide some more context. So again, Bloomberg reporting that the U.S. administration is apparently considering a stake in Intel. Don't know what size the stake is, but it is worth noting. We previously heard reports that apparently the U.S. told Taiwan that if it wants a 15% tariff down from the current tariff it faces of 20%, then Taiwan Semiconductor must acquire a 49% stake in Intel and make an additional investment of $400 billion in the U.S. So potentially this Intel deal could maybe involve what they already want to do with Taiwan Semi, but that's unclear. Again, it is worth noting here with this reported U.S. stake that could be taken in Intel. Apparently, the U.S. has already kind of told Taiwan that they want Taiwan Semi to take a stake in Intel to reduce their tariff. Again, these are all reports. We have no confirmation on either, but I think it's worth contextualizing one with the other. Back to you.
Well, one way to get more chip fabs in the U.S. is to not have to rely on Intel to be able to figure it out. It's just to go to the name that makes all the chips in the world anyways. Go right to them and have them take a stake, and then it actually, there's a logic to that. But anyways, CoreWeave is trying to break 99. So it bounced off 99 1/3. It just bounced off, well, it's trying to bounce off 99 even. It's about to break 99 as we speak. I'll show you what's going on with Intel, because Intel's catching a secondary bid. It was just able to hold 23 1/3, caught a bid, but it's rejecting 24 even. So Intel still doing good volume going into the close. We only have 7 minutes left. At this point, for myself, my stop on CoreWeave is going to go to break even. Well, not break even. I'll just get back to 100. If we get back to 100, I'm out. It's trying to bounce off 99, and there's not that much time left in the day. 3 minutes until we get within the potential flips on the imbalances, but there were nothing that large. So I'm now bidding. I have a bid at 98.5. If we break 99, hopefully that'll get us filled in CoreWeave. Jose Martinez, why is Tesla skyrocketing? It's not really skyrocketing. It's a slight move to the upside. Maybe Tesla might have had a small imbalance. There was nothing that big. Like Nvidia's now shown up there for 740,000, but I don't even see Tesla on here. But I wouldn't classify that as skyrocketing. Small move there in Tesla. Let's go back. We have another update from Adara.
Yeah, this update is not Tesla related, nor is it Intel related. Scott Bessent just shared a post here on X. Now, in case you guys are not aware, he is the Treasury Secretary of the U.S., but he basically did post here on X saying that apparently the Treasury is committed to exploring budget-neutral pathways to acquire more Bitcoin to expand the reserves. So that story is on watch here. IBIT not really doing much, making a slightly higher high, higher low here, but still down. It looks like down on the day here after Bitcoin made that new all-time high this morning. Back to you.
Again, Adara, I just took another leg out there on CoreWeave. It continues to bounce off 99, so it broke 100. Multiple bounces off the 99 level. At this point, it is literally Yeah, it's binary. If we break 100, I'm just going to get out. Intel just broke again, but I saw a few people mentioning Micron also breaking out the top on volume. Maybe, I don't know why the why doesn't really matter, but it looks like pretty much as Intel caught a secondary bid, so did Micron. I really don't have a reason for why that would be true, but that's just how it is. Right when Intel started buying up again, Micron just starts flying. So both those chip names flying to the upside. Wow. What are they for Intel? 8.5%. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's probably the best day they have had in a long, long time. Well, maybe not. That looks like it could have been close back in March. Okay, had a couple of nice days in March and then one in February. So 3 or 4 days this big this year. I don't think it's had double digits. Outside chance of that. But yeah, big explosion to the upside on Intel, U.S. government potentially, or at least talking about a potential stake in the company. A couple seconds, we'll get the flip on the imbalances, but there were no big ones
just
anymore.
Broke through that 24. Okay, now you've seen Trade the Pool here with us for a while. Now they've created this ebook. It's completely free. There's featuring 4 different swing trading strategies. If you do scan that QR code that you see right now on your screen, you will be able to see how they manage risk, how these trades work, what the setups are, and learn from what has worked for traders over at Trade the Pool. Download it now by scanning that QR code and get involved more with Trade the Pool. So it's the swing code, no coding required, just reading. Get in there and figure out how to, extend your knowledge of swing trading. So thank you to Trade the Pool for all of that. Yeah, man, I mean, we only now have a few minutes left. I'll take out another piece now of CoreWeave. This is, what we just bid again, got out at 22s. We've been getting a few fills here. My lowest fill was O's, I guess, 04 looks like we got. Right there, we take another 22 as we get lighter and lighter on this one. Palantir goes whoops, and a nice move to the downside on PLTR, so we'll take advantage of that right now and put a bid here at 18. We just missed it. Hopefully that will come back in. There it is. We get the 17 actually on Palantir, ending that trade for just a little bit of right there, as that was the #1 P&L name here today across all shows. Palantir, nice downside play there. Just one trade. Waited for it and got it. We're trying to put CoreWeave in that pocket as well here. CoreWeave, I guess, will be PL2 now. But yeah, it needs to break 99 to make this a real good trade. And I think that I'm bidding 98.50. Hopefully that will come in. There's a little bit of a level there as we wait for these imbalances to come through and start spiking up. I don't see CoreWeave on here or anything, but the day is moving now because of names like Intel. We get that story. Jonah Deere and myself, we talk about Applied Materials tonight. We'll talk about NNE reporting tonight as well. There's NVIDIA not doing too much here into the close. AMD 181 and change. That's making some moves here as well. New holdings as well tonight. Expecting 13 cents, so that should be exciting. Come on, CoreWeave, man. You're just a couple plays away here. I've got to get out another piece at 19s. Hopefully, there it goes. We get that. Break yourself now through. There it goes right now. So, we took a position, so we're getting out multiple times here on this name. Let's see what it wants to do here into the close for CoreWeave. The lowest it's been in a long time now as we finally break through that $100 mark. We haven't been here since May. May, June, July, August. So you're talking about 2.5, 3 months right now of some profits all given up. Everything given up on CoreWeave. So that's the thing, right? This could happen to Palantir. It could happen to any stock where you've given it all back up with 1 or 2 events. And there goes CoreWeave. Earnings followed by
the lockup expiration.
The lockup expiration right now hitting the CoreWeave name. But yeah, man, we'll take $1. It's a nice call. We've, we got that. We put some money into it there. And now CoreWeave, the second best name here. Both Neil and I hit that. So that was a good trade there for CoreWeave.
Yeah, good day for, CoreWeave. It's a bad day for CoreWeave, but it's been an all-day short in this stock. But it's also been an all-day short in Circle. Like, you don't want to, I know this has been pretty bad. We have 2 minutes to go. It's worth mentioning. Circle is more or less the exact same chart. It's actually bouncing pretty heavily in here. I've now trailed CoreWeave. Forget about giving it to break even. There's literally 90 seconds left. So I was about to tell you that I was trailing it. If it so much as prints back above 99, I was getting out. So I just jumped out. There's actually a refresher holding at 90, but some kind of dark pool probably just printed a cent above. So I'm out of CoreWeave now. That stock looks nasty. Open apparently is trying to break that $3 level, but it's too late in the day.
No, it broke it. It broke
no, I mean, the 305 high, I should say. Back above 3, but it keeps rejecting above 3. It's trying to go. Do not sleep on this name. This is it's got a huge float, does a ton of volume, 300 million shares today. It just broke out some local support or resistance late in the session. You think it's gone much? It did double this the last time it was above when it held 160. It did a much, much bigger move. A lot of times it'll be a smaller move the second or third time through, but Open Door, strong mover here today, even to the other direction. Intel, big news. We'll have to see how that follows up tomorrow, whether we get some details on this that solidifies this news tomorrow. Either way, Intel is going to be on everyone's radar for the morning at least.
Yeah, only 30 seconds left. I think we're going to have Nimit and his family, hopefully, ringing the bell. Okay, here we go. Let's see if we can get this one. Oh, I don't know which one's Nimit right there because they're both very, 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 very alike. So Schlock there and Nimit going to ring the bell with only 10 seconds left. So it's now on, guys. So get ready to go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. Click that bell. You have now closed the market for us. Thank you to Nimit. And everybody there. Mark, I like your shirt, nice color right there. All right, so far so good. Neil, finish it off. I'm gonna go over to the desk, start this recap show, and then I'm gonna go make Nimit buy me a drink. All right, so.
We'll eat some of those donuts and pastries and enjoy ourselves.
For bringing those. CoreWeave, 99.50 at the end. All right, see you. Yeah, take it over. I'm gonna go over.
Look, let's get this party started. You don't have to do anything, everyone. You know what's going on. But there's a lot of earnings still to get to, a lot to cover. Remember, we got to review what happened. I know we're spending a lot of time looking at CoreWeave and Open, but don't forget, you had Bullish on day 2, which was once again very bearish. Most of the day, look, it's up 10% because it got punked yesterday, but most of the day spending it to the downside. Monster reversal overall for the market here. We got a hot inflation number through PPI. Market was able to bounce off that for most of the session, and now we trended back into the downside. Didn't really regain those lows. A lot of people are asking the question, why are we looking so strong on a day where we had a bad inflation print? Sometimes that's just how it is. The Fed rate tool didn't really change much. We still hold over 90% chance of a rate cut despite those numbers. And we've got AMAT is going to be the big one after the bell today. NNE, it looks like, Applied Materials just got punked. Well, 9% to the downside. We're not looking good, but all of the action is going to get covered live in Market Recap Show. Sean and Adara at the desk. Applied Materials in the tank, and it starts right now.
Thank you, Neil. Yeah, we are here with the Market Recap Show. Adara, how are you doing?
I'm doing well.
You've got a lot of water bottles up here, I noticed.
Yeah, well, this is actually yours from the last recap. These
from
two
yesterday?
are my children. Yeah, from Tuesday.
Oh, from Tuesday.
These two are my children, yes.
Okay, great. Well, here you go. Cheers up to everybody drinking some water right now. But AMAT does make it down.
I have the numbers.
Yeah, so down now 7% goes AMAT. Applied Materials right now getting crushed to the downside. But Adara, what do you got for us?
Yeah, I don't have the guidance yet. That's usually, we find lately what's been making these moves, but I'll talk about the numbers. Q3 adjusted earnings, $2.48 per share, beating estimates of $2.36 per share. Sales, $7.302 billion versus $7.223 billion expected. Again, I don't have guidance yet. I will let you guys know when that occurs. The other ones you're expecting it for, we had TMC. I'm not seeing the materials company yet. The metals company, I'm not seeing TMC.
Okay.
We also had BTBT, Bit Digital. I do have Bit Digital earnings, so we can talk about this little crypto play if we are cool with that, Sean. So they actually reported a surprise profit. So that's a good look. 7 cents per share earnings, Sean. We were expecting a loss of 2 cents per share, so that's a pretty good look. Sales did miss estimates, 25.7 million versus 27.466 million. But in this type of situation, like the surprise profit, I feel like is probably going to overshadow that. Let's talk about AMAT. I do have some more on AMAT, Sean, if we're down for that.
Yeah.
So their sales, like I said, they did have a double beat here. Free cash flow, $2.05 billion. They did beat on adjusted net income. I'm not seeing how their gross margin compares to estimates, but they did report an adjusted gross margin here of 48.9%. Still no guidance, unfortunately.
All right, so a nice little downside movement. I mean, I'm a little bit nervous for when they do guide. I mean, down already 10% right here for AMAT downside play. And then, of course, BTBT moving around there again. The big story that just hit about 15 minutes ago is Intel. And Intel right now it's going higher. You're up another 2% right here in the after hours. We go up 7.3% during the day, up another 1.5%, going 2% now, popping through $24, getting going again right now in after hours. As the story reads like this, Intel shares are trading higher here. I'll show you right on Benzinga. We'll talk about AMAT in just a second. Intel shares are trading higher following a Bloomberg report suggesting the Trump administration is said to discuss the U.S. taking a stake in the company. So we'll have to wait to see what's going on there with Intel. It looks like it wants to go higher. Big volume spike at the end of the day. If you're looking on right here, we're right back to levels that we've seen before. And in fact, we were right here on July the 25th. So it's just been a couple weeks since the last time we were at $24 mark. Had a huge move down in there into 1970 off a bad earnings print, which was right here. And now the climb is on for Intel. You said you mentioned you might have got the AMAT look. It was down 9%. Now it's down 11%, Adara.
Oh, the guidance is probably why, because if you apply this guidance to applied materials, you might want to apply a different guidance. I'm going to stop with the pun now because let's just talk about this. They're expecting Q4 adjusted earnings between $1.91 to $2.31 per share, below estimates of $2.39. Sales are guiding between $6.2 billion and $7.2 billion versus estimates of $7.331 billion. That is a double guidance, Monsieur Sean. Certainly not a good look, even though their earnings, again, were a double beat. We have HIMS news too. Let's talk about hims and hers. I do not think you're going to be singing hymns in praise of this stock right now because apparently they're being probed by the FTC over their cancellation practices. So I'm very excited, Sean, because this watch list is already betting itself for tomorrow. So get in stocks. Get it.
Yeah, nice little move down there into $44 right there for hims. A nice little move back up right now. So we'll figure out that story. And it has not been a good sort of week and a half there for hims, bouncing off of that $67. I know this has been a well-traded stock by many of you, but that high of $72.98, I mean, we almost made it, once right there, twice, 3, 4, all the way to the downside. So we're going to watch out now if it holds this $40 mark, man. Again, not great when you're getting looked into, but we'll figure that all out right there as it's coming right back into the downside. I just want to say you cannot, this is to make it make sense in the chat. If you start swearing in the chat, it will just ban you 100%. So don't do that. Keep the chat clean. We are trying to be productive here as well. So thank you for adhering to that. I didn't ban anybody, but we will. All right, this market recap show is brought to you by Beta Pro and Global X. We want to thank them for sponsoring the recap show as they've done for a while. So thank you so much to Global X and Beta Pro for doing that as we go. But all right, so that's the HIM news. Let's just check out Intel one more time. We are still waiting for NNE. Intel going higher right now, still up 1.5%. It's high 24.50. We wait for Nano Nuclear. They're supposed to be reporting tonight as well. So we'll wait for that number to come through. What I'm looking for on NNE is an EPS, just 200,000, two, I guess, minus 20, I think you meant to write down there, minus 27 for an EPS.
Oh, minus 27?
You
Maybe
just have it the wrong way. You have the revenue and EPS mixed up.
Okay, sorry about that.
And we're also waiting for NU to come. You have it written down here, Adara, maybe 5:15.
Yeah,
again, this Brazilian, so they're not going to report as normal, but NU right now, NU Holdings there. It's been called sort of the SoFi of South America, not really trading like SoFi right now, so we'll see if they can get going. New Holdings, I think it was a couple weeks ago, announced the crypto offering as well, so this could get going. I think this is a good opportunity to maybe pick something up, down 3% on the day. New Holdings with that earnings report coming very, very soon. So far here today, it was just AMAT and Intel, and I think we did a good job talking a little bit about that. QUBT, they were out with earnings, I believe, at some point today as well.
Yeah.
Nice little move to the downside right now for QUBT. Of course, quantum computing, it's been great when it's great, but then when they miss, again, it's part of that whole thing. We don't really care too much about valuation until you miss. So right now, Adair's going to go over the numbers, but it looks like they'll miss again here, down to $15. QUBT had a nice move into $20. It has memory, man, right back to the start of the year where we were up to 20. Now there's the fade back on. We'll see if it can hold this $13 mark. But what do the numbers look like, Adair, for QUBT?
Yeah, it's Bobby Axelrod in the chat. I'm not seeing anything on a Wolf offering. I also want to mention too, Marky Michaels, what's wrong with AMAT? They beat on earnings and revenue and EPS. They missed on their guidance for both. Let's talk here about QUBT. Larger than than expected loss per share in a pretty big way, Sean. They lost 26 cents per share versus estimates of a 6 cents per share loss. And their sales were also a pretty gross miss. They only reported $61,000 in sales versus $100,000 in sales expected. So not a good look here for quantum computing. That report is hard to compute. So yeah, not a great look there. Also, some people are asking, what's Buffett's mystery stock going to be? I was just reading through CNBC asked an AI to kind of, a whole bunch of AIs, what they would guess based on the past, I guess, things that he's put out there for 13Fs. I've seen some guesses of Deere, Caterpillar, UPS has come up a couple times.
Yeah, UPS. I think it's
I'm
UPS.
not seeing UNH guessed, but yeah, the UPS one's interesting. Someone in the chat said CAT as well, and I just saw CAT here. I think the fact that UPS came up a couple times, maybe one to watch.
Okay, so we'll keep our ear to the ground on that one. Of course, we have Deere here doing the best around. So as soon as we get something there, we'll find that coming through again very, very soon. I mean, I dropped the line before we heard this U.S. government talk that maybe it was Intel. And yeah, if that goes upside from here, we would not be surprised. Intel, of course, getting that news that the U.S. government is looking to take a stake. All right, a little bit of a recap today. We did get a hotter than expected PPI number. That came at 8:30, sending pretty much every single stock you can name to the downside as we got heated up. Whenever you get negative news into a report that the market's at all-time highs, one little red candle will create a sell action play. But we got right back up to the highs and made new all-time highs on the NASDAQ by 10 o'clock. So that was forgotten real early. And look at the board today. Wow. It was definitely not like this when you opened this up at 9:31 today. But what came up? JP Morgan, Visa, MasterCard, the financials today. Bang, bang. Nice moves on the financials today. Holding fort with this market. Amazon as well, up 2.86%. The 13F is now out for Berkshire, by the way. So we're going to wait to hear more information about Berkshire with their 13F is now out. UNH, people are saying, is ripping. So was UNH the name? Let me just check out what's going on right now with UNH. Yes, UNH 4%, 5%. Adara.
It's a different, I'm not seeing the Berkshire one yet, but I'm seeing something else called Appaloosa. They actually increased their stake in UNH. They initially had 175,000 shares, Sean. Now they have 2.5 million shares almost. So from 175,000 shares in UNH to 2.45 million shares in UNH. I'm still not seeing anything on Berkshire. I'm looking through David Tepper's as well. Or sorry, that is Appaloosa. So Appaloosa, David Tepper, he new position in Intel, new position in RTX, new UAL, DAL. He exited Apple.
Look at Intel.
He has a put for Broadcom. He's got a put here for SPYX. He's got a put for SMH and for Win. And then his biggest adds here were UNH, NVIDIA, TSM, and XYZ. By that, I mean that he added to his existing positions.
Yeah, that's a huge move there for UNH. I mean, sometimes, again, no matter what you think about the macro, Warren Buffett got it. Yeah, so she's in the
he bought 5 million shares.
There you go. Oh, it's Berkshire. Warren is done. But yeah, at the end of the day, great call there. We talked about it possibly being UNH. There goes Intel as well. Intel right now up 3.5% right now and going higher. You're up over 10% right now. Okay, so DR Horton, DHI, just UNH. Just listening in my ear here to see what's going on. So UNH is bought, and DHI, I heard, was that right? In my ear as well. DR Horton, yes. So there it goes right there as well for that. So again, $350 billion in cash, putting it to work here in the last quarter. Remember, these are not buys like right now. This is people, I guess not front running, back running the news right there, saying, okay, these guys are in it, so let's figure that out. TMUS, Berkshire sells T-Mobile, so that could be a downside play there for TMUS as well. But Adara's going to get all these, so I'm not going to just go over everything. Let's just go quickly look at some of the reported names today. AMAT down 11.3% and going lower right now, so that's down, sir. Oh, Berkshire takes Nucor, a big American steel producer. Bang, I'm long this name. Yes, we're actually in Nucor in our account, so that's a nice move there for
Berkshire
Nucor.
Hathaway cut Apple.
Nice move on that one. Berkshire cut some Apple. I don't think that's the end of the world for Apple, as you can see there, not moving around. Berkshire, Apple's still their largest holding. I mean, unless there's something there, it looks like that's not moving around. But I'm going to throw it over to you, Adair, in case you have something to add to this.
I do actually have a lot to add here. So again, I want to let you guys know, people asking about what's happening with LRCX in the chat, people asking about ASML. They're both AMAT sympathy plays. That is why they're moving. There's no individual news on them that I can see. Of course, if that changes, I'll let you know. UNH, why is it moving so much? Because we had not just of course, that's pretty massive here for Berkshire starting a 5 million share position. But guys, Appaloosa, which is David Tepper's firm, also massively increased their UNH stake. They purchased well over 2 million shares of UNH during this quarter. So between the Appaloosa purchase and between the Berkshire purchase, we have over like 7 million shares of UNH that were purchased by firms during this quarter. That is pretty massive, Sean.
Yep.
But yeah, so again, he left TMUS entirely. Berkshire Hathaway, I guess the largest cuts that they made were to BAC, Apple, and Charter. Now, I guess they added a lot to their DPZ position apparently for Berkshire Hathaway. That's on watch. They also added to their Constellation Brands position, their STZ. Whirlpool.
What is Lamar Advertising? Do we know what that ticker is? Lamar Advertising, because that's a new position, 1.1 million shares as well. So we can find out a little bit more about that. But yeah, so Adair, until there's something else right now,
LAMR. LAMR.
LAMR. Okay, so yeah. What a surprise. It makes sense right there. Lamar Advertising. There it is. So not a well-known name, but something there. So there's a spike up for Lamar right now. Shout out to Lamar Odom, of course. Nice move there. So TMUS, of course, is the one that they've been sold out. So there it goes. Now TMUS making new lows right now. So what we got was UNH. So I guess that's the ticker. No surprise there. We were throwing around names like UPS. Maybe UPS is downside right now. Let me have a quick check on that one because, yes, there it is, man. So sometimes people, it looks like there were some bets being made that maybe UPS was one of the names. So UPS falling back in. And again, it looks like UNH, but not because they do not get that 7% bump right now, as right now Berkshire, and just to talk about what that holding was, it was, what, 5 million shares or so coming through there for UNH. But again, we don't know where it was bought, right? So it was bought sometime here in, I guess, in Q2 since their last filing. So probably long around the $300 mark. You know, if it was been buying it recently, I'm not sure what the dates are on there, but nice move there for UNH. The name that keeps on rising to the top, though, is Intel. Intel's up another 3% here in after hours as the United States government comes through and says, we'll take a stake in you. Let's find out some more on that. I think it's still a Bloomberg report. I don't think anybody from the White House has confirmed any of this yet, so we'll wait on that. But that does not surprise me. I mean, I don't think Donald Trump, Adair, honestly, would be just meeting CEOs just for fun. I think when he does, he probably floats ideas to them, gets the reaction from the CEO himself. Do you think this is a good idea? Do you need our help? So on and so forth. So we'll see if there's an announcement from Intel either later on today or tomorrow morning about a possible Intel stake. But if it's true, I think this name has a lot more to go.
I think the best way for them to do it is to do it through TSM if they actually do it, because in case you guys missed it, apparently earlier we had reports that the U.S. government was willing to negotiate a tariff decrease with Taiwan, but only if Taiwan Semi would take a 45% stake in Intel and then also invest a lot more money in the U.S., around $400 billion total, right? So if the U.S. tries to do the investment that way, I think that could be maybe the best case scenario from an optics perspective for the government. KULR earnings out. Sometimes this moves. We can go over the numbers. They beat here, surprise profit of 22 cents per share versus expected loss of 16 cents. Sales, $3.97 million versus $3.5 million expected. Good look here for KULR. Stock does not really care. Yeah, guys, there's a lot of, in terms of, you were asking when during the quarter, it doesn't show that, so I can't really provide more details on that. But yeah, I just think that the UNH thing could be interesting. I almost feel like it's going to sell off tomorrow. I almost feel the same about Intel, though I think if one of the two runs, it's much more likely to be Intel, because UNH is also running into resistance on the daily.
Oh man, I was going to say, yeah, good point there from Erie Pages. He's saying that Intel, here it is right here. I think this is a good point. This is what we're talking about, especially with what Adair is saying. Maybe it goes the other way. You know, when you need government support, it's more evidence that the business success for individuals is all about networking and relations. We should feel shame for needing help. I mean, yeah, if Intel needs help, they need help. It's better than them going in and I think raising through share offerings and things like that. So if the U.S. government's going to do that, they've done it before with stocks like GM. They've done it with airlines before in the past, Adair, as well. And the U.S. government has actually made money on many plays. They did it with the banking sector as well, and were able to sell for quite a profit. So we'll see if that stake is indeed true for Intel. Remember, the U.S. government's going to flip the shares anyways at some point, so we'll see if it goes back up to the upside. But again, yeah, they're using taxpayers' money. I mean, that's where they get the money from, to go in there and support a fledgling company. Maybe not a great idea there to do that, but hey, this administration has a lot of interesting ideas, it seems like.
Yeah, and I think my counter for that as well, Erie Pages, I think that's a good point. Like, I don't think companies should be ashamed of needing help, but I think the timing of this makes me think this is less about help and more about Intel trying to maybe smooth over its reputation in the eyes of President Trump and the Republican Party. Because remember, guys, Trump did not start saying this until after we had Tom Cotton, who was a senator, basically kind of come out here and send a letter to Intel. Hey, the CEO does potentially have these connections to China and potentially the parties that were within China. So I think the fact that they had that negative reputation, then Trump comes out in Truth Social, becomes a lot more publicized. Intel wants to smooth out their image. They like Lip Bhutan as a CEO. Oh, now KULR is moving also. So yeah, I think for me, it's less about Intel needing help and more about Intel trying to smooth some things over. Getting out might be a byproduct, but I actually think there's a little bit, maybe more games going on here than purely getting help. That's just my take though, and maybe I'm cynical.
Yeah, the GM bailout did not work, but other than that, they've all pretty much done well. Today's move in Amazon was a nice one for sure. So if we go to 5-minute chart, you can see Amazon today announcing delivery, grocery delivery. Of course, they bought out Whole Foods 4 or 5 years ago, maybe even longer than that. And Amazon today announcing grocery delivery to over 1,000 cities in the United States. That's a good one there. And like I said, whenever Amazon gets involved in the business, it's a problem for many others. So was it ALB? No, that's Albemarle. There was the grocery store chain. Maybe you guys can help me out with that one. But nice move to the downside there for Amazon near the end of the day. But still a nice move overall, up 2.86%. We don't get too much movement today in the major tech names. Of course, we've already looked at the heat map today. We get a nice bump up there in Eli Lilly and AbbVie today, starting to go back up to the upside. There's Amazon right there all by itself. Walmart downside, Costco downside as well, TJX downside. So it's just in the retail sector. It was really led today by Amazon. As you can see, Home Depot, I think you got to pick up some Home Depot on weakness. I really like that stock. I think that continues to work. And again, especially on guidance of a lower rate coming through on the rate cut. We also have their Target there down 1%. So everything down in this space. CVS catching a nice move higher, but for right now, it's Amazon's world in the retail space, and all of us are just living in it. We do have comments coming from Walmart and Target next week with their earnings. So that should be very, very interesting. Adara, as we get going. Palantir on valuation, I mean, this stock has been hot fire. It touched at 188, 190 or so. That was its high. But what a stock, man. $70 back on January 1st, up to 181. Palantir Technologies giving back a little bit. Yesterday, we had that report, of course, from Citron, and they talked about it potentially being overvalued. Other than that, today we get Cisco earnings. They were to the downside, but yeah, pretty calm overall. Cisco did battle today. Actually, let's just check on CoreWeave quickly. CoreWeave's had a 40% move in 3 days. Oh boy. It's too bad that we couldn't hold this. Neil and I both short there, the $100 break right at the end of the day, and this is what CoreWeave is doing right now on a 1-minute chart. Ciao, nice move down into $97 right now for CoreWeave. So that's a $1, $2, $3 winner if you're still in that trade that Neil and I both had. We covered it all pretty much at 99. I think my best fill was like 98.70 or something, and then it busted right back up there, whatever this low is right there, 98.80. So yeah, I think we probably just got 99s. We didn't get our 98.50s, but now CoreWeave downside. Their lockup is tomorrow, so we'll wait to see what happens tomorrow morning. Maybe a big sell on open imbalance. I won't be here tomorrow. Shout out to Obi. If there is a sell imbalance off the open, buy this thing at 935. Let it settle down. Let the sell imbalance hit. Then buy it. Okay? You're hearing that first right now. It's 421. See what happens tomorrow. Wait for that to go down in the morning. Give yourself a level and then go. Oh, NVIDIA announcing now. They've taken a position. NVIDIA took a position in CoreWeave. Okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah, does it? I guess it does. I don't know. I don't know if NVIDIA is why they're even doing this. But yeah, up to $98, trying to give them a little bit of a bump there. All right, the story today that everyone's interested in right now is either Intel or UNH. There's really nothing else. We have DHI moving to the upside there as Berkshire takes 3 million share stake, which 3 million is a lot, but it's not that much. I mean, I feel like every single day, names like ARC Innovation there with Kathy Wood. Yesterday, they bought 3 million shares of Bullish BLSH off the open as well. But there it goes right now. UNH up to 290, add another 6.6% onto that. Its low of 231 now looks silly that it got that low. Now 290 right there for UNH. And then Intel, upside right there, up to 2460. Look, I think for Intel, man, just go back to what I remember Intel inside. Computers, laptops, things like that. Let's see if Intel can sort of refocus and get going on that. You guys asking about new holdings? We don't have this written down till 5 o'clock.
I don't have the numbers.
So yeah, it's not 5 o'clock, and that's when they're supposed to report again. A South American company, so maybe just a little different than what we're talking about right now. Not out yet. Circle right now, downside play as well, down 9% today. This is really retraced off of its highs. I always think that $100 will be something. Right here for Circle, that would make sense. Right there, 108. Its 52-week low is its birthday, $64. Its high is a week later at 290. So what a wild ride Circle's had. It's back into 138. Again, today we had some news with Bitcoin making all-time highs yesterday overnight around 124, but closing the day not very healthy today for crypto as Bitcoin and Ethereum both take moves down. So Ethereum today, this is a 3-minute chart. They hit highs overnight of 4,800. Well supported though, really throughout the day around 45. So we'll see if we can hold out hope on 4,500 there for Ethereum. And then Bitcoin again. And thank you everybody for staying with us. Adair and I have been on the desk all day, literally. And right now we're just running through this. It's 4:24, no guests today and not too much earnings, but a lot happening in the after hours. So we do want to thank all of you for continuously joining us every single day past 4 o'clock. And we are going to be having a much bigger after hours show, and that announcement is to come as we get the studio worked on. So you heard this here first from me. Bigger and better shows coming here after hours. So get ready for that. You guys have asked for it. We're delivering. You can see the guys in the background working every single day, Adara, on our, Carl Icahn now coming through. So now we'll hear what's going on with that 13F filing as well. But that's it for Bitcoin. Another move was XRP today. They had a nice move to the downside. That's futures. We just want it on Coinbase, the spot. There it is. Wow, not a good move either for Ripple. It's XRP, the product Ripple there, but the company, 335 right there to the high side, falling quite nicely, unfortunately, about 10% down to $3. So the other name that we'll just have a quick look at is Solana. I bought some of this last night, not going to look like a good move. We bought some actually at 200 even. So that gets filled as that comes back in right now. 192 right now. Icon Enterprise 13F. Flying through right now as well. So, that's it for sort of crypto. Coinbase held fort today, only down 0.65, down another 0.4 here after hours, giving it 1% move on the day. But here we go, Adara. It's Intel move. Intel now at the highs of the after hours. Tried to break 25, got as high as 24.80. That's where we are right now. What news do you have for us now?
I got a couple other things here, guys. So basically, they filed an 8K form here, amending their deal to sell their majority stake in Altera. There's just some minor changes to the terms, but now they're expecting this deal to close on September 12th. The earliest deadline's been extended to September 13th, so Intel delaying the sale. I want to say as well here, INTC, I was seeing not only did we get, again, this report that the Trump administration's maybe discussing having the U.S. take a stake in Intel, but apparently Bloomberg, that's the same thing. Appaloosa, though, David Tepper's firm, they took an 8 million share stake in Intel as well, is what I'm seeing. So not only did they significantly increase their UNH stake by more than 2 million shares, they increased their NVIDIA stake by at least 1 million shares as well. Intel, they also increased that stake by a cool, they add a new stake there at 800 million shares. 8 million shares.
Yeah, 800 million would be a lot.
Yeah, sorry guys, that's the long day.
Yeah, no, that's all good. Thanks for all the reporting on all of that. Open Door today led the whole market in volume. Good point too. They're 25% upside there today for Open Door. I don't even know if there was a story at all. Oopsies, with Open Door. What have I done right now? Let me just get this back. I want to go to a bigger time frame here with Open Door. There it is. So, it starts today at 220s, all the way over $3 there for Open Door. I would say, again, short squeeze possible there, 20% or so short on this. Oh, HIMS. Okay, I just got the story about HIMS again. The FTC looking into this. Cancellation practices there. Not great for HIMS, and I don't know anything about it. I don't know if you guys subscribe to various drugs or whatever, prescriptions through HIMS, but is the cancellation process a problem? Maybe it is, but right there, nice downside play there, down 5%. HIMS really reeling from that. That was the Wegovy news right there, that they lost it with Novo Nordisk, and then it battled all the way back. I know it was not a right story. And then it came all the way back up to $66, and since then now, it's really been bleeding the last week and a half there for him. So that's a nice move to the downside right now for that. We did get nice news. I don't know what the news was with Eli Lilly today. But
Oh yeah, they increased. They're reportedly going to be increasing their drug prices significantly in the UK
yuck.
for their weight loss drug Mounjaro by up to 170%. So that was good news, though, actually for
Yeah.
the company, even though it was
Yeah,
bad
Fabian.
news, Fabian, for the user. But sometimes good news for the company is not always good
killing
news
me.
for the consumer. But we think it's capitalism in the trading world, so we want the higher prices. It's messed up, but it is what it is. Also, I want to talk quickly here about HIMS. I think this company, given the catalyst there, I don't feel that good about it. I'm going to be really honest with you. Like, you guys know I like to play devil's advocate a bit. My thing is, like, even the way the CEO presents himself and, like, how aggressive he was about the whole, like, oh, we lost, like, Novo Nordisk, but they're wrong.
Oh, was he?
Calm down.
Right.
I think and I think nowadays, like, with media being so aggressive, like, literally CEOs can pump their stocks on X. I'm not saying Hims has done that, but I'm saying the culture now is so different. And so now people, you can be a little bit more aggressive. I don't always think that comes across the best way, though. And I think it makes your points kind of muted.
You feel like defensive.
Yes.
Right.
They feel like they're always on the defensive. Like Eli Lilly has tried to dissociate themselves with them. Novo has tried to dissociate themselves from them. And then now they have this FTC probe. I don't know. It's like baby UNH is giving me a little bit, except they don't have 7 million shares purchased by big firms this quarter, Sean. So.
I like that. I like you got that the wag
I don't know.
going
Apparently,
on
I
there.
thought about Hims I never knew I had.
Coming through right there. Okay, Erie Pages wants us to be on the carnivore diet. So I don't know. I love eating meat, that's
okay,
for
thank
sure.
you.
But we're okay on that one right now. Thank you for the suggestions. All right, so 660 again, Eli Lilly, nice upside play. All right, there's not too many news stories other than what we've given you here in the after hours. We don't have a huge earnings table today, but AMAT did come out and they start going to the downside right there. So there goes AMAT one more time. If we come over to the chart, we'll just quickly look at that. We'll see what's going on. So AMAT today delivers 248 versus 236 is a beat. Sales beat as well. Lower guidance, sending this name to the downside there for AMAT. So they don't like that, down to 165 there for AMAT. And then other than that, we got NUE, Nucor, with a new stake as well by Warren Buffett, formerly Warren Buffett, but Berkshire Hathaway right now. Nice move to the upside there on Nucor. So the largest steel producer in the United States gets that bump. And of course, UNH flying high as well. There was another earnings play that there was it Nano Nuclear came out tonight as well. I don't know if they're not doing
Maybe
anything.
I didn't. I put it in the chat. They had a smaller than expected loss per share. I never saw revenue on them. People asking about NU holdings, I do not have them.
No, that's
but
not
apparently, we did actually have Saudi Arabia's public investment fund dissolving its stake in new holdings. So that's not great for NU for the numbers.
It's time to get out of here. We've done roll call before. Let's do it again before we forget. This is something that, of course, they've taken and ran with it on the Midday show, and they do a great job there. This is something that we used to always do because we want to thank everybody for staying late with us. Over 4,000 staying late with us every single day, and we want to thank you for that, despite not many earnings, but there's lots of stories today. So let's do it right now. I want to say shout out to Christmas. It's almost Christmas. Can you believe that? Like pretty soon it'll be September, and then we got 3 more months, and then we're right there. So what's up, South Jersey? Jack, we love some South Jersey. If I'm ever down there, what's up, Jack? Coming through as well. Marco Anthony's here. Gaming TV is here. G-Talk. There's so many in the place here. John is here. Notorious. Hinal is here. Juan Martinez. Ronaldo, Road Runner. The Heartbroken Biker. Hopefully you didn't break your arm or anything either. Anybody catching your eye? I mean, I know you're busy doing lots of things over there, Adara.
Yeah, thank you to Tam Panda. Thank you to Daryl Flinch. Thank you to Jerome. Thank you to Jay Powell. No, I'm joking. Thank you very much to Save Man Woman. Thank you to Nobody in the chat here. We've got Jaguar. We've got Grey Worm, Ticker Checker. Thank you to everyone here for this chat. We'll see you guys tomorrow. It will be a very, very exciting show. I am sure the watch list has already written itself, which I'm down for.
We're going to go grab a drink with Nimitz. So this is your drink. What is it?
Oh, Sambuca Sprite.
Let's go, Sambuca Sprite.
What
All right,
about you?
interesting one. We'll have that. Maybe I'll take a taste of that one because that
Probably
seems very
not.
sweet.
Very few places have Sambuca, but
What?
Yeah, I have a mental, I guess, Rolodex of bars. that have
Okay,
Sambuca,
well, we'll
but
see it. We'll see if this place has it. We don't want to tell everyone where we're going. 'Cause
I
the
don't
next
even
thing
know
you
where we're going, so I can't even tell anyone.
Exactly. So, all right, I'll tell you right after this. Thank you to everybody for joining us one more time. Thank you to Rob. Thank you to Mark. Thank you to Russell, everybody working on the studio behind us. We want to thank Fabian as well as Andre. Thank you to Adara for everything that you're doing for the show. Sharif, Joe. Great to see Nimit and his family. We're going to go grab a drink with those guys as well. Thanks, Brendan, Neil. And I don't think I missed anybody. Ramin on a holiday. So
So for everybody here at Trader TV Live, we want to give a big thank you to you guys for watching. I'm not here tomorrow. Have a great weekend. Obi's in on the desk. Neil and Obi to start with. Everybody else. Oh, Joe's not here tomorrow either, I don't believe.
So it's me for
you.
an hour on the midday and then Obi for 2 hours on the midday.
Okay, well, that should be exciting. See Deere on the trading desk tomorrow, midday. All right, thank you so much. I go get a drink. Ciao for now.